Dean Liang hurried after Hope with the medicine and found it at a water source, washing its paws and carefully cleaning the blood and filth from its fur. Seeing this, Dean Liang was both helpless and amused. So Hope just wanted to clean itself up. But Hope was cleaning haphazardly, and some of the water was about to touch its wounds, so Dean Liang stepped in to stop it. Hope, anxious at being stopped, barked at him. "Grandpa, let me go. If sister comes back and sees me this dirty, she'll be angry." Director Liang seemed to understand. If you let water touch your wound, it's easy for bacteria or viruses to get in. Who knows what's in the water? If germs get into your body through the dirty water, you could get sick. Woof woof woof. But I'm so dirty right now and big sister doesn't like it. Don't worry, I'll help you get cleaned up. I promise I'll wash you so clean you'll be even cleaner than before, okay? Director Liang coaxed it, hoping that would calm it down, and it did. Wait here for a moment. Director Liang turned and went to fetch a bottle of body wash. When Hope saw the bottle, its eyes lit up and it reached out with its paw, trying to grab it. Woof. I want that. I want to smell nice. If I smell nice, big sister will like me. Director Liang could hear the excitement in Hope's voice, so he poured some body wash into his hands and carefully began to clean Hope up. As the blood and dirt on Hope's body gradually disappeared, it became more and more excited. At first, it even tried to jump into the water, and Director Liang had to use all his strength to hold it back. Hope, if you jump in, bugs in the water might crawl into your wound. You've seen zombie movies, right? You could end up like that, you know. Seeing that nothing else worked, Director Liang remembered how much Hope hated being dirty. Suddenly, he recalled a zombie movie he'd seen before and decided to scare Hope a little. As soon as Hope heard this, it remembered a movie it had watched with Lin Qian a long time ago. Back then, Lin Qian had said, "If I ever turned into something like that, I'd rather die." Thinking of this, Hope froze. Seeing that it was already clean, it hurriedly tried to leave. Just then, Lin Qian and the others returned from the orphanage and happened to witness the scene. Zhang Wei shouted, "Director Liang! Hope! We've come back for you." When Hope saw that Lin Qian had really come back, everything else flew out of its mind. With a splash, it jumped into the water and swam toward her. Director Liang had just opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Hope was already paddling away. After Hope jumped into the water, the sting from the wound reminded it that it was hurt. The whole dog floated stiffly in the water, looking at Lin Qian, then back at Director Liang, unsure whether it should go over. Director Liang was helpless, but since Hope was already in the water, all he could do was disinfect the wound later. Forget it, go ahead. Lin Qian didn't know what had happened, but she saw that as soon as Hope heard Director Liang's words, it swam over to her and climbed onto the rubber raft. Once on the raft, Hope didn't pounce on Lin Qian like usual. Instead, it just looked at her and quietly hid its injured spot from her view. Lin Qian noticed Hope was acting differently. She walked over and patted its head. "What's wrong, Hope?" "Woof. Nothing." Hope quickly barked loudly in response. Lin Qian thought it must have done something bad and was afraid to tell her. When the raft reached the shore, she tried to help it up, but unlike before, it didn't offer its paw. Instead, it nimbly jumped ashore by itself and hid behind Director Liang. Lin Qian looked at Director Liang. "Director Liang, did Hope do something wrong?" Director Liang quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. Hope was very brave and protected me and the children." He told Lin Qian how two groups had tried to attack them, but Hope had taken care of them all. Of course, he also mentioned that Hope had been injured. Lin Qian looked at Hope, feeling both proud and heartbroken. "Come here and let me see your wound." Hope hesitated and refused to come out from behind Director Liang until she said, "Come out, I won't scold you." "Woof. Really? Really? But if you don't come out, I'll really get mad." Only then did Hope slowly emerge from behind Director Liang, whining softly and timidly offering its injured leg to Lin Qian for comfort. Lin Qian saw a knife wound on its right hind leg. After being soaked in water, the skin was pale and still oozing blood. Her eyes immediately reddened. Wang Hui also looked and saw that while the wound looked scary, It wasn't actually too serious. Xiao Qian, don't worry. We have medicine here. Let's treat it first and disinfect it since it just went in the water. Li Qian and Zhang Wei also came over. They knew the injury wasn't too bad, but they'd spent so much time with Hope. The Lin family had always pampered it. If it so much as scraped itself, it would be rushed to the pet hospital. They'd never seen it hurt like this before. Who would have thought it would get such a serious wound now? Zhang Wei was furious. Director Liang, where are those people? Director Liang knew Zhang Wei was more hot-tempered than Li Qian. Even after joining the army, he hadn't completely changed. He glared at him. What are you getting worked up for? Didn't I just say Hope took care of them all? Looking at Hope's injury, Zhang Wei's eyes filled with admiration. He wanted to hug Hope, but was afraid of hurting it, so he stood up straight and gave Hope a military salute. Hope, thank you for protecting the director and the children. You're our hero. Hope heard this and felt a little proud. Woof. I'm a hero. Seeing this, Lin Qian confirmed the injury wasn't too serious. She took everyone back to the base and brought out medicine to carefully clean and bandage the wound. At one point, Lin Qian accidentally touched the sore spot, and Hope immediately bared its teeth and whimpered in pain. Lin Qian, though she'd said she wouldn't scold it, couldn't help but get a little angry. So you know it hurts, huh? You protected Director Liang and the children, so you should be rewarded. I was planning to give you a special meal tonight. But Director Liang clearly told you there were germs in the water, and you still jumped in. So your reward is cancelled. Let's call it even. Hope didn't understand what call it even meant, but it understood its big meal was gone. Woof. Didn't you say you wouldn't scold me? Why are you taking away my reward? I'm not scolding you, I'm just speaking a little louder to explain things. Hope immediately looked at the others, hoping someone would give it an answer. Was speaking loudly really not scolding? The others all turned away, pretending to be busy with their own tasks. With no answer, Hope could only believe Lin Qian's nonsense. It whimpered and rubbed against her, trying to win her forgiveness. In truth, Lin Qian's heart ached for it. She'd promised to protect it, but it still ended up getting hurt. Lin Qian's bandaging skills weren't exactly expert, and Hope's injured paw ended up wrapped as tightly as a zongzi dumpling. Hope looked down at its paw, now a bulging bundle of bandages, and let out a puzzled woof. Lin Qian could clearly see the look of disdain in its eyes. What? Are you unhappy with my bandaging skills? Woof woof woof. Hope quickly shook its head and wagged its tail. So pretty. Big sister's handiwork is amazing. The people nearby watched Hope's instant change of expression and couldn't help but cover their faces, thinking to themselves, even a dog knows how to cheer people up. After Lin Qian finished tending to Hope's wound, she glanced at the time and saw it was already past 1 p.m. She took some bread out of her backpack and shared it with everyone. Li Qian and Zhang Wei hesitated, reluctant to accept the food. Lin Qian simply shoved the bread into their hands. Take it. We still have to deliver supplies and escort Director Liang and the others back. How are you going to work if you don't eat? Director Liang, on the other hand, didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at them and said, take it. Later, if Xiao Qian needs anything, we'll just give her a bit more from our own share. Since Director Liang had said so, the two men no longer refused and started eating. As they were eating, a disheveled woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Kind people, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in days. Lin Qian and the others had long since seen the complexities of human nature and paid her little attention. Director Liang, who had spent days protecting children while traveling, was also on high alert in situations like this. However, under Director Liang's protection, Xiao Dong and Xiao Shi's understanding of human nature was still stuck in the pre-disaster days. All the darkness had been kept from them. Xiao Dong looked at the half-eaten bread in his hand, then up at the woman, and hesitated. Auntie, I've already eaten this one. Lin Qian had just given each person 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water. Xiao Dong wanted to give her his untouched bread. But the woman's face lit up with joy, as if afraid he'd change his mind. It's fine, Auntie doesn't mind if you've eaten it. Thank you, sweetheart. She eyed the bread in Xiao Dong's hand and swallowed hard. Come over here, Auntie won't take your food for nothing. I'll trade you something for it. It's okay, Auntie, I still have food, Xiaodong said, a little embarrassed. Director Liang didn't have time to stop him before Xiaodong had already spoken. When the woman heard they still had food and saw how different their clothes were from her own, she couldn't help but ask, "Can you give Auntie a little more food?" Xiaodong looked uncertainly at Director Liang, unsure what he thought. Director Liang just smiled at him, saying nothing, as if encouraging him to handle it himself. Xiaodong frowned, then finally made up his mind. "But if I give you all of it, I won't have any left. This was given to me by Big Sister, so I can only give you one. You can ask your sister for another one." "It's fine, Auntie has toys for you. Come here," the woman coaxed. Xiaodong looked at Lin Qian, then at Director Liang. "I'm not going over. Grandpa Director said we shouldn't go to strangers when they call us." Director Liang smiled with relief at Xiaodong's words, thinking his teaching hadn't been in vain. "How am I a stranger? We've been talking for so long, haven't we?" the woman persisted. Xiaodong hesitated, looked at Director Liang again, and saw he was still just smiling at him, as if giving him courage. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm not coming over. Here's the bread for you." He tossed the bread over, then stopped talking to her. The woman's face flashed with anger, but there was nothing she could do, they had the numbers. Still, getting a piece of bread wasn't nothing. The others noticed the look on her face and stared at her coldly. She didn't dare say more, only said to Xiaodong, "Thank you, sweetheart." She sat down not far away, eating the half-eaten bread, her eyes constantly watching them. When she saw Lin Qian and the others start packing up, she was calm at first. But as they brought out more and more supplies, she couldn't hold back any longer. She went to Director Liang first. "Uncle, you have so much stuff, you can't possibly use it all. Could you spare a little for me? I have nothing left at home. If this goes on, I'll starve to death." "Sorry, miss. I'm not in charge of these things," Director Liang politely refused. Seeing that Director Liang was unmoved, she turned to Lin Qian, thinking that although the girl looked cold, she was pretty and delicate, maybe she'd be soft-hearted. "Young lady, could you spare Auntie some food? I'll pay for it, I won't take it for free." Lin Qian had seen plenty of people like her before and ignored her completely. The woman then turned to Wang Hui and the others. "Young men, you're strong, it's easy for you to find supplies. Have some pity on Auntie, give me a little, please." Still, no one paid her any attention. Finally, while everyone was distracted moving things, she suddenly grabbed Xiaodong and pulled out a rusty knife, pressing it to his throat. Xiaodong was so frightened he froze, unable to understand why the auntie he'd just helped would suddenly threaten him with a knife. Looking at her pitiful eyes, he asked, "Auntie, why are you doing this?" The woman looked at the helpless little boy and felt a pang of guilt. "Sweetheart, don't blame Auntie. Blame your brothers and sisters. They wouldn't give me anything. If this goes on, I'll die. Since I'm going to die anyway, you can come with Auntie, keep me company, so I won't be lonely in hell." Xiaodong's lips trembled as if he was about to cry, but he held it back, thinking of something. Overcoming his fear, he bravely said, "Auntie, our food was found by my brothers and sisters. You can go find some too, then you won't die. Please don't take our things, okay? I have lots of brothers and sisters at home. If we give you our food, they'll go hungry." "I don't care. Better you die than me," the woman screamed hysterically. Director Liang saw the knife pressing against Xiaodong's artery and panicked. "Miss, please calm down. If you want something, let's talk it out. Just don't hurt the child." The woman was holding a knife, her hands shaking violently. Clearly, she was extremely nervous. Her voice was choked with tears, a mix of despair and anger as she said, "I didn't want it to come to this. You all forced me. I begged you nicely before. Did any of you pity me? Did any of you even pay attention to me?" Director Liang's heart pounded as he watched the woman's crazed state, terrified she might accidentally hurt Xiaodong. Xiaodong was just a child. If things got out of hand and he was hurt in this situation, especially with the hospital paralyzed right now, it would be a huge problem. Director Liang quickly said, "Ma'am, how about I be your hostage instead? Let Xiaodong go, let him be safe, okay?" The woman snorted coldly, "Huh? You think I'd believe you? If you come any closer, do you think I'll have a way out? Her eyes were full of suspicion. She didn't believe Director Liang at all. She looked down at Xiaodong in her arms. Although Xiaodong was young, his eyes were filled with determination and courage. He looked at Director Liang and, though his voice was small, he spoke firmly. Grandpa Director, don't worry about me. Auntie won't hurt me. The woman sneered at his words. Oh, really? To test this, she pressed the knife harder against Xiaodong's neck. The red mark on his neck immediately deepened, and more beads of blood began to seep out. The adults were all terrified at the sight. Lin Qian watched from the side, quickly weighing her options. She figured she could use her appearance to lower the woman's guard, so she said, Auntie, how about you let the child go and take me instead? What do you think? The woman looked Lin Qian up and down. Lin Qian was fair-skinned and delicate, looking completely harmless. After a moment's thought, the woman nodded. Take everything off you and put it where I can see it. Then walk over slowly. Once you're here, I'll let the kid go. Okay. Without hesitation, Lin Qian took everything off her and placed it in plain sight, hoping to put the woman at ease. Wang Hui, worried sick, grabbed her hand and said, Be careful. Lin Qian gave him a reassuring look, then slowly walked toward the woman. Seeing that Lin Qian really wasn't carrying anything, the woman relaxed her guard a little. As Lin Qian got close, the woman suddenly shoved Xiaodong away and grabbed Lin Qian instead. But in that instant, Lin Qian made her move. No one knew when she'd hidden a dagger sharper than the woman's knife, but by the time the woman realized what was happening, the blade was already buried in her heart. How? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't understand how this seemingly delicate girl could deal her a fatal blow in a split second. Lin Qian watched the woman collapse, pulled out her dagger, and wiped it clean on the woman's clothes before putting it away. She turned to find everyone staring at her in shock. Wang Hui was especially dramatic, exclaiming, Your skills are just like a special forces soldier. That reaction speed was insane. Lin Qian shot him a faintly disdainful look. Are you as good as me? That hit Wang Hui right in the heart. He clutched his chest and forced a bitter smile. Your ability to wound with words is truly unmatched. Lin Qian ignored him. Stop dawdling. Pack up. Once we get Director Liang back, we should head home. We didn't go back last night. Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang must be worried sick. She was still thinking about her beloved flower pots on the balcony at home. Wang Hui realized she was right and hurried to help. Li Chang, feeling especially guilty, said to Lin Qian, Miss, could you let Uncle Chen know when you get back? Once the orphanage is settled, we'll return. Lin Qian replied, No rush. Let's take care of them first. She knew people's hearts were unpredictable. No matter how good the relationship, once they left this time, she wouldn't let them into her home so easily again. If it weren't for Grandpa Wang's kindness in her past life, she wouldn't have let him and Wang Hui stay with her at all. But now, it didn't seem like a bad thing. At least Wang Hui was quite capable. The group, loaded with supplies, made their way back to the orphanage. On the way, a few troublemakers tried to approach, but Li Chang and Zheng Wei dealt with them easily. Lin Qian, not wanting any more hassle, simply put her blood-stained whip and Wang Hui's tang sword at the front of the rubber boat. After that, no one dared come near, and they returned to the orphanage without incident. Lin Qian was eager to get home. After dropping off the supplies, she quietly added a few extra things they needed, then got ready to leave with Wang Hui and their belongings. Before she left, Xiaodong and Xiaoxi ran over and hugged her tightly, crying, Sister, can you bring Hope to visit us when you have time? Director Liang tried to pull them away. Sister is very busy. Lin Qian squatted down and gently patted their heads. If I have time, I'll bring Hope to visit you. Woof. Hope barked in agreement. Lin Qian couldn't stand these tearful goodbyes. She reminded them, be good, listen to Grandpa Director and your older brothers and sisters. Grow up fast. One day, it'll be your turn to protect them, okay? Okay, all the children shouted in unison. Lin Qian took one last look at the orphanage, then left with Wang Hui and Hope. Xiaodong and Xiaoxi, still young, clung to Director Liang and sobbed uncontrollably. Li Chang and Zhang Wei's eyes were red too. Even though they said they'd return after the orphanage was settled, deep down they knew this might be goodbye for good. But there was no time for sadness. The orphanage was a mess, and they had to pull themselves together and start cleaning up, preparing to go to the back mountain tomorrow to cut wood and rebuild. Lin Qian and Wang Hui retraced their steps home. This time, no one dared approach them, probably still scared by their earlier display of strength. Despite their gentle appearances, these two were ruthless when necessary. Since things hadn't reached total desperation yet, no one wanted to provoke such deadly people, so they made it back smoothly to the apartment building where Little Eyes lived. Little Eyes had waited all day yesterday without seeing them return. Feeling a bit regretful, he thought something had happened to them. Those two nice rubber boats would have been great if he could get his hands on them. But with such conspicuous boats, it was no wonder people would eye them. Today, by chance, he looked out the window and saw Lin Qian and Wang Hui returning with a boat full of supplies. Only the dog seemed to have a minor injury. Lin Qian and Wang Hui were perfectly fine, not a scratch on them. But why hadn't the other boat that left with them come back? Not that it mattered to him. Little Eyes shouted down from the building, "Hey, little sister, want to trade for something?" The other residents in the building all poked their heads out, calling out to Lin Qian, hoping to trade supplies with her. But Lin Qian only had eyes for the flower pots on Little Eyes' windowsill. She had come here specifically to wait for Little Eyes, and had deliberately told Wang Hui to row the rubber boat more slowly, just so he would notice she was back. Looking up at him, she called, "Little Eyes." At first, Little Eyes didn't realize she was talking to him. He looked around, and only when he saw everyone staring at him did he catch on. He pointed at himself and asked, "Little sister, are you calling me?" Lin Qian didn't answer directly, but pointed at the two flower pots on his windowsill. "Bring those two flower pots down for me." Only then did Little Eyes realize Lin Qian was talking to him. After all, these days, there weren't many households who still kept flower pots on their windowsills. When the typhoon hit, a lot of windows were blown out, and everyone had long since brought in the flower pots and other things from their balconies. Only his grandma, thinking the typhoon had passed and having bought a bunch of vegetable seeds earlier, decided to try planting them in the flower pots to see if they'd grow. Figuring the plants needed sunlight, she'd moved the pots back to the balcony to catch some sun. Little Eyes was stunned. Did this little girl have her eye on his family's flower pots? But he didn't think too much about it, and hurriedly carried the two flower pots downstairs. Lin Qian told Wang Hui to row the rubber boat right up to the building. Wang Hui was a bit puzzled. Trading for supplies was one thing, but why did Lin Qian want someone else's flower pots? They didn't look special at all. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Qian, you want those two flower pots?" Last time, when Lin Qian collected the inkstone, she'd already told him she liked antiques, so she wasn't worried about him knowing. She replied, They look like something good." Wang Hui couldn't see what was special about those pots, but even if he didn't understand, he always followed Lin Qian's instructions without question. After all, she was their meal ticket, and she had so many supplies. If those really were antiques, now was the perfect time to collect them. A little bit of supplies could be traded for something they could never have afforded before. Even if such treasures were useless now, Lin Qian liked them, and that was all that mattered. When Little Eyes came downstairs, Wang Hui had already maneuvered the rubber boat to the base of their building to make the trade easier. Seeing Lin Qian and Wang Hui, Little Eyes realized that, as young as they'd seemed from above, they looked even younger up close. But both of them had a calm steadiness in their eyes that didn't match their youthful faces. Since Lin Qian had asked him to bring down the flower pots, she must really want them. But what did they want with these plain, even shabby, flower pots? Could his grandma have been right? Were they actually valuable? As Little Eyes brought the pots down, Lin Qian could already feel a strange sensation in her body and her space. The vine inside her seemed to want to burst out, yearning for those two flower pots. Looks like they really are something special, she thought to herself. Although she was eager to get her hands on the pots, she couldn't let Little Eyes see her urgency, or she'd lose the upper hand in negotiations. Little Eyes looked past Wang Hui and Lin Qian at the pile of supplies on their rubber boat, unable to hide the grin on his face. He even changed how he addressed Lin Qian, switching from little sister to sis. Sis, if you like these pots, just take them. Just give me a little food in exchange. And what I said before still stands, I'll buy supplies from you at 200 times the old prices. Just as Little Eyes thought Lin Qian would agree, she said coolly, I don't need money. But if you have more pots like these at home, you can bring them out, I'll trade you some supplies for them. Little Eyes was even more delighted. She didn't want money, just these old pots? His grandma had always said they were valuable and told them to keep them safe, but now they were using them to grow vegetables anyway. If they could trade them for supplies, that was a huge stroke of luck. These days, you couldn't always get supplies even if you had money. This young lady really didn't want cash? Yes, yes, yes. We have plenty. Should I bring them all down for you? He was so eager, he practically wanted to kneel and lick Lin Qian's shoes. In his mind, these pots might be old and worn, but if someone wanted them, that made them valuable. He'd been worrying about what to do with all the old vases cluttering up the house. Now it was like someone had handed him a pillow just as he was dozing off. All right, Lin Qian said, her eyes lighting up when she heard there were more pots at his place. Even her tone sounded a bit happier. Without delay, Little Eyes dashed back into his building. Soon, there was a clatter as he started hauling down all the flower pots his grandma had treasured, but left unused for years. Every pot he brought down was thick with dust, some even cracked, but to him, they now looked like glittering gold. Hey, take a look, are these enough? If not, there are even bigger ones in the yard. They're a bit broken, but they're perfect for growing veggies. He wiped the sweat from his brow, eyes fixed on Lin Qian, watching her reaction. Lin Qian stepped off the rubber boat and began inspecting the pots one by one, occasionally tapping them as if listening for something. In reality, she was sensing the response from her space and the vine within her. The moment her hand touched them, the vine inside her seemed ready to burst out, making her heart beat faster. After checking them over, she found only a few pots that didn't elicit a reaction from the vine or her space, but most of them were exactly what it wanted. She pointed to the few that didn't react. I don't want these ones. I'll take the rest. I'll trade you 2 jean of rice for each pot. How does that sound? She'd thought it over and decided this was a fair price, especially since she'd just collected a lot of rice on this trip. After all, these pots were special to her, but to ordinary people in the apocalypse, they were just useless junk. Little Eye's eyes went wide. 2 jean of rice for a broken flower pot? It was like a pie falling from the sky. He quickly calculated his family had dozens of pots. Besides the dozen or so he'd already brought down, there were nearly 30 more. He'd never dreamed Lin Qian would give him 2 jean of rice for each old pot. He'd have been happy with half a jean. So as soon as she spoke, he blurted out, deal, deal. Sis, you're so straightforward. I'll go get the rest of the pots right now. Little Eyes was so excited he almost jumped up, spinning around and dashing back into the house, afraid Lin Qian would change her mind. Wait a second. Lin Qian called out to him. It wasn't that she didn't want to take all the flower pots, but the inflatable boat was already packed with supplies. There was simply no room for more. Besides, she didn't want to reveal that she had a larger storage space, or let anyone know just how many supplies she actually had. She wasn't really afraid of people finding out, but too many flies buzzing around would be a headache. Trading in batches was the safest way. As the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing you should fear, but the thief who keeps you in mind. When Little Eyes heard Lin Qian call him back, he immediately tensed up, worried she'd change her mind. Sis, you can't go back on your word. If you think 2 jean of rice is too much, I can take less. 1.5. He looked at Lin Qian, clearly pained at the thought, but willing to take less, just afraid she'd back out of the deal. Lin Qian was a little surprised that he'd lower the price himself, but she wasn't about to take advantage of him. She said, it's not about the price. My inflatable boat can't carry that much, and I don't have that much rice on me either. Let's just trade these for now. I'll come back another day for the rest. Oh, that's all it is? You scared me. Little Eyes let out a sigh of relief. Alright, count them up. Want me to help you load the flower pots? No need. Lin Qian counted the flower pots in front of her. There were 13 that reacted with her space and the vines. She and Wang Hui moved the flower pots onto the inflatable boat together. When Lin Qian took out 26 genes of rice from her supplies to give to Little Eyes, he hesitated and said, "Sis, I see you have a lot of gas canisters. Could you spare me one? I'll trade you 10 flower vases for it." Lin Qian wasn't short on gas, and she could have traded, but she didn't want to seem too generous. She frowned, pretending to be troubled, and stayed silent for a while. Seeing this, Little Eyes worried he was asking too much and quickly said, "If it's not possible, just forget it." "It's not that I can't, it's just that we only have a few canisters ourselves." Lin Qian deliberately dragged out her words. 15 vases, Little Eyes blurted out. "Deal." Lin Qian suppressed the urge to laugh, putting on a look of deep suffering. "I'll give you the gas canister, and there's still room on the boat for those vases. You go ahead and bring the flower pots down first." Afraid Lin Qian would change her mind, Little Eyes hurried upstairs to get the flower pots. In no time, he'd brought down all 15. Lin Qian checked them one by one, confirming that her space reacted to them, then handed the gas canister over to Little Eyes. Both sides were very satisfied with the trade. Just as Lin Qian was about to leave, the neighbors who'd been watching them couldn't help but call out to her. "Hey girl, I've got flower pots too, much prettier than Little Eyes. Wanna take a look?" The curly-haired auntie from before waved a flower pot at Lin Qian from her window. Lin Qian glanced up. It was just an ordinary craft pot. She was about to look away when she suddenly noticed a flash of icy green around the auntie's neck. Huh? That looked like something valuable. But on second thought, she decided to let it go. She didn't want to deal with someone like that. She looked at the other neighbors' offerings, just regular craft pots, broken clay jars, and even some plastic flower pots. Lin Qian had no desire to linger. She left with Wang Hui and hope. The residents holding flower pots were baffled. Why would Lin Qian take Little Eyes' flower pots but not theirs? Unbelievable. Trading a flower pot for 2 genes of rice. If my own kid did something like that, I'd give him a good beating. Every resident thought bitterly, glaring resentfully at Lin Qian and her group as they left. Lin Qian could feel the malicious stares, but she didn't care. None of these people could take her on anyway. Hope, however, noticed the way they were staring at Lin Qian and immediately turned around, baring his teeth and barking at them. Only then did they shrink back inside. After returning home with the supplies, Little Eyes thought about it for a long time. He just couldn't figure out what was so special about these old flower pots that Lin Qian would trade such precious supplies for them. He went back to the room where he kept the flower pots and carefully examined them over and over, trying to find what made them unique. But no matter how he looked, they were still just the same old, worn-out flower pots. Nothing had changed. He shook his head and gave a wry smile, thinking maybe he was just overthinking it. Still, he'd already traded them for enough food to keep him and his grandmother going for a while. He glanced at his grandmother, resting in the other room, and sighed. What mattered most now was survival. He wondered if that girl had any medicine, if only he could trade for some. His grandmother's medicine was running low, and he didn't know how much longer it would last. Just then, the neighbors started knocking on Little Eyes' door. Li Qian, open up." Little Eyes wasn't stupid. Nearly everyone in the building had seen him trading supplies just now. He was alone with his grandmother. He couldn't just open the door and let people in. If they all barged in, he'd be no match for them. So he called out through the door, "If you've got something to say it out here." Seeing he wouldn't open up, the neighbors asked, "Why did that girl want to trade flower pots with you?" "How should I know? You should go ask her." Little Eyes replied. "She's already gone. How are we supposed to ask her? Why don't you let me take a look at one of your flower pots? Maybe there's something different about them, and we can check if we have any at home. That was my grandmother's dowry when she married my grandfather. How could you have the same thing? Maybe they're antiques." Little Eyes had thought of this earlier. Otherwise, why would that girl be so generous with her supplies? But even if they were antiques, right now they weren't worth as much as a single gene of rice. Antiques. The people outside started murmuring. their voices full of confusion and curiosity. Lin Qian, don't keep it all to yourself. If they're really antiques, let everyone have a look. Don't let some young girl take advantage of you. A middle-aged man's voice rang out above the crowd. Little Eye's heart skipped a beat. He knew these neighbors might seem friendly on the surface, but when it came to benefits, every one of them was shrewd. Come on, uncles and aunties, don't make things hard for me. Maybe the girl just felt sorry for me and my grandma and decided to trade. If you have anything valuable at home, you can try asking her if she'll trade. There's no point coming to me. The crowd outside the door fell silent for a moment, seemingly moved by Little Eye's words. But soon, someone spoke up again, unwilling to give up. That girl looked pretty mysterious. Maybe she really saw something special about the flower pot. Lin Qian, just let us take a look at it. We promise we won't take it, just a quick look, okay? Little Eyes was calculating in his heart. If he really let them see the flower pot, what if they got greedy and just snatched it away? Then what would he have left to trade with others? If that happened, life for him and his grandma would only get harder. Just as he was feeling torn, his grandma coughed softly from inside the house. A light bulb went off in Little Eye's head, and he raised his voice. Everyone, I'm really sorry, but my grandma isn't feeling well, and I need to take care of her. Why don't you all go home and see if you have anything valuable? That girl said she'd come by again later, and then you can trade your things for supplies with her, right? Relieved, Little Eyes quickly turned and went back to his grandma's room, only to find Grandma Qian lying on the bed, her face pale and her breathing weak. Grandma, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Little Eyes hurried to her bedside, anxious. Grandma Li forced a weak smile, her voice hoarse. It's nothing, just my old illness acting up again. I'll be fine after some rest. Little Eyes quickly found the nitroglycerin tablets at home and placed one under Grandma Li's tongue. After a while, her color gradually returned. But seeing the nearly empty bottle of medicine, he couldn't help but worry. Once her color improved, he told her about trading the flower pot for supplies. Grandma was surprised at first, then her expression turned to concern. Those flower pots? Why did you sell them? They were passed down from our ancestors. Little Eyes shook his head, cutting her off. Grandma, I know those flower pots mean a lot to you, but right now your health is the most important thing. I traded them for rice that can save your life. I think it was worth it. Grandma Li was silent for a while, then finally nodded. I'm old now, and it's up to you to keep this family going. Those things were going to be yours anyway, and if you decided to sell them, you must have your reasons. As long as you're okay, I can rest easy. She had lived through famine before. No matter how much those flower pots meant, in the face of survival, nothing else really mattered. Hearing his grandma's words, Little Eyes felt a warmth surge in his heart, his eyes growing a little misty. Meanwhile, Lin Qian and Wang Hui were paddling their rubber boat back to the foot of the hill where the villa community was. Auntie Zhang from the neighborhood committee had called the police yesterday, but in times like these, who would pay attention? She got a perfunctory response before the police rushed off to deal with disaster relief. So Auntie Zhang and a group of people waited here until nightfall, but when Lin Qian didn't return, they all went home. She'd wanted to leave someone to keep watch, but with no rice left at home, no one wanted to be the sucker. It was better to go look around the area for anything edible or useful. This time, Lin Qian had Wang Hui wait while she went to a secluded spot to bring out her car. Beard Guy and Skinny Guy had been staking out the road where Lin Qian had passed before, but no matter how long they waited, they never saw her. Not even a shadow, let alone her car. Today, seeing that there weren't many people around, Lin Qian didn't want to go far. She simply took her car out from her space and went to pick up Wang Hui. After they'd loaded everything into the car, Skinny Guy and Beard Guy, who were searching nearby, finally spotted them. They tried to run up and stop Lin Qian, but they couldn't even touch the dust from her car's tailpipe. Beard Guy, furious, smacked Skinny Guy on the head. Didn't you say you couldn't find her car? Then where the hell did it come from? Skinny Guy muttered, you were looking with me, weren't you? Didn't find it either. Beard Guy, already irritable, didn't catch what he said and barked, what did you say? Faced with the angry Beard Guy, Skinny Guy didn't dare repeat himself. He just stared in the direction Lin Qian had gone. I think she headed toward the villa area. Do you think they might be from there? Who cares if they are or not, let's follow and see. There's only one road here. I don't believe we can lose her twice in a row. Beard guy, not willing to give up, dragged skinny guy toward the villas. And those villa people must have a ton of food. During the typhoon, I saw truck after truck of supplies going in there. They definitely aren't short on anything. Those people are all rich kids or government types, probably no fighting ability at all. Even if we don't find that woman, we can just pick a house at random and it'll be enough to feed us for a while. They had it all planned out, but with only their legs and no car, it would take them quite a while to get there. By this time, Lin Qian had already returned to the villa community. She saw Zhao Tianwei, his arm in a sling, standing with Dolly and Qiangzi at the security booth. The barrier arm that Lin Qian had crashed into before had somehow been repaired, clearly their handiwork. As soon as they saw Lin Qian return, they hurried out to greet her. Lin Qian thought they were looking for trouble again and instinctively touched the whip at her waist, determined that this time, she'd beat him so badly he'd never dare show up again. She stopped her car in front of the barrier, ready to get out and teach them a lesson. But to her surprise, Zhao Tianwei and the others greeted her with beaming smiles as they opened the barrier. Miss Lin, you're back. Qiangzi chimed in, Miss Lin, you've been out so long, aren't you tired? Lin Qian looked at them like they were crazy. Is there something wrong with you guys? Seeing her unfriendly expression, Zhao Tianwei quickly explained, Miss Lin, please don't misunderstand. We just thought things were getting too chaotic outside, so we fixed the barrier. Seeing Lin Qian's face grow even darker, he hurried to add, we're not blaming you for anything. What happened before was our fault. We stopped you without knowing the situation. Lin Qian had no idea what they were up to. She turned to Wang Hui, who looked just as baffled. Did they see a ghost or something? How else could you explain such a sudden change of attitude? Their creepy smiles were even more unsettling than their previous scowls. Lin Qian didn't care if they'd seen a ghost or gone crazy. After 2 days away, she was desperate to get home, deal with those flower pots, and get some rest. Can we go now? She asked Zhao Tianwei coldly. Zhao Tianwei was practically bowing. Of course, of course. Please, Miss Lin. Lin Qian was surprised to find that this time, Zhao Tianwei actually behaved himself. He didn't pull any tricks and simply watched her go home, obediently seeing her off. This sudden change made Lin Qian's suspicions grow wildly, like weeds in her heart. Wang Hui was just as confused. Scratching his head, he guessed, maybe he's scared of you after that beating? That seemed to be the only explanation for what had just happened. After all, the looks those men gave Lin Qian earlier were a complicated mix of sympathy and gossip, which was truly baffling. Meanwhile, Li Hongli and her husband had been lingering outside Lin Qian's house since yesterday evening, as persistent as loyal guard dogs. Their determination could rival even the most dedicated neighborhood committee aunties. As night fell and they still hadn't seen any sign of Lin Qian, they couldn't help but worry. Had something really happened to her? At dawn, as the sky began to lighten, they hurried to Lin Qian's door, hoping to trick Uncle Chen into opening up, or to sneak in when he or Grandpa Wang stepped out. In their minds, no matter how spry Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang were, they were no match for a young couple like themselves. But their confidence was a bit misplaced. Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang hadn't seen Lin Qian return all night. Though they were anxious, they remembered her instructions and neither went out nor let anyone in. To avoid being guilt-tripped, Uncle Chen even ignored the doorbell, letting it ring until it drove him crazy, at which point he simply turned it off. No matter how hard Li Hongli and her husband banged on the door, they remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. As night fell and the wind picked up, Li Hongli and her husband finally gave up and went home, frustrated. But they didn't give up for long, keeping a close eye on the villa district. Finally, after another night, they saw Lin Qian driving back. Li Hongli hurriedly shook awake Zhou Jufeng, who was sleeping beside her. Honey, look. That girl Lin Qian is back. Zhou Jufeng shot up like a startled carp, grabbed a knife from nearby, and dragged Li Hongli out the door. Let's go, action time. When they reached Lin Qian's house, she was just parking her car at the gate. This time, they didn't show themselves right away. Instead, they hid in a concealed spot, quietly waiting for Lin Qian to open the door. Sitting in her car, Lin Qian pressed the button to open the villa gate, which swung open silently, no need for anyone to come out and let her in. Seeing this, Li Hongli and her husband knew their chance had come. They immediately followed, trying to sneak into the villa unnoticed. But Lin Qian had already spotted their sneaky figures in her rearview mirror. As they passed by her car, Lin Qian swiftly turned the steering wheel, aimed the rear of the car at them, and stepped hard on the gas. The force of the reversing car pushed Li Hongli and her husband out through the gate. Caught off guard, Zhou Jufeng was knocked to the ground by the sudden move and passed out cold. "You little brat. You actually dared to hit us? This isn't over." Li Hongli screamed as she scrambled to her feet. The car hadn't hit her directly, but it had scared her so much that she fell over. She hadn't noticed that Zhou Jufeng was unconscious. She rushed over, grabbed the knife from his hand, and hurled it at Lin Qian's car. To her shock, it was as if Lin Qian's car was protected by an invisible shield. The knife not only failed to damage the car, but bounced back and flew straight at Li Hongli's face. Li Hongli was scared out of her wits, dodging just in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Even so, a lock of her hair was sliced off by the flying knife, leaving her trembling all over. When she turned to look for Zhou Jufeng for help, she finally realized he was lying on the ground, his condition unknown. "Honey!" Li Hongli cried out, rushing over to check on Zhou Jufeng. No matter how she called, Zhou Jufeng didn't respond. With no other choice, Li Hongli banged on Lin Qian's door again, but no one inside paid her any attention. When no one answered, she kept pounding until she was exhausted, then finally dragged Zhou Jufeng home. Back at home, she called the hospital, but the line was always busy. She couldn't get through at all. Only then did she remember that Feng Ku was still in the villa. Just as she was about to go out and look for Feng Ku, Zhou Jufeng slowly regained consciousness. Hearing his groan, Li Hongli rushed over and grabbed his arm. Honey, are you all right?" Zhou Jufeng winced in pain. "Ow, ease up. I just woke up and you're about to shake me out again." Li Hongli let go in a panic. "Sorry, I didn't know." As soon as she helped him up, Zhou Jufeng collapsed back onto the bed. He was angry but too weak to scold her, so he just glared. Seeing him like this, Li Hongli realized she'd been too rough and apologized repeatedly. Sorry. Although Zhou Jufeng was annoyed, he knew now wasn't the time to argue. His whole body ached. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damn woman. If we can't deal with her, just tell everyone she's got billions worth of supplies in her villa. The whole neighborhood will take care of her if we can't." As soon as he finished, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Hongli burst into tears. "Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. We still have the rubber boat." Earlier, Zhao Tianwei's men had tried to borrow their rubber boat to check on Lin Qian, but she'd refused with various excuses. Now, she was secretly glad she hadn't lent it out, otherwise, getting out would be even harder. Li Hongli tried to help Zhou Jufeng up, but he wouldn't let her touch him. "Don't touch me, let me rest a bit." "But you're coughing up blood," Li Hongli said anxiously. "It's nothing, just a stomachache," Zhou Jufeng replied, then spat out another mouthful of blood. "You must have internal injuries from when Lin Qian hit you. We need to get to the hospital," Li Hongli urged. "No one at the hospital will care about us now. Didn't you say there's a famous surgeon in the villa district?" "Go see if she's around first," Zhou Jufeng reminded her. Li Hongli had originally made up her mind to go look for Feng Ku, but when she saw how weak and frail Zhou Jufeng looked, a wave of hesitation washed over her. "But just look at you now, you're clearly suffering from internal injuries. Feng Ku is only a surgeon, can she really help?" Her voice was full of doubt. Zhou Jufeng was so weak at this point that he could barely speak, but he still managed to squeeze out a bit of strength and snapped, "In my condition, do you really think I could make it to the hospital even if we left right now on a rubber boat? Just go, hurry and get Feng Ku here." He knew that if they delayed any longer, his life might really be in danger. Anxious, Li Hongli rushed out the door, not even bothering to grab a coat. It wasn't until she stepped outside that she realized the weather had gotten even colder than before. But right now, all she could think about was Zhou Juanfeng's injuries. She didn't have the luxury to worry about the cold. Zhou Juanfeng's wounds looked so severe that it seemed like he could die at any moment, and that made her panic. Although she was a vocal member of the homeowners' committee in the villa community, in reality, she was just someone who relied on her husband, dependent on a man. Without Zhou Juanfeng, she was nothing. She didn't plan to go back for a coat. She just stomped her feet at the doorway to warm up, then hurried off toward Feng Ke's villa. Meanwhile, Feng Ke was busy at home packing her things, having finally decided to move to the official base. Her family had already told her to get ready, but she'd been hesitating until now. With all the disasters lately, she'd finally made up her mind. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Fortunately, the Feng family had connections in high places. The official base had just been established and hadn't been widely announced yet. If they moved early, they'd have access to better resources. Besides, Feng Ke firmly believed that with her skills, she could find her place anywhere. Elsewhere, Cheng Yeye had been resting here for 2 days and was feeling much better. But she'd been hoping Li Gang would come pick her up, and he still hadn't shown up. That made her anxious. Her mind was full of worries. What if Li Gang thought she was a burden and didn't want her anymore? Seeing Feng Ziyu nearby, she called out to him, "Ziyu, can you help me find Li Gang and ask him to come get me?" Feng Ziyu frowned in annoyance. "And who am I to you? You think you can just order me around?" Cheng Yeye grew even more desperate at his attitude. "Please, I'm begging you. If you won't help, I'll get down on my knees." She tried to get up, but she was still too weak. She barely had any strength at all. She struggled on the bed for a moment, but couldn't even sit up before collapsing back down. "Look at me, I don't even have the strength to move." "Even if you don't care about our past, at least think about Feng Ke, okay?" Cheng Yeye pleaded weakly. Feng Ziyu grew even more annoyed when she brought up Feng Ke. "What's this got to do with my sister?" Cheng Yeye quickly explained, "This is Feng Ke's house. I can't just die here, right? That would bring her bad luck." She'd just had a miscarriage, Li Gang hadn't come to see her, and Feng Ziyu was giving her the cold shoulder. She was in a bad state all around. Feng Ziyu thought about it. If she really died here, it would be unlucky for his sister. But the thought of going to find Li Gang alone made him nervous. He remembered how Li Gang had bullied him before and didn't dare. With no other choice, he went to find Feng Ke and told her about it. Feng Ke was unimpressed by his cowardice. "I told you, you need to handle these things yourself. The 2 days are almost up. After tonight, you have to move out." Feng Ziyu wailed, "But I really can't beat him." "That's your problem," Feng Ke replied coolly. "Then can I go to Villa 25 and ask the boxing champion for help?" Feng Ziyu asked tentatively. "That's up to you." Feng Ke was busy packing and didn't want to deal with him at all. It was only then that Feng Ziyu noticed she was packing. "Sis, where are you going?" Feng Ke was getting impatient. "Didn't I tell you the other day? I'm moving to the official base." "Huh? You're serious?" Feng Ziyu asked in surprise. "Do you think I'm so bored I'd joke about this with you?" Feng Ke retorted. With that, she shoved Feng Ziyu out the door. "Don't get in my way. If you can take care of that trouble outside, maybe I'll take you with me." Afraid she'd leave him behind, Feng Ziyu quickly promised, "Sis, I'll get it done. Just wait for me." With that, he rushed off to Villa 25 for help. He figured, since he'd told Feng Ke he was going to Villa 25 and she hadn't objected, it must be doable. He hurried over and happened to run into Zhao Tianwei and his group just as they were returning to the villa. Zhao Tianwei had been waiting outside to try to get on Lin Qian's good side. Now that Lin Qian was back, he didn't want to stand around in the cold with his injured arm. As he reached the door, he saw the anxious Feng Ziyu approaching. Zhao Tianwei looked at him blankly. "Who are you looking for?" Dolly and Xiangzi recognized Feng Ziyu and quietly introduced him to Zhao Tianwei. "That's Miss Lin's ex-fiancé." "That unlucky scumbag?" Zhao Tianwei couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. It was the first time he'd ever gotten to see the subject of a juicy rumor in person. He hurried over and looked Fong Ziyu up and down. He looks normal enough. How did he end up so stupid? Zhao Tianwei muttered. After sizing him up, Zhao Tianwei turned to Dolly. He's really Director Fong's younger brother? Dolly nodded awkwardly. Yeah, I saw Director Fong let him in. Zhao Tianwei shook his head regretfully. Director Fong really has bad luck in the family. Fong Ziyu's mouth twitched. They weren't even trying to hide their insults. But he knew these boxers could kill him with a single punch, so they had every right to mock him. No matter how much they ridiculed him, he still needed their help. He glanced at Zhao Tianwei's hand. Why did all the boxing champions seem to have injured hands? But that wasn't his main concern right now. He lowered his posture. Brother Wei, I have a favor to ask. Zhao Tianwei looked even more puzzled. What do you want from me? This pretty boy, you could tell at a glance he didn't have any real ability. He just got lucky being born into the right family. That would be one thing, but he even went and did things that were worse than pigs or dogs. If it weren't for the drama, he wouldn't even bother giving someone like that a second look. Fong Ziyu thought about the favor he needed to ask Zhao Tianwei, but didn't know how to bring it up. This was, after all, the most humiliating thing he'd ever experienced in his life. He worried to himself, this boxing champ seems super gossipy. If I tell them, won't the whole villa community know about it by tomorrow? But he didn't have any better options, so he had to bite the bullet and explain his request to Zhao Tianwei. As Zhao Tianwei and the others listened to Fong Ziyu's story, their eyes grew wider and wider. Finally, Zhao Tianwei couldn't help blurting out, so let me get this straight. You, for no good reason, turned down Miss Lin, who's a proper lady, and instead went for some fake White Lotus? And she even brought another man into your house, and you didn't notice? Then when disaster struck, she called her lover over, kicked you out, and you just let it happen. Fong Ziyu nodded awkwardly. I didn't expect things would turn out like this. Zhao Tianwei covered his mouth, looked at Dolly, and took a while to find his voice again. My God, something this dramatic actually happened in our villa complex? Dolly wanted to say, actually, it's pretty dramatic that a boxing champ like you got your hand injured by a girl like Lin Qian. But he only complained about it in his head, not out loud. Even though Zhao Tianwei had an injured arm, Dolly figured he still wasn't a match for him, so he wisely kept quiet. Fong Ziyu saw how openly Zhao Tianwei was mocking him, and although he was annoyed, he knew he didn't have the ability to do anything about it. He could only swallow his pride and say, please, for my sister's sake, help me out. As long as you get Li Gang out of my house, I'll make sure to reward you handsomely. He tried his best to sound sincere. I couldn't care less about your so-called reward, Zhao Tianwei said, though inside he was already delighted. Just being able to get involved in something this juicy was enough to get them excited. They hadn't seen anything this entertaining in a long time. All right, since you're begging us, I guess we'll help you out, Zhao Tianwei said, pretending to be magnanimous. How could he possibly miss out on something this interesting? Fong Ziyu let out a sigh of relief. He knew it was already a stroke of luck to get Zhao Tianwei to help. He quickly said, thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Brother Dolly. Thank you, Brother Chong. All right, enough with the thanks. Let's get moving, Zhao Tianwei urged. So the group set off in grand fashion toward Fong Ziyu's villa. When they got to the door, Fong Ziyu hesitated and dragged his feet, clearly unwilling to go in. If Zhao Tianwei's arm wasn't injured, he would have punched Fong Ziyu right then and there. Zhao Tianwei flexed his uninjured hand, thinking, this wimp probably isn't even worth using both hands on, one should be enough. But thinking of Director Fong, he suppressed his violent urges and just said impatiently, well, are you going to open the door or what? What are you standing there for? Fong Ziyu was startled by his sudden voice. I'm afraid he's inside. What the hell are you afraid of? Zhao Tianwei couldn't stand his dithering. He grabbed Fong Ziyu's hand and pressed it to the fingerprint lock. With a click, the door opened. Fong Ziyu instinctively took 2 steps back when he saw the door open. Zhao Tianwei grabbed him with his good hand. What are you scared of? This is your house. He dragged Fong Ziyu inside. Fong Ziyu had no choice but to be pulled in. He glanced nervously around the villa, but didn't see any sign of Li Gang. Huh? Zhao Tianwei, Qiangzi, and Dolly all looked around nosily, eager to see what kind of guy had cuckolded Fangziyu. But just like Fangziyu, they didn't see anyone. Where is he? Zhao Tianwei asked Fangziyu. I don't know, but he should be living here. He couldn't have left the villa complex, could he? Fangziyu looked confused. I've been guarding the villa gate this whole time. Not even a fly could get out. These past few days, only Miss Lin has gone out, Zhao Tianwei said. Lin Qian. Fangziyu knew Lin Qian shouldn't be lacking supplies. She's just a young. Oh. Zhao Tianwei's voice was full of mockery. Now you care about her? Where was this concern when you were cheating on her? I wasn't cheating. Our engagement was just a family arrangement. I never liked her and she didn't like me either. We were only together for mutual benefit. By rights, we should each be able to do our own thing. How was I supposed to know her family cared so much about this stuff? Fangziyu explained. Not just Lin Qian, even Zhao Tianwei and the others wanted to slap him after hearing that. They barely managed to hold back. Let's just find the guy and kick him out, Zhao Tianwei said, no longer in the mood for gossip. Inwardly, he thought, this whole thing is just bad luck. But after searching the entire villa, they still didn't find any sign of Li Gang. What's going on? He's not here. Fangziyu looked at Zhao Tianwei and the others in confusion. You're asking me? How should I know? If he's not here, we're leaving, Zhao Tianwei said, cursing under his breath as he led Dolly and Qiangzi out. Seeing they were about to leave, Fangziyu hurriedly stopped them. Don't go. What if he comes back? Zhao Tianwei had run out of patience. Can't you just change the code on the door lock? Why would you let him back in? Are you brain dead or something? Fangziyu finally realized, oh right. He had admin rights and could delete Li Gang's fingerprints and change the password. He'd just been too careless before, which let them take advantage of him. Later, he'd been tied up and restricted by Li Gang and Cheng Yaya, so even if he'd thought of it, he never had the chance to change the permissions. Now, after Zhao Tianwei's eye roll and reminder, he finally remembered that this was his house and he had control over the lock. He quickly went to handle the door lock. Zhao Tianwei shook his head and sighed. Being born into the right family really is a skill. No brains at all and still living the good life. My brothers and I risked our lives to earn a villa here. If there were more of us, I'd love to kick this spoiled brat out and take the house for ourselves, Qiangzi chimed in. He's Director Fang's little brother, Dolly reminded him quietly. That's why I say he's lucky. If it weren't for Director Fang, he'd be living a very different life right now, Zhao Tianwei sighed. When they couldn't find anyone, Zhao Tianwei and his group didn't linger and left right away. Seeing Zhao Tianwei about to leave, Fangziyu quickly changed the password to his door and deleted both Cheng Ye and Qin Gang's fingerprint information. He returned to his villa, looked at the mess inside, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Tianwei was right, he really was born lucky, and he had a great sister. Thinking about it, he ignored the chaos in his villa for now, gathered up all the valuables in the house, and then headed to Fang Ke's place. When Fang Ke saw him return with a healthy flush on his face, she guessed he must have handled things. Did you kick them out? Fangziyu wasn't sure whether to nod or shake his head. I don't know how to put it. What do you mean you don't know how to put it? Either you kicked them out or you didn't. Don't tell me you killed someone in the house. That was the only possibility Fang Ke could think of. Otherwise, why would he say he didn't know how to explain? Seeing how serious she looked, Fangziyu quickly protested. How could I? I'm not that kind of person. Well, you're such a coward. The chances of you doing something like that are pretty low. But didn't you go with the people from Building 25? Yeah, but we searched the whole house and didn't see any sign of Li Gang. No idea where he went. Oh, so he left. No wonder. Fang Ke understood now. I've already changed the password and deleted their fingerprints. There's no way they're getting in again, Fangziyu quickly added. Fang Ke didn't respond to that, but instead asked, what about that woman upstairs? What are you planning to do with her? I can't let her stay here forever. Let her leave, of course. Good. Since you've made up your mind, go tell her yourself. Tell her to move out right now. Cheng Yaya had been crying in the house all day, which was really getting on Fang Ke's nerves. Jia, sister. Fong Ziyu watched Fong Ke turn and walk away, feeling troubled. He wanted to kick that white lotus out too, but what if she clung to him and refused to leave? He shook his head hard. Forget it, don't overthink it. Just get her out first. He went straight to the room where Cheng Yaya was staying and pushed the door open. Cheng Yaya, who had been staring off into space, immediately put on a pitiful, teary expression when she saw him. In the past, Fong Ziyu used to fall for this act, but this time, seeing her like that only made him annoyed. He quickly stopped her, don't even try. I'm not falling for your tricks anymore. Save your tears and get out. My sister isn't so kind that she'll keep taking you in. Cheng Yaya knew Fong Ziyu had just gone out, and it wasn't hard to guess what he'd been up to. Did you help me tell Chinggang to come pick me up? You think I'm some kind of bodhisattva, here to save the suffering? Even if I were, I've already done more than enough for you too. Hurry up and leave, stop clinging on. Seeing that Cheng Yaya wanted to say more, he added, and don't give me that, I just had surgery and don't have the strength excuse. My sister is a top surgeon, she knows exactly what condition you're in. Realizing he was completely unmoved, Cheng Yaya knew nothing she said would change his mind. Still, she didn't want things to end on a sour note. With tears in her eyes and a voice full of grievance, she said, I understand. Thank you for everything these past days. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now. I owe you my life. I know Chinggang and I have wronged you, but you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You can't understand how people like us, who've always been poor, feel. Anyway, thank you. Having seen through her true nature, Fong Ziyu was startled, afraid she'd say something like she wanted to repay him with her body. That's enough, you don't need to say any more. You've already tricked me out of everything but my underwear. Cheng Yaya suddenly laughed at that. But even so, you still have your sister to take you in. Fong Ziyu frowned, seeing her mental state becoming unstable, and didn't want to talk anymore. Pack up and leave. Oh, and one more thing, you can forget about going back to my place. The locks have been changed. You can't get in. Cheng Yaya was shocked. What did you do to Brother Gang? What could I do to him? When I went back with people, he was already gone. Maybe he thought you were too much trouble and left. Fong Ziyu deliberately wanted to hurt her, to make her feel bad. Sure enough, as soon as Cheng Yaya heard this, she suddenly went crazy, jumping up and trying to throw herself at Fong Ziyu. Impossible. You're lying. You're lying. Fong Ziyu was so startled he quickly retreated from the room. Fong Ke happened to be passing by and saw the scene, her face darkening at Fong Ziyu. Afraid she'd take it out on him, Fong Ziyu quickly explained, No, I was telling her to leave, but when I mentioned the locks were changed and that her precious brother gang probably abandoned her, she went nuts. Fong Ke wanted to slap him. And how does her going crazy help us? I didn't mean to, I just couldn't stand how they treated me before. I wanted her to feel bad, that's all. Fong Ke sighed and walked to the door to look at Cheng Yaya. Seeing Fong Ke's cold face, Cheng Yaya immediately calmed down. She dared to go crazy in front of Fong Ziyu because she knew he wouldn't do anything to her, maybe he'd even let her stay. But she wouldn't dare act up in front of Fong Ke. She'd long known Fong Ke's reputation, even in the Fong family, she was considered ruthless. She'd become a nationally renowned surgeon all on her own, without any help from her family. She was nothing like Fong Ziyu. Seeing Cheng Yaya calm down, Fong Ke simply said, You have 10 minutes. Move out. Cheng Yaya instinctively looked at Fong Ziyu for sympathy, but he'd already had enough of their torment and pretended not to see her, leaving with Fong Ke. Uncle He, who always followed Fong Ke, stayed at the door to keep an eye on her. Miss Cheng, do you need any help? Hearing Miss Cheng, Cheng Yaya couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She wiped her eyes and said to Uncle He, No, thank you. Uncle He nodded. Even though Cheng Yaya said she didn't need help, he didn't leave. He watched as she got up from the bed, packed a few things, and escorted her to the villa's entrance. Standing at the door of Fong Ke's villa, Cheng Yaya felt dazed, unable to understand how things had come to this. She couldn't go back to Fong Ziyu's place. He just said Chinggang was gone too. Where could he have gone? She could only try to find Chinggang at the places she remembered he might go. Just as Cheng Yaya left Fong Ke's house, Li Hongli arrived. She saw Uncle He just about to close the door and rushed over, grabbing his hand so suddenly that the usually calm and collected Uncle He was startled. It took him a moment to recognize that the person in front of him was the homeowners committee member from their villa community. He couldn't understand why she was rushing over at this hour. Miss Li? Yes, it's me. I need to see Fong Ke. As soon as Li Hongli finished speaking, she tried to push past Uncle He into Fong Ke's villa, but there was no way Uncle He would let her in. He immediately blocked her path with his body. Sorry, Miss Li. Our miss has said that without her permission, no one is allowed inside. Only then did Li Hongli realize how rude she was being, but Zhou Juanfeng's condition left her no time to care about manners. She clung to Uncle He anxiously. Uncle He, please, I'm begging you. Ask Fong Ke to save my husband, he's dying. What happened? Uncle He looked at Li Hongli, noticing how different she looked from her usual self. Clearly, she was frantic with worry. My husband was hit by that wretched girl Lin Qian. He's dying, he's been vomiting blood nonstop. Li Hongli quickly explained the situation to Uncle He. Uncle He was shocked. How could this be related to Miss Lin Qian? This was going to be trouble. Just then, Fong Ziyu, who had followed Uncle He out when he'd kicked Cheng Yaya out earlier, overheard what Li Hongli said and immediately got riled up. That's nonsense. Why would Lin Qian, for no reason, hit you with her car? It's true. Please, just ask Fong Ke to come to my house and take a look. Li Hongli was so anxious that tears were brimming in her eyes. Seeing her so distraught, Uncle He thought for a moment and said, Wait here. I'll go in and tell Miss about this. Li Hongli knew that if she tried to force her way in now, it would only make things worse. She could only anxiously plead, Please, hurry. My husband. All right, Fong Ziyu said impatiently, seeing her keep repeating herself. Instead of wasting time arguing with us, Uncle He's already gone to tell my sister what happened. Li Hongli finally stopped. Then please hurry. Fong Ziyu looked at her and sighed inwardly. Forget it, he thought, not worth arguing with her. Uncle He tried to close the door, but Li Hongli put her hand on the handle, making it impossible for him to shut it. Seeing this, Uncle He hesitated. Li Hongli quickly explained, I won't go in. I'll just wait here for you. Fong Ziyu, seeing Uncle He's dilemma, said, Uncle He, I'll stay here and keep watch. You go tell my sister. Uncle He soon brought Fong Ke out. Fong Ke looked at the anxious Li Hongli and asked, Uncle He told me your husband was hit by a car? Yes, that's right. The moment Li Hongli saw Fong Ke, she reached out to grab her, but Fong Ke dodged nimbly, not letting her touch her. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like people touching me, Fong Ke said coldly. Sorry, I'm just too anxious. My husband has already vomited blood twice. Li Hongli was so worried that tears welled up in her eyes. Fong Ke, having already heard the situation from Uncle He, had brought her medical kit. I'll go with you to take a look, but if he was hit by a car, you'd better send him to the hospital as soon as possible. I actually called the hospital, but no one answered. That's why I came to you. As she spoke, Li Hongli instinctively reached out to grab Fong Ke again, but remembered at the last moment that Fong Ke didn't like being touched, so she awkwardly withdrew her hand. Before leaving, Fong Ke specifically instructed Uncle He, please keep an eye on the house for me. Don't let this kid bring in any strange or suspicious people. I understand, miss, Uncle He nodded. Fong Ziyu, seeing how little Fong Ke trusted him, got anxious. Sis, I just made a mistake before, but I wouldn't do something like that again. You really don't trust me at all. That inexplicable from Fong Ke left Fong Ziyu confused. The next moment, she added, It's true, I don't trust you. It's not that you have poor judgment, you're just blind. With that, she ignored whatever reaction Fong Ziyu might have and left with Li Hongli. When they arrived at Li Hongli's villa, Li Hongli saw that her husband was already unconscious. She no longer cared about Fong Ke's dislike of being touched and dragged her straight over. Fong Ke saw Zhou Juanfeng lying on the bed, his life or death uncertain, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fong Ku, please, help my husband. Li Hongli was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Fong Ku frowned. You need to let go of me first, or how am I supposed to examine him? If this went on, her patience would run out. Oh, sorry. Li Hongli quickly let go. Fong Ke walked to the bedside and saw that his chest was no longer rising or falling. Her heart clenched. Was he already dead? She checked his breathing carefully and found there was none. She immediately unbuttoned Zhou Juanfeng's shirt and saw that his chest was completely still. She reached out to feel for his carotid and femoral pulses, nothing. Then she took out her stethoscope and listened for a long while. Finally, she pried open his eyelids and saw that his pupils were dilated. Although she hadn't interacted much with Zhou Jufeng before, after living in the same villa community for so long, seeing someone who was once alive now dead before her eyes still made her feel unsettled. She sighed and silently packed up her things. Seeing Fong Ke sigh and put her things away, Li Hongli grew even more anxious at the sight of Zhou Jufeng. Fong Ke, what's going on? Why are you packing up? Aren't you going to treat him? Fong Ke had dealt with family members like this before. Calm down. Your husband is already dead. Dead? Li Hongli echoed in disbelief, as if she hadn't heard correctly. After a long pause, she finally processed what Fong Ke had said. Dead? You're saying my husband is dead? Are you just saying that because you don't want to treat him? He was fine when I left. He was still talking to me. How could he die in such a short time? Li Hongli seemed to lose her mind. You must be lying to me, aren't you? She muttered to herself, right, your family was always close to Lin Qian. Now that you know it was Lin Qian who hit him, you don't want to treat us. That must be it, that must be it. Fong Ke shook her head and continued packing up. Li Hongli needed time to calm down on her own. Unexpectedly, Li Hongli suddenly snatched Fong Ke's medical kit. You can't leave. You can't leave. You haven't treated my husband, you can't leave. Li Hongli clung tightly to Fong Ke's medical kit, refusing to let go no matter what. Fong Ke had no choice but to soothe her gently. Why don't you put the kit down first? Even if I'm going to treat him, I need to find the right medicine, don't I? Li Hongli's eyes were red as she stared at Fong Ke, as if trying to tell whether she was telling the truth. In the end, her worry for Zhou Jufeng won out, and she slowly handed the kit over to Fong Ke. You'll save him, right? He's just fainted, isn't he? Fong Ke didn't answer. She silently took the kit, pulled out a syringe, and while Li Hongli's attention was still on Zhou Jufeng, quickly injected her. Li Hongli's eyes widened in disbelief. You. She didn't even finish the word before she collapsed in a faint. Fong Ke looked at the unconscious Li Hongli, dragged her to the side to lie down, then gathered her things and left their house. When Fong Ziyu saw Fong Ke return so quickly, he was a bit surprised. Sis, is Zhou Jufeng all right now? He's dead, Fong Ke replied calmly. What? Dead? Hearing that Zhou Jufeng was dead, Fong Ziyu immediately panicked, pacing back and forth in front of Fong Ke. Finally, he went straight to Uncle He. Wait, Uncle He, did she just say Xiao Qian hit him with her car? Uncle He's expression turned grave. That's what she said, but Miss Lin Qian doesn't seem like the type to hit someone for no reason. Maybe they started something with her first. Definitely. Fong Ziyu used to be clueless when he was following Cheng Yeye around, but now that he'd seen her true colors, his brain seemed to be working again. Lin Qian was always like that. If you didn't provoke her, she wouldn't cause trouble for you. But why would they go after Xiao Qian? They barely have any contact with her, Fong Ziyu said, completely baffled. Fong Ke shot him a look. Why do you care what they want? Ever since you broke off the engagement with Xiao Qian, she has nothing to do with our family. Frankly, I think she's living better than you ever will. Fong Ziyu wanted to say something more, but just then, both their phones chimed with a notification. Instinctively, they checked their phones, and their faces changed as they read the message. Fong Ziyu, phone in hand, excitedly shoved it in Fong Ke's face. Sis, look. Fong Ke brushed his hand away. I have my own phone, I can look for myself. If you shove your grubby paws in my face again, I'll chop them off. Fong Ziyu hugged his hands to his chest in alarm. Is Li Hongli crazy? No one has any supplies left, So what's she trying to do by saying this in the group chat? That's right. Fong Ke's injection hadn't knocked Li Hongli out for long, at most, an hour. When she woke up, she found Zhou Juanfeng's corpse lying not far away. At first, she couldn't accept the reality. Eventually, she walked over and touched his body. The icy coldness finally forced her to accept the cruel truth. It wasn't that she loved Zhou Juanfeng all that much. Mostly, she hated Lin Qian for taking away her long-term meal ticket. Once she accepted that Zhou Juanfeng was dead, it felt like the sky was falling. What followed was a deep, burning hatred for Lin Qian. She had lost all reason. Grabbing her phone, which barely had any battery left, she went into the villa owner's group chat and told everyone in the community Lin Qian's house had nearly 1 billion yuan worth of supplies. Back when they'd sold to Lin Qian, they'd played some tricks, charged her 200 million in brokerage fees, sold her a bunch of overpriced and impractical stuff, and Jade. But when the disaster struck, Zhou Juanfeng's company started holding them accountable, demanding they recover that batch of supplies within a set time. Thinking of this, Li Hongli felt Zhou Juanfeng's company was also to blame, but she had no way to reach anyone there. All her hatred could only be directed at Lin Qian. If Lin Qian had just agreed to return the supplies in the first place, her husband wouldn't have kicked her door and hurt his foot, and he wouldn't have been killed in the end. Yes, she shouldn't have made her door so sturdy. If they'd managed to sneak in, they could have taken the supplies back ages ago. I can't deal with you myself, but if I tell the whole community about your stash, let's see if you can keep your house safe. I'll make sure everyone storms your place. I'll get revenge for Feng Ji and make your life a living hell. I'll cut you to pieces to bury with my Feng Ji. If anyone had seen Li Hongli at that moment, they'd have been struck by the twisted, ferocious look on her face. She was in a feverish state, her fingers flying as she typed out the message about Lin Qian's supplies. This was the very message Fong Ziyu and Fong Ke had just seen. Lin Qian bought a ton of supplies from my husband before, enough to feed the whole villa community for years. My husband and I just asked her to sell us a little, but not only did she refuse, she even ran my husband over with her car and killed him. This message was like a drop of water in hot oil, instantly causing an uproar. No way. When did she buy supplies from you guys? Enough to feed the whole villa for years? How much is that? Because Lin Qian had dealt privately with Li Hongli, hardly anyone in the community knew about it. Others were shocked and skeptical about the claim that Lin Qian had killed her husband. That girl always seemed so polite and well-behaved. I can't believe she'd kill someone. You never know. Look at the times we're living in. Haven't you noticed a lot of people in the group have gone silent? I heard they're dead. That's true. These days, it's either them or us. Anyway, what does a girl like Lin Qian need with so many supplies? We're all starving. Let's band together and make her hand them over so we can redistribute them. Redistribute? That's too much. I'm willing to buy some. The group chat was in chaos, everyone arguing, but unable to reach a consensus. Seeing this, Li Hongli said, let's just go to her house. There are so many of us, she can't run us all over. If she doesn't hand over the supplies, we'll just break in. Some people eagerly agreed, while others hesitated. Finally, Li Hongli sent a voice message. What are you all waiting for? If we wait any longer, we'll all starve to death. She's just a little girl, living in the villa with water and electricity every day. Why should she get to live so well when we're all in the same community? Hearing her impassioned voice, even some of the hesitant households started to waver. Is everyone going? Of course. Why not? If there's enough supplies to last years, even a small share will get us through this. We're not asking for handouts. We'll pay for it if we have to. With that, many people felt it made sense and began arranging a time with Li Hongli. Li Hongli was completely focused on making things difficult for Lin Qian. When she heard them discussing the time, she said, "What's the point of making an appointment? Let's just go now. I'll wait for you all at her door." Fong Ziyu was startled when he saw the people in the group chat gearing up to confront Lin Qian. He quickly turned to Fong Ke. "Sis, what should we do? That crazy woman Li Hongli is blaming Xiao Qian for everything and is riling up everyone in the villa community to go after her." Fong Ke glanced at him. Why are you so anxious? Lin Qian doesn't have anything to do with us anymore. That's not true, sis. How can you say that? Honestly, if Li Gang and Cheng Yaya hadn't taken me to see her this time, I might not have found you so soon. Who knows, you might never have known I was being held by them until it was too late. In a way, she's my savior. Fong Ke shot him a look. Now you remember to say things like that. So, sis, are you saying we should go check on her? Fong Ke didn't reply, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Seeing Fong Ziyu so insistent, she stood up and headed out. Noticing Fong Ziyu hadn't followed, she turned and looked at him. What, didn't you say you wanted to go check? Huh? Sis, you're coming with me? That's great. Fong Ziyu jumped up in excitement. Fong Ke saw him rummaging in the corner and walked over. What are you looking for? A stick. Did you see how aggressive those people in the group are? It's like they want to skin Xiao Qian alive. I need something to defend myself. Fong Ke was speechless, but she had to admit he had a point. She went to her own toolbox and pulled out a handy scalpel. Fong Ziyu's eyes lit up when he saw the scalpel. Sis, that knife is great. Can I have one too? Fong Ke didn't answer, but she fixed him with a glare that clearly said if he dared to reach for it, she'd cut him. He quickly pulled his hand back. Fine, you don't have to look at me like that. I'll go get a kitchen knife. Just as he turned around, he saw Uncle He standing behind him holding a long stick, which startled him. Uncle He, what are you doing? Young master, it's too dangerous for you to take a knife. This stick is more suitable. Fong Ke gave him a look, signaling for him to take the stick. He had no choice but to accept it and gave it a few test swings. Not bad. He instinctively tried to grab Fong Ke's hand, but she shot him a warning glare, and he quickly withdrew. So he simply extended his arm forward in a please, after you gesture. Seeing Fong Ke walk ahead, he hurried to follow. On the other side, Zhao Tianwei and his group had also received Li Hongli's messages in the group chat. Xiangzi was the first to see it. He jumped up, phone in hand. Wei Ji, check your phone. What's with all the fuss? Zhao Tianwei frowned. That woman Li Hongli is telling the whole residence group that Miss Lin Qian has billions in supplies at home. She's organizing people to force Miss Lin Qian to hand them over, Xiangzi said urgently. Zhao Tianwei shot to his feet. What? It's one thing if she just called us, but now she's telling the whole community? What is she up to? Before he could check his phone, Xiangzi added, she's also saying Miss Lin Qian killed her husband. Zhao Tianwei remembered how Xiao Mao had been hit by Lin Qian. It was possible, he thought. But he also knew Lin Qian wasn't someone to mess with. After these past few days, he'd seen that Lin Qian just wanted to live her own life. As long as no one bothered her, she wouldn't go after anyone. What did that couple do to her? She didn't say. She's just been denouncing Lin Qian nonstop, like she's lost her mind, Xiangzi replied. Dolly, on the other hand, was more composed. She always relied on her husband. Now that he's dead, of course she's gone crazy. So, should we go help Miss Lin Qian? What if she needs it? That's better than sucking up to that crazy woman. She says Miss Lin Qian has tons of supplies. If we get on her good side, maybe we'll benefit too, Xiangzi suggested. Zhao Tianwei looked at Dolly, wanting his opinion. Dolly thought for a moment. Let's assume what Li Hongli says is true. Miss Lin Qian really has billions in supplies. If this mob manages to break in, we could all get a share. Xiangzi's eyes widened. You're not suggesting we join that crazy woman's side, are you? Zhao Tianwei frowned. I mean, it's tempting, but... Let me finish. Dolly cut them off. Think about it. Didn't we see a lot of construction workers secretly renovating Miss Lin Qian's villa for a while? But we never heard a peep. Besides us, Li Hongli and her lot must have gone over a bunch of times, and that gigolo's woman's lover too. He trailed off. Zhao Tianwei and Xiangzi were getting anxious, and even the injured Xiao Mao couldn't help but urge him on. Can you not talk like you're constipated? Spit it out already. I'm getting there, stop rushing me. I bet she's been expecting trouble for a while. Why else would she reinforce her house? Dolly continued. But we did some renovations too, Xiangzi argued. Yeah, Zhao Tianwei, Xiao Mao, and two other guys agreed. Dolly looked at the group of naive fools and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He sighed. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Anyway, I think Miss Lin Qian is no ordinary person. When I saw her before, she was totally different from how she is now. Maybe her mother's death changed her. Xiangzi nodded in agreement. That's possible. She's all alone now. I heard from that crazy woman that after her mom died, her so-called dad brought his mistress and kid over, trying to force Miss Lin Qian to hand over her shares. No way. Who does something that shameless? Zhao Tianwei, who usually didn't have much of a moral compass, was disgusted by how Li Shouqing had treated Lin Qian. That's hundreds of billions in shares. Anyone would be tempted, not just her dad, Dolly analyzed seriously. Even a dog would have feelings after so many years. He played her dad for all those years and still did that. Zhao Tianwei sighed. If a man doesn't look out for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. That Li Shouqing forced her along with all the shareholders. She had no choice but to sell off all her assets at a loss. Otherwise, where would she have gotten the money to buy things from Li Hongli? Dolly continued. Hearing this, Zhao Tianwei shook his head. We're not going to profit off someone else's misfortune. Let's go help Miss Lin Qian instead. If she's happy with us in the future and lets a little slip through her fingers, that'll be enough for us to get by. Dolly nodded. What I mean is, Miss Lin Qian can put us in this state so easily, so even if we wanted to profit off someone else's misery, I doubt we'd get the chance. Zhao Tianwei remembered that day when Lin Qian, just a petite girl, had whipped his arm with that thorn-covered whip, making him feel like his arm was about to be ruined. She wielded that heavy thing as if it were a toy. Zhao Tianwei realized then that she hadn't just rammed them with her car, she was powerful in her own right. All right, let's grab our gear and go help her. At Zhao Tianwei's command, even Xiao Mao wanted to get up and join. Xiao Mao, you're hurt so badly, just rest up. Who knows if your leg will heal? If Director Fong finds out you didn't follow the doctor's orders and gets mad, what if he refuses to treat us anymore? Zhao Tianwei's words scared Xiao Mao into lying back down immediately. Dolly glanced at Zhao Tianwei's still bandaged hands and couldn't help but feel bad. Why don't you stay home with Xiao Mao, Weiji? Your hands. What about my hands? Only this one can't move, my legs are fine. He raised his uninjured hand. This hand is perfectly good, I can take on 10 people with it. I'll show Lin Qian what I'm capable of. She's already seen what you can do, Dolly said dryly. Zhao Tianwei recalled how Lin Qian had completely overpowered him that day and was momentarily speechless. Then, a bit unwilling to admit defeat, he said, Sure, I can't beat her, but I can still handle the other weaklings in the villa complex, can't I? He'd thought Lin Qian was a pushover, and that was why he'd gotten hurt so badly, but surely not everyone in the villa area was as formidable as her. Seeing that Zhao Tianwei wouldn't be persuaded, Dolly let him be. So, everyone except Xiao Mao grabbed their weapons and headed toward Lin Qian's villa. Meanwhile, after Lin Qian returned home, she couldn't wait to have Wang Hui help move the flower pots down to the basement. Let's move these flower pots to the basement first. Wang Hui didn't ask questions and immediately carried the pots downstairs. Once everything was moved, Lin Qian sent him away, then arranged the flower pots one by one, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. With her breathing, the vines inside her seemed to sense a summons. She lifted her shirt, and the vines actually wriggled out of her body, twining themselves around the flower pots. Lin Qian was startled by the sight. Did the flower pots not need to be put into her space manually? The vines could just absorb them? The next second, the vines gave her the answer. As the vines coiled around them, the flower pots were all sucked into her space and instantly digested. Lin Qian's eyes widened. It can do that? She still didn't know what these vines actually did. Ever since she'd gotten the Jade Pendant, the vines had fused with it and grown inside her body. Was it because her heart had been damaged in her previous life? Although these things didn't seem to do her any harm, she still felt a bit weird, like she wasn't quite human anymore. But then again, what normal person would die and come back to life and then start growing plants from their body? Curious, she reached out to touch the vines. To her surprise, the vines, sensing her affection, actually seemed eager to please, wrapping around her hand several times like a child hoping for praise. Lin Qian was startled by her own thoughts, but decided to test the vines and casually complimented them. "You're amazing." Who would have thought? The vines started dancing in her hand, as if they'd just been injected with adrenaline. Even if she hadn't understood before, Lin Qian realized now that these things could understand her, and they were very happy. She played with the vines for a while, but still couldn't figure out what kind of plant they were, so she let them return to her body. She decided to check out her space. She'd collected so many things earlier, maybe something had changed. With a flash, she entered her space. As soon as she entered, she smelled a faint fragrance, the scent of the rare agarwood furniture she'd collected earlier. Her heart skipped a beat. She walked to the living room and saw that all the old furniture had been replaced with the agarwood set she'd brought in. She stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the newly arranged furniture, never expecting her space to have such a sense of aesthetics. Clearly, it wasn't just people who loved beautiful things, even her space did. She checked for the other antiques she'd collected, but they seemed to be gone. Aside from the furniture swap, she wasn't sure if anything else had changed. So far, she hadn't noticed any difference on the first floor. She thought for a moment, then went upstairs and found that the second floor seemed a bit bigger, and there was a new bathroom. Just as she was wondering if her space was so stingy that swallowing all those things only got her a new bathroom, her chest began to heat up again. She sensed another change in the vines. She saw the vines inside her body swaying drunkenly, their tendrils almost slipping down to her waist. Not sure what to think, she put her hand at her waist to block them, and the vines obediently wrapped around her hand. Before long, the vines that had been coiled around her chest had spread to her hand. Lin Qian noticed that the vines seemed drunk, but were slowly growing. They looked about the same as before, but on closer inspection, they were definitely bigger. Just like last time, when the heat faded, the vines gradually returned to her chest, disappeared into her skin, and a thin layer of grime appeared on her body. With the grime came the same foul odor as last time. She couldn't stand it anymore, and wanting to check out the new bathroom anyway, she rushed to the second-floor bathroom. Any curiosity she had was now gone. She saw a bathtub filled with warm water. She picked up a ladle, scooped the water, and poured it over herself. Once all the grime was washed away, she slipped into the tub. The water was perfectly warm, with a faint scent of fresh grass. Before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep in the bath. In a daze, she heard Uncle Qian calling her. She opened her eyes and saw that 2 hours had passed. Startled, she hurried to find a clean set of clothes to put on. Uncle Qian called out a few times outside. Seeing that there was no response from Lin Qian and he was about to leave to check elsewhere, her voice finally came from inside. "Uncle Qian, I'm here." Lin Qian hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door to the basement room. She saw that Uncle Qian looked a bit grim. "What's wrong?" "A lot of people have come outside. It seems like the whole villa community is here. They're shouting for you to share your supplies with everyone." Lin Qian immediately guessed that it must have been that woman, Li Hongli, who told the others in the villa area about her stockpile. But they'd come at just the right time. She'd been waiting for this day for a long while. Lin Qian came out of the basement, grabbed her tablet, and saw that people outside were pressing the doorbell and banging on the door. When no one answered, they'd even started using things to smash the door. She was just about to act when she noticed Fang Ziyu and Fang Ke had arrived, followed closely by Zhao Tianwei leading a group of people. Wang Hui poked his head over for a look. "What's Zhao Tianwei doing here? Didn't he just try to get on your good side?" "Who knows? But now that he knows I have a large stockpile, it's only natural he'd be tempted." Human nature, she'd seen plenty of it. But what happened next was something she didn't expect. Fang Ziyu walked to the front of the crowd, swinging a stick around aimlessly. "What are you doing? This is private property." Fang Ke didn't say anything, but she stayed right by Fang Ziyu's side, her eyes cold, clearly there to back him up. As for Zhao Tianwei, He didn't even hesitate. He led his group over to stand beside Feng Ziyu, making it clear that if anyone tried anything, they'd fight to the end. At first, the crowd didn't take Feng Ziyu seriously, but with Feng Ke by his side, some of the more rational ones, worried they might end up with headaches or worse, backed off a little. And when Zhao Tianwei himself stood there, it was obvious they were siding with Lin Qian. Li Hongli's eyes turned red with anger at the sight. She stormed up to them, clawing and kicking at them in frustration. Feng Ziyu, seeing she was a woman, didn't dare lay a hand on her. Zhao Tianwei's group only blocked her path, they didn't actually touch her. But when her hand was about to touch Zhao Tianwei's injured hand, Feng Ke frowned almost imperceptibly. She pulled out a scalpel, flashing it in front of Li Hongli, hoping to scare her off. My brother said, back off. Li Hongli lost it. Why are you helping her? Didn't you already break off the engagement? Who are you trying to impress with this? There are enough supplies in there for all of us to survive the disaster. Stop blocking the way. She pointed at Zhao Tianwei. And you? You got scared after getting taught a lesson, acting like a whipped dog. How did your hand get hurt? How did Xiao Mao's leg get hurt? You're just going to let it go? Are you even a man? Feng Ke heard this and glanced at Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei caught her look and felt a bit awkward. He was about to explain that he hadn't meant to hide anything from her. He just felt too embarrassed and made up a lame excuse. But Feng Ke didn't care. She figured Lin Qian was watching them through the cameras. After all, Lin Qian had taken their family's inkstone, which should have settled any grudges between them. But now, her foolish brother insisted on coming to help. Knowing how useless he was, if he came alone, he'd be torn apart by the crowd in no time. She also had a childhood friendship with Lin Qian, and Lin Qian's mother had helped their family a lot back in the day. She really had no choice but to come along to repay that kindness. Feng Ke pressed the scalpel against Li Hongli, the blade gleaming coldly under the streetlight, sending chills down everyone's spine. No one dared make another move. But Li Hongli, as if possessed, didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped forward. Go ahead, stab me. Do it. If you hadn't given me that anesthetic, I could have saved my husband. My husband died because of you and Lin Qian, you two bitches. Her outburst left Feng Ke momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected someone could be so unreasonable. I told you at the time, your husband was already dead. When I touched him, he was still warm. You didn't want to treat him fine, but why did you give me an anesthetic? When I woke up, his whole body was cold. She stepped forward again. Feng Ziyu, watching nervously, quickly pulled Feng Ke back a couple of steps to avoid her. Calm down. When my sister got there, your husband was already dead. Blood was already seeping from Li Hongli's chest, but she didn't seem to notice. I told you, when I went to find you, my husband was still talking to me. He just coughed up a bit of blood. There's no way he was dead, it was you. She pointed at Feng Ke. You're all murderers. Feng Ziyu was at a loss, but worried she might hurt someone in her madness. He tried to reason with her. If that's the case, you're not a doctor, and you don't trust my sister. Maybe, just maybe, your husband wasn't really dead? Now that it's cold, people's bodies are cooler than usual. He just wanted to placate her for now, but to his surprise, Li Hongli's eyes lit up. My husband isn't dead? Right, he's not dead. I'm going to take him to see a doctor. Just like that, Li Hongli left, defeated by a single sentence from Feng Ziyu. The rest of the crowd looked at each other, unsure whether to leave or stay. Zhao Tianwei saw them huddling together, whispering, and shouted, What are you waiting for? You think Miss Lin Qian's going to invite you in for dinner? Startled, some people were still reluctant to leave after coming all this way. A few bold ones stepped forward to confront Zhao Tianwei. Brother Wei, you still have food at home. You don't know what we're going through. We haven't had rice for days, and there are kids at home starving. What the hell does that have to do with Miss Lin Qian? You've got the nerve to come begging for food? Is she your dad, or is your kid her brother? Zhao Tianwei seemed to have forgotten he'd tried to rob Lin Qian himself not long ago. It's not that. I'm not asking her to feed us for free. It's just that we really have nothing left at home. We're willing to pay for the supplies. The people around chimed in one after another. Exactly. Even if we had to pay 10 times the usual price, it's not like we can't afford it. But we're all neighbors here, and she won't even open her door? That's just unreasonable, isn't it? Fong Ke stepped forward a couple of paces as she watched them. Are any of you actually close with Lin Qian? Back when her so-called father came to force her, did any of you stand up for her? Now, just because your own cupboards are bare, you suddenly remember she has supplies. She pointed at the person who lived closest to Lin Qian. You live right next door to her. When her father came knocking, you must have known about it, right? The person being called out looked a bit guilty. I thought it was her family business. We're outsiders, it wouldn't be right to interfere. Oh really? Fong Ke sneered. But now you're not outsiders anymore? The house is Lin Qian's. She can open or close her door as she pleases. What does that have to do with a bunch of outsiders like you? What right do you have to stand here making a scene at her door? Her words left everyone speechless. Even though they were all carrying weapons, they were afraid of Zhao Tianwei and Fong Ke's group. If something happened and Fong Ke refused to treat their injuries, that would be a real loss. Thinking this through, people started to drift away, one after another. Once everyone had left, Fong Ziyu let out a huge sigh of relief and looked gratefully at Zhao Tianwei. Brother Wei, I didn't expect you to be so principled. Not only did you not join them in making trouble, you even came to help. Zhao Tianwei, who had caused trouble before, looked a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Well, I just couldn't stand what they were doing. Xiangzi and Dolly, standing nearby, also looked awkward. At that moment, Lin Qian opened the villa door and looked at the group in front of her. The instant the door opened, Fong Ziyu's face lit up. Qian. Everyone turned to look at Lin Qian, expecting her to say a few words of thanks. But Lin Qian just narrowed her eyes at them and said, if they come to make trouble again, you don't need to get involved. Qian, we were just trying to help, Fong Ziyu said awkwardly. No need. I'm perfectly safe here. If you get hurt because of this, I'd have to take care of you, and there's really no need for that. Lin Qian's tone was cold and indifferent, leaving Fong Ziyu a bit at a loss. He thought to himself, maybe she's still upset about what happened with Cheng Yaya? Qian, don't be mad. I was just fooled by that wretch Cheng Yaya before. I've already kicked her out. I'll never be with her again, Fong Ziyu explained. Lin Qian looked at him in surprise, not expecting he'd actually kick her out. But then she glanced at Fong Ke and seemed to understand a bit more. Fong Ke was one of the few clear-headed people in the Fong family. Still, whether Fong Ziyu was with Cheng Yaya or not meant nothing to her. Don't come by anymore. I can take care of myself. With that, Lin Qian turned and walked away. Uncle Chin, following behind her, came out carrying several bags and handed them to the group. Don't take it the wrong way. This is a thank you gift from our young miss for your help today. But given the current situation, it's best for everyone to stay home and not worry about her. She'll be fine. With that, Uncle Chin didn't bother to see their reactions and simply went back inside and shut the door. The few people left outside looked at the bags in their hands, exchanging glances. Fong Ziyu lifted his bag and asked Fong Ke, Sis, what does she mean by this? Fong Ke shot him a glare. She means we shouldn't meddle anymore. Let's go home. But she's just a girl. What if something happens and we're not here? Fong Ziyu still sounded worried. As an excellent surgeon, Fong Ke's powers of observation were sharper than most. She looked at Lin Qian's villa. Didn't you notice? They were banging on her door for ages just now, with knives and clubs, but look at her door, do you see a single scratch? Prompted by Fong Ke, Fong Ziyu, Zhao Tianwei, and the others went over to inspect the door closely. Holy shit! Zhao Tianwei couldn't help but curse. There's not a mark on it. What is this thing made of? That's insane. Seeing that Fong Ziyu had noticed, Fong Ke said, see? Even if everyone in the villa came, as long as Qian doesn't open the door, there's nothing they can do to her. But she'll have to go out eventually, Fong Ziyu said, still worried. Zhao Tianwei quietly added, actually, even if Miss Lin Qian goes out, she'll be fine. She's really strong. Fong Ziyu looked at Zhao Tianwei suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by really strong. She's just a girl. No matter how strong, could she take on everyone in the villa? Well, I don't really want to say this, but my hand was injured by her. As soon as he said it, Zhao Tianwei wished he could crawl into a hole. He was so embarrassed. Feng Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You're a boxing champion and Qian hurt your hand like this. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. She's really strong. And that whip she carries, it's something else. When she hit me with it, it hurt so much I almost passed out. When did Qian learn all this? Feng Ziyu looked at Feng Ku, who just rolled her eyes. How should I know? But can Qian really hurt Brother Wei? I just can't believe it, Feng Ziyu still doubted. Why don't you go provoke her yourself? When she gives you a taste of that whip, you'll know, Feng Ku said coldly. Feng Ziyu, already scared of being beaten, didn't dare try. Better not. Seeing how badly Brother Wei's hurt, I don't have the guts. Feng Ku couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. Let's go. Feng Ziyu glanced at Feng Ku's villa, then at Feng Ku herself, hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to follow her. Zhao Tianwei watched Feng Ku's departing figure. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he stayed silent. After she left, Dolly turned to him. Why didn't you call out to Director Feng just now? I wanted her to check on Xiaomao's leg again, but she looked kind of scary just now. I think I'll go to her place another day, Zhao Tianwei explained. Remembering Feng Ku's expression just now, Dolly nodded in agreement. Only Qiangzi, oblivious, opened the bag Uncle Chen had given him. Wow, there's so much food in here. Hearing this, Zhao Tianwei and Dolly opened their own bags and found them full of food as well, and immediately broke into big smiles. Zhao Tianwei was a little excited too. See, I told you. Miss Lin Qian is someone who knows how to repay kindness. She would never treat those who've helped her unfairly. But Dolly immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. What if she's actually telling us to get lost and never come back? I don't think it's that bad, right? Xiangzi, always the simple one, said, You can tell just by looking at Miss Lin Qian. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. We just helped her out a little, said a few words, and she gave us so much stuff in return. Dolly grabbed Zhao Tianwei and showed him his injured arm. Look at this, and think about Xiangzi lying at home. Do you still think Miss Lin Qian is all beauty and kindness? So, beautiful but ruthless? Inside, Lin Qian, who was watching the surveillance feed, couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard this. She tossed the tablet aside, deciding not to watch anymore. As long as they didn't plan to rob her again, that was good enough. Still, these guys were a bit different from how they were in her previous life. What she didn't know was that after she put down the tablet, Dolly stared thoughtfully at the tightly closed door. Did you guys notice that Miss Lin Qian seems paler than before? Her skin looks even better, and there's this faint, mesmerizing fragrance about her. Zhao Tianwei smacked him on the head. What are you thinking? You think Miss Lin Qian is someone you can covet? Xiangzi chimed in, Yeah, Dolly, we need to be realistic. Next time, let Wei Ji introduce us to some women with big boobs and butts. Miss Lin Qian is the type we should just admire from afar. Dolly rolled his eyes. What are you guys even talking about? I'm serious. Next time, pay attention. Every time I see Miss Lin Qian, she seems paler than before. Isn't Miss Lin Qian always fair and delicate? Xiangzi genuinely couldn't see any difference. Dolly shook his head and sighed, feeling like he just couldn't communicate with them. The three of them carried the things Uncle Chen had given them and headed back to Building 25. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Uncle Chen walked up to Lin Qian. Miss, Wang Hui just said that Li Cheng and Zhang Wei aren't coming back. What's going on? He'd been worrying about this, and Wang Hui hadn't explained it clearly earlier. Lin Qian looked over at Wang Hui. You didn't explain it properly to Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang? What exactly did you say? She pressed. I said they had something to take care of and wouldn't be coming back for a while. Isn't that clear enough? Wang Hui replied matter-of-factly. Forget it, I can't count on you, Lin Qian said helplessly, shaking her head. Grandpa Wang chimed in from the side. He said they ran into the old orphanage director outside and went back with him. I guess the orphanage must be in some trouble and needs their help. As expected, Grandpa Wang understood his grandson best. Lin Qian sighed and explained the orphanage situation to Uncle Qian and Grandpa Wang again, leaving them both sighing in sympathy. Lin Qian considered a possibility and, since everyone was present, decided to tell them, "Here's the thing, we don't know how long this situation is going to last, so we need to prepare for a long-term fight. From now on, if anyone comes, no matter if they used to work here, even Li Chang or Zhang Wei, don't let them in without permission." Everyone present wasn't stupid. They understood the deeper meaning behind her words and nodded. "That means from now on, all the housework will be up to us," Lin Qian said, giving them a heads up. Uncle Qian had worked for the Lin family for so long, so he had no objections. But as for Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang, she needed to make things clear to avoid any disputes in the future. Although she'd taken them in out of gratitude to Grandpa Wang, that didn't mean she was going to wait on them hand and foot. She'd spent time with Grandpa Wang in her previous life and more or less knew what kind of person he was. It was Wang Hui she was still a bit wary of. Although he'd behaved decently these past few days, her experiences from her previous life made her extra cautious. As Lin Qian was thinking about returning to her space, Wang Hui suddenly looked at her intently. "Xiao Qian, you look a bit different lately." "What?" Lin Qian thought she'd misheard. But Wang Hui continued, "You seem paler than before, and your skin looks smoother." Lin Qian was startled. She'd forgotten that after she'd washed up last time, her whole body really had become fairer and softer. She'd left her space in a hurry this time, and hadn't even looked at herself carefully, but Wang Hui had noticed right away. Still, she kept a straight face. "Really? Maybe it's just the lighting." Since the change wasn't that obvious, Wang Hui glanced suspiciously at the fancy lights, but reluctantly accepted her explanation. After that, while Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang were busy cooking, Lin Qian slipped back to her room. She hadn't finished exploring the changes in her space before those guys interrupted her. Once inside, she went up to the second floor to tidy up the bathroom. To her surprise, the floor she'd just dirted was now spotless, not even a splash of water in sight. The water in the bathtub had been replaced with fresh water, a faint steam rising from it, carrying a grassy fragrance. How magical! Is this an automatic cleaning function? As soon as she said this, she felt the vine on her chest grow warm. Before she could lift her shirt, it slipped out through the gap in her clothes and nodded at her. She looked puzzled. "Are you communicating with me?" "Agreeing with me." The vine nodded even more vigorously, confirming her guess. "This is way too advanced." Although the layout of the space hadn't changed much, she'd even checked the black soil outside and found nothing new, and the first floor only had new agarwood furniture. It seemed that after absorbing those antiques, the space had gained an automatic cleaning function. That was a good change. Now, even if she made a mess, it would clean itself up. But how exactly did the automatic cleaning activate? She wanted to ask the vine, but aside from nodding or shaking its head, it didn't seem able to do anything else. She figured she'd have to feed it more antiques. She couldn't help but sigh. You really are a gold-devouring beast, a bottomless pit of a gold-devouring beast. Still, there was nothing she could do. It was her own space, after all. What else could she do but spoil it? She also noticed that the timer had changed a bit, with a faint glow flowing over it. The time had increased by half an hour. Now she could stay in the space for 6.5 hours a day. There was still a long way to go. The weather was starting to get colder, and Lin Qian knew she had to hurry out one more time. If she waited until the outside was sealed off by snow and ice, it would be much harder to leave the house. She entered her space again and picked the newly grown vegetables. This time, when she looked around, she saw that all the fruits and vegetables in her space were ripe. Lush green produce hung heavily from the branches, and just looking at it made her happy. As usual, she stored most of the harvest in her space warehouse, then brought out a basketful and took it straight to the kitchen for Uncle Chen. When Uncle Chen saw her bringing in another big basket of fresh, dewy produce, he instinctively tried to block Grandpa Wang's view with his body. But Grandpa Wang was quick-eyed and sharp, and he immediately spotted the big basket in Lin Qian's hands, enthusiastically coming over to help. Uncle Chen's attempts at blocking became pointless, and he stopped awkwardly, mumbling under his breath. Although Grandpa Wang was a rough-and-tumble guy, even he was puzzled by the fresh, dewy produce. Why is there still moisture on these fruits and veggies? Did you just take them out of the fridge? That explanation actually made sense, and Lin Qian nodded to herself, raising an eyebrow as she retorted, "What else could it be?" Grandpa Wang carried the produce into the kitchen, let Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang pick out what they wanted for the day, and then automatically put the rest into the fridge. He even washed a few peaches, handed one to Lin Qian, and took one for himself to bite into. The moment he took a bite, his eyes lit up. "Xiao Qian, where did you buy these peaches? They're delicious." Before Lin Qian could answer, Grandpa Wang glared at him. "You sure make yourself at home. This is Lin Qian's house, not yours, you know." With his mouth stuffed full of peach and another in his hand, Grandpa Wang was caught off guard by the scolding, not knowing whether to swallow or spit it out. Lin Qian found it funny. "Grandpa Wang, since I've invited you all to stay here, there's no need to be so polite. Just treat this as your own home. No need to stand on ceremony." Hearing this, Grandpa Wang quickly chewed and swallowed his peach, giving her a thumbs up. "Now, that's what I like to hear." Grandpa Wang looked at him and felt his dignity slipping away. Lin Qian is being generous. Don't take advantage of her kindness. "Oh, come on, Grandpa, I'm just eating a peach." "That's hardly taking advantage." As he spoke, Grandpa Wang shoved a peach into Grandpa Wang's mouth, making the old man so mad he bit into the peach and grabbed a spatula to chase after him. Luckily, Grandpa Wang ran fast. Watching this scene, Lin Qian felt a warm sense of contentment in her heart. After dinner that night, she went to bed early, completely unaware that Beard and Skinny were struggling to climb up to the villa area to look for her. The two of them wandered around for a long time and discovered that, in this Beard's eyes lit up. "Isn't the power supposed to be out? What's up with this house? Still so bright, must have a lot of supplies. Should we go check it out?" Skinny asked tentatively. "Let's go." With that, the two of them headed toward Lin Qian's villa. When they reached the door, they found that even Skinny, who knew how to pick locks, couldn't open Lin Qian's front door. Beard got frustrated. "Let's climb in." Confidently, Beard started to climb, but as soon as he got halfway up, he triggered some kind of mechanism. With a loud bang, he fell from the door. Skinny rushed over to help, but Beard was already foaming at the mouth. "Shit, the door, it's electrified. Lucky I let go fast, or I'd be dead for sure." He managed to get the words out before his head lolled to the side and he passed out. Skinny turned pale with fright and quickly dragged Beard farther away, terrified he'd get shocked too. After thinking it over and finding no other solution, he could only carry Beard away in defeat. The next morning, Lin Qian woke up early and saw the whole thing on the security footage, shaking her head with a wry smile. If her villa could be broken into so easily, wouldn't all the money she spent on it have been wasted? She put down her tablet, got up to wash, and planned to head out before everyone else woke up. But as soon as she crawled out of bed, she sensed something was off. A layer of condensation had formed on the window. When she opened it, a blast of cold air hit her, making her pores contract. She exhaled, and a cloud of white mist appeared before her eyes. She thought about the flower pots she still hadn't picked up from Little Eyes, but the sudden cold snap made her hesitate. She stuck her hand out the window, and after just a moment in the wind, her hand was stiff with cold. She quickly grabbed a down jacket to put on and got ready to head out. But she found that Grandpa Wang was already up, practicing military boxing in the living room. When he saw her come downstairs, he smiled and greeted her. "Up already? How come you're up so early?" Lin Qian asked. "It's not early. Back in the army, I had to get up at 5 every day," he replied. Lin Qian glanced at the clock. It was only 6:15, and it was still barely light outside. Grandpa Wang hadn't turned on the lights, so the house seemed a bit dim. He only turned on the lights when Lin Qian came downstairs. "I just made some noodles. Want some? He brought out a steaming bowl of noodles from the kitchen, and Lin Qian, realizing she was hungry, sat down at the table and finished the noodles in a few bites. These noodles are really good, she praised. Of course. I made the dough myself, Grandpa Wang said proudly. Lin Qian had thought he just cooked some store-bought noodles, but it turned out he could knead and pull noodles by hand, and his skills were impressive. The noodles were fragrant and chewy, soft yet springy, each strand distinct and not sticking together. After finishing one bowl, Lin Qian wanted more. But she had things on her mind, so after eating, she wiped her mouth and got ready to leave. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang quickly finished his own noodles and followed her. Heading out again today? Yeah. Didn't I say yesterday I'd go pick up the flower pots from Little Eyes? I want to go while the weather isn't too bad, Lin Qian explained. I'll go with you, Grandpa Wang offered. No need. It's just a small errand. I can handle it myself, Lin Qian declined. As she was leaving, she noticed Grandpa Wang was still following her and gave him a puzzled look. What are you doing? I'm heading out too. I want to stock up on more supplies while I still can. Can't keep relying on your food and stuff forever. If I'm willing to take you all in, I'm not going to let you go hungry or cold. Don't worry about that. She paused, then added, even if I ran out of your share, I'd never let Grandpa Wang go without. Lin Qian, I don't know whether to thank you or roast you for that, Grandpa Wang said helplessly. No need to thank me. But if you dare roast me, you can pack your bags and leave. Wang Hui instantly raised both hands above his head. Please don't. I wouldn't dare complain about you. You're basically my ancestor now. Just treat me like your servant from now on. Don't be polite. Lin Qian looked at him, utterly helpless. I didn't realize you could be so cheeky. Every word I say is sincere, I swear, Wang Hui replied solemnly. Lin Qian shook her head. All right, let's split up today. You go look for your supplies, and I'll go see Little Eyes to trade for flower pots. Sounds good. Wang Hui agreed readily. But whatever you do, don't let Grandpa find out. Who knows what he'll say if he hears about it. Got it, let's go. Lin Qian tossed him the car keys. Go get the car out of the garage. Originally, Lin Qian hadn't planned to bring Hope along. She wanted the dog to stay home and recover. But Hope was so alert that before she even left, he bounded over to her. Woof. You're going out without me? Lin Qian looked at his bandaged paw, thought for a moment, then crouched down to reason with him. I'm just going to see Little Eyes to pick up some things and then I'll come right back. Why don't you stay home and keep Uncle Chin and Grandpa Wang company, okay? As soon as Hope heard this, he made his unwillingness clear with his actions. He walked right in front of Lin Qian and blocked her way. Lin Qian sighed helplessly. She figured she was only going to pick up some things from Little Eyes. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Might as well bring him along. All right, I'll take you with me, okay? As soon as she said that, Hope jumped up high, but landed awkwardly and hurt his paw, baring his teeth in pain. Lin Qian said with concern, see? Now you know it hurts? You should be more careful. Hope wagged his tail, as if to say, I'm fine. Seeing that Hope really seemed okay, Lin Qian didn't fuss anymore. While Wang Hui went to get the car, she took a gun out of her space and put it in her backpack. After a moment's thought, she added another one. When Wang Hui drove the car out, Lin Qian got into the passenger seat, while Hope opened the back door with his paw and hopped into the back. They drove all the way to the water's edge. Lin Qian told Wang Hui to get out first and inflate the 2 rubber boats, while she took Hope to find a place to park the car. She drove to a deserted spot, put the car away in her space, then walked back with Hope to meet up with Wang Hui. Watching Hope run ahead, Lin Qian quickened her pace. She didn't want to be outdone by an injured dog. Soon, the two of them reached the water's edge. She saw Wang Hui had only inflated one rubber boat. The other was still lying there, uninflated. Why didn't you inflate this one too? Lin Qian asked. I figured it's just the two of us and a dog, no need for 2 boats right now. If some ill-intentioned people see us with 2 boats, it'll just make them jealous. I'll inflate the second one when we split up, Wang Hui explained. Lin Qian thought that made sense. Even though the 2 of them were strong enough, sometimes dealing with troublemakers could be a real hassle. She and Hope nimbly hopped onto the rubber boat, and Wang Hui started paddling. About an hour later, they reached the apartment building where Little Eyes lived. Even before they arrived, the people inside had already spotted them. Everyone acted like they'd seen a god of wealth, shouting, "Miss, come over here. I have good stuff at home, just waiting for you to trade." Lin Qian knew very well that everyone here had their eyes on her supplies. She told Wang Hui, "I'll just do my trading here and head back. Let's split up now." Wang Hui glanced at the people above, thought for a moment, and decided it wasn't too dangerous. He took out the other rubber boat and started inflating it. "All right, I'm off." "Be careful," Wang Hui reminded her. Seeing his concern, Lin Qian took a gun and a blue vein, medicine, out of her bag and handed them to him. "You be careful too. Remember, Grandpa Wang is waiting for you at home." Wang Hui had seen Lin Qian with a gun before, so he wasn't too surprised. He took the blue vein but refused the gun. "You keep that for self-defense. I have my knife." Seeing he wouldn't take it, Lin Qian shoved it into his arms. "Just take it. I have more." Hearing this, even Wang Hui, who'd been calm until now, couldn't help but ask, "Where does a girl like you get all these guns?" "I told you before, they're all smuggled in from overseas," Lin Qian replied. Wang Hui looked at her serious expression and didn't doubt her for a second. Lin Qian wasn't lying. She really had gotten them from the US through Harold. Seeing Lin Qian's insistence, Wang Hui finally accepted the gun and reminded her, "Take care of yourself. If I'm not back tonight, don't worry and don't come looking for me." "Hurry up, it'll be dark soon," Lin Qian urged. Only then did Wang Hui leave. After paddling the rubber boat some distance away, he couldn't resist his curiosity and took out the gun to examine it. Sure enough, it wasn't a Chinese model. Now he believed Lin Qian's story even more. As soon as they arrived, Little Eyes popped out and called to Lin Qian, "Sis, I'll be right there." Lin Qian had planned to go up and take a look, but thought better of it and decided to have Little Eyes bring the stuff down instead. That way, she could avoid any unnecessary trouble. But as Little Eyes was bringing things down, it sounded like there was some arguing upstairs. Lin Qian waited below for quite a while before she finally saw Little Eyes coming down, arms full of flower pots. "Sis, take a look at these," Little Eyes said. Even before Little Eyes got close, Lin Qian could feel the vines in her body getting excited. If she hadn't pressed down on that spot, the vines probably would have burst out. Lin Qian didn't know if the vines could sense her thoughts, but she silently repeated in her mind, "Little vine, don't move. Otherwise, they might not give us the flower pots." Amazingly, as soon as she had that thought, the vines calmed down, as if they really could hear her. She went up and checked each flower pot. Seeing that her space reacted to all of them, she told Little Eyes to load them onto the rubber boat. After Little Eyes finished, he turned to go back for more. Just then, a crowd came down from upstairs. Some had brought valuable antiques from home, as Little Eyes had suggested. But most had just dragged down all the junk they didn't want. "Hey pretty girl, look at Lin Qian's flower pots. They're so beat up. Mine are way better than his." The man was holding a decorative flower pot in his hand. It looked exactly like the kind you could buy for 9.9 yuan on Pinduoduo. Not only Lin Qian, even her space couldn't help but shake its head at the sight. "I don't want that." "You can take it back," Lin Qian refused outright. She pointed out the people who were actually holding genuine antiques, then turned to the rest and said, "The rest of you can take your things back. I'm not accepting these." As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in protest. "Why not? You're taking those old flower pots, why not ours?" Others chimed in, echoing the complaint. Lin Qian watched as these people started getting pushy, even trying to put their items onto her inflatable boat, clearly intending to take her supplies by force. Without hesitation, she whipped out her blood-stained whip and lashed it against a nearby wall. A huge chunk of the wall was instantly smashed apart. The crowd jumped back in fright, quickly retreating. "Fine, if you won't trade, you won't trade. No need to get violent. Do you people not understand human language? No matter how many times I say it, you keep crowding around. You ask me why? Because these supplies are mine. I'll trade for whatever I want. If I think something is valuable, then it is. I'm not interested in your stuff, Lin Qian said coldly. Some of them still wanted to argue, but the sight of the whip in her hand made them hesitate. In the end, they could only leave, cursing under their breath. What's she so arrogant for? Just because she has some supplies. The government already announced they'll be distributing relief food to every household soon. These hard days will be over soon enough. Let's see if she can even use up all her supplies by then. At that moment, Xiao Yanjing came down carrying a few more flower pots. Seeing the others still muttering and glaring at him as they passed, he was left baffled. He had no idea how he'd offended them. He set the items down by the inflatable boat, waiting for Lin Qian to finish trading with the others. What had seemed like a straightforward exchange, however, soon hit a snag. One of the men, holding a somewhat tattered and moldy painting of indeterminate age, protested loudly, "This is an authentic tangboho. And you're only giving me this little bit of rice." He waved the 10 jin of rice Lin Qian had given him, making a scene. At first, Lin Qian hadn't realized the painting was by Tang Bohu. It was only because her space reacted to it that she decided to accept it. She determined the value of the item based on her space's feedback and offered 10 jin of rice accordingly. Who would have thought the man would complain it was too little and make such a fuss? Without another word, Lin Qian snatched back her rice and shoved the ragged Tang Boho painting into his hands. "Then take it back. I'm not trading anymore." She didn't want to argue over such a trivial matter. She certainly wasn't desperate for this painting. Seeing her take back the rice, the man's face turned red. "How can you be like this? We already agreed. Now you're backing out? Don't you have any sense of contract?" "My sense of contract is based on mutual consent. If you're not willing, you don't have to trade," Lin Qian replied coldly. Seeing how resolute she was, the man softened his tone. "But I spent over 10 million on this genuine piece. It can't be worth just 10 jin of rice, right? To me, that's what it's worth. You don't have to trade, take your 10 million and keep it safe at home." Lin Qian glanced at the people waiting in line behind him. Next. She'd already called for the next person, but the man still wouldn't budge. Finally, gritting his teeth, he shoved the painting back into Lin Qian's arms and snatched the 10 jin of rice from her hands. Fine, I'll trade. Just my luck. There's not a scrap of food left at home." Looking at his sallow, emaciated face, Lin Qian could tell he'd been hungry for a long time. She didn't really care about the painting, but she hadn't believed he'd actually refuse the trade. He was just trying to take advantage of her youth and drive up the price. But Lin Qian wasn't about to let him get away with it. Her supplies had been bought with real money. She couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Just as she was about to put the painting away, the man added, "This was really hard for me to acquire. You'd better take good care of it. If you can find someone to restore it, you should." Lin Qian glanced at the painting in her hands. Whether it was restored or not didn't matter to her. She was just going to feed it to her space anyway. Seeing how long the man had held things up, Xiao Yanjing hurried him along. "Uncle Pan, since you've traded, it's hers now. Move aside, there's still a whole line of people waiting." The man, addressed as Uncle Pan, looked longingly at the painting in Lin Qian's hands, reluctant to part with it. But a deal was a deal. He could only grit his teeth, sigh, and turn away, muttering, "It's true, half a dough of rice can bring a scholar to his knees." The person behind him chimed in, "Old Pan, you should be happy you got 10 jin of rice. You've been trying to trade those paintings for food for days. Who else would even take them?" Old Pan, his sore spot hit, snapped back in anger, "What do you bumpkins know? Not everyone can appreciate these treasures. If I wasn't desperate for food, I'd never part with them." Everyone in the building knew his temperament and didn't bother arguing. Yeah, just take care of your things. The government said they'll be distributing relief food soon anyway. Humph. Old Pan snorted, turned, and stomped upstairs, slamming his door behind him with a loud bang. Downstairs, the next person in line called out, "Don't mind him, he's always been like that." "Little sister, is it my turn to trade?" Lin Qian looked at the round-faced auntie in front of her. She pulled out a blue and white porcelain vase. "Let me tell you, this has been passed down in my family for generations. The auntie was about to launch into a long introduction, hoping to get more supplies out of the deal. But Lin Qian just glanced at it. 20 gene of rice. Deal, deal. The auntie hadn't expected to get 20 gene of rice. She'd always thought the vase was a fake. Her useless husband had picked it up at a street stall for just over 10,000 yuan. To get 20 gene of rice for it, she couldn't be happier. Everyone in the building knew that old Pan's painting was the real deal, just a bit tattered, and it only got him 10 gene of rice. No one could figure out if this young girl just had a special fondness for vases and flower pots. The auntie thought for a moment. Little sister, I've got a bunch more vases like this at home. Want me to bring them down for you to see? At first, she just wanted to see how much she could get for the vases. 20 gene was already way more than she'd expected. Now, she was ready to bring out all the vases she'd collected over the years for Lin Qian to look at. If she could trade them, great. If not, she wouldn't lose anything anyway. Lin Qian finally managed to finish her trades with the scattered people around. By this time, Little Eyes had already brought down all the flower pots he could carry from his home. Big sis, these are all the flower pots we have at home. Can you take them? Little Eyes asked cautiously. Lin Qian looked at the pile of flower pots in front of her. After testing each one, she found they all reacted with her space, so she decided to take them all. After counting, there were a total of 32 flower pots. Just as she was about to take out the corresponding amount of rice, Little Eyes stopped her. Sis, I know you have plenty of supplies, but I really need some medicine right now. Could you help me find some? Lin Qian thought to herself that the huge stash of medicine she'd traded for earlier was still lying quietly in her space, enough to last her 10 lifetimes. She could trade them, but she didn't want to seem too eager. She put on a troubled expression. What kind of medicine do you need? My grandma has coronary heart disease and needs to take medicine long-term. We're running low at home. I wanted to ask if you could help me find atorvastatin, clopidogrel hydrogen sulfate tablets, isosorbide mononitrate sustained-release tablets, and nitroglycerin tablets. Little Eyes rattled off several common heart disease medications in one breath. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to find them. But Lin Qian just happened to have all of them. Still, she couldn't just hand them over so easily. You know what it's like out there, right? Medicine is even scarcer tea. I know, but I really have no other choice. Little Eyes said anxiously, you have so many supplies here, maybe you have a way to get these medicines. If these flower pots aren't enough, I still have some heirlooms at home. I can trade those too. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes lit up in surprise. She hadn't expected Little Eyes' family to have such a solid background. I do have the medicines you mentioned, but Lin Qian deliberately trailed off. Little Eyes' eyes widened instantly. If you have any conditions, just say them. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. It's nothing special, it's just that I don't have them on me right now. I'll have to go back and ask someone. Lin Qian explained. Little Eyes was so excited he grabbed Lin Qian's hand, his eyes already misty. Sis, from now on you're my real sister. Thank you so much. Lin Qian frowned slightly. Little Eyes quickly realized and let go of her hand. Sorry, sis, I got too worked up. Lin Qian didn't say much else. She just looked at the flower pots. Take these back for now. I don't have the medicine on me, I'll have to go back and get it. Little Eyes thought for a moment. Sis, you take the flower pots first. I trust you. Please, help us find the medicine. This made Lin Qian see him in a new light. Aren't you afraid I'll just disappear with your flower pots? If you really wanted my flower pots, you could take them without giving me anything. With your abilities, it'd be a piece of cake. Why bother with all this? Little Eyes said with a smile. He'd seen her skills firsthand. If Lin Qian wanted to deal with him, it would be effortless. Since Little Eyes trusted her so much, Lin Qian was happy to take the flower pots first. After all, her space and the vines were already itching to get started. All right, since you trust me, I'll take these first. Wait here, whether I can get the medicine tomorrow or not, I'll come by. Lin Qian said. Little Eyes was moved to tears. Thank you so much. It's just a trade, no need for all that, Lin Qian replied coolly. Satisfied with her haul, Lin Qian had Little Eyes load all the flower pots onto the rubber raft, ready to leave. Just then, the instant noodle auntie from before came hurrying down with a basket of things. "Little girl, wait. Wait," she called, panting. Lin Qian looked at her in confusion, not sure what she was up to. Little Eye's face changed when he saw her coming. "Auntie Huang, she's already taken them. You blocked me at my door earlier. Don't tell me you want to snatch the flower pots from my sis now," Little Eyes said warily. Only then did Lin Qian realize why Little Eyes had been delayed upstairs earlier. Auntie Huang had blocked his way, trying to take his flower pots to trade with Lin Qian herself. For some reason, she hadn't managed to get them from Little Eyes, so she'd run home to dig up what she thought were valuable items. But to Lin Qian, that basket of things looked like nothing but junk. She didn't even bother to look and turned to steer the raft away. Seeing she was about to leave, Auntie Huang grabbed the raft in a panic. "Little girl, you can't go." Lin Qian narrowed her eyes and looked at her coldly. "Let go." Auntie Huang remembered Lin Qian's fearsome demeanor from before and shrank back, but she forced herself to speak in a trembling yet gentle tone. "You haven't even looked at my things yet. How can you say you don't want them? These are all old items from my home, very valuable. Take a look." "I said no, and I mean it. I'm not interested." Lin Qian refused coldly. "What? You don't know a good thing when you see it. Let me show you what I've got. Just take a look first." Auntie Huang persisted. Lin Qian's gaze grew colder and colder. Little Eyes was afraid she'd lose her temper and whip Auntie Huang on the spot. Trying to keep the peace, he went over and pried Auntie Huang's hand off the raft. "Auntie Huang, let go. Sis already said no." "Don't make things difficult for her," Little Eyes advised. "What do you know? How am I making things difficult? She took your broken flower pots, but my things are worth way more," Auntie Huang retorted. Little Eyes didn't know how to convince her. Lin Qian was about to ignore them and leave, but just then, as Auntie Huang and Little Eyes struggled, a pendant around Auntie Huang's neck was exposed. Both her space and the vines reacted. Lin Qian sighed inwardly. She really didn't want to deal with this instant noodle-haired auntie. Auntie Huang saw Lin Qian pause and thought she'd changed her mind. She quickly started pulling things out of her basket to show off. "I said, I don't want these. But the pendant on your neck, I'll take that," Lin Qian said directly. Auntie Huang immediately clutched the pendant and stuffed it back under her shirt. "Don't even think about it. This is my late husband's keepsake. I wouldn't trade it for any amount of supplies." Lin Qian nodded lightly, unwilling to force anyone, and was just about to turn and leave. Aunt Huang watched her decisive figure, her heart caught in a long struggle. It wasn't until Lin Qian's rubber boat had drifted more than 10 meters away that Aunt Huang finally mustered the courage to call out, "Wait a moment." Lin Qian slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on Aunt Huang, though she couldn't help being a little distracted by Aunt Huang's curly, instant noodle hairstyle. Aunt Huang clutched the pendant tightly in her hand, wrestling with her emotions for a long time before finally steeling herself and taking it off. "Can I leave this with you for now? I'll redeem it back from you later." "Once the goods leave, there are no returns or exchanges," Lin Qian replied calmly. That was her rule. She didn't want Aunt Huang coming back for the pendant after the space had absorbed it. What would she give back then? Aunt Huang looked troubled, her brow tightly furrowed. After a long pause, she said with a pained expression, "This is the only keepsake my late husband left me." Little Eyes stood by, wanting to say something, but then thought better of it. After all, this was Aunt Huang's private matter. If she couldn't make up her mind, and he spoke up now, she might end up blaming him later. So Little Eyes chose to stay silent. But Aunt Huang's struggle didn't last long. In the end, she handed the jade pendant to Lin Qian. "I hope you'll take good care of it." Lin Qian steered the rubber boat back over, took the pendant from Aunt Huang, and said, 10 jin of rice." "What? I'm only getting 10 jin of rice for this." Aunt Huang cried out in disbelief. Little Eyes quickly chimed in to explain for Lin Qian. "Aunt Huang, Uncle Pan just traded a Tangbohu painting and only got 10 jin of rice. Yours is already a great deal." In Little Eyes' opinion, it was just a small pendant, How could it compare to a priceless Tangbohu painting? Aunt Huang wanted to argue, but Little Eyes saw it coming and quickly added, "Don't think this is some super valuable thing. Uncle Pan spent millions on that Tangbohu painting. Even if your pendant carries your husband's sentiment, that's only valuable to you, not to anyone else." At that, Aunt Huang swallowed her protest. "Fine, 10 Jean it is. You're getting a bargain." Truth be told, Aunt Huang's attitude made Lin Qian reluctant to trade with her, but she still didn't know what was so special about the pendant or why the space was so eager for it. Lin Qian said nothing more. She handed over the rice, took the pendant, and left. Instead of taking the goods home, she found a secluded spot and put everything into her space. After making sure no one was around, she slipped into the space herself, bringing the rubber boat and Hope with her. It was Hope's first time in the space, and he looked a bit dazed at first. Lin Qian reassured him, "Hope, don't be scared. This is Big Sister space. Everything I've collected is stored here, and we can come in too. Go play for a bit, I have something to take care of." Hope immediately started running around the space, full of energy. Lin Qian needed to figure out what was so special about this pendant, why the space still craved it so strongly, even after she'd left the area. Everything else she'd collected had already been absorbed by the space, only this pendant remained. As soon as she took it out, she clearly saw a wisp of green energy drifting from the pendant. It was so faint that it would be easy to miss if she wasn't paying close attention. The moment the green energy appeared, a vine stretched out from within Lin Qian's body, trying to wrap itself around the energy and pull it in. The green energy seemed to sense the vine's longing, swayed gently a few times, then merged into the vine. As soon as it did, Lin Qian felt a warm current sweep through her body, creating a strange resonance between her and the vine. "What is this?" Lin Qian murmured, her eyes fixed on the subtle movements of the vine. Just as she was puzzling over it, the vine kept swaying in front of her. Suddenly, a child's voice seemed to sound in her mind, "Master, Master." She looked around, but saw no one calling her. Finally, her gaze landed on the vine. She didn't speak aloud, just stared at the excited little vine and thought, "Is it you talking to me?" "Yes, yes, it's me," the vine's voice echoed in her mind. Lin Qian was stunned. She'd only been trying to communicate with the vine, she hadn't expected it to actually work. What are you?" she asked curiously. "Me? What am I?" The vine seemed unsure of its own origins. When Lin Qian asked, it shook its head even more vigorously. Seeing this, Lin Qian sighed inwardly. It seemed the vine didn't know what it was either. "What's your name?" Lin Qian asked. "My name?" The vine was even more confused, repeating, "What's my name?" "I don't know." "Master, why don't you give me one?" Lin Qian felt a headache coming on. She was never good at naming things. But the vine kept swaying in front of her, clearly full of anticipation. Bracing herself, she said, "How about Little Green?" The moment she said it, the vine started swaying even more excitedly, all its tendrils reaching toward Lin Qian. The voice in her mind grew joyful. "Thank you, Master. I love it. From now on, I'll be Little Green. I have a name now." Seeing how much the little vine liked its new name, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. "Little Green, why are you inside my body?" she asked curiously. She didn't really expect Little Green to have an answer. But this time, Little Green didn't say it didn't know. Though, its answer wasn't much more helpful. "Didn't Master let me live here?" Little Green said matter-of-factly. Lin Qian was baffled. "When did I let you live here?" "I drank your blood, Master, and then I moved into your body," Little Green explained. "Then what's the story with this space?" Lin Qian asked. "You mean this place?" "This is Little Green's home. But now it's Master's home, too. Before I met you, I always lived here," Little Green replied. Looking at the swaying vine, Lin Qian realized it must have been her blood dripping onto the pendant that activated Little Green. Little Green had taken up residence in her body and brought this space along with it. Then, "Can you leave my body now?" she suddenly thought to ask. As soon as these words left her mouth, Xiaoqing's vine drooped weakly, radiating an air of dejection. In Lin Qian's mind, she heard its low voice, I can't do it yet. Then its tone shifted with a hint of excitement, but as long as I get enough food, I'll be able to leave my master's body. However, I still can't stray too far from you. Hearing this explanation, Lin Qian felt her worries ease a little. Although Xiaoqing didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions toward her at the moment, and she had indeed benefited a lot from its presence, it was, after all, an unknown creature. Even if it came from the jade pendant her mother left her, she still needed to remain vigilant. Since Xiaoqing mentioned that it could leave her body as long as it had enough food, Lin Qian couldn't help but wonder what exactly this enough food referred to. The food you mentioned, are you talking about the antiques that the space absorbed before, or that wisp of green energy just now? Lin Qian asked, wanting a clear answer. Xiaoqing thought for a moment, then asked in return, Master, by antiques, do you mean those things you put in here before? Yes, I put a lot of things in before, and after they came in, they were all, well, eventually absorbed by this place. As Lin Qian spoke, she suddenly realized that Xiaoqing referred to this place as its home, so she changed her wording. Oh, you mean that? Yes, our home needs to absorb energy too. As long as it has enough energy, it will grow bigger and better. Once it's absorbed enough, Master, you'll be able to stay here forever. Xiaoqing sounded quite excited. Lin Qian was a bit fuzzy on the concept of absorbing enough energy. She had no idea how much energy that would actually take. At the moment, all she could see was that the time on the old clock had only increased by 30 minutes since last time, which meant the space could now extend by 7 hours a day. This space was getting stingier and stingier. Who knew when she'd finally be able to save up to a full 24 hours? Looks like there's still a long way to go. Just then, Hope came running back in, tail wagging. When he saw Xiaoqing clinging to Lin Qian, he immediately assumed a defensive posture, ready to pounce. Luckily, Lin Qian stopped him in time. Hope, this is Xiaoqing, our new friend. You can't act like that. Only then did Hope drop his aggressive stance, looking at Lin Qian in confusion. He reached out a paw and tentatively poked at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing immediately hid behind Lin Qian, complaining in her mind, Master, why is Hope so rude? Lin Qian was at a loss for how to handle this, so she just told Hope, Xiaoqing doesn't like being touched. Put your paw down for now. Once Hope had put his paw down, Xiaoqing poked his head out from behind Lin Qian and gave Hope a little wave, barely passing for a greeting. However, as soon as Hope saw Xiaoqing move, he couldn't resist wanting to paw at him again. Fortunately, Xiaoqing was quick and darted straight back into Lin Qian's body. Master, I'm going back in for now, Xiaoqing said. No matter how Lin Qian called for him after that, he refused to come out again, so she had to give up. She listened carefully and, hearing nothing outside the space, took Hope and exited. It was still early. Remembering there was a jade market nearby, she decided to go check it out. Since Xiaoqing needed green energy to grow, and all those antiques she'd fed it before didn't seem to do much, while just a wisp of green energy had enabled it to speak in her mind, it seemed that green energy was the key. However, she didn't know if all jade contained green energy or if only certain pieces did. No point in hesitating, she immediately set off for the jade market with Hope. Before long, they arrived, only to be shocked by what they saw. The jade market was a mess, most of it flooded. Hope, I'm going into the water to take a look. Wait for me here. I'll see if there's any jade we need down there, and I'll be back soon, Lin Qian told Hope. Woof woof woof. Hope protested he wanted to go too. Hearing Hope insist, Lin Qian, who usually indulged him, couldn't help but get serious. I'll just be down for a bit and we'll be back soon. Wait here. Your paw is still hurt, you can't get it wet. Next time, when you're better, I'll take you with me. Woof woof woof. Hope barked stubbornly. I'm not afraid of water, and I'm already healed. With that, Hope lifted his paw to show Lin Qian. She had just changed his bandages last night, so she knew the state of his injury well. She refused even more firmly. I said no, and that's final. If you keep this up, I'll really get mad. Woof. I really am healed. To prove it, Hope bit off the bandage on his paw. Lin Qian tried to stop him, but he dodged, making her so mad she almost wanted to smack him. In no time, the bandage was off. Lin Qian was about to take out a new bandage from her space to rewrap his paw, but was distracted by the paw Hope held out to her. Huh? Lin Qian was surprised to find that the wound on Hope's paw seemed almost completely healed. Yesterday, it had still been bleeding, but today only a faint scar remained. Not quite believing it, she leaned in for a closer look and found that the injury really had almost healed. She stared at Hope, speechless, unable to find a reasonable explanation. Could it be that the apocalypse had mutated Hope's constitution? Or was there some other reason? Woof woof woof. Hope barked, seeing Lin Qian staring blankly at his paw. Woof woof woof. Yesterday I ate 2 peaches and a few cherries, and then my paw was better. What? Lin Qian almost thought she'd misheard. She and Hope didn't exactly share a language, so she found it hard to understand at first. Woof woof woof. Hope patiently repeated himself. This time, Lin Qian asked directly, "You mean, you ate some of the peaches and cherries from home, and your paw healed?" Woof. Hope confirmed. Lin Qian was shocked. So, the fruit from her space had this kind of effect? She really wanted to try it herself, but after glancing at her own fair, delicate hands, she dismissed the idea. She'd worked so hard to get her hands this soft and pretty. Unless it was an emergency, she really didn't want to risk hurting them again. Maybe she could let Wang Hui try it when he came back? Since Hope was almost fully recovered, Lin Qian found a place to settle down. After making sure there was no one around, she put on her wetsuit, stowed the inflatable boat in her space, and jumped into the water with Hope. She swam toward the entrance of the Jade market. Through the glass window above, she could see a lot of rough jade stones still piled up inside, along with many that had already been cut open. These must have been left behind when people didn't have time to take them away. She tried to use her skills to open the door to the Jade market, but to her surprise, it was useless. She tried several times, but nothing worked. Just as she was thinking of other ways, she suddenly sensed the water around her swirling rapidly, as if something was speeding toward her. Lin Qian was startled and immediately stopped what she was doing, quickly dodging to the side with Hope in tow. She had just hidden herself when, to her shock, she saw a massive python, its body as thick as a giant tree trunk, swiftly swimming toward them. Its destination seemed to be the Jade quarry as well. In that instant, her mind raced. In her previous life, she had never seen a snake so huge and long. The first thing that came to mind was a movie she'd seen before, Anaconda, and the monstrous snake in it. Her heart was instantly overwhelmed by fear and shock. This was the first time since her rebirth that she truly felt afraid, so much so that every pore on her body, even her scalp, tingled with tension. The python was unimaginably enormous, like a monster crawling straight out of a nightmare, easily capable of swallowing a person whole. Even underwater, its scales reflected a cold, steely light under the refracted sunlight, each one like a piece of impenetrable armor sent in. As the python slowly approached, the water around it churned violently, causing the entire jade quarry to tremble slightly. The oppressive feeling was so intense, it was almost suffocating. Its eyes were cold and empty, devoid of any warmth or sign of life, mechanically scanning everything around it as if searching for something. Finally, its gaze settled on the main gate of the Jade Quarry. Lin Qian was lucky she and Hope had managed to hide before it noticed them. Otherwise, they would probably have already become this giant python's next meal. Her instincts were right. The very next moment, the python began ramming its massive head against the Jade Quarry's gate with tremendous force. With every impact, the quarry shook violently. Lin Qian soon noticed blood streaks appearing on the python's head, but it seemed oblivious to pain, only becoming more frenzied as it slammed into the gate with even greater force. She could already see cracks forming in the quarry's walls. It looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. If the quarry collapsed, she and Hope would be exposed right in the python's line of sight. She made a snap decision. It was best to retreat with Hope for now. Upgrading her space and Shaoqing was important, but she and Hope's lives would always come first. Without hesitation, She swam with hope toward a spot out of the python's view, quickly reaching its blind spot before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Once she found a safe place, she and Hope climbed out of the water. At that moment, she was filled with lingering fear, collapsing weakly to the ground without even bothering to take off her wetsuit. She was grateful that, in this life, she had her spatial ability. After 2 rounds of spatial cleansing, her body had become highly sensitive to changes in her environment. If it had been her old self, even if fear had gripped her heart, her legs would have been paralyzed, let alone escaping danger with hope. After resting for a while, she took 2 peaches out of her space, ate one herself, and tossed the other to Hope. Only after finishing the peach did she start to wonder, where did that giant python come from? To her knowledge, there were no forests nearby, no zoos, and even in her previous life, she had never encountered such a colossal creature. Where could it have come from? With the python lurking around the Jade quarry, her plan to shop for free there today was out of the question. She'd have to wait for another opportunity. With that in mind, she took out the medicine that Little Eyes needed from her space, deciding to deliver it now so she wouldn't have to make a special trip later. She first took off her wetsuit, then pulled out her inflatable boat from her space, found a backpack, and packed the medicine inside. After a moment's thought, she added a few kilos of rice as well. Soon, she arrived at the apartment building where Little Eyes lived. Once there, she called out from below Little Eyes. At first, when Little Eyes heard Lin Qian's voice, he thought he was imagining things. But when he opened the window, there she was again. He thought she must have forgotten something, but when he glanced at her inflatable boat, the supplies were already gone. He was taken aback. How could she be so fast? He didn't dare keep Lin Qian waiting, so he hurried downstairs. "Sis, why are you back again?" Little Eyes asked, puzzled. Lin Qian took all the medicine out of her backpack. "I came to bring you the medicine." Little Eyes stared in disbelief at the medicine she handed him. It was exactly what he needed. His hands trembled with excitement as he took it. "This." "Enough with the this, just take it," Lin Qian urged. Little Eyes quickly pulled out his t-shirt for Lin Qian to put the medicine in. When she finished, he saw that it was enough to last his grandmother for half a year. He didn't know what he'd do after that, but at least for the next 6 months, he had nothing to worry about. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you, sis. Really, thank you." "No need for thanks," Lin Qian said calmly. "Like I said, this is a trade. I get what I want, you get what you want, everyone's happy." Little Eyes was already thrilled to get so much medicine, but then Lin Qian handed him a bag of rice. He looked at her surprised. "Sis, what's this for?" "I did the math. This is for you too, just take it." "It's no loss to me," Lin Qian replied. She wasn't the type to take advantage of others, and giving a bit more rice was no trouble for her. After all, Little Eyes had mentioned his family had some antiques. This was just a small gesture to pave the way for future trades. Who knew how much more her space would need to swallow? Little Eyes was at a loss for words, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Lin Qian couldn't bear to watch. "Go put your things away. I'm leaving." "Sis, if I need to find you next time, how should I contact you?" Little Eyes asked. Lin Qian thought for a moment. "How about this? If you want to trade, hang a white cloth from your window. I come by here from time to time, and if I see it, I'll come find you." Little Eyes thought that sounded reasonable. After all, someone as capable as Lin Qian wasn't someone he could just contact whenever he wanted. Besides, his family had been without power for a long time, his phone was dead, so even if he wanted to reach out, he couldn't. Unlike Lin Qian, he didn't have an inflatable boat to get around. All right. Little Eyes was about to head upstairs with his things when he suddenly remembered she always called him Little Eyes. He turned around. "Sis, my name is Lin Qian." Lin Qian nodded. "Got it. Go on, Little Eyes." Lin Qian felt a pang in his heart. He wanted to say something more, but then remembered that experts always had their quirks. Besides, his eyes really weren't that big. As he was about to leave, Lin Qian suddenly remembered the giant python. "Wait a second." Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian with a puzzled expression, muttering to himself, Weren't we just about to leave? Why did she suddenly call me back? He turned to face Lin Qian, patiently waiting for her to continue. Lin Qian hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. When I passed by the nearby Jade market just now, I unexpectedly ran into a huge python of unknown origin. Lin Qian's face was full of disbelief. A python? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Seeing Lin Qian remain silent, he realized he might have been too skeptical and quickly added, "Sis, I didn't mean to doubt you. It's just that we don't have a zoo around here, and we're not close to any forests. How could a python show up?" He thought for a moment, then speculated, "Well, there is a pet market nearby that sells birds, fish, and insects. They do sell some pet snakes, but a giant python? That's impossible. Maybe it came from somewhere else." Seeing that she couldn't get the information she wanted from Lin Qian, Lin Qian didn't want to linger any longer and turned to leave. Just then, Auntie Huang, with her signature perm, suddenly poked her head out from upstairs. "Young lady, I know about what you're talking about." Lin Qian looked up and saw Auntie Huang staring at her with a gossipy expression. Only then did Lin Qian realize that Auntie Huang had been eavesdropping on their conversation the whole time. "Oh, come on, Auntie Huang, if you know something, hurry down here and tell us," Lin Qian urged. Seeing that Lin Qian didn't object, Auntie Huang was delighted. "All right, wait right there, I'll be right down." A series of clattering noises came from upstairs, followed by the sound of Auntie Huang thumping down the stairs. As soon as Lin Qian saw her, he couldn't help but complain, "Geez, Auntie Huang, why do you always come out like you're charging into battle?" Auntie Huang ignored him completely, pushing him aside so forcefully that she nearly knocked the medicine out of his arms and into the water. "Hey, Auntie Huang, could you be a bit more careful? This is my grandma's life-saving medicine," Lin Qian grumbled. If Lin Qian weren't here, Lin Qian would have left long ago. But he was worried Auntie Huang might say something to upset Lin Qian and scare her off for good. After weighing his options, he decided to stay and keep an eye on things. Auntie Huang, looking all mysterious, tried to get closer to Lin Qian, but Lin Qian instinctively stepped back a few paces, wary. Unable to step onto Lin Qian's rubber boat, Auntie Huang batted her eyes and said, "Oh, young lady, this is a secret. I can't just say it out loud. If the authorities find out, I could end up in jail, you know." Lin Qian immediately understood. Auntie Huang wanted something in exchange. "What do you want?" she asked. As long as it wasn't too much, she was willing to agree. Auntie Huang started to act coy. "Listen to you. You make me sound so mercenary. I'm just doing you a favor, that's all." "All right." That single word stunned Auntie Huang. She was just being polite. She didn't expect Lin Qian to take her seriously. Afraid Lin Qian might really hold her to it, Auntie Huang hurriedly added, "But honestly, not many people know this. If you're willing to trade me a little food for the info." "Hey, didn't you just say you were doing my sis a favor? Now you're asking for something." Lin Qian quickly interrupted, worried Auntie Huang would get greedy and anger Lin Qian. Lin Qian pretended to rummage through her backpack, but in reality, she pulled 2 packs of instant noodles from her storage space. 2 packs of instant noodles for your information. Auntie Huang's eyes lit up at the sight of the noodles. Afraid Lin Qian would change her mind, she quickly snatched them up and stuffed them into her clothes, making sure no one else saw. Having gotten her reward, Auntie Huang began to share her information with great enthusiasm. That python was probably brought in by a group of people who specialize in catching wild animals in the deep mountains. They catch them and sell them to the rich folks around here. She glanced at Lin Qian. "From what I know, he's eaten some too." "Hey you." Lin Qian saw Lin Qian looking at him and quickly explained, "No, sis, I did eat it, but only a couple of times." He still didn't know who Lin Qian really was. If she was some government official, he'd be in big trouble. After all, Lin Qian carried a gun. In this society, who could walk around armed every day without some serious connections? "Oh, come on, so what if you ate it? It's not like anything's going to happen to you. Why are you so nervous?" Auntie Huang said dismissively. Lin Qian wished he could find something to stuff into Auntie Huang's mouth. "It's fine. I'm not with law enforcement. I don't care how much you eat. I just want to know where the python came from, Lin Qian said calmly to Lin Qian. Auntie Huang grinned, her permed hair bobbing with excitement. You're asking the right person. I heard that group brought back a python from Matua and were planning to throw a big snake feast. I never saw the snake myself, but they said it was huge. Besides the snake, were there other animals? Lin Qian pressed. Oh, plenty. Too many to count. The most famous was the macaque. You wouldn't believe how cruel they were. They'd cut a hole in the table, stick the monkey's head through, and then split its skull open to scoop out the freshest brain. Auntie Huang shuddered. I can't imagine what it tastes like for them to do something so cruel. And that snake, they were planning to make dragon tiger phoenix stew. Do you know what that is? Lin Qian nodded in understanding. Legend had it that dragon tiger phoenix stew was made by stewing snake, cat, and chicken together. The resulting soup was said to be rich in nutrients, good for health, and could boost immunity. Seeing Lin Qian's look of comprehension, Auntie Huang continued excitedly. You don't know, besides the snake, they use masked palm civets instead of cats, and as for the chicken, they use brown-eared pheasants. You know those, right? They're a first-class protected species. These people really know how to eat. She finished with a sigh, a look of longing on her face. Do you know where they're keeping these animals? Lin Qian asked again. Oh, how would I know that? I only heard these things by chance. But I do know they were talking about holding a wild animal banquet at some fancy hotel. Auntie Huang tilted her head, thinking. Royal something. Royal Imperial Banquet Hall? Lin Qian guessed. Yes, that's the one. You really are a well-informed young lady. But I heard they didn't get to eat it in the end. The typhoon hit before they could. That's probably when the python escaped, Auntie Huang concluded. After hearing Aunt Huang's words, Lin Qian fell into deep thought. The Royal Imperial Dining Pavilion, the place she had visited with her mother, was actually hiding a secret banquet of wild game that she had never even heard of. Maybe her mother really did know what was going on, but for some unspeakable reason, she had never told her. But now that her mother was gone, those secrets had vanished like dust in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Trying to uncover the truth now would be as hard as reaching the sky. Still, there was no rush. Lin Qian mulled it over in her heart. According to Aunt Huang, the wild animals being caught didn't seem very big. Could it be that these animals had undergone some strange changes because of the apocalypse? Thinking of this, Lin Qian shook her head. The terrifying image of that giant python flashed before her eyes again, sending a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but worry. Had that python already slipped away unnoticed? She wasn't willing to just let things go. After careful consideration, she decided to investigate further. Relying on her memory, she returned to that stretch of water, only to find that the jade quarry, which had previously been half submerged, had disappeared. All that remained was a faint pinkish layer floating on the surface, clearly the blood left behind by the python's earlier collision. With the smell of blood still lingering, Lin Qian didn't dare go into the water recklessly. She waited patiently. When the water finally calmed, she came up with an idea. She took a live chicken from her storage space and tossed it with all her might toward where the jade quarry had been. As soon as the chicken hit the water, it began flapping desperately. Lin Qian was just about to go in for a closer look when she suddenly saw a huge whirlpool appear on the surface. The python burst out of the water and swallowed the chicken whole in one gulp. Blood from the chicken trickled down the corners of its mouth, making it look especially terrifying. Lin Qian noticed that the python's head was still bleeding clearly from where it had bashed itself against the quarry gate earlier. The wound had turned pale from being soaked in water, making it look even more gruesome. She guessed that the python had been resting beneath the quarry, and her tossing the chicken had lured it out. But this commotion also exposed Lin Qian and Hope to the python's gaze. After eating the chicken, the python's cold, vertical pupils showed a fleeting satisfaction, then slowly turned toward Lin Qian and Hope. Its eyes gleamed with excitement, as if it already considered them its next meal. Lin Qian's heart clenched, a sense of danger like icy water shooting up her spine. Hope sensed the threat too. His fur stood on end, and he let out a low whimper, pressing tightly against Lin Qian's leg. But he forced himself to stand in front of her, baring his teeth at the python, shielding her from its view. Lin Qian took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She knew that any panicked movement in front of such a creature could provoke it, leading to unpredictable consequences. She slowly paddled the rubber boat, trying to put some distance between herself and the python, while scanning the area for anything she could use to defend herself or escape. But aside from a few dilapidated, useless buildings, there was nothing but endless water, nowhere to hide, nothing to use. Lin Qian felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have acted on impulse and used the chicken to lure out the python lurking beneath the water. By now, the python had started to move, its massive body gliding back and forth on the surface. Every movement seemed to press down on Lin Qian's taut nerves. She realized it was too late to escape with hope. The python had already marked them as prey and was swimming toward them at a steady, unhurried pace, churning up powerful waves. Lin Qian looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Then she crouched down, one hand gripping Hope, the other on the edge of the rubber boat, ready to slip into her storage space at any moment to hide. Just then, Xiaoqing's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Master, I can handle it." Before the words had even faded, Xiaoqing shot out from within Lin Qian's body, and emerald green vines instantly wrapped around the python's enormous form. Lin Qian's heart leapt in alarm. She was connected to Xiaoqing. If she entered her storage space now, she'd definitely bring the python in with her. If that happened, she'd still be trapped with this terrifying creature. She groaned inwardly. Was her hard-won second chance at life really about to end in the jaws of this python? What a ridiculous way to go. Just as she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the python's attack, nothing happened for a long time. Puzzled, she opened her eyes to find the python was gone. Only Xiaoqing's majestic figure was swaying before her. What happened? Lin Qian asked Hope in confusion. Hope was even more bewildered than she was. The moment Xiaoqing had flown out, he'd collapsed onto the rubber boat, trembling. Now he was only a little quicker than Lin Qian to open his eyes, having no idea what had just happened. Woof. Hope looked at Lin Qian, full of questions, as if waiting for her to explain. Lin Qian didn't know what to say either, her mind a jumble of shock and confusion. Xiaoqing didn't linger long. Soon, it returned to Lin Qian's side. To Lin Qian and Hope's astonishment, the tip of Xiaoqing's vine was now dangling a small black snake. The little snake's head was wounded and still oozing blood, looking especially pitiful. A thought flashed through Lin Qian's mind, but it seemed too strange to believe. She had to confirm it. "Xiaoqing, what's this?" "Oh, master, this is Xiaohei," Xiaoqing replied, sounding light and playful. "Xiaohei?" As soon as Lin Qian spoke, the little black snake slithered along Xiaoqing's vine, heading straight for her. Lin Qian was terrified of anything slimy. She quickly drew her whip and flung the little black snake into the water. Xiaoqing cried out anxiously, "Xiaohei." Its vines swayed back and forth, but remembering that Xiaohei could swim, it decided to explain to Lin Qian first. "Master, that was the big python from before." Lin Qian had already guessed as much, but only now, with Xiaoqing's confirmation, did she dare believe it. Still, she had closed her eyes earlier and hadn't seen how Xiaoqing had turned the giant python into this little black snake. "How did you do that?" Lin Qian asked curiously. "It wasn't me, master. At first, it tried to get close to you, and I was afraid it would hurt you, so I wrapped it up. Xiaoqing can absorb the energy inside these." Xiaoqing explained, sounding a bit proud. "It absorbed Qing energy?" Lin Qian found the answer from Xiaoqing's words, and suddenly everything made sense to her. MHM, it's that energy inside the stones. That's what it ate to become like this." Xiaoqing nodded in confirmation, her face full of satisfaction and joy. "Then how can it shrink down so small?" Lin Qian voiced her confusion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I just told it that if it followed you, it would have endless food in the future, and it got interested." I saw it wanted to follow you, so I said it was too big and told it to make itself smaller. Then it turned into this, Xiaoqing explained. After hearing this, Lin Qian was left speechless. So Xiaoqing had just recruited a giant python for her. She still felt a bit uneasy about these kinds of slithery creatures. Does it really have to follow us? Little Black is really cute. Xiaoqing likes it a lot. Master, don't you like Little Black? Xiaoqing swayed in front of Lin Qian, looking at her with innocent, hopeful eyes. By now, the little black snake had already swum back from the water and was looking at Lin Qian with a fawning expression. Lin Qian sighed inwardly. Fine, it can stay, but it has to behave. As soon as she said this, the little black snake actually nodded at her, looking somewhat adorable. Suppressing her discomfort, she turned to Xiaoqing. Ask it why it was so desperate to crash into that jade field just now. Receiving the order, Xiaoqing hurried over to the little black snake, gently touching it with her vine. After a while, Xiaoqing's voice sounded in Lin Qian's mind. Master, it says there's something inside that attracts it, but it didn't get it. Something that attracts a giant python? Now that the python was on her side, the previous danger was naturally resolved. Lin Qian put on her wetsuit, took everyone, and jumped into the water. As soon as she looked underwater, wow, the entire jade field had been smashed into ruins by Little Black. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to her and hope if Xiaoqing hadn't been there just now, with this crazy python rampaging around. Even if she and Hope had hidden in her space, they couldn't stay there forever. They'd have to come out eventually, and if the python was still around, they'd probably end up in its belly. Lin Qian asked Xiaoqing in her mind, where's the thing that attracted it? Xiaoqing pointed at the little black snake, which swam over to a certain spot. But now, that area was completely buried under rubble, making it impossible to see what was hidden underneath. It says there's a big box locked inside. It couldn't open it. It was planning to rest and then try again later, but then you threw over a live chicken, and, well, everything that happened next happened. A big box? Could it be a safe? Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she started moving the rubble. Maybe it was because of her space's influence, but after 2 rounds of tempering, she felt much stronger. Things she couldn't lift before were now easy to move. Seeing Lin Qian clearing the rubble, Xiaoqing extended her vines to wrap up and toss aside whatever was on top. Little Black also grew a bit bigger, using its tail to sweep away the debris. Hope helped by picking up smaller stones with his mouth. Even with all 4 of them working together, it took almost 2 hours to finally clear away all the rubble. Looking at the various raw jade stones, Lin Qian had a thought. She put all the ones that resonated with her space into her space. Xiaoqing and Little Black, seeing Lin Qian still collecting the jade, grew a bit anxious. Xiaoqing's voice sounded in her mind, Master, Master, let's put those boxes away first. There's yummy stuff inside. The yummy stuff, Xiaoqing mentioned. Lin Qian immediately thought of that green energy. Could there be jade with green energy inside those boxes? But since they were already here, there was no rush. Let me finish collecting these. It won't take long. Those safes aren't going anywhere. Seeing this, Xiaoqing and Little Black simply dragged the safes over and placed them in front of Lin Qian. Now Lin Qian had no choice but to put them away. She stored the safes in her space. Based on how her space had worked before, if there was green energy inside, the space wouldn't absorb it right away but would leave it for Xiaoqing. If there was green energy inside, she didn't have to worry about the space swallowing it up. After putting away the safes, she continued to collect all the jade stones from the field into her space. By the time she finished, it was almost dark. Seeing there wasn't much left down here that was useful, she took Hope and Little Black and surfaced. After spending a few hours underwater, Lin Qian noticed that the wound on Little Black's head seemed even worse. Its whole forehead was pale and swollen from soaking, and blood was seeping out. She frowned. This was the snake Xiaoqing had specifically asked for. Would it die from this injury? Suddenly, she remembered that Hope had recovered quickly after eating fruit from her space. She took out a peach and placed it in front of Little Black. Little Black seemed very interested in the peach. When Lin Qian put it in front of him, he nodded at her, then took a big bite. In no time, the whole peach was eaten, leaving only a perfectly clean pit. After finishing, he still seemed unsatisfied, flicking his tongue and hissing as he crawled toward Lin Qian, clearly wanting another. Lin Qian, helpless, gave him a few cherries. Little Black hesitated at their different shape, but after smelling their sweet fragrance, he couldn't resist and swallowed them whole, pits, stems, and all. The pits and green stems aren't edible, Lin Qian quickly reminded him as he was about to keep munching. Little Black looked at her with a clear, clueless expression, but seemed to understand her meaning. But why weren't those tasty pits and stems edible? He didn't get it, but he was obedient. After finishing, he lined up all the pits and stems in a neat row. Lin Qian couldn't help but think, what an OCD snake. Not wanting to waste anything, she collected all the pits. Now that her space's black soil had expanded, she could plant a couple more trees. But now it was getting dark. She decided to head back to the villa first. She wondered how things were going with Wang Hui. Had he made it home yet? By the time she got home, night had fully fallen and the clock pointed to 7 p.m. The journey back was unexpectedly smooth. She hadn't run into anyone along the way. Maybe it was because it was already dark, or maybe those troublemakers from before had been scared off by her and didn't dare come near anymore. Either way, Lin Qian was more than happy with this outcome. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though she still kept her guard up against any potential threats. As soon as she reached the doorstep, Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang came out to greet her. They looked a little puzzled to see Lin Qian returning alone. Grandpa Wang was the first to speak. "Where's Wang Hui? Why didn't he come back with you?" There was a hint of worry in his voice clearly. He was concerned about Wang Hui's safety. Lin Qian smiled gently and explained, "Don't worry, Grandpa Wang. I needed to collect a few things this time, so Wang Hui and I split up. He went to look for supplies elsewhere, and he might have to go a bit farther. Before he left, he told me not to worry if he didn't make it back tonight." She paused, then added, "When we parted ways, I gave him a blue vein. Even if something happens to him, he should be fine for a while." Hearing this, Grandpa Wang's worry eased a little. Lin Qian continued, "If he's still not back by tomorrow night, I'll go look for him first thing the day after." Though Grandpa Wang was still a bit anxious, since Lin Qian had said so much, he couldn't press further. After all, he was getting on in years and was now living under someone else's roof. If he wanted to go out searching himself, Lin Qian probably wouldn't agree anyway. Thinking of this, he sighed and let it go. While Grandpa Wang and Lin Qian were talking, Uncle Qin finally noticed the little black snake slithering at Lin Qian's feet. His expression immediately turned serious, and he shouted, "Miss, don't move." Uncle Qin knew Lin Qian had always been afraid of snakes and was about to grab a stick to kill it. Sensing the threat, the little black snake instantly took up a defensive posture. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly stopped Uncle Qin. "Uncle Qin, don't hurt it. This is my new pet, its name is Xiaohei." She crouched down, looked at Xiaohei, and tried to keep her tone gentle. "Xiaohei, this is Grandpa Chen. You need to be polite." Xiaohei seemed to understand, its whole body going limp before flopping onto Lin Qian's shoe, looking utterly dejected. Uncle Qin stared in shock. "Miss, weren't you always terrified of these things?" Lin Qian felt a bit awkward herself, not quite sure how to explain this sudden change. She stammered, "Well, it's a bit complicated. I can't really explain right now. Anyway, Xiaohei will be staying with me from now on." Uncle Qin wanted to say more, but seeing the determination in Lin Qian's eyes, he held his tongue. Lin Qian went on, "Xiaohei, listen to me. If you hurt anyone in this house, I'll throw you out." Xiaohei immediately nodded, as if fully understanding her warning. Lin Qian couldn't help feeling a bit emotional as she looked at it. Although her fear of snakes hadn't completely disappeared, having Xiaoqing by her side made her feel less afraid. After all, Xiaoqing had already proven itself, and no matter how bold this little black snake was, it wouldn't dare harm her. Lin Qian believed Xiaohei was smart. Sticking with her would give it a much better chance of finding Qingqi than wandering around on its own. She briefly introduced Xiaohei to the household, while Uncle Qin watched nervously from the side. worried it might suddenly attack Lin Qian. But the little black snake just lay quietly on the table, and even nodded obediently when Lin Qian spoke to it, acting downright docile. Even Uncle Qin, who'd seen a lot in his life, couldn't help but marvel at the sight. "Miss, does Xiaohei eat meat?" Uncle Qin asked tentatively. Lin Qian looked at Xiaohei, who immediately turned to Uncle Qin and nodded vigorously, as if afraid it would miss out on meat if it was even a second late. Uncle Qin laughed. "This little snake is actually kind of cute. How about I take care of it for you, miss, and let it follow me around?" He was still worried Lin Qian might be scared with the snake by her side, even though Xiaohei had behaved well since arriving full of spirit, too. But as soon as Xiaohei heard this, it slithered off the table and wrapped itself tightly around Lin Qian's wrist, making its refusal perfectly clear. The moment it climbed onto her, Lin Qian froze, not daring to move for a long while. Only when Xiaohei had been coiled around her wrist for a while without moving did Lin Qian finally let out a long breath. "It's fine, Uncle Qin. Just let it stay with me." Lin Qian noticed that Xiaohei's touch wasn't as slippery as she'd imagined. Instead, it felt oddly metallic, probably due to its scales. After greeting Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang, she hurried back to her own little room, letting Xiaohei stay wrapped around her as she went. Once inside, Lin Qian closed the door, looked at her wrist, and said, "Xiaohei, get down." Xiaohei didn't dare disobey. It had already heard from Xiaoqing that as long as it behaved, it would get all sorts of delicious treats by following Lin Qian. Thinking back to the fruit it had just eaten, Xiaohei was still savoring the taste. Even without Qingqi, those fruits alone were enough to keep it by Lin Qian's side. Today, Lin Qian had used up a lot of energy and had been on edge the whole time. Now that she was finally home, she relaxed and realized how exhausted she was. She wanted to rest, but she was still thinking about the new items she'd collected. The ordinary antiques in Jade had already been absorbed by the space as soon as she brought them in, but the things in those safes were still there. She could feel Xiaoqing stirring inside her, urging her to enter the space, so she brought Xiaohei along and entered together. Xiaohei was startled to find its familiar surroundings suddenly replaced by a completely different place, like magic. It stood bolt upright in the space, looking just like a stick. Its eyes were wide open, pupils narrowed to slits, clearly on high alert from the sudden change in environment. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh at the strange scene before her. At that moment, Xiaoqing slowly emerged from within Lin Qian, wriggling over to Xiaohei. It gently patted Xiaohei's stiff body with its soft vine. Startled by the sudden touch, Xiaohei's eyes went wide and its whole body tensed up like a drawn string. Its silly appearance was truly amusing. This was the first time in Lin Qian's life she'd witnessed such a sight. She couldn't hold back any longer, and a soft chuckle slipped from her lips. Seeing Xiaohei's exaggerated reaction, Xiaoqing seemed a little displeased and patted it a bit harder with its vine. Only then did Xiaohei snap out of its daze, staring at Xiaoqing with an expectant look, as if hoping Xiaoqing or Lin Qian would give it an explanation. Xiaoqing wrapped itself around Xiaohei. Who knew how they communicated, but soon Xiaohei seemed to understand the situation. Its body gradually relaxed, and its little eyes sparkled with curiosity about this strange space. Seeing that Xiaohei had accepted reality, Lin Qian suggested, "Let's go check out those safes first." At her words, Xiaoqing wriggled excitedly on Lin Qian's body, and Xiaohei bounced in place with enthusiasm. They made their way to where the safes were stored. There, 6 safes stood neatly in a row, looking quite impressive. Lin Qian was quite satisfied with the space's one-click storage function, but as she looked at the safes, she frowned. She had no idea how to open them. Her lock-picking skills seemed utterly useless in the face of these safes. Xiaoqing and Xiaohei watched her eagerly, completely unaware why she wasn't making a move. Lin Qian sighed and explained, "These safes may not look special, but their anti-theft features are top-notch. Even with my lock-picking skills, there's no way I could open them quickly." Seeing that they still didn't understand, she decided to demonstrate. After fiddling with the safes for a while, she looked helplessly at the unmoving locks and said, "See? I've tried all these tools, but nothing works." Xiaoqing seemed to get the idea and anxiously said, Master, let me try. Lin Qian was surprised. You can pick locks? I can give it a try, Xiaoqing replied, not boasting. Lin Qian was wondering how Xiaoqing would manage it when she saw its vine gently wrap around the safe's keyhole. Then it extended a slender tendril, nimbly inserting it into the lock and starting to work in a special way. Lin Qian was relieved that these were traditional safes. If they'd been high-tech digital ones, Xiaoqing probably wouldn't have stood a chance. She watched Xiaoqing's movements nervously, while Xiaohe looked eager to help. Before long, Xiaoqing's vine gave a little shake and a crisp click sounded from the safe's lock. Xiaoqing had succeeded. Lin Qian looked at Xiaoqing as if she'd discovered a treasure. She never would have guessed Xiaoqing had such a skill. From now on, any lock-picking jobs could be left to it. What great news! Before Lin Qian could recover from her surprise, Xiaoqing and Xiaohe had already opened the safe and taken out a piece of imperial green jade the size of a basketball. Even from a distance, Lin Qian could feel the allure and luster of the jade's green color. No wonder her mother's friends were so obsessed with jade. High-quality pieces really did have a mesmerizing charm. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe were excited too, but didn't linger over the jade. Instead, they quickly opened the remaining safes. Inside were all kinds of jadeite in various colors, each one dazzling and radiant. Lin Qian was nearly blinded by the brilliance. Even though she'd never been particularly interested in jade, she found herself a little tempted now. But unlike before, these jades didn't immediately emit green energy upon being taken out. Just as Lin Qian was about to ask, she saw Xiaoqing extend a tendril to wrap around a piece of jade. Instantly, green energy began to drift out from the stone. This time, the energy didn't scatter everywhere, but gathered around Xiaoqing, Xiaohe, and Lin Qian, as if guided by their will. As the green energy brushed past her, Lin Qian felt a warm current flow through her body. She sensed a power slowly awakening within, filling her with vitality. She looked down at herself in surprise, then up at Xiaoqing and the jade radiating green energy, her eyes shining with disbelief. Previously, the green energy hadn't gathered around them so precisely, and this time it was even denser and purer than before. Xiaoqing, what's going on? Lin Qian asked curiously. Xiaoqing didn't answer right away, but gently stroked the jade with its slender vine. After a while, Xiaoqing's voice sounded in Lin Qian's mind. I'm not sure either, but this time I suddenly felt like I could control the green energy. Though they didn't know the reason, it was certainly a good thing. The jade that had been drained of its green energy was casually tossed aside by Xiaoqing. Lin Qian noticed that its former brilliance was gone, leaving it dull and lifeless. What had once been crystal clear and radiant jadeite had instantly turned into an ordinary, murky stone. It seemed that the green energy was the key, the soul and essence of the jade. Xiaoqing continued to draw out the green energy from the remaining jades, letting all of them absorb it completely. In the end, Lin Qian, Xiaoqing, and Xiaohe all felt as if they were drunk, collapsing in this magical space and enjoying a rare moment of peace and comfort. Who knew how much time passed before Lin Qian groggily woke up, not sure how long she'd slept, until she heard Uncle Chen knocking gently at the door, his voice warm. Miss, dinner is ready. It was only then, as if sobering up, that she rubbed her head and realized she didn't feel hungover at all. On the contrary, she felt completely relaxed, though she did notice she smelled a bit odd. Since she couldn't respond to Uncle Chen from within the space, she carried the still sleeping Xiaohe out and apologized through the door. Uncle Chen, please wait a moment. I just took a nap and need to shower before coming down. With that, she hurried into the bathroom and washed herself from head to toe. After cleaning up, she remembered how Wang Hui had commented last time that her skin had gotten much fairer. With time to spare, she deliberately stood before the mirror, carefully examining herself to see what had changed this time. If her appearance changed too much in a short period, it would certainly arouse suspicion. But this time, she found her skin wasn't much paler than before. Instead, it looked even more delicate and smooth, with a faint glow, making her appear even more soft and beautiful. She sighed. It seemed she'd have to cover her face when going out in the future. Her striking looks were just too attention-grabbing and could bring unnecessary trouble. After getting dressed, she even tossed Xiaohei into the water for a wash. While bathing it, she was surprised to find that the scar on Xiaohei's head had completely disappeared. The wound on its head had become smooth and seamless, as if it had never been injured at all. Back when Lin Qian fed it fruit, she'd already noticed that the wound on Little Black's head had healed a lot compared to its previous shocking state. She hadn't expected that after this baptism of green energy, the injury would be completely repaired. Once Lin Qian finished cleaning it up, Little Black slowly woke up. The little black snake, which had already looked quite spirited before, now seemed to have gained a touch of intelligence in its eyes. Its scales also appeared glossier than before. She reached out to touch it. The coldness from before was gone, replaced by a gentle warmth like jade. The sensation was very similar to those jade stones she'd just handled. With Little Black like this, she didn't feel afraid anymore. Thinking back to its huge and terrifying form, Lin Qian still felt the need to remind it, "Little Black, you can't change size or shape at home. If you scare my family, I'll have to throw you out." Little Black nodded frantically, terrified that Lin Qian might abandon it if she got upset. No way, that wouldn't do. It was only its first day with her, and already it was eating so well. Only a fool would leave. Little Black thought to itself. Obediently, it coiled around Lin Qian's wrist, looking just like a precious piece of jewelry. As it wrapped itself around her, Lin Qian could feel the gentle warmth of its scales. As for Lin Qian herself, after absorbing all that green energy, she just felt relaxed all over, her eyes clear and bright. She hadn't noticed any other changes yet, but she definitely felt different, almost like she was experiencing the process of a mortal cultivating immortality. She wondered what the difference really was between the two. It seemed she had broken through some kind of barrier, but she couldn't rely solely on external forces to improve herself. Lately, she'd been running around with Wang Hui and had neglected her physical training. She'd have to get back to it. After bringing Little Black downstairs for dinner, Uncle Qian had specially prepared 2 large bowls of meat for the snake and set them on the table. One bowl was cooked meat, the other raw. I wasn't sure if Little Black eats raw or cooked meat, so I prepared both. Let's see which one it likes. Little Black's eyes sparkled with excitement as it looked at the meat. It slithered down from Lin Qian's wrist and stopped in front of Uncle Qian, nodding and bowing in a surprisingly proper manner. After that, it quickly crawled over to the bowl of raw meat and polished it off in no time. Just as Uncle Qian thought it only ate raw meat, Little Black moved to the bowl of cooked meat and devoured that just as quickly. Uncle Qian was left puzzled. So, it can eat anything? Lin Qian wasn't sure either. She couldn't call out Xiaoqing to ask, so she just kept the question in mind for later. But Little Black's next actions answered her question for her. After finishing the cooked meat, Little Black nodded and bowed to Uncle Qian, then stayed in front of the empty bowl, its eyes shining like gemstones. Uncle Qian didn't understand what it meant, but Lin Qian seemed to catch on. "You like the cooked meat?" At her words, Little Black started nodding furiously, even drooling a little in its excitement. When it realized it had drooled on the table, it quickly slithered over to block the spot, as if afraid anyone would notice. It stared at Uncle Qian, eyes full of longing. Even though it couldn't speak, everyone present understood what it wanted. Seeing how quickly Little Black ate, Uncle Qian could tell that what he'd given wasn't nearly enough. But he was also baffled. How could such a small snake eat 2 huge bowls of meat and not show any sign of it in its belly? "Miss, should I go make it 2 more bowls?" Little Black got so excited it jumped right onto Uncle Qian's shoulder. Even though Uncle Qian was an old man, it was his first time having a snake perch on his shoulder, and he stiffened up, feeling a bit uneasy. All he could think was, I hope it doesn't bite my carotid artery. I wonder if this snake is venomous. Luckily, Lin Qian said to Little Black, "Come down, Little Black." At her command, Little Black reluctantly jumped down from Uncle Qian's shoulder, looking at Lin Qian with a pitiful expression. Lin Qian pretended not to notice and shook her head at Uncle Chen. No need, 2 bowls is already a lot. If it eats too much at once, we won't be able to keep up, and then we'll have to let it go. Who knew how much meat it would take to fill Little Black up? It's not that she couldn't afford to feed it, but, well, just watching it eat made her feel the pain in her wallet. When Little Black heard this, it quickly shook its head at Lin Qian, afraid she'd misunderstand. It zipped back to her wrist and curled up quietly, acting like a decorative bracelet. With its actions, it told Lin Qian it could stop eating if needed. Uncle Chen was surprised by how clever Little Black was. Could this little black snake be a spirit? Lin Qian agreed. If it wasn't so human-like, I wouldn't have brought it back. Besides, with things so chaotic outside, having it around makes me feel safer. Uncle Chen was still worried about whether Little Black was venomous. He looked at Lin Qian anxiously. It won't hurt you, will it? Judging by how it acts, I don't think so. But is it venomous? Uncle Chen finally voiced his main concern. Grandpa Wang had been watching ever since Lin Qian brought Little Black downstairs. Now, seeing Uncle Chen's worried face, he thought for a moment and said, "This snake is a bit strange." That only made Uncle Chen more anxious. Strange. Yes. It looks a bit like a green anaconda, but it's way too small. Green anaconda? Lin Qian had always thought Little Black was a python. She hadn't expected it might be a green anaconda, but weren't those only found in the Amazon and Orinoco basins? How did one end up here? Plus, according to Auntie with the instant noodle hair, the snake was probably caught by hunters in Matua, but there shouldn't be green anacondas there. Grandpa Wang explained, yes, it looks like a juvenile green anaconda, but it's odd, it's not quite like a normal one, which is why I said it's strange. Lin Qian understood why it wasn't like a normal green anaconda. Never mind what species Little Black was. Just the fact that it could shrink and grow at will was something no ordinary snake could do. Uncle Chen didn't care what species it was. But is it venomous? This type of snake is usually non-venomous, Grandpa Wang said slowly. Hearing this, Uncle Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then Grandpa Wang changed his tone. But this one is so unusual. I can't identify its exact species, so I can't say for sure that it's not poisonous. Oh, Uncle Wang, can't you just say everything at once? Is there any way we can check if this snake is poisonous? It's wrapped around the young miss like that, and I can't help but worry. Grandpa Wang's words left Uncle Chen feeling anxious and unsettled. Grandpa Wang smiled gently. Don't be so nervous, Uncle Chen. To determine if a snake is venomous, you usually look at the shape of its head, the features of its tail, its patterns and colors, the shape of its pupils, and its behavior. Look at Little Black. It doesn't look like a venomous snake, and it seems to be quite intelligent. It shouldn't attack people for no reason, especially not the one who took it in, Xiao Qian. Although Little Black was coiled around Lin Qian's wrist, it perked up its ears and listened intently to Grandpa Wang and Uncle Chen's conversation. As soon as Grandpa Wang finished speaking, Little Black suddenly lifted its head from Lin Qian's wrist and nodded vigorously at Uncle Chen. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang couldn't help but laugh. He said to Uncle Chen, "See? Didn't I say so?" Uncle Chen wanted to say something more, but when he saw Little Black's eager, friendly expression, he was left speechless. All right then. Since Little Black was already sticking close to Lin Qian, there was nothing more he could do, no matter how much he worried. That night, after dinner, Lin Qian took Little Black back to her bedroom. She called out for Little Green, hoping it could communicate with Little Black and help answer some of her questions. But perhaps because Little Green had absorbed more green energy than either her or Little Black, no matter how long she called, Little Green didn't respond. Lin Qian lifted her shirt and looked at the spot near her heart where Little Green resided. She saw a faint, rhythmic flicker there, as if it were Little Green's breathing. She figured Little Green was probably still absorbing energy, so she didn't call out again. Ever since she got home that day, Lin Qian had felt something odd about the weather. She guessed the sudden temperature drop would come in the next day or two. So she turned on the villa's central heating system in advance, then crawled into bed. Thanks to the heating, she didn't notice much of a temperature change when she woke up the next morning. But when she climbed out of bed and looked out the window, She was shocked to see a world of white outside. She tried to open the window, only to find it was frozen shut. She had to use quite a bit of force to finally push it open. A blast of cold air rushed into the room, making her whole body stiffen in an instant. She quickly shut the window, and only then did she start to feel warm again. So her guess was right, the sudden cold snap she remembered had arrived. Luckily, she'd turned on the heating system the night before. Otherwise, with such a sudden drop in temperature, Grandpa Wang and Uncle Qian might not have made it through the night. Lin Qian went to the bathroom and turned on the hot water. The warm stream soothed her, both body and mind. This, she thought, was what real life should feel like. After washing up, she took Little Black into her space. This time, as soon as she entered, Little Green emerged from her body. Lin Qian thought it would stay attached to her as before, but to her surprise, Little Green actually separated from her body. "You can come out of me now?" Lin Qian asked in delight. Little Green seemed to realize it too, and was just as excited. "I really can. I can leave your body now, Master." Little Green spun around in place several times. "This is great. Now I can help you even more when we're outside." Maybe because it was a spirit plant, Little Green still spoke in a childlike, repetitive way. But Lin Qian found it rather endearing. Still, she felt something was different about Little Green, besides the fact that it could now leave her body. She just couldn't quite put her finger on what had changed. Master, can I take Little Black to play around?" Little Green asked excitedly. Inside the space, Lin Qian saw no reason to restrict them. "Go ahead and play. I'm going to look for Uncle Qian and Grandpa Wang." With weather like this, and Wang Hui not back yet, Grandpa Wang was surely worried sick. This time, Lin Qian decided to leave Little Black and Little Green in the space and went out by herself. Downstairs, she saw Uncle Qian making breakfast and felt a wave of relief. Even with the heating on, the weather was so harsh that she couldn't help but worry when she didn't see anyone. "Good morning, Uncle Qian. Where's Grandpa Wang?" Lin Qian asked as she walked into the kitchen. Uncle Qian turned around and saw her. "Young miss, you're up? Have a seat, breakfast will be ready soon." Uncle Wang woke up early and saw it was snowing outside. He's worried about his grandson, so he's been out there looking around. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. The temperature outside was so low, and Grandpa Wang was getting on in years. No matter how well he dressed, it would be easy for him to get sick in this weather. She didn't even bother to put on an extra layer and rushed outside. Sure enough, she saw Grandpa Wang standing by the gate in thin clothes, staring off into the distance. "Grandpa Wang!" Lin Qian shouted, ignoring the instant chill that froze her body, and ran over to pull him back inside. "I'll go out to look for him after breakfast. Don't worry." Though worried about his grandson, Grandpa Wang wasn't unreasonable. "How can I let a young girl like you go out looking for someone in this weather? Don't worry. You saw my car before, it can handle this kind of weather. Come on, let's get inside and have something hot to warm up. Look at your hands, they're freezing. If you get sick, won't Wang Hui blame me when he gets back?" She half-pulled, half-dragged Grandpa Wang back into the house. Just then, Uncle Qian came out with 2 bowls of noodles. When he saw Grandpa Wang's pale face and lips, he was startled. "Uncle Wang, hurry and sit down for some hot soup noodles. I didn't even notice you went out just now, why didn't you put on more clothes?" It wasn't that Grandpa Wang didn't want to dress warmly. He'd come here with Lin Qian in a hurry and never expected it would snow and freeze like this in the south. What he was wearing now was already the thickest clothing he'd brought. "Don't worry, I was only out for a little while. It's not that easy to get sick," Grandpa Wang said, trying to sound casual. But Lin Qian, ever observant, could hear the tremor in his voice and see his hands shaking despite his brave front. Watching as Grandpa Wang gradually regained his energy and began to enjoy the steaming bowl of noodle soup, Lin Qian finally felt a bit more at ease. However, when her gaze fell on Grandpa Wang's rather thin and worn clothing, a wave of worry surged up in her heart again. She immediately turned around and hurried upstairs, calling out as she went, "Uncle Qian, Grandpa Wang, you two go ahead and eat. I'm just going upstairs to get something." "Child, can't whatever it is wait until after breakfast?" Grandpa Wang hadn't even finished speaking before Lin Qian's figure had already disappeared at the top of the stairs. Back in her room, Lin Qian quickly rummaged through her space and pulled out a pile of men's winter clothes, thick cotton coats, crisp military overcoats, several high-quality down jackets, and thermal underwear. She gathered the mountain of clothes into her arms and carefully made her way downstairs. By the time she appeared at the stairwell, the pile of clothes almost completely buried her, with only her head poking out. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang looked up and were startled to see her carrying a heap of clothes even taller than herself. Seeing this, they immediately understood Lin Qian's intention. They quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed over to help her take the clothes one by one. Grandpa Wang, holding the clothes, said, "Qian, you're so thoughtful, but how could we possibly wear all these? It's fine. It's just the few of us here, and I collected a ton of clothes before. It'd be a waste not to wear them." Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang were about the same size, and Lin Qian had specifically picked out clothes from her space that would fit them. After putting on the new clothes, they fit perfectly, as if they'd been tailor-made. New clothes always bring joy, and even Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang were no exception. As they tried on the new outfits, their faces were full of satisfaction. Watching this scene, Lin Qian felt a warm current flow through her heart. She called out, "Let's finish breakfast first. You can try on the rest of the clothes later." Seeing Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang trying on new clothes with childlike excitement, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. As she ate the noodles Uncle Qin had made, Lin Qian caught the familiar aroma of cooked meat. Uncle Qin noticed that the little black snake on her wrist was missing. "Where's Xiaohei? Didn't it come down with you?" "Oh, maybe it's too cold. Xiaohei is probably still sleeping upstairs. You can call it down later. Should I keep this bowl of meat warm for it?" Uncle Qin asked with concern. "No need, I'll go get it now." Lin Qian put down her bowl and chopsticks and quickly went upstairs to pull Xiaohei out from her space. Xiaohei seemed to be having a great time playing with Xiaoqing in the space and was a bit dazed when suddenly pulled out, looking at Lin Qian in confusion. "Xiaohei, Uncle Qin made you breakfast, a big bowl of meat. Go eat. We're heading out after you finish," Lin Qian said as she placed Xiaohei on her wrist. The moment Xiaohei heard there was meat, it perked up instantly. It wrapped itself around Lin Qian's wrist, wriggling eagerly, as if urging her to hurry up and go downstairs. Seeing how anxious Xiaohei was, Lin Qian smiled helplessly. All right, we're going down now." Once Lin Qian really started going downstairs, Xiaohei finally calmed down and obediently stayed wrapped around her wrist. Actually, it really wanted to slither down and eat the meat right away, but it was afraid Lin Qian would be upset. After all, it hadn't been here long, and if it acted too eager, Lin Qian might think it was just a useless glutton. So it could only suppress its desire and obediently follow Lin Qian. Of course, Lin Qian understood Xiaohei's thoughts, but she didn't say anything. After all, animals are always simple and straightforward. Sure enough, before they even reached the dining table, Xiaohei had already caught the scent of meat. It slid off Lin Qian's wrist in a flash and, with a bounce, landed right next to the bowl of meat on the table. It even politely greeted Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang before digging in with gusto. Lin Qian quickly finished her breakfast as well, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Seeing this, Xiaohei imitated her, grabbing a napkin in its mouth, placing it on the table, and shaking its head from side to side as it wiped its mouth clean. Only then did it wrap itself back around Lin Qian's hand. "Uncle Qin, Grandpa Wang, Wang Hui still hasn't come back in this weather. He doesn't have any transportation, and he doesn't have many warm clothes. I'll go out and look for him. But don't worry." As she spoke, Lin Qian pulled a military walkie-talkie from her pocket and handed it to them. "The cell towers around here seem to be down, and our phones can't get any signal. Even if they have battery, they're useless. This is a custom walkie-talkie I ordered before. As long as we're not too far apart, it should work fine." Uncle Qin looked at the walkie-talkie in surprise, not knowing when Lin Qian had gotten such a thing. But after a lifetime working in this household, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. He took the walkie-talkie and said, "Miss, make sure you dress warmly and be careful out there. Uncle Wang and I will wait for you at home." Grandpa Wang was even more emotional. "We really don't know how to thank you. If this were ancient times, selling ourselves to serve you for several lifetimes wouldn't be enough." "Grandpa Wang, now's not the time for polite words," Lin Qian said with a smile. She only said she saw Grandpa Wang as family, not mentioning Wang Hui. Although Grandpa Wang didn't know the reason, he could tell that Lin Qian was braving the freezing cold to go out and look for his grandson for his sake. He made up his mind. When Wang Hui got back, he'd give him a good talking to. He'd make sure Wang Hui remembered who was the elder. A grown man needing a young girl like Lin Qian to go out and look for him. Never mind Wang Hui, even Grandpa Wang felt embarrassed. Grandpa Wang didn't want Lin Qian to risk herself, but he was also worried about Wang Hui. Now that Lin Qian was willing to help look for his grandson, he still felt uneasy and conflicted. But he knew he was too old. If he went out himself, he might just cause Lin Qian more trouble. He opened his mouth, but in the end all he could say was, "You must be careful." "I know, don't worry," Lin Qian replied. With that, she turned and went back to her room, putting on a set of custom-made military thermal underwear, then layering a thick, long down coat on top. She changed into tall, warm, waterproof boots, put on a thick hat, and pulled on her gloves. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang watched as Lin Qian meticulously prepared for her journey. Their worries eased a little, but they still couldn't help but remind her, the world outside is blanketed in silver now. If you encounter strangers, don't get close to them lightly. Uncle Qin had weathered many storms and knew all too well the complexities of human nature. In this bitter cold, most Southerners lacked proper winter gear. If someone saw Lin Qian so well equipped, it was hard to guarantee they wouldn't be tempted by greed, even to the point of killing for her supplies. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. If there's an emergency at home, remember to contact me anytime with the walkie-talkie." Lin Qian raised the walkie-talkie in her hand, her tone firm. Uncle Qin gripped his own walkie-talkie tightly, feeling much more at ease now that they had a way to stay in touch. Ever since learning Lin Qian was heading out, hope had stuck to her like glue, refusing to leave her side for even a moment. "Hope, it's too cold outside. Why don't you stay home?" Lin Qian tried to persuade her gently. But Hope was unusually stubborn, biting onto Lin Qian's pant leg as if to say that unless she was taken along, she wouldn't let Lin Qian leave at all. Left with no choice, Lin Qian rummaged through her space and found a piece of warm clothing that matched Hope's size, then forcibly dressed her in it. At first, Hope tried to wriggle out of this sudden restraint, but Lin Qian's face darkened as she sternly warned, "If you don't wear your clothes, you'll have to stay home with Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang." Only then did Hope quiet down, obediently accepting the puffy cotton coat Lin Qian put on her. Before leaving, Hope even ran to the full-length mirror for a look. Seeing her own reflection, she couldn't bear the sight. She slapped a paw over her eyes and quickly scampered away from the mirror. As she headed out, Lin Qian didn't repeat the usual warnings about not letting anyone in. She'd said it so many times before that Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang understood the situation better than anyone. What she didn't know was that as she prepared to set out in search of Wang Hui, the entire villa district, and even the whole city of Zhu, was shrouded in fear and unease. Many of the frail and elderly had passed away in their sleep overnight, never to open their eyes to this world again. Lin Qian drove out of the villa, immediately noticing a thin layer of ice covering the ground. Fortunately, the car she'd custom-ordered was designed specifically for the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, so driving on the icy roads was no problem. As she left, she was surprised to find her senses sharper than usual. She could faintly hear the sounds of crying from within the villa district. It seemed many families had suffered misfortune. She listened for a moment, then quickly refocused on her mission and drove on resolutely. She'd already checked the outdoor temperature before leaving overnight. It had plummeted from over 10 degrees Celsius to more than 30 below zero. But she knew this wasn't the coldest it would get. In the coming days, the temperature in Zhu City would continue to drop, reaching an extreme low of -70 or 80 degrees. When that happened, even more lives would be lost. Lin Qian shook her head, pushing aside these heavy thoughts. Right now, the most important thing was to find Wang Hui as soon as possible. Before the freeze, those without inflatable boats or speedboats had been trapped in their homes, unable to go out. But now, with snow and ice covering all the waterways, people who'd been helpless due to lack of transportation finally had a chance to venture out. Though the cold was unbearable, as long as they wore enough warm clothing, they could still set out. For those struggling to survive in the apocalypse, the cold was terrifying, but death was even more so. They would fight like beasts for a scrap of food. Every sin you could imagine or couldn't was lurking, ready to surface. Just as Lin Qian had predicted, though most villa residents found the bitter cold unbearable, a few actually felt a sliver of relief because they could finally leave their homes, no longer blocked by the flooded waterways. Many people in the villa district saw Lin Qian driving out and grew restless, thinking of taking their own cars out as well. But either their cars wouldn't start in the extreme cold, or if they managed to get them running, they couldn't drive on the slippery ice like Lin Qian could. So, once again, some of them started eyeing Lin Qian's resources. Previously, with Feng Ku and Zhao Tianwei guarding her, no one could get into Lin Qian's villa. But they couldn't stand guard forever. Sooner or later, there would be an opportunity. Lin Qian knew nothing of this. Her mind was focused solely on finding Wang Hui as quickly as possible. In this weather, even a special forces soldier like him might not last long. She was grateful to be able to travel by car. Soon, she reached the area that had been flooded before, now transformed into a vast expanse of ice. Still, Lin Qian was a bit worried. Even after a night of freezing temperatures, she wasn't sure if the ice could support the weight of her heavy vehicle. After thinking it over, she found a secluded spot, stored the military vehicle in her space, and took out a snowmobile instead. As she approached the ice on her snowmobile, she still felt uneasy and stopped at the edge, not daring to go further. But she couldn't think of a good way to judge whether the ice was solid enough. Just as she was fretting, Xiaoqing emerged from within her. Master, why aren't we moving?" Hope barked at her side. "Woof woof woof. Let's go," Lin Qian replied. "You too, quiet." Lin Qian had been deep in thought, but their interruption threw her off. "Master, why aren't we going?" Xiaoqing pressed. Hope barked again. "Woof woof woof." "Yeah, sis, why aren't we going?" Xiaoqing sounded puzzled. "It's not that I don't want to go," Lin Qian explained. "It's just that I don't know if the ice can hold the weight of our vehicle." As soon as she said this, she suddenly realized something and whipped her head around to look at Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, say something again?" Xiaoqing's vines swayed in the wind. "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Qian finally understood what had felt so odd about Xiaoqing these past 2 days. Xiaoqing could actually talk now. And not just in her mind, but out loud, for real. Even so, she confirmed with Hope. "Hope, you can hear Xiaoqing talking too, right?" "Woof." Hope barked affirmatively. The little black creature wrapped around Lin Qian's hand also lifted its head and nodded repeatedly at her, indicating that it could now clearly hear Xiaoqing's words without needing to make contact with Xiaoqing. This was truly an unexpected surprise. "So, can you still talk to me in my mind now?" Lin Qian asked curiously. Although she was delighted that Xiaoqing could speak out loud, in many situations, communicating telepathically was much safer than speaking directly. Besides, as a vine, Xiaoqing was already eye-catching enough when it appeared around her, all green and lush. If it suddenly started talking, that would be way too bizarre. She didn't know what the authorities were up to these days, but they were definitely already working on dealing with the apocalypse. If someone from the government discovered Xiaoqing, there was no guarantee they wouldn't take it away for research and dissection. "Of course I can." Xiaoqing's voice sounded in Lin Qian's mind, directly answering her question with action. "Master, you just said you weren't sure if the ice could hold weight. Xiaoqing can help check it for you," Xiaoqing said confidently. Hearing this, Lin Qian immediately looked at Xiaoqing. "How will you check?" "Master, step back a little." As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, it jumped out from Lin Qian's body and slid over to the ice surface using its roots and stems. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Qian, Little Black, and Hope, it stretched its roots down beneath the ice. Now that Lin Qian's senses were sharp, she could already hear the sound of the ice cracking as Xiaoqing's roots probed beneath it. She hadn't expected that such a hard layer of ice could be penetrated so easily by Xiaoqing's roots. Xiaoqing kept going for quite a while before finally reaching the water under the ice, then slid back to Lin Qian's side. Master, I know how thick the ice is now. How thick? Xiaoqing wasn't sure how to express the length, so after thinking for a moment, it simply extended one of its vines and stopped when it was about right. About this thick. Lin Qian looked at the vine Xiaoqing stretched out, about a meter long. That meant even driving a military vehicle over the ice would be no problem at all, and a snowmobile would be even safer. She called Hope and Xiaoqing back to cling onto the snowmobile, then started it up and sped off. Although many people wanted to go outside, they didn't have Lin Qian's equipment and were still rummaging through their homes, trying to find their thickest clothes. Some people wanted to go out, but it was just too cold. They couldn't even find a decent warm coat. The moment they stepped outside, they froze up and couldn't take another step, so they slunk back inside to huddle under their blankets. There were a few who weren't afraid of the cold and ventured out, but as soon as they caught a glimpse of Lin Qian's snowmobile, she was already gone. When Lin Qian passed by the apartment building where Little Eyes Li Qian lived, she spotted a white cloth strip hanging from the window from a distance. What's going on? It's only been 2 days, and Little Eyes is looking for me again. Lin Qian thought to herself that it wouldn't take much time, so she drove her snowmobile over to Li Qian's building and shouted, "Little Eyes." Li Qian hadn't expected to see Lin Qian out in this freezing weather, but to his surprise, she was out and about. He happily opened the window and called out, "Sis, how come you're out?" Lin Qian didn't answer his question and asked directly, "You hung up a white cloth, do you need something urgent from me?" She had to admit, Li Qian was pretty lucky. Last night, the temperature suddenly plummeted. Fortunately, he woke up in the middle of the night and realized it had become as cold as an ice cellar. He quickly went to check on Granny Li. He found her lying in bed, her face already turning blue from the cold. He immediately took all the thick quilts in the house and piled them on her, barely saving her in time. This made him realize things couldn't go on like this. The weather didn't look like it would improve anytime soon, and he had a hunch the temperature might drop even further. There were only a few quilts at home, and if things got worse, he thought of Lin Qian. So he hung up the white cloth, hoping that if she passed by, he could ask if she had any supplies for warmth. He never expected to see Lin Qian out today. She didn't seem to be wearing much, but it was obvious her clothes were very warm, which gave him some ideas. He put on his cotton coat and hurried downstairs. "Sis, are you out looking for supplies again?" "I'm looking for someone and picking up supplies along the way," Lin Qian replied after thinking for a moment. "Looking for someone? Oh." Li Qian suddenly realized, "You're looking for that guy who was with you the other day, right?" "Yeah. After I left that day, did you see him?" "No. Not many people have inflatable boats like you guys. After you left, I kept an eye out, but I never saw him come back." "Why?" "He hasn't returned yet." Given the current weather, and since he'd gotten to know Lin Qian and Wang Hui, Li Qian couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He really didn't want anything to happen to Wang Hui. Although this sis was capable, having another capable guy around would mean more resources to trade in the future. Besides, while this sis could be a bit ruthless, she was trustworthy, a good trading partner. Lin Qian shook her head. "He went out to look for supplies and told me not to go out looking for him. But now that the weather suddenly turned so cold, his family's worried something happened to him, so I came out to look." "By the way, what did you need from me?" she asked, looking at Li Qian. Li Qian finally explained, "My grandma's getting old, and we only have a few thin quilts at home. It looks like the temperature's going to drop even more. I'm afraid she won't make it through, so I was wondering if you had any warm clothes or heating supplies I could trade for." Lin Qian understood. Having an elderly person at home was definitely troublesome, and now the power was out, so even if they wanted to use a heater, it was impossible. I'll keep an eye out for heating supplies while I'm out looking for someone, but the ice is pretty thick now. I suggest you organize some people and try to find supplies yourselves. Relying on me alone isn't realistic. Lin Qian knew this perfectly well, but if he went out, his grandma would be left alone at home, and if anything happened, he wouldn't be able to help in time. Just as Lin Qian finished speaking, Granny Li came downstairs wrapped in thick clothes. Seeing his grandma, Lin Qian hurried over to support her. "Grandma, why did you come down?" "I heard you say this young lady was here, so I wanted to come see her. She's helped us so much, it's only right to say thank you." Granny Li was very polite to Lin Qian. "At my age, if my grandson hadn't met you, I probably wouldn't be here anymore. I really don't know how to thank you enough." Lin Qian wasn't used to these kinds of things and replied stiffly, "Granny Li, there's no need to be so polite. What I have with Lin Qian is just a transaction. We each get what we need. I really don't deserve your thanks. It's too cold out here. You should hurry back inside and stay warm." Granny Li shook her head. "I've lived through colder days than this. It's nothing. It's just that the sudden temperature drop yesterday was a bit much for my body, but I'm feeling better now." She looked at Lin Qian and spoke earnestly, "You should listen to this young lady. No matter how much we have at home, in the end, we have to rely on ourselves. In times like these, if you don't work hard, it's not just me, you won't survive either." It was clear Granny Li agreed with Lin Qian. She continued, "I remember there's a forest park nearby. While everyone's still scrambling to find food, you should organize some people and go chop some firewood there." But Grandma, Lin Qian was still worried. As for this grandmother and grandson, Lin Qian found them easy enough to get along with. If Lin Qian was willing to step up, that would be ideal. She was happy to help within her limits. "Granny Li, my family used to run a pharmaceutical factory. Let me take a look at your hand." Lin Qian was overjoyed. "Sis, you're a doctor?" "Not really, I just know a little. I can handle simple things, but nothing complicated. But if you just want me to check Granny Li's current health, that's no problem." "Grandma." Lin Qian happily took Granny Li's hand and handed it over. Lin Qian reached out and checked briefly, finding that Granny Li was just a bit weak, but otherwise in good shape. She withdrew her hand. "How is she?" Lin Qian was worried when he saw how quickly Lin Qian finished. "No major issues. Just take your medicine on time and keep warm." Lin Qian hadn't taken Granny Li for a checkup in a long time and was always worried something might happen to her in these conditions. Now that Lin Qian had said this, he felt much more at ease. In his eyes, someone as capable as Lin Qian wouldn't lie to him. "Then I can go out and look for supplies." He looked at Granny Li excitedly. Seeing that everything had been said, Lin Qian was about to leave when Granny Li called her back. "Wait a moment, young lady." Granny Li slipped the bracelet off her wrist. "Xiaoqun said you like these things. You've helped us so much, please take this." Lin Qian glanced at the bracelet. It didn't look like anything valuable, but she sensed her space had reacted to it. She was puzzled. She still didn't know how her space judged these things. The next moment, Xiaoqing's voice sounded in her mind. "Master, master, this is a good thing." Lin Qian was startled, worried that Lin Qian and Granny Li might have heard Xiaoqing's voice. That would be trouble. She stared at the grandmother and grandson, and, seeing no reaction, realized Xiaoqing was speaking directly in her mind. At least Xiaoqing knew to be discreet, she thought silently. "Of course. I know you wouldn't want anyone to know I can talk," Xiaoqing's voice echoed in her mind. She patted Xiaoqing, who was wrapped around the snowmobile, and thought, "You're so smug." Xiaoqing swayed proudly in the cold wind. Granny Li noticed the plant hanging on the vehicle without a pot and said, "Why don't you leave that plant at my place? I've got some old pots at home. I can help you take care of it. Otherwise, it might get damaged in this cold." She didn't know what kind of plant it was, but since Lin Qian carried it with her, it must be useful. Offering to help was no trouble and might win Lin Qian's favor. "No need, this plant isn't afraid of the cold." "Thank you, Granny Li, but it's fine." Lin Qian politely declined and handed the bracelet back. Even though her space reacted to the bracelet, she hadn't given Granny Li anything today and wouldn't just take it for nothing. "Granny Li, you should keep your bracelet. If you need something later, you can trade it then." We didn't make any deal today. I can't just take your things for free. Seeing how serious Lin Qian was, Granny Li knew she meant it and could only let it go. Then, how about letting Xiaokan go out with you? It's easier to find things with more people. Granny Li thought that if Li Qian could stick with Lin Qian, at least he'd have a better chance of surviving. Even if she wasn't around in the future, he'd be okay. But Lin Qian wasn't in the habit of taking people along lightly and refused, no need. I'm mainly going out to look for someone. You don't have much for heating at home, so it's better if he goes to get some firewood. Granny Li. Lin Qian nodded and was about to leave. But suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from the building next door. Everyone looked up. Lin Qian was all too familiar with the scene. When it gets too cold, people use gas for heating without proper ventilation, and it's easy for an explosion to happen. That must have been the cause here. Li Qian relaxed when he saw it wasn't their building. The explosion quickly started a fire, engulfing that floor. The sound of people wailing drifted down. Residents from the affected building rushed downstairs. When they saw how well Lin Qian was dressed, they started to get ideas. Lin Qian didn't want to get involved in any of this. She turned to the grandmother and grandson and said, "You two should head back, lock your doors and windows, and don't let anyone in." Without waiting for a response, she revved her snowmobile and sped away from the building. Those with bad intentions hadn't even gotten close before Lin Qian's figure disappeared from sight. All they could do was try to get information from the Li family. Luckily, Granny Li was experienced and could tell from their eyes that they meant no good. She quickly pulled Li Qian away. "Let's hurry home." By the time those people reached their floor, Granny Li and Li Qian were already back in their apartment, doors and windows tightly shut. No matter how much others knocked and cried, they didn't budge. Opening the door for others at a time like this would only bring trouble. But while the Li family didn't open up, someone else, seeing their neighbor's home engulfed in flames and unable to bear it, opened their door to let people in. Little did they know, this act of kindness would bring them great disaster in the days to come. Lin Qian couldn't worry about what was happening here. She drove straight toward the city center. She figured that since Wang Hui was out looking for supplies, he'd definitely prioritize supermarkets. But the supermarkets they'd already searched before. Wang Hui probably wouldn't go back to those. Trying to guess what Wang Hui was thinking, she figured he'd likely go to places that hadn't been scavenged yet. Besides supermarkets, maybe some small shops too. Anyway, this area seemed the most likely, so she'd just have to search thoroughly. With that in mind, Lin Qian first found a deserted spot to put away her snowmobile. After all, there were way more people in the city than where she'd come from. If she drove a snowmobile openly through the city streets, wasn't that just asking to be robbed? After some thought, she decided it was safer to go on foot. She had just put away her snowmobile when she noticed people approaching her location. Not knowing who these people were, and not wanting to stir up trouble, she quickly found a hidden spot to hide. She had barely concealed herself when voices drifted over. "Where's that chick? I saw her drive her snowmobile over here." So they were after her snowmobile. Good thing she'd been cautious and put it away in time, otherwise, this would have been a real headache. "Damn, did we see a ghost or something? Don't talk nonsense. That snowmobile's huge, it's got to be nearby. There was a person and a dog, where could they hide? Maybe they went that way." Luckily, the ground here was all ice, not snow. Otherwise, the snowmobile tracks would have given her away for sure. Watching those people head off down another road, Lin Qian seized the chance and slipped out of hiding, quickly making her way toward the nearest supermarket. But after searching several supermarkets, there was still no sign of Wang Hui. She had no idea where he'd gone. Just as she was about to give up on this area and head somewhere else, Hope suddenly started barking like crazy at a certain spot. Woof! 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 Someone was there. There was someone over there. Lin Qian was puzzled. Normally, even if someone was there, Hope wouldn't get this worked up. Shoo! She couldn't figure out why Hope was suddenly barking so fiercely, but now wasn't the time to alert anyone. After all, if Hope was this on edge, whoever was over there probably wasn't friendly. Hope was obedient. Lin Qian had barely spoken before the dog fell silent, though its eyes stayed fixed warily on that spot. Lin Qian had planned to sneak over with Hope, but that was impossible now. She had no choice but to find another hiding place and see who these people were. She had just hidden herself when several people came out from the spot Hope had been staring at. It turned out to be the same group who had been eyeing her snowmobile earlier. Lin Qian didn't think they could have tracked her here. Her senses were far sharper than most people's now, and there was no way they could have followed her without her noticing. It must have been a coincidence. But why had Hope suddenly barked like that? Now wasn't the time to ask Hope for details, because it wasn't just the people who'd been following her, there were a bunch of burly men with them too. Looking closely, there were at least a dozen of them. Even though Lin Qian could hold her own in a fight, she didn't want to waste energy in this freezing weather. She still needed to help Grandpa Wang find Wang Hui. The group soon arrived at the spot where Lin Qian and Hope had just been. The dog was barking right here. How'd they disappear in the blink of an eye? Brother Xiao, do you think we really ran into something bad today? What are you talking about? The man called Brother Xiao didn't get what he meant. You know, He mumbled on, and Lin Qian listened for a bit. It was just the usual stuff about gods and spirits watching over them. She couldn't help but laugh. At a time like this, they were still praying to the gods? Did they think she and Hope were ghosts? Brother Xiao smacked him on the head. In times like these, people can barely survive. Where would ghosts come from? I don't believe in bad luck. Search. Find them. At his order, the group scattered. Two of them were about to stumble right onto Lin Qian's hiding spot. Lin Qian thought for a moment, then took Hope and slipped into her space. Inside, she could hear the men outside searching and shouting for a long time, but of course, they had no way of finding her. Finally, Brother Xiao, frustrated, barked at his men, "Turn this place upside down. We have to find that chick and her dog. If we do, we'll have dog stew for dinner tonight." Brother Xiao had been running with gangs for years, and in this area, you could go 10 days without seeing a single dog. The moment he heard barking, he knew it had to be Lin Qian and her dog. Twice now, Lin Qian had slipped away from him. Even he was getting angry. The superstitious guy spoke up again. "Brother Xiao, we still haven't found the snowmobile. And that chick. She's so pale, do you think maybe she's?" People who believed in ghosts and gods didn't dare say such things outright, so he just looked at Brother Xiao scared. "Ghosts my ass. Even if there were ghosts in broad daylight, I'd pin them down myself." He spat on the ground and wiped his hand carelessly. "Keep looking. Find them and we'll have dog stew. If not, we go hungry." Everyone knew Brother Xiao meant what he said. They hadn't eaten all day and now they were starving. If they didn't get something to eat tonight, in this kind of cold, they didn't know how they'd make it through. Hearing this, even those who'd been slacking off perked up and started searching in earnest. But how could they possibly find Lin Qian's space? After searching the area for over an hour with no luck, they finally left, cursing. "Didn't that kid steal our stash? Can't Brother Xiao force him to talk? He's a tough one, no matter how much we beat him, he won't say a word." Brother Xiao seems to think highly of him. The kid can really fight. If Brother Xiao hadn't been smart enough to use some kids to trick him, we'd never have caught him. Lin Qian had been listening to everything from inside her space. Hearing this, and remembering Hope's frantic barking earlier, it wasn't hard to guess that Wang Hui had been captured by them. "Hope, you were barking at them earlier. Was it because you found a clue about Wang Hui?" "Woof. Woof. Woof." At the mention of Wang Hui, Hope started barking again. "I smelled my brother's blood on them." "What?" Lin Qian's heart jolted violently. From the words of those people just now, it was clear they had roughed Wang Hui up. Wang Hui had actually been beaten until he bled. The smell of blood was so strong that even Hope, far away, could catch a whiff. It was obvious Wang Hui's injuries were severe. If something really happened to Wang Hui, how could Grandpa Wang bear the pain of losing his grandson? Brother Xiao glanced around, searching for a while but finding nothing. Annoyed, he cursed, "What rotten luck. 2 of you come back with me, the rest stay here and keep watch. I don't believe that woman can keep hiding with that dog forever." Hearing his voice, Lin Qian knew he was preparing to return to their base. Anxious, she waited until she could still faintly hear Brother Zhao's voice, then slipped out of her space with Little Black, closely following behind. Because of his large size, Hope was left inside the space. Fortunately, Hope understood Lin Qian had her reasons this time. He figured that even if he stayed in the space, it was still like being by her side, so he didn't throw a tantrum and waited quietly. Lin Qian found that ever since she absorbed that green energy, her senses had become sharper and her body lighter. Now, as she followed the group, even though there were many of them, not a single person noticed her presence. She quickly followed them to an abandoned, unfinished building. Who would have thought that after the disaster, this place would become their hideout? It was indeed a good spot, with a prime location only left unfinished because the developer ran out of funds. Though the building wasn't topped out and had no water or electricity, the internal structure was basically complete. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, they'd just need to finish the roof and connect utilities, and it would be ready for occupancy. But with the apocalypse, even well-built neighborhoods had lost water and power, so where they lived made little difference. Moreover, though this building was unfinished, its quality was excellent. It had withstood typhoons, floods, and freezing, so these people had lucked out. She quietly tailed Brother Xiao upstairs. They didn't choose a high floor, only occupying the lower levels, while he lived alone on the 5th floor. Lin Qian stuck close behind Brother Xiao. When he reached the door of room 502, one of his lackeys quickly pulled out a piece of wire, twisted it, and the door popped open. Even Lin Qian had to admit she wasn't as skilled as that. She had followed Brother Xiao all the way here, but still hadn't discovered where they were hiding Wang Hui. Truthfully, she didn't want to confront Brother Xiao head-on. She hadn't seen his face clearly before, but now, catching a glimpse, she realized he was none other than Xiao Minghui, who had been wanted on TV for nearly a year. This Xiao Minghui had once been the head of the Shi underworld, colluding with officials. For years, he committed countless crimes and got away with them, even managing to create a public image as a charitable entrepreneur. It wasn't until the new president of China launched a crackdown that the officials he'd colluded with were exposed, and everyone realized the extent of his heinous deeds. Since then, he'd become a rat everyone wanted dead, and the authorities put him on the wanted list. But this rat was incredibly cunning, and the authorities had never managed to catch him. She remembered thinking at the time that his name sounded so upright, yet he did such shady things. Who would have thought that this Brother Xiao was actually Xiao Minghui? This man's connections were tangled and complex. If Lin Qian confronted him directly now, she'd likely suffer. After a moment's thought, she went up to the 6th floor, found the apartment above Xiao Minghui's, and listened in on their conversation. "How's that guy?" Xiao Minghui asked. "Still the same, won't say a word." "Brother Xiao, do you think maybe he didn't take our supplies? Is that why he won't talk no matter how much we beat him?" "Impossible. Third was killed by them. Debai saw them carrying a load of stuff away. At that time, only they had a rubber boat. Who else could have hauled away all the supplies we worked so hard to find?" Xiao Minghui was adamant. "If it wasn't him, I'll eat shit standing on my head." Xiao Minghui spat viciously. "Should I go interrogate him again?" "Go. I'll come too. Beat him hard. I don't believe he's really that tough." Xiao Minghui gritted his teeth. Hearing that Xiao Minghui was heading to Wang Hui, Lin Qian hurried downstairs and hid at the top of the stairwell, waiting for him to come out so she could follow. Actually, she could have let Hope sniff out their scent to find where Wang Hui was hidden. She'd worried that bringing both herself and the dog would cause trouble, and hadn't released Hope earlier. She'd planned to let Hope search at night, but now that they were heading there, it worked out perfectly. Lin Qian tailed them all the way to the underground parking garage. In a corner, she saw Wang Hui, battered and bloody, but she recognized him instantly. Seeing Wang Hui, Xiao Minghui didn't bother with pleasantries. "I actually admire you. If you hand over the supplies you took from us, I'll let bygones be bygones and even make you my right-hand man." It was a tempting offer. Anyone else might have given in by now. Unfortunately for Xiao Minghui, Wang Hui was not that kind of man. After all, Wang Hui had been a special forces soldier. He'd rather die than surrender. The next second, Wang Hui said, "Come a little closer. If you agree to one condition, maybe we can talk." Xiao Minghui looked at the tightly bound Wang Hui, thought for a moment, then leaned in. Wang Hui, knowing he didn't have long in the hands of these thugs, decided to take Xiao Minghui down with him. He tricked him closer, then suddenly opened his mouth and bit hard at his neck. Xiao Minghui dodged in time, avoiding his carotid artery, but Wang Hui's teeth sank into his left cheek, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Wang Hui spat the meat out and sneered, "People like you. Your flesh really does stink. You bastard, I'll kill you." Xiao Minghui flew into a rage, slapping Wang Hui across the face and kicking him hard in the chest. He was about to hit him again when a lackey stopped him. "Brother Xiao, you should take care of your face first. We can deal with him anytime." Only then did Xiao Minghui realize blood was streaming down his face. He spat at Wang Hui, "I'll deal with you after I patch myself up." Then he ordered his men, "Give him a good beating. I want him barely alive, leave him with just one breath." Holding his face, Xiao Minghui walked away. Lin Qian could clearly see blood seeping through his fingers. Wang Hui had bitten him with all his strength. Still furious, Xiao Minghui barked at his men, dislocate his jaw, then pull out his teeth one by one. "When I come back, I don't want to see his mouth in one piece." Xiao Minghui's lackeys responded loudly, "Got it, Brother Xiao." At that moment, Lin Qian noticed that Wang Hui's hair color seemed to have changed slightly. If not for her newly evolved, exceptionally sharp eyesight, she might not have noticed at all. "Oh no," Lin Qian thought to herself. Wang Hui seemed to be mutating. Not only had his hair color changed, but even the blood flowing from his wounds was starting to turn blue. Suddenly, Wang Hui spat a mouthful of blood at the person about to attack him, then collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Lin Qian immediately guessed what was happening. It looked like the blue pulse she'd injected into him earlier was wearing off. Now, with his whole body tied up, even if he still had a vial of blue pulse on him, there was no way he could get it out and inject himself. Lin Qian couldn't let him die here. After a moment's thought, she spoke to Xiaohe on her wrist. "Xiaohe, get bigger and take care of those people." As soon as Xiaohe heard this, it slid off Lin Qian's wrist and crawled toward Wang Hui. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe transformed from a tiny black snake into a giant python, flicking its tongue and hissing at the group. Fortunately, Wang Hui had already passed out. If he'd seen this, he'd probably faint all over again. Xiao Minghui's men were all focused on dealing with Wang Hui, so none of them noticed Xiaohe. They couldn't understand why Wang Hui had suddenly spat blood and passed out. They hadn't hit him that hard. Could it be that Xiao Minghui's kick just now had killed him? But that seemed unlikely. If Xiao Minghui had wanted him dead, why would he tell them to rough him up but leave him alive? If not, then why had the guy fainted? Maybe he was just pretending? Just as someone was about to check, one of the men with sharper hearing asked, "Did you guys hear something?" "What sound? Are you hearing things?" "There's no one here but us and that kid." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohe hissed again. This time, thanks to the earlier warning, everyone heard it. Shit, there really is a sound. They all turned around warily. Seeing them look over, Xiaohe couldn't resist having a little fun. It stretched its head toward the nearest man. Just as he turned his head, the snake's tongue flicked right past his eyes. SS Snake. With a thud, the man collapsed on the spot. The others saw the massive python and instantly panicked. What the hell? Where did that giant snake come from? Chaos erupted as they scattered like headless chickens. Two of them even ran straight into the wall and knocked themselves out. The ones who didn't faint wished they could, but their nerves were too strong. They couldn't pass out and they couldn't escape. Two more, with nowhere to run, crashed into each other and started yelling, "Get the hell out of my way. I already moved. Why don't you go?" Xiaohe watched the panicked group, flicked its tongue, and made quick work of them. One bite per person, swallowing them all whole. After finishing off the conscious ones, Xiaohe slithered over to the unconscious men and swallowed them too. Still not satisfied, it turned toward the unconscious Wang Hui, as if ready to swallow him as well. Luckily, Lin Qian stopped it just in time. "He's one of us. Don't eat him." Only then did Xiaohe reluctantly shrink back down and crawl over to Lin Qian. As it climbed onto her wrist, it let out a burp, and a wave of foul stench wafted from its mouth. Lin Qian wrinkled her nose in disgust. I told you to take care of them, not swallow them all. Doesn't that stink? Xiuhei looked at her with innocent, clear eyes and shook its head, clearly not bothered at all. Lin Qian made a mental note. She had to teach Xiuhei to brush its teeth. Otherwise, if it kept following her around, people might think that awful smell was coming from her. That just wouldn't do. Most people these days didn't smell great, but that burp was truly unbearable. Seeing Wang Hui's hair turning bluer by the second, Lin Qian rushed to his side. Wang Hui? Wang Hui. No response at all. Watching his condition. She called his name a couple more times, and finally, Wang Hui seemed to hear her. He half opened his eyes. Lin Qian? Am I dreaming? Seeing him respond, Lin Qian finally relaxed. But with his size, there was no way she could easily carry him out of here. While he was still groggy, she pulled out a vial of tranquilizer from her space and injected him. Already woozy, Wang Hui collapsed to the ground as soon as the tranquilizer took effect. The commotion Xiuhei had caused was too loud. Lin Qian could already hear people coming down from upstairs. She quickly stuffed Wang Hui into her space and slipped out through another door. Considering Wang Hui's condition, she couldn't take him too far, or she'd have a hard time explaining things later. But there was only this abandoned building nearby. After thinking it over, she decided to hide here for now. Since she'd made up her mind, she hurried up to the 6th floor, back to room 602 where she'd hidden before. There was one advantage to this spot. She could easily hear Xiao Minghui's movements downstairs. She'd just settled in when she heard Xiao Minghui raging below. Apparently, someone had discovered that everyone was missing and rushed to report. Xiao Minghui was furious. How could everyone just disappear? Are you guys screwing with me? It's true, Brother Xiao. We heard a commotion upstairs and went down, but there's not a soul in the garage, not even a ghost. Xiao Minghui's face was already injured and speaking hurt, but now, thanks to these idiots, his head hurt even more than his face. While Lin Qian listened to their argument, Hope and Little Green noticed that Wang Hui, who Lin Qian had placed in her space, seemed to be stirring, about to wake up. Hope was about to shout for Lin Qian, but thankfully Little Green stopped it. Hope didn't understand why, but Little Green could speak in both Lin Qian's and Hope's minds. If you shout and he wakes up here, what then? Our master doesn't want him to know about this place. Let me tell her instead. After Little Green's explanation, Hope finally understood and kept quiet. Master, he's waking up. Xiaoqing had always been parasitic in the space, making it extremely sensitive to everything here. When Lin Qian heard it sending her a warning, she didn't bother eavesdropping on Xiao Minghui and the others any longer. She hurriedly released Wang Hui from the space. She had just settled him in room 602 when Wang Hui slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that it really was Lin Qian in front of him, he tried to smile, but the pain contorted his face into a grimace. You've saved me again. Lin Qian frowned. You'd better not smile. It's kind of scary. Hearing this, Wang Hui forced another smile, wanting to say something more, but the pain made him convulse instead. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. I told you not to smile, but you just wouldn't listen. Wang Hui realized he really wasn't in any condition for facial expressions, so he put away his smile. Looking around, he found the environment completely unfamiliar. Where are we? Oh, upstairs from Xiao Minghui, Lin Qian replied nonchalantly. The weak Wang Hui shot up as if electrocuted. What did you say? Shoo. Do you want to die, yelling like that? Afraid Xiao Minghui won't know we're here. Lin Qian shot him a glare. Covered in wounds, Wang Hui was like a dying patient who'd just had a burst of energy. After his outburst, he collapsed weakly back onto the floor. How did we end up here? I remember being locked in the garage. You were, but didn't I rescue you? Lin Qian said, a teasing note in her voice. Right, my body. He struggled to pull out the blue vein injection, intending to inject himself. Lin Qian stopped him. I already gave you a shot while you were unconscious. Wang Hui's whole body ached, and it took him a moment to process. Gave me what? You hurt your body, not your brain, right? Lin Qian teased. Only then did Wang Hui realize she meant the blue vein. Oh, thank you. Don't thank me. I only came to find you for Grandpa Wang's sake. Staying alive is thanks enough, Lin Qian said, a hint of impatience in her tone. She'd really gone through a lot to find him. In this freezing weather, she truly hadn't wanted to go out. Wang Hui could clearly see Lin Qian's impatience, but thinking of what had happened before, he couldn't help but speak up. There's one more thing. Lin Qian immediately shot him a look. He had no choice but to press on. They're hiding a lot of kids in the basement. I want to rescue them. No wonder, even with Lin Qian's sharp hearing, she hadn't heard any children. So they were hidden in the basement. What are they doing with the kids? Lin Qian frowned. That's Xiao Mingwei. He kidnaps rich people's children and uses them to extort supplies from wealthy merchants, ransoming the kids back. There's a deal happening in the next couple of days. I overheard their plan when I got out and was trying to rescue the kids, but I fell into their trap, Wang Hui explained. Didn't expect someone like you to get tricked, Lin Qian said, half mocking. If she hadn't already read his file, she'd have suspected he was a fake. Otherwise, with the standards for special forces in Huagua, how could he fall for such a thing? Didn't they get anti-fraud training? At times, Wang Hui was almost frighteningly naive. Still, Lin Qian couldn't be too hard on him. He was highly educated, and in the apocalypse, he hadn't yet been ground down. Wang Hui opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Forget it. Do you know how to get to the basement? Lin Qian asked. Wang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. If Lin Qian hadn't already checked him over when she brought him into the space, confirming his injuries were only superficial, she'd have thought he was having a last burst of energy before dying. He tried to smile again, but pulled at his wounds, hissing in pain. Yeah, I know. I'll take you. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, the bleeding that had stopped started flowing again. Lin Qian was genuinely worried he'd bleed out, so she took 2 peaches from her backpack and handed them to him. Rest for a bit. Eat these peaches to regain some strength. As for the kids, let me think of a way. Wang Hui knew his own condition well. He'd been tortured ever since he was captured. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Now, with 2 fresh, juicy peaches in front of him, he devoured them ravenously. After eating, he felt much better. Even his wounds didn't hurt as much. Whether it was the blue vein or the peaches, Wang Hui suddenly felt overwhelmingly sleepy. Soon, Lin Qian could hear his steady breathing. Now that she'd found Wang Hui, Lin Qian wasn't in a hurry to run around. She stayed, thinking about how to lure the others away. With so many people gathered here, it would be hard to make a move. She glanced back at the sleeping Wang Hui and was surprised to see his wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She leaned in for a closer look, but Wang Hui's vigilance was too high. Even half awake, he grabbed Lin Qian's hand as soon as she got close. Lin Qian tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't. She hadn't expected Wang Hui to still have so much strength. He opened his eyes, saw it was Lin Qian, and let go. What's wrong? I wanted to check your wounds, Lin Qian said. Wang Hui realized his wounds didn't hurt as much as before. He stretched out his hand, looking at the worst injury. Huh? Why are my wounds scabbing over? Lin Qian, of course, wouldn't reveal the peach's healing properties. Besides, the peaches shouldn't be that miraculous, healing wounds so quickly. She guessed it was partly the blue vein. She half joked, half serious. I gave you the blue vein injection earlier. Maybe it's that? It should have the ability to repair human cells. Wang Hui never suspected the peaches. To him, they were just tasty fruit, nothing to do with healing. The only unusual thing was the blue vein injection, so he believed Lin Qian. Looks like blue vein is powerful. If only we could get in touch with the National Research Bureau, then our country would have hope, Wang Hui sighed. Lin Qian didn't comment. For now, let's focus on the kids in the basement. With your condition, you won't be much help. I'll scout things out tonight. You stay here and rest. Wang Hui immediately protested. How can that be? Lin Qian didn't argue with him. She just looked quietly at his rather battered body. If this won't work, do you have any better ideas? Wang Hui opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Yeah, he didn't have any good ideas either. But he couldn't just let Lin Qian go out there alone, could he? Lin Qian seemed to know what he was thinking. Don't worry, Hope insisted on coming with me. And besides, we have this now. She stretched out her hand, showing Wang Hui the little black coiled around her wrist. At the moment, little black looked just like a bracelet. Wang Hui stared in confusion. Is that some kind of hidden weapon? Shoots poison darts or something? Lin Qian couldn't help rolling her eyes. You've read too many martial arts novels. It's a snake. What? You couldn't blame Wang Hui for being shocked. Little black was wrapped so tightly around Lin Qian's wrist that it looked nothing like a living snake. Lin Qian didn't explain further. She spoke to the snake on her wrist. Little black, come down and show your big brother what you look like. Little black immediately slithered off her hand and onto Wang Hui. Wang Hui had been convinced it was just a bracelet. Who could have guessed it would so elegantly crawl onto him? He wasn't usually afraid of snakes, but the suddenness of it still startled him. What's more, after landing on him, Little Black grew noticeably larger right before his eyes. Not quite back to its original size, but at least as thick as a wrist. Wang Hui had trained in China's special forces, and the more tense the situation, the calmer he appeared. He looked at Lin Qian. What species is this? A snake. If Lin Qian hadn't noticed the fine sweat beading on his forehead, she might have believed he was really that calm. Little Black, come back. Seeing that Little Black had made its point, Lin Qian called it back to coil around her wrist. What kind of snake can change its size at will? Wang Hui stared at Lin Qian's wrist in shock. If you're asking me, I don't know either. I met it on the road after we got separated that day. Its real form is a giant python. If it wants, it can return to its original size. Wanna see? And no need for that. Suddenly getting bigger would be even more terrifying, wouldn't it? Besides, they were still upstairs in Xiaoming Hui's building. If they made too much noise and attracted attention, it would be a disaster. Xiaoming Hui was ruthless and vicious. If they could avoid him, it was best to do so. Even snakes can stretch and shrink these days, Wang Hui sighed. Lin Qian more or less knew the reason, but she couldn't tell Wang Hui. She just blamed it on the disaster. Maybe it mutated because of the catastrophe. That was probably the only reasonable explanation now. Even if Wang Hui found it odd, he couldn't argue. What about Hope? Why isn't she with us? Hope was still in the space at the moment. Lin Qian told Wang Hui, she asked me to leave her at the door to keep watch. If anyone comes up, she can warn us in time. Want me to call her in? No need. Since Lin Qian said so, Hope was definitely standing guard outside. Wang Hui looked at his badly injured body. Even with the blue vein's support, there was no way he'd fully recover tonight. But tonight was the night they'd arranged to negotiate with Mayor Wu of Pearl Market. For the first time, he felt a wave of frustration. Knowing he couldn't stop Lin Qian, he could only warn her, just be careful. Xiaoming Hui is cunning. He's been wanted by the authorities for so long without leaving a trace. Who'd have thought the disaster would bring him out too? If he'd just kept to himself, it would be fine. But now the authorities are too busy to go after him, and instead of lying low, he started kidnapping children. He's truly scum. Wang Hui spoke through gritted teeth, accidentally pulling at the wound on his face and hissing in pain. Enough. It's not just villains like him. Even ordinary people will rob and kill for a bite to eat these days. Let alone someone rotten to the core like him. But those kids, the youngest is only 2. Thinking of how Xiaoming Hui had used a child as bait to catch him, Wang Hui grew angry again. If he hadn't used the kid as bait, Wang Hui wouldn't have been caught so easily. Lin Qian didn't feel much about it. In her previous life, she'd seen people worse than Xiaoming Hui. She'd even seen cannibals. In the later days, even people in the villa district started eating human flesh. She wondered if, after she died, Li Shouqing's family had divided up and eaten her body. Wang Hui soon calmed down. He knew Lin Qian was different from him. His upbringing wouldn't let him abandon those kids, but Lin Qian agreeing to help rescue them was already more than he'd hoped for. He'd thought that if Lin Qian refused, he'd just have to come back after he recovered, saving as many as he could. Lin Qian smiled faintly at his words. So what? In Xiaoming Hui's eyes, those kids are just tools for getting supplies. If they can't get him anything, maybe they'll become his food. Wang Hui couldn't believe anyone would actually eat people, but he knew just how depraved Xiao Mingwei was. So he said nothing more. Seeing that, Lin Qian also fell silent, listening for sounds downstairs. It seemed Xiao Mingwei was really angry. There was a constant banging from below. Useless. Useless. Even if Lin Qian's hearing hadn't improved, the shouting was loud enough for her to catch every word. Forget it. Let's ignore them for now. We still have to meet with Mayor Wu today. By the way, is that little brat okay? Our people are guarding the basement. The kids are all fine, just crying all the time. It's a bit much. Is Mayor Wu's grandson the same? No, that kid's got guts. He looks scared, but he never cries, and even tries to comfort the others. No wonder he's Mayor Wu's grandson. Go bring him up. Since we're working with Mayor Wu, we should at least show some sincerity. Brother Xiao wants to give the kid back to Mayor Wu? Are you stupid? Lin Qian heard a loud smack, probably Xiao Mingwei slapping the person who asked. If I give the kid back, what leverage do we have? How are we supposed to negotiate? But, will Mayor Wu agree to our terms? He'll have to, whether he wants to or not. If he agrees, he can happily take his grandson home. If not, well, we're not heartless. He can still take the kid, but who knows if he'll be alive or dead by then. As soon as Xiao Mingwei finished speaking, he burst out laughing. But the laughter twisted into a grimace, thanks to the chunk of flesh Wang Hui had bitten out of his face. The searing pain forced him to stop after just a few laughs. Damn it. If I ever catch that brat, I'll make him wish he were dead. He cursed through gritted teeth. Xiao Mingwei wanted to gently cover the wound with his hand, but worried about infection, he forced himself to let his hand drop. If Lin Qian were here, she would have seen the strange medicinal powder smeared on his face, mixed with blood and flesh, a truly gruesome sight. Brother Xiao, maybe you should bandage your face, one of his underlings suggested with concern. Hiss. Xiao Minghui's face twisted in pain. You think I don't want to? Hurts like hell. Let me catch my breath first. But if you leave it like this, it'll only get worse, the underling said anxiously. First, get me a mirror, Xiao Mingwei ordered. The underlings quickly handed him a mirror. One look at his ghastly, demon-like reflection sent a surge of rage through him. He hurled the mirror into the corner, shattering it to pieces. Bring me some gauze. Now, he roared. Seeing he was finally willing to let them bandage him, the underlings scrambled to fetch gauze. Xiao Mingwei frowned. You want me to do it myself? The underling hurriedly unwrapped the gauze, fumbling as he tried to wrap it around Xiao Minghui's face. But the underling's clumsy hands kept tugging at the wound, making Xiao Mingwei bare his teeth in pain. Be gentle. Xiao Mingwei barked. Startled, the underling's hands shook and yanked the wound again, making Xiao Mingwei nearly jump out of his seat. Damn you. Xiao Mingwei howled. Sorry, Brother Xiao, almost done. Sweating bullets, the underling's trembling hands finally finished the job after 10 minutes. But the result was hard to look at. Xiao Mingwei now resembled a mummy freshly dug up from a grave. Still, the pain in his face eased a bit after the bandaging. With the cold weather, the ache wasn't as sharp as before, and he felt much better. If I ever see that brat again, I'll slice the flesh off his face piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Xiao Mingwei swore viciously. Mentioning dogs reminded him of the one he'd seen earlier that day. Have the guys looking for that kid and the dog come back yet? Everyone shook their heads. Didn't you say not to come back if they couldn't find them, Brother Xiao? Xiao Mingwei jabbed a finger into the guy's temple. Where's your brain? I said if they can't find the dog, they don't get to eat tonight. When did I say they shouldn't come back? With brains like yours, you're lucky if you get to eat shit while it's still warm. Should I tell them to come back then? The underling asked timidly. Go. They can look for the kid and the dog whenever, but don't forget our top priority tonight is the deal with Mayor Wu, Xiao Mingwei instructed. He thought for a moment, then added, never mind, let's just bring the little brat with us. It's about time, and we can't keep Mayor Wu waiting. Lin Qian had planned to act at night, but hadn't expected them to take the kid out now. She glanced at Wang Hui and whispered, they're heading out now. I'll leave Hope here to help you rescue the other kids. I'll take Xiaohei and follow them. Wang Hui shook his head. Better let Hope go with you. He's pretty strong now. That's exactly why I want him to stay. If you pass out from exhaustion, Hope can at least drag you somewhere safe until I get back, Lin Qian explained. Wang Hui felt a wave of guilt. He'd wanted to rescue the kids, but ended up becoming a burden, forcing Lin Qian to risk herself in the freezing cold to save him. Be careful, Wang Hui said earnestly. He wasn't one to be melodramatic. Though he'd regained some strength, he knew he didn't stand much chance against those men on his own. With Hope by his side, his odds would be much better. All right, I'm heading out. Lin Qian, having been focused on Wang Hui's wounds, had forgotten to give him any clothes. Now, seeing how pale he looked, she tossed him 2 thick jackets before slipping out and releasing Hope in a corner. Hope, don't bark, there are bad people downstairs. Wang Huiji is in the room inside. I have something to do, so stay with him and help him out. I'll come back for you both when I'm done, Lin Qian whispered. Hope, seeing Lin Qian's serious expression, didn't whine or try to follow her. Instead, he obediently nodded his doggy. Lin Qian patted his head, feeling a bit odd. Hope was already an adult dog, but lately he seemed to have matured even more. After giving her instructions, she quickly went downstairs and quietly tailed Xiao Mingwei. At first, she thought he'd go straight to the basement to get the kid, but instead, he just waited at the entrance of the unfinished building. One of his underlings slipped into the basement and brought out a boy who looked about 7. Fear was written all over the boy's face, but he stubbornly refused to lower his head. Xiao Mingwei seemed to admire him. You really are Mayor Wu's grandson. Haven't shed a single tear this whole time, makes me respect you a little. Once your grandpa agrees to our terms, maybe you should consider sticking with me. The other kids in the basement were all crying or screaming, but this boy stayed quiet, never making a fuss. He ate when given food, drank when given water, by far the easiest of the bunch to handle. But the boy didn't answer him directly. Instead, he looked at Xiao Mingwei and asked, Are you taking me to see my grandpa now? That's right. Are you happy? Xiao Mingwei grinned. The boy pressed his lips together and said nothing. Xiao Mingwei seemed to expect this reaction. Doesn't matter if you talk or not. I've already checked, you're the only child in the Wu family for 9 generations. Your family treasures you like gold. Since I kidnapped you, your mom's been crying every day and your grandpa and dad can't sleep at night. They're just waiting to make a deal to get you back. At this, the boy seemed a bit interested. He looked up at Xiao Mingwei. What do you want in exchange for me? Well, that depends on how much your family thinks you're worth. The more, the better for us. I've never been a mayor before, maybe your grandpa should give me a seat? He's old anyway, time to retire, Xiao Mingwei said smugly. A flicker of disapproval crossed the boy's face, but he was patient. Instead of arguing, he continued to probe, Is being mayor all you want? Xiao Mingwei suddenly burst out laughing and said to his companions around him, See? Didn't I tell you how naive and innocent these kids are? They'll believe anything I say. The people beside him joined in with raucous laughter. Brother Xiao, what do kids know? Of course they'll believe whatever you say. The child frowned slightly, puzzled. If you don't want to be mayor, why did you say that? If Xiao Minghui's cheeks weren't already sore from laughing, he would have kept laughing even longer. That's just me, I like teasing kids, is that so wrong? These days, with disasters striking all the time and the future so uncertain, being mayor is just asking for trouble. I'm not that stupid. Then what do you really want? The child pressed. A child was still a child, unable to grasp the deeper reasons. Of course, I want to get my hands on the government's relief supplies. Power and wealth don't mean much now, without supplies. It's a matter of life and death, Xiao Mingwei said bluntly. The child stared intently at Xiao Mingwei, speaking seriously, My grandpa won't agree to your demands. If he doesn't, he doesn't. You saw it yourself, I've got plenty of kids in my basement. One more or less doesn't matter. If your grandpa knows what's good for him, you two might still get to reunite, Xiao Mingwei replied carelessly. The child pressed his lips together and lowered his head, falling silent. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Mingwei grabbed the child by the collar. Let's go. The child didn't struggle, obediently following beside Xiao Mingwei. Hiding nearby, Lin Qian noticed that while the adults weren't paying attention, The child was quietly observing his surroundings. Lin Qian followed at a distance, not too close or too far, and soon they arrived at what used to be a famous Michelin-starred restaurant. But now, the restaurant was completely dark, not a single light on. As soon as they stepped inside, they were enveloped in gloom. The child continued to follow Xiao Mingwei obediently, but his expression was far less docile than he let on. As soon as they entered, taking advantage of the dim light, the child suddenly broke free from Xiao Minghui's side. The people behind tried to grab him, but he ducked down and slipped right through one man's legs. "Catch him. Don't let him get away." Xiao Minghui's face twisted in anger, and his freshly bandaged wound began to bleed again, making him look even more frightening. Everyone rushed after the escaping child. The child was nimble, but he was still young, and after days of captivity and little food, his strength was failing. He was about to be caught. At the critical moment, Lin Qian quickly ran to the side of his path and reached out, grabbing him. At first, the child thought she was one of Xiao Minghui's people and tried to struggle, but then he heard Lin Qian's cool voice. "Don't make a sound. Come with me." Before the apocalypse, Lin Qian had often come to this restaurant with her classmates, so she was familiar with the layout. She pulled the child along, quickly heading for a hiding spot she remembered. Just as Lin Qian found a good place and was about to pull the child in, he suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. If that wasn't bad enough, he knocked into something nearby, making a noise. Lin Qian heard the pursuers being drawn by the sound. "Quick, that little brat must be over there. Let's check it out." She frowned, considering abandoning the spot, but there was nowhere better to hide. She said to the child, "Stay here and hide. I'll draw them away." With that, she pushed the child into a cubicle. "Big sister," the child grabbed Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian looked at him in confusion. He continued, "They might not find us here. Let's hide together. It's fine. They can't do anything to me. Just wait here. I'll be back soon," Lin Qian reassured him. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Lin Qian hurriedly piled things in front of the child to hide him. "Remember, don't come out unless it's me." Seeing Lin Qian's serious expression and hearing the footsteps so near, the child nodded. "Be careful, big sister." Once the child was settled, Lin Qian decisively stepped out, exposing herself to the group. They were all stunned to see her. "Isn't this the girl Brother Xiao was looking for? What's she doing here? Doesn't seem like her. Wasn't she always with a dog? It's her for sure. That pale-skinned girl, I'd never mistake her. But where's her dog? Doesn't matter. If we can't catch the brat, bringing her back will keep Brother Xiao happy. Yeah, let's get her, guys." Before Lin Qian could say a word, she was surrounded. Just as they thought she was trapped, Lin Qian suddenly drew a whip from her waist. Without any fancy moves, she flicked her wrist and lashed the nearest man across the face. "If you know what's good for you, get out of my way." Her attack was simple but effective. A bloody welt appeared on the man's face and body, torn open by the whip's barbs. "So, who's next?" Lin Qian said coldly. Seeing their companion's miserable state, the others exchanged glances and backed away. One man forced himself to step forward, but Lin Qian cracked the whip in front of him, making him jump back in fright. He tried to hide his fear. "Hey, pretty lady, we mean no harm. We just wanted to say hello, no need to get violent." Lin Qian sneered. "Do you think I'm deaf?" Hearing the commotion, Xiao Mingwei thought they'd caught someone, but when he arrived, he saw his men facing off against Lin Qian. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Mingwei smiled at her. "Sorry, miss, a child just stole something from us. We're just trying to get it back." "What does that have to do with me?" "You people were just trying to capture me," Lin Qian replied coldly. Xiao Mingwei waved his hands. "It's all a misunderstanding, don't take it to heart. My guys are careless, they offend people all the time." He had seen Lin Qian use her whip just now and knew she wasn't someone ordinary. Even with a dozen men, he wasn't sure they could win if it came to a fight. Besides, he had more important things to do. He glanced at his green submariner watch and saw there was only half an hour left until his meeting with Mayor Wu. If he got into a conflict with Lin Qian now, it would definitely delay his plans. Xiao Mingwei suddenly burst into loud laughter and said to his companions around him, "See? Didn't I tell you these kids are so naive and innocent? They'll believe anything I say." The people beside him joined in, roaring with laughter. "Brother Xiao, what do kids know?" "Of course, whatever you say goes." The child frowned slightly, puzzled. "If you don't want to be mayor, why did you say that?" If Xiao Minghui's cheeks weren't already aching from laughing so hard, he would have kept laughing. "That's just me, I like teasing kids, is that not allowed?" These days, disasters keep coming, and who knows what the future holds. Being mayor would just be asking for trouble. "I'm not that stupid." "Then what do you really want?" the child pressed. A child was still a child, unable to grasp the deeper reasons. "Of course, I want to get my hands on the official relief supplies. Power and wealth don't mean much anymore. Without supplies, it's a matter of life and death," Xiao Mingwei said bluntly. The child stared intently at Xiao Mingwei and said seriously, "My grandpa won't agree to your demands." "If he doesn't, he doesn't. You saw it yourself. There are plenty of kids in my basement. One more or less doesn't matter. If your grandpa knows what's good for him, you two might still get to reunite," Xiao Mingwei said indifferently. The child pressed his lips together and lowered his head, falling silent. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Mingwei grabbed the child by the collar. "Let's go." The child didn't struggle, obediently following beside Xiao Mingwei. Hiding nearby, Lin Qian noticed that when no one was paying attention, the child was quietly observing his surroundings. Lin Qian followed at a distance, not too close or too far, and soon they arrived at what used to be a famous Michelin restaurant. But now, the restaurant was completely dark, not even a single light on. As soon as they entered, they were enveloped in gloom. The child still followed Xiao Mingwei obediently, but his expression was far less docile than he appeared. As soon as they entered the restaurant, taking advantage of the dim lighting, the child suddenly broke free from Xiao Minghui's side. The people behind tried to grab him, but he ducked and slipped right between one man's legs. "Catch him. Don't let him get away." Xiao Minghui's face twisted in anger, and his freshly bandaged wound started bleeding again, making him look even more frightening. Everyone rushed after the fleeing child. The child was nimble, but he was still young, and after days of captivity with little to eat, his strength was running out. He was about to be caught. At the critical moment, Lin Qian quickly ran to the side of the path the child was taking and reached out to pull him to safety. At first, the child thought she was one of Xiao Minghui's people and was about to struggle, but then he heard Lin Qian's cool voice, "Don't make a sound. Come with me." Before the apocalypse, Lin Qian had often come to this restaurant with classmates, so she was quite familiar with the layout. She grabbed the child and quickly ran toward a hiding spot she remembered. Just as Lin Qian was about to pull the child into the hiding place, the child suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Not only did he fall, but he also knocked something over, making a noise. Lin Qian heard the pursuers being drawn by the sound. "Quick, that little brat must be over there. Let's check it out." She frowned, wanting to give up on this hiding spot, but there was nowhere better nearby. She could only say to the child, "Hide here by yourself. I'll draw them away." With that, she pushed the child into a cubicle. "Big sister," the child grabbed Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian was puzzled and looked at him. The child continued, "They might not find us here. Let's hide together. It's fine. They can't do anything to me. Just stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon," Lin Qian reassured him. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Lin Qian quickly piled some things in front of the child to hide him. "Remember, if it's not me, don't come out." Seeing Lin Qian's serious expression and hearing the footsteps so close, the child could only nod. "Then, big sister, be careful." After settling the child, Lin Qian resolutely stepped out, exposing herself to the group. When the men saw Lin Qian, they were stunned. "Isn't this the girl Brother Zhao's been looking for? What's she doing here? Doesn't look like her. Didn't she have a dog with her? It's her for sure. That pale-skinned girl, I couldn't mistake her. But where's her dog? Doesn't matter. If we can't catch the brat, let's take her back instead. Brother Xiao won't be so mad. Yeah, brothers, get her. Before Lin Qian could say a word, she was surrounded. Just as they thought she was trapped, Lin Qian suddenly drew a whip from her waist. No fancy moves, she simply lashed out, the whip striking the face of the nearest man. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. The blow left a bloody mark across the man's face and body, torn open by the whip's barbs, blood seeping out. So? Anyone else want to try? Lin Qian said coldly. Seeing their companion's miserable state, the others exchanged glances and instinctively stepped back. One man, forcing himself forward, was stopped short when Lin Qian's whip cracked in front of him, making him jump back in fright. He tried to hide his fear. Hey, pretty lady, we mean no harm. Just wanted to say hi, no need to get rough. Lin Qian sneered. Do you think I'm deaf? Xiao Mingwei, hearing the commotion, thought they'd caught someone. But when he arrived, he saw his men facing off with Lin Qian. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Mingwei smiled at Lin Qian. Sorry, pretty lady. A kid just stole something from us, and we're just trying to get it back. What's that got to do with me? Just now, your people tried to capture me, Lin Qian said coldly. Xiao Mingwei waved his hands. It's all a misunderstanding, really. My guys are careless and offend people all the time. Don't take it to heart. He had seen Lin Qian use her whip just now. Those moves weren't something an ordinary person could pull off. Even though they had a dozen or so people, if it came to a fight, victory wasn't certain. Besides, he had more important things to do. Glancing at the green submariner watch on his wrist, he saw there was only half an hour left until his meeting with Mayor Wu. If he got into a conflict with Lin Qian now, it would definitely delay his plans. At this thought, Xiao Mingwei reached up and tugged at the bandage covering his mouth, revealing a row of yellow teeth. He grinned and said, Miss, this is all just a misunderstanding. We really are looking for someone. Did you see a kid, about 7 or 8 years old, run past here just now? After speaking, he gave a detailed description of the child's appearance. I didn't see anyone. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of the way, Lin Qian replied coldly. Xiao Mingwei grinned wider, his yellow teeth especially conspicuous. This girl's temper was just to his liking. Although he had important business to attend to and shouldn't cause trouble, chatting a bit more with Lin Qian wouldn't hurt. Maybe he could even get her contact information. Pretty girl, think carefully. The kid ran this way. Are you sure you didn't see him? He pressed. I said I didn't see him, so I didn't. There's no such thing as really didn't see or pretending not to see. I don't know you people, so why would I bother lying? Lin Qian shot back bluntly. Xiao Mingwei thought about it and realized she had a point. If Lin Qian had really seen the kid, at her age, her expression wouldn't be so calm. If he wasn't wrapped up like a mummy, maybe someone would recognize him. But looking like this, not even his own mother would know him, let alone Lin Qian. There was really no reason for her to lie. Though he still had doubts, there was no way to confirm them. He glanced at the time. Several more minutes had passed. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Mingwei said, forget it. You guys go search elsewhere. No matter what, be back here 5 minutes early to regroup. His men immediately scattered to look for the child. He turned to Lin Qian, who was still standing there with a whip in hand, coldly blocking his way. He changed to a more conciliatory tone. Pretty girl, I'm meeting someone here. Could you move over a bit? No, Lin Qian replied crisply. Xiao Mingwei was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to be so blunt. If you leave now, I'll owe you a favor. How about that? Seeing Lin Qian remain silent, he continued, look, this is really important to me. Whose business isn't important these days? Lin Qian cut him off. Seeing how stubborn she was, Xiao Minghui's tone grew heavier. Miss, there's a lot of us here. Are you sure you want to go against us? He paused, then added, you're out looking for supplies, right? If you leave now, I'll give you 2 50-pound bags of rice. How about it? Only a fool would turn down a freebie, Lin Qian thought. This guy must have hoarded a lot of supplies, and he wanted to get rid of her with just 2 bags of rice? Still, she could take the rice now and come back for the kid later. 10 bags, she said. Xiao Minghui's teeth ached even more at that. But time was short, and he had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine, you go first," he said. "Give me your address, and I'll send the rice over later." "No way. You give me the rice first." In times like these, even if my own father came, he'd have to hand over the goods before I'd trust him. Lin Qian refused to budge. Xiao Mingwei was so anxious his eyes turned red, but with Mayor Wu about to arrive, he had no choice but to order 2 of his men to bring out 10 bags of rice he'd stashed nearby and give them to Lin Qian. "That's a lot for you to carry. How about I deliver it to a place you choose?" He tried again. "No need. Just have them move the rice downstairs. Someone will come pick it up. You don't need to worry about it." Lin Qian rejected him again. Helpless, Xiao Mingwei could only do as she asked and had his men carry the rice downstairs. After Lin Qian left, he kicked a nearby shelf in frustration, startling the child hiding inside. "Damn brat, once I'm done with this business, I'll catch you. If I don't make you pay, my name's not Xiao," he cursed viciously, then spat on the spot where Lin Qian had just stood. "Puh. If Mayor Wu wasn't about to arrive, would I have to humor that little girl?" he grumbled angrily. His men chimed in, "Exactly. She doesn't even know who she's dealing with. Only our brother Xiao is generous enough not to stoop to her level. We can settle the score with her after we're done here." Xiao Mingwei spat into his hand, rubbed them together, and asked, "There's only about 10 minutes left. Has anyone found that little brat?" His men stammered, "That kid runs too fast. He was gone in a blink. Maybe he's hiding somewhere," someone guessed. "What if Mayor Wu arrives and we're all gone? Will that be a problem?" Another. Xiao Mingwei was worried about that too. "Split up, half of you keep searching, the rest stay here with me to wait for Mayor Wu. And tell the guys watching the other spots, if anything goes wrong, shoot immediately." With everything arranged, everyone took their positions. On Lin Qian's side, after the 2 men moved the rice to a corner downstairs, she told them, "You can go now." The 2 looked at each other, unsure what to do. Xiao Mingwei had hinted they should keep an eye on Lin Qian, but now they really didn't know what to do. "Still not leaving?" Lin Qian raised her whip. They didn't dare linger any longer and hurried off. Once Lin Qian confirmed they were gone, she quickly stored all 10 bags of rice in her spatial ring, then snuck back to wait outside the restaurant. Not long after, a military vehicle slowly drove up. The driver got out, walked to the back, and opened the rear door. Lin Qian saw that the person getting out was none other than Wu Jianfang, the mayor of Zhu City. Before Mayor Wu even arrived, Xiao Mingwei had already gotten word and hurried out of the restaurant to greet him. Seeing Mayor Wu step out of the military vehicle, Xiao Mingwei flashed his yellow teeth again and reached out to shake hands. But an officer beside Mayor Wu quickly stepped forward, blocking Xiao Mingwei's hand. "No need for handshakes. Where's my grandson?" Mayor Wu asked, his expression grim. "I knew Mayor Wu would get straight to the point. Don't worry, I've prepared a banquet upstairs for you. Why don't we eat and talk?" Xiao Mingwei said with a smile. "The mayor doesn't dine outside," the officer refused again. Xiao Mingwei didn't mind, still beaming at Mayor Wu. "Our conversation will take some time, and it's just about mealtime. Why not eat a little while we talk?" Seeing the officers around Mayor Wu all on high alert, he smiled even more broadly. "No need to worry. If anything happened to Mayor Wu, it wouldn't do me any good. Isn't that right, Mayor Wu?" he said to the mayor. "Fine, since I'm here, I'll go up and take a look. You all stay close to me, I'll be fine. Besides, as he said, if anything happened to me, it wouldn't benefit him at all," Mayor Wu said, stopping the officer who wanted to object. Then he followed Xiao Mingwei into the restaurant. Lin Qian noticed that although she only saw Mayor Wu arriving in a single car, she could faintly hear several more vehicles following behind. It seemed that Mayor Wu had come well prepared. She quietly hid herself and trailed behind the group, only to discover that at some point, the restaurant from earlier had already been set up by Xiao Mingwei's people. The once dimly lit restaurant was now filled with candles, their flickering light making the place almost as bright as day. The tables and chairs, which had been somewhat messy before, were now neatly arranged, and one area had even been decorated with a touch of charm. On one of the tables, a variety of dishes and drinks were laid out. Lin Qian had no idea when all this had been prepared. She even saw steaming hot food on the table. To be able to put together such a feast at a time like this was no easy feat. No wonder Xiao Mingwei insisted she leave first, even offering her 10 bags of rice. If she didn't know this was Mayor Wu, Lin Qian would have suspected Xiao Mingwei was secretly meeting a lover here. After they arrived, Xiao Mingwei very politely pulled out a chair for Mayor Wu and gestured for him to sit. Mayor Wu, please have a seat. Mayor Wu, whose brow was already furrowed, frowned even deeper at Xiao Minghui's extravagance. But he knew his grandson and the other children were still in Xiao Minghui's hands. If there was any conflict now, those kids would surely suffer. He slowly sat down in the chair Xiao Mingwei had pulled out for him. Once he was seated, Xiao Mingwei took a seat on the other side. Looking at the spread on the table, Xiao Mingwei said, Mayor Wu, please try the food. I put a lot of effort into this meal. Mayor Wu didn't bother with small talk. As soon as he sat down, he got straight to the point. I didn't come here to eat with you. Now that I'm here, can you tell me how the children are? Don't be in such a rush. Try the food first. Even if we're going to talk, we should fill our stomachs first, don't you think? Since he hadn't seen his grandson or the other children yet, Mayor Wu had no choice but to pick up his chopsticks. The officer who had been following him quickly stepped forward when he saw this. Mayor Wu raised his other hand to his ear, signaling him not to say anything more. He picked up a piece of cabbage and ate it. The people with him turned pale at the sight. Mayor Wu waved his hand. Enough. Since we're already here, there's no need to be so cautious. After he said this, the officers reluctantly fell silent. It wasn't that Mayor Wu wasn't being careful, he knew that since Xiao Mingwei had sought him out, he must have a bigger plan. If anything happened to Mayor Wu now, Xiao Mingwei wouldn't benefit either. So until Xiao Mingwei revealed his true intentions, Mayor Wu felt relatively safe. Seeing how readily Mayor Wu ate, Xiao Mingwei looked at him with newfound respect. Mayor Wu, you really are impressive. Mayor Wu continued eating. To be able to put together such a meal at a time like this, I must be pretty important in your eyes. Of course, Xiao Mingwei replied. Mayor Wu, you've worked hard for the people. Naturally, I have to treat you with the highest respect. When Mayor Wu finished eating and put down his chopsticks, one of Xiao Minghui's men tactfully placed a pack of tissues by his hand. Mayor Wu waved him off. No need for tissues. At a time like this, people can barely eat or keep warm. There's no need for such fuss. Now that I've finished eating, can you tell me what it'll take for you to release my grandson and the other children? Xiao Mingwei put a piece of meat in his mouth. No need to rush, Mayor Wu. He glanced at the man who had just handed over the tissues. That man quickly went to the kitchen and brought out a plate of sliced fruit, placing it in front of Mayor Wu. A meal isn't complete without some fruit at the end. It's not freshly picked, but I went to great lengths to get it, just so you could have a taste, Mayor Wu. Lin Qian noticed that although the fruit didn't look particularly fresh, it was still quite presentable, no small feat in times like these. Looking at the food, Lin Qian thought to herself that Xiao Mingwei must have a lot of supplies stashed away. She just didn't know where he was hiding them. She remembered overhearing that the supplies found in the supermarket had been hidden by Xiao Mingwei, and today he'd casually given her 10 bags of rice from this restaurant. Clearly, he had more than one hiding place. She thought to herself that if she could find all of his stash, it would be a major accomplishment. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Qian slipped into the kitchen, where she found several people being held at gunpoint by Xiao Minghui's men. Hurry up! If you dawdle and mess up Brother Zhao's plans, you'll pay with your lives. The people were busy, apparently making desserts. In a corner of the kitchen, Lin Qian saw some supplies set aside. The armed men eyed the food hungrily, swallowing unconsciously. The chefs were indeed making desserts. When the last dish was finished, one of them carried it out. The remaining armed men discussed among themselves. Should we go out now? They've finished their work, so there's no need for us to stay here, right? Of course we need to stay. If they run off with the supplies, where would we find such good chefs for Brother Xiao? There's still so much food left. Why don't we have some? Don't even think about it. Remember what happened to the last guy who tried to sneak some, one warned. The would-be thief's face fell. as if recalling a bad memory. I was just saying, I didn't really mean it. If you didn't want to eat, would you even bring it up? Anyway, you'd better behave and stick with Brother Xiao. At least you won't starve. Haven't you seen what it's like out there? Or do you want to go back to fighting over a single bun with a crowd? The terrifying memory made the man's face even paler, but his eyes grew resolute. No. He walked over to the chefs, pointing his gun at the head chef. Go, pack up the stuff. The head chef nodded meekly, appearing obedient as he packed up, but secretly signaling to his assistants. Those people caught the head chef's signal and began slowly gathering up their kitchenware and knives, all the while sneaking glances at the armed guards watching over them. As the guards started to notice their movements, the chefs tried to distract them, smiling at the gunmen beside them. Big bro, we've been working hard all afternoon. Once we finish packing up, can we get something to eat? Otherwise, we really won't have the strength to keep working. One of the guards jabbed the speaker hard in the temple with his gun several times. Who do you think you are, still thinking about eating? You should be grateful that Brother Xiao hasn't killed you yet. I haven't even eaten, and you idiots are already thinking about food? Do you even know your place? He thought the head chef and the others would be as scared as before, hastily packing up and obediently letting themselves be tied up and taken away. But just then, everything changed. The head chef and all the other cooks suddenly pulled out knives they'd quietly hidden on themselves, stabbing them straight into the chests of the nearest guards, ruthlessly taking lives. Many of the guards didn't even have time to react before they were dead. As soon as the guards fell, the head chef and the others grabbed their guns and started firing wildly at the stunned men nearby. Although they didn't kill with every shot, each bullet still found its mark. The kitchen instantly descended into chaos, filled with screams and wails. Up front, Xiao Minghui heard the commotion and immediately realized something had gone wrong in the kitchen. The smile on his face vanished. Mayor Wu, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems there's a problem in the kitchen. I'll go check on it. Please have a seat, I'll be back soon. Hearing the uproar, Mayor Wu's expression changed as well. He stood up, wanting to go see for himself. Xiao Minghui shot a look at his men, who immediately blocked Mayor Wu's way. Mayor, Brother Xiao just needs to handle a family matter. He'll be back soon. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. The officer accompanying Mayor Wu seemed to have reached the limit of his patience and tried to push past the guards, but Mayor Wu shot him a glare. Stand down. The officer had no choice but to retreat angrily. If it's a family matter, then we'll just wait here. No harm in that, Mayor Wu said. Seeing how tactful Mayor Wu was, Xiao Minghui's grim expression eased a little. But as the noise from the kitchen grew louder, he knew he couldn't delay any longer and immediately turned and headed over. When Xiao Minghui arrived at the kitchen, the place that should have been filled with the aroma of food was now thick with the smell of blood, splatters everywhere. The head chef and the other cooks, guns in hand, kept firing wildly into the corpses until the magazines were empty, then collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Seeing Xiao Minghui enter with his men, they showed no fear. Instead, the head chef even smiled at him. Kill us or torture us, do as you please. We've had enough of this life anyway. Taking so much trash down with us today, worth it. Xiao Minghui's men, seeing this, hurriedly raised their guns and opened fire on the cooks. In no time, the already chaotic kitchen became even more of a bloodbath. Xiao Minghui's face was splattered with blood, mixing with the blood already seeping from his own wounds, making it impossible to tell whose it was. He looked even more terrifying than before. After finishing off the cooks, his men turned to Xiao Minghui. Brother Xiao, we lost a lot of our guys. Xiao Minghui spat on the ground. Useless fools. Dead is dead. Leave 2 men to gather up the remaining supplies and take them back to the warehouse. The rest of you, come with me to continue entertaining Mayor Wu. Outside, Mayor Wu listened to the sounds coming from the kitchen, his heart pounding with fear. But with his grandson and the other children still in Xiao Minghui's hands, he had no way to leave and was too anxious to sit still. Xiao Minghui, covered in blood, came out and saw Mayor Wu pacing by the dining table. Why aren't you sitting, Mayor Wu? What happened? Mayor Wu asked. Xiao Minghui didn't answer directly. He took a wet wipe from his subordinate, casually wiped the blood from his hands, then sat down with an air of gentlemanly composure and began cutting up the steak in front of him. The steak was barely medium rare, with obvious streaks of blood at the cut. No need to worry, Mayor Wu. Just a couple of unruly dogs trying to bite someone. It's nothing. We've already dealt with them. He glanced at the food before him. Mayor Wu, are you sure you won't have some? This is the best I have to offer, even I can't eat like this every day. Only now did Mayor Wu truly look at him. Compared to the rumors, this man was even more terrifying, able to chat and laugh as if nothing had happened, calmly eating a bloody steak in the midst of all this. I'm already full. I just want to know what it'll take for you to release my grandson and the other children, Mayor Wu said. Xiao Mingwei slowly swallowed a mouthful of steak, then elegantly wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin. Once he was clean, he finally looked up and met Mayor Wu's gaze. I've heard that several ships of supplies from Beijing will be arriving soon. It shouldn't take long for them to reach Zhu City, Xiao Mingwei said. You want those supplies? Mayor Wu's voice rose. Don't get worked up, Mayor Wu. Who wouldn't want those supplies? I'm just an ordinary man. It's only natural I'd want them. But I'm not unreasonable. I only want 2 ships worth, the rest is yours. Mayor Wu could no longer contain himself and slammed the table. We negotiated with the leaders in Beijing for so long and only managed to get 3 ships. Now you want 2 of them. Too much? Fine, just give me one, Xiao Mingwei said. Mayor Wu frowned deeply, as if seriously considering the possibility. After a long moment, he finally said, I can't make this decision alone. I need to discuss it with the other leaders. Then you'd better hurry. Your grandson can't hold out much longer, Xiao Mingwei said. What do you mean? Mayor Wu demanded. Nothing much. Of course, your grandson is being well taken care of. But our food is running low. If we don't get those supplies, we'll have to start rationing from the children's mouths. Oh, and if you're only willing to give up 1 ship, then you'll only get your grandson back, Xiao Mingwei said, baring his yellow teeth in a grin. What did you say? 1 ship for 1 child? What about the others? Mayor Wu asked. Xiao Mingwei laughed recklessly. It's not that 1 boat can only exchange for 1 child. Rather, a single boat can get you back your Wu family's only grandson in 9 generations. I'm sure you can do the math on that, can't you? If you're not even willing to do that, I can't guarantee what might happen to them next. After all, it's not exactly easy for us to keep them safe right now. This is outright robbery. Mayor Wu's hands were trembling. Normally, any other child could go home for just 1 more boat of supplies. But since you think I'm asking for too much, I'll just go talk to their parents myself. After all, those parents have been in high society for years. They must have some resources to spare, Xiao Mingwei continued. Mayor Wu suddenly pointed a shaking finger at Xiao Mingwei, clearly furious. Those boats of supplies are the lifeline for everyone in our city. Mayor Wu, I remember you have a heart condition. Don't get too worked up. If you accidentally drop dead here, I can't take responsibility for that. Xiao Mingwei didn't care about the mayor's attitude at all. Besides, I'm not asking for much, just 1 boat of supplies. Either you exchange it for your precious only grandson, or you leave him with me, and I'll release the other children. It's your choice. Oh, and by the way, your grandson really takes after you. All these years, he hasn't shed a single tear. He seems even more at ease living with me than he did at home. I quite like your grandson, actually. If he stays, I'll raise him well. He'll become one of my top men in the future. Mayor Wu felt his mind go blank, his legs weak, and he nearly fainted. Luckily, a nearby officer caught him and helped him to a chair, where he slowly regained his composure. Mayor Wu waved his trembling hand. I'm fine. He rubbed his forehead. This is a serious matter. I can't give you an answer right now. Xiao Mingwei acted very understanding. Of course, I don't expect an immediate answer. Go back and discuss it with your superiors. Once you've made a decision, just send someone to let me know. Oh, right. I was going to bring your grandson here today, so you could see for yourself that we haven't mistreated him. He eats better than any of us. But you know how it is with kids in this weather. They get sick easily. He trailed off, intentionally leaving room for Mayor Wu's imagination. Mayor Wu's eyes widened. Howard is sick? Yeah, that's right. He's just a kid, and a little cold goes a long way. But don't worry, we're using all our best supplies to keep him warm. For now, he's fine. I can look after him for a couple more days, but after that, I can't make any promises. In truth, Xiao Mingwei wasn't confident at all. He was just afraid that the little brat would suddenly appear in front of Mayor Wu and ruin all his plans. So he made the situation sound as serious as possible. But Mayor Wu wasn't someone who would lose his head over a few words. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "I want to see the children." Xiao Mingwei had already anticipated this. He had his men bring out a phone with a pre-recorded video of the children from the night before. Take a look. There's no signal here, so I can't let you video call them directly, but this video should show you how they're doing. The conditions aren't as comfortable as their own homes, but I want to make it clear I haven't mistreated them at all. They've just been a little scared from being away from their families, but otherwise, they're fine. Mayor Wu watched the video. Just as Xiao Mingwei said, most of the children were just frightened. Some of the younger ones had cried, but overall, they looked okay and showed no signs of injury. What comforted him most was that his own grandson, though clearly scared, was still helping to calm the other crying children. Seeing Mayor Wu reluctant to put down the phone, Xiao Mingwei had his men take it back. Mayor Wu, I believe I've shown the utmost sincerity today. I hope you won't let us down. These children are all waiting for you to save them. I've asked around, your standing in their eyes is sky high. They all admire you, and some even say they want to be just like you when they grow up. Images of the children kept flashing through Mayor Wu's mind, filling him with a bitter ache. Afraid that the longer things dragged on, the more likely something would go wrong, Xiao Mingwei decided to end the meeting. It's getting late, Mayor Wu. You're a man of big decisions. I won't take up any more of your time. Let's leave it here for today. If you make a decision, just send someone here to let my people know. There will always be someone here. Of course, he would never reveal the location of his main base to Mayor Wu. If the authorities raided it, he'd lose everything. With Xiao Minghui's clear hint to leave, Mayor Wu had no choice but to get up and go. Before leaving, he turned to Xiao Mingwei and warned, "Don't you dare harm those children. If any of them are hurt, you'll get nothing." Xiao Mingwei burst out laughing. Mayor Wu, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm not some heartless criminal. I only took these kids because we weren't getting any help from you, and they were on the verge of starving. That's why I came up with this plan. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't stoop to this. But your efficiency is just too low, so I had no choice but to use the children to speed things up. He turned to his men. Go see Mayor Wu out. Only after Mayor Wu left did Xiao Mingwei finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the others in the room, he couldn't hold back. He reached out and slapped the nearest man across the face. Are your brains made of shit? You can't even watch the kitchen properly, and you can't keep an eye on a kid? Why do I even keep you around? The man immediately dropped to his knees. Brother Xiao, don't be mad. It didn't affect your deal with Mayor Wu, did it? Xiao Mingwei, still fuming, kicked him. That's just my luck. If I'd been unlucky and that brat had run out in front of Mayor Wu, how the hell would I have negotiated? But we still have over a dozen other kids, right? Xiao Minghui's anger only grew. Are those other kids the Wu family's only grandson in 9 generations? He crouched down in front of the man, slapping his face as he spoke. Use your pig brains and think for once. Damn it, even pigs are smarter than you lot. So should I take some men and go find that kid right now? After saying this, he glanced at Xiao Mingwei, waiting for his reaction. Xiao Mingwei stared at his underling, who was still standing there dumbly after all that, and, unable to contain his anger, kicked him hard. What are you waiting for? Go. Only then did the man snap out of it, scrambling to his feet and dragging his people out with him. After Xiao Mingwei and the others left, he reached up to touch his cheek, but before his fingers even made contact, the pain made him wince. With no one around to vent his frustration on, he kicked the dining table they'd just eaten at. Who knew what material the table was made of? Despite kicking it with all his strength, it only wobbled slightly, while Xiao Minghui's own foot throbbed with pain. Fuming, he grabbed a wine glass from the table and hurled it to the floor. Damn it. If I ever catch that little pretty boy, I'll kill him myself. Looking at the mess all around and the bloodstains on his body, he wasn't even sure if it was his own blood or someone else's. He grew even more irritable. He spat on the table and cursed, "Fuck," before storming out of the restaurant. Lin Qian waited until she was sure they'd all left before slipping out from the kitchen. She looked at the chaos left behind, feeling unsettled herself, but she was still worried about the little boy. Once she was certain no one was around, she quickly ran to the spot where she'd told the child to hide. "Are you still there?" "Sis, I'm here." Hearing his voice, Lin Qian let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly moved aside the things covering him, pulling him out. After Xiao Minghui's people left, they'd taken all the remaining candles and supplies, so the restaurant was now pitch black. The boy kept his head down, and Lin Qian couldn't see his expression, but from his voice, he seemed to be holding up well. "Did you hear your grandpa's voice just now?" The boy nodded at Lin Qian, then realized she probably couldn't see him in the dark, so he added, "I heard it. But I remembered what you said, so I didn't come out or make a sound unless it was you." Even though he was young and missed his family, and had been excited at first to hear his grandpa's voice, he remembered Lin Qian's warning and managed to suppress his urge to run out. Actually, ever since her last physical evolution, Lin Qian had discovered that as long as it wasn't pitch dark, she could see her surroundings quite clearly. So when the boy nodded just now, she'd already seen the look on his face. Looking at this 7- or 8-year-old child, she saw fear on his face, but not panic. For someone his age to handle things so calmly in this situation, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. She praised him without hesitation. "You did great. If you'd come out just then, there would have been a fight, and not only you, but even your grandpa could have gotten hurt." "I know." Before they came in, they set up snipers around the area. "If I'd gone out, it would have messed up your plan, and I might have gotten you in trouble too." Lin Qian hadn't seen a kid this sharp in years. In fact, even most adults wouldn't have handled things as well as he did in this situation. She patted his shoulder, then took his hand. "Come on, I'll take you back." But the boy didn't move. He looked at Lin Qian as if he had something to say, but seemed a bit embarrassed. "What is it?" "Sis, can I ask you for a favor?" Lin Qian didn't answer, just looked at him quietly. Seeing her silence, the boy grew anxious, but finally mustered his courage. "There were 17 other kids taken with me, 18 including me." He kept saying, 18, 18, with 18 kids everything will go smoothly. "Now that I've escaped, I'm afraid he'll hurt the others when he goes back." He trailed off, not finishing his sentence. He didn't say what he wanted, but Lin Qian already understood. "You want me to help rescue the others, right? That man always likes to keep me close. Over the past few days, I've figured out all the routes around him. I know there's a door we can use to sneak all the kids out." He looked at Lin Qian, eyes full of hope, but then seemed to remember she might not be able to see his expression, so he added, "I know it's a lot to ask, and if you can't do it, that's okay. I'll go back and talk to Grandpa, see what we can do." His voice was full of disappointment. Before Lin Qian could even describe Wang Hui's appearance, the boy said, "I know. That big brother is really nice, but when he tried to save us, Xiao Minghui caught him and used Xiao Bao to trap him. Yeah, that big brother is my friend. I rescued him from Xiao Minghui's place, and now he's at Xiao Minghui's main base. When I left with Xiao Minghui, he was going to rescue the rest of the kids." As Lin Qian spoke, the boy's expression changed, turning excited. He grabbed Lin Qian's wrist, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, sis. Thank you, big brother. Thank you both so much." Xiao He, who had been wrapped around Lin Qian's wrist, was startled by the boy's sudden grip and wriggled a bit. The boy couldn't see and asked curiously, "Sis, why is your bracelet moving?" "That's not a bracelet, that's my pet." "Pet?" While talking to the boy, Lin Qian was still keeping an ear out for any movement from Xiao Minghui's men. Now that she was sure they'd gone far away, she took out a flashlight and shone it on the ground. The sudden light made the boy let go of her wrist and cover his eyes. After a while, once his eyes adjusted, he lowered his hands and looked at Lin Qian's wrist, wanting to see what kind of pet she meant. As soon as he looked over, he saw what he'd thought was a bracelet raise its head and flick its tongue at him angrily. Only then did he realize it was a snake. He froze in shock, not daring to move a muscle. Seeing this, Lin Qian knew he must be scared, so she patted Xiaohei's head with her other hand. Don't scare the kid. Only then did Xiaohei pull its head back, but not before giving the boy a little nod. It's fine, it doesn't bite people for no reason. You don't have to be afraid. The boy tried to act tough. I'm not scared, sis. Really? Lin Qian could see right through him. Come on, I'll take you back. Sis, wait. I drew a map of their hideout. The boy pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Lin Qian had no idea where this kid had found paper and pen, but he actually managed to draw out a map of the area. She held it in her hands, a bit surprised. Although the map was nowhere near as good as the professional ones she'd seen, all the important locations were clearly marked. There were even some details she hadn't noticed herself, but the kid had marked them out carefully. She wasn't sure if it would come in handy, but it was a thoughtful gesture, so she put the map away carefully. All right, where do you live? Let me take you home first. The kid gave Lin Qian an address. My place is a bit far from here. That's fine, I have a car. But I think they must have hidden some food here. Do you want to help me look for it first? If we find anything, we can split it half and half. How could the kid refuse? Right now, Lin Qian was like a savior to him. I don't want any supplies. You saved me, so even if we find something, I can't take any from you. Seeing him like this, Lin Qian didn't say any more. She'd only said it to be polite anyway. Whether they'd actually find anything was another matter. Lin Qian originally wanted the kid to stay close, but he said, let's split up, it'll be faster that way. She looked at him for a moment. Are you sure you can handle it? The kid's face was serious. I can do it. She pulled out another flashlight and handed it to him. All right. They probably think you've run far away and have gone outside to look for you. Be careful when you search. If you hear anything, hide first. Don't let anyone find you. The kid nodded to show he understood. Lin Qian figured there must be a cold storage in the restaurant here. Seeing the kid head off in the other direction, she went to check it out. Sure enough, she was right. The cold storage door was locked with a big padlock, and the door itself didn't look original. Most likely, Xiaomingwei had someone replace it. But that was no problem for Lin Qian. She called Xiaoqing out and had the vine slip into the lock. In no time, the lock was open. As the cold storage door swung open, Lin Qian saw it was packed with all kinds of long-lasting food, mostly bags of rice in various sizes. No wonder Xiaomingwei had been so quick to hand over rice earlier. She didn't think much of it and started putting all the edible food into her space, leaving behind only the obviously spoiled items. She even found several bags of candles in a corner. Who knew where he'd managed to scrounge those up? Not bothering to think too much, Lin Qian put the candles into her space as well. Just as she finished, she heard the kid approaching and quickly pretended to be inspecting the place. Big sis, I couldn't find anything outside. The kid was about to tell Lin Qian he hadn't found any supplies outside, but when he glanced into the half-full warehouse and saw all that food, his eyes went wide. Even though some of it was a bit spoiled, for people outside, this was still a treasure trove. Looks like they stored everything here. What should we do now? Lin Qian had already taken everything she wanted. She didn't care about the rest, so she asked the kid, what do you think? I already said, everything we find here belongs to you. Of course, these are yours. It's just... He looked at the huge pile of supplies, a little troubled. How are we supposed to carry all this out? Lin Qian had actually planned to leave the supplies for the kid, but he really didn't want them, and, honestly, neither did she. Her space could keep food fresh, but she really didn't want to put spoiled food in there. But then the kid said something that snapped her out of it. He said happily, if you can't finish it all, you could give it to people in need. There are so many people outside starving to death because they can't get food. He'd been raised by his grandfather since he was little, especially after the disaster. He'd seen people fight to the death over a single steamed bun. Lin Qian was reminded of her past life. Back then, she wouldn't have cared if food was spoiled or not, just having something to eat was enough to make her cry with gratitude. She realized she'd been living too comfortably lately and was starting to forget the hardships she'd suffered before. To think she didn't even want such a huge stash of supplies, what a sin. If her past self could see her wasting food like this, she'd probably rise from the grave just to slap her. Okay, let's take it all. But since there's so much here, let's move out as much as we can before they come back. I'll lock the door again and we can come back for the rest another day. But won't they notice by then? Will we still be able to get it? Lin Qian was stumped for a second. How about this? You take some supplies downstairs and wait for me. I'll move the rest to another place so they won't be able to find it. The kid was only 7 years old. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't tell Lin Qian was just making things up. He found a big bag and stuffed as much food as he could inside, then dragged it downstairs with some effort. Big sis, I'm heading down first. Be careful. If you see those people coming back, forget the supplies and just hide. Otherwise, saving you today would have been for nothing. I know, big sis. With that, the kid dragged the bag downstairs. Once he was gone, Lin Qian quickly put the rest of the supplies into her space. The kid was right, even if she didn't need them, for people outside, this was life-saving food. She could always use it to trade for things she wanted. She left a small portion to carry down and meet up with the kid, then locked the door again and had Xiaoqing use its vine to wreck the lock from the inside. No matter how skilled a locksmith came, there was no way they'd get this door open. When Xiao Mingwei found he couldn't open the door, he'd just think the lock was broken. He'd never guessed she'd already taken everything inside. Looking at the tightly shut cold storage door, Lin Qian suddenly felt a surge of happiness. She patted the dust off her hands and said to Xiao, "Hey, let's go." She picked up the big bag she'd set aside and went downstairs. Xiao Mingwei and his people still hadn't returned, and the kid was nowhere to be seen. She was just wondering how to find him when he suddenly appeared from some corner, carrying his own bag. "Where were you hiding just now?" The kid pointed to a spot, and Lin Qian saw it really was a good hiding place. If you weren't paying attention, you'd never notice it. She moved the supplies over there and told the kid, "Wait here for me. I'll go get the car." The little boy had no idea what Lin Qian meant by a vehicle until she told him to come outside and wait. Not long after, he saw her driving over on a snowmobile. At that moment, the boy was so shocked his mouth hung open. At first, he'd thought she meant a regular car. Who would have guessed it was actually a snowmobile? Lin Qian parked the vehicle next to him and even took out a helmet for him. "Come on, let's load up the supplies." She had already calculated how much cargo the snowmobile could handle, and after loading the supplies they'd brought over, there was just enough room for both her and the boy to sit comfortably. It was the boy's first time riding anything like this, and he was fascinated, curiously touching everything. Lin Qian's snowmobile had been custom-made earlier, so when she turned on the headlights, the beam could reach a very long distance. Although this was convenient, she worried that turning on the lights at night would attract too much attention, so she left them off. Her eyesight was now good enough to see obstacles on the road even at night. However, the snowmobile had one drawback: it was loud. During the day, the environmental noise helped mask the sound, so it was easy for people to overlook. But at night, even the slightest noise could draw attention. If she turned on the lights as well, she'd probably be stopped before she could get the boy home. "Where do you live?" she asked. The boy gave Lin Qian an address. She realized it wasn't too far from here. She hit the gas and headed straight for their destination with the boy. As soon as the snowmobile started up, the people nearby who were still searching for the boy all turned in her direction. Was that the sound of a motorcycle? You must have heard wrong. But when the engine roared again, they heard it clearly. That's definitely a motorcycle. Who could be riding a motorcycle at this hour? That woman. Everyone suddenly realized, didn't we give her 10 bags of rice and tell her to leave? Why is she still here? Maybe she came back to haul away more rice? Doesn't matter, let's go check it out. If we can stop her and get the rice back, Brother Xiao will be pleased. There are so many of us here. Surely we can handle one woman. One of the men hesitated, remembering how fierce Lin Qian had been with her whip. Don't overthink it. If we get the rice back and maybe even catch the woman and bring her and the snowmobile to Brother Xiao, our status will be different. The temptation was obvious. The man gritted his teeth. Let's go. But Lin Qian wasn't some helpless lamb waiting to be surrounded. She wasn't going to stand around and let them ambush her. By the time they arrived, Lin Qian was already long gone. All they could hear was the roar of the snowmobile fading into the distance. Where is she? She's gone. The group looked at each other in confusion. Do you think she overheard Brother Zhao's deal with Mayor Wu? It's possible. So, what do we do? Should we go tell Brother Xiao? One man smacked another on the head. Are you stupid? Brother Xiao is already furious that we lost that brat. If we tell him the woman might have overheard his deal with Mayor Wu, do you think he'll let us off easy? Another man shivered at the mention of Xiao Minghui's temper. Then, just forget it? Of course. He warned everyone present, don't even think about telling Brother Xiao about this. We haven't found the kid, we didn't catch the woman, imagine what he'll do if he finds out. At that, anyone who'd had other ideas immediately gave up and quietly went back to searching. Lin Qian, unaware of their discussion, had already left with the boy. Many people heard the sound of her snowmobile along the way, but since she didn't turn on the lights, they couldn't see anything, let alone try to stop her. Lin Qian quickly brought the boy to the location he'd specified as home. The entire city of Zhu was suffering a power outage. Even the municipal compound where the mayor lived was lit only by candles. Because Mayor Wu's grandson had been kidnapped, Lin Qian could see from a distance that there were more guards at the entrance to the compound. The guards had already heard the sound of the snowmobile and immediately sent someone to check it out. One guard immediately turned to another. Quick, go notify Mayor Wu. The rest of the guards watched Lin Qian warily, unsure of her intentions. Lin Qian didn't care what they thought. After setting the boy down and removing his helmet, she unloaded the supplies from the snowmobile. You know these people, right? The boy nodded, and Lin Qian sent him over to the guards. She hadn't wanted to get involved with these people, but then she remembered there were still a lot of children waiting to be resettled at Xiao Minghui's place, so she decided to show herself. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have simply dropped the boy off from a distance and left. The boy returned to the guards and told them how Lin Qian had rescued him. One of the guards walked up to Lin Qian, stopped, and gave her a military salute. Thank you, comrade. Mayor Wu's family quickly came down after receiving the news. The boy's parents were overwhelmed with emotion when they saw their son had really come home. His mother was so excited she stumbled and fell as she ran over. She finally reached her son, scooped him into her arms, and held him tightly for a long time before she could believe he was safe. Only then did she let go and check him over. Seeing that her son was only a bit thinner, but otherwise unhurt, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The guards had already explained to the family that Lin Qian had rescued the boy. Mayor Wu and his son were so moved when they heard that a young woman had brought their child home. Although they wanted to hug the boy like his mother did, they knew their son's rescuer was still present, so they first went over to Lin Qian to express their gratitude. Comrade, thank you for bringing Howard back to us. We don't even know how to thank you. Although they owed Lin Qian a huge debt of gratitude, they were also worried she might ask for something they couldn't provide, so as they spoke, they didn't know how to continue. Lin Qian looked at the complicated expressions on everyone's faces and instantly understood their concerns. She knew that in situations like this, people often worried that someone who had done them a favor would later use it as leverage, especially in an apocalyptic world where resources were scarce and trust between people was fragile to the extreme. She smiled slightly and spoke in a calm tone, saving him was just something I did in passing. I didn't stay here to ask for some generous reward. I just need your help with one thing. Lin Qian paused, glancing around at everyone, her gaze finally settling on Mayor Wu and his son. She explained her plan to leave Wang Hui at Xiao Minghui's base and rescue the remaining children. There are so many kids. Once we get them out, I'll need you to handle their resettlement. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present broke into expressions of surprise and delight. Mayor Wu and his son exchanged glances, both full of astonishment. They had originally thought this young woman would use the rescue of their own child as leverage to demand a hefty reward, maybe even conditions they couldn't possibly meet. But not only did Lin Qian not ask for anything, she even volunteered to save the rest of the children. This left them both surprised and overjoyed. The rescued child's mother, seeing her child safe and sound, was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She grabbed her child's hand, hurried over to Lin Qian, and bowed deeply, her voice choked with emotion. "You saved my child. If you ever need anything from me, just ask." She knew her husband and father-in-law had their own jobs and responsibilities and couldn't make promises lightly. But as a mother, seeing this frail young woman bring back her child safe and sound when even her husband and father-in-law couldn't, her gratitude was beyond words. Even if this promise didn't mean much to Lin Qian, it was her heartfelt commitment. Mayor Wu and his son were taken aback. Although Lin Qian didn't seem like the type to exploit her good deeds, now that the child's mother had spoken, it was too late for them to stop her. Mayor Wu thought to himself, "People are like this. When they need help, they'll agree to anything, even things they might not be able to deliver. But once someone else has already done the hard part, if that person asks for even a little more, it suddenly feels like too much. And once people know you're capable and willing to help without expecting anything in return, they might keep coming back for more." Lin Qian understood this all too well. Although she saved people this time just because she could, and didn't expect anything in return, she still needed to make it clear that she couldn't let this become a habit. They were all officials, but everyone had their weaknesses. She didn't want to invite trouble because of this. Mayor Wu might look upright, but who could say what he was really like inside? She'd gone out of her way to bring his grandson back, and yet he couldn't even manage a straightforward thank you. That made Lin Qian instantly lose any fondness for the father and son. It was the exhausted-looking woman before her, with genuine gratitude in her eyes, who Lin Qian respected more. She stepped forward and gently helped the woman up. Seeing that Lin Qian wasn't saying anything or making any demands, Mayor Wu finally spoke up. "If you can help us rescue the children kidnapped by Xiaomingwei, I'll make sure to apply for official recognition and material rewards for you. As for what you've done for our family, I'm willing to give you half of our current supplies as thanks." This was the reward Mayor Wu had carefully considered. Lin Qian shrugged. "No need for any recognition. If you really want to thank me, just give me more supplies." She knew that if she asked for nothing, they might just treat her as free labor. She didn't really need the supplies, but she didn't want to give anyone the chance to take advantage of her. The father and son were relieved to hear Lin Qian accept the arrangement. Once they handed over the supplies, their family wouldn't owe Lin Qian anything. She wouldn't be able to use this as leverage to ask them for anything unreasonable in the future. It was a win-win. "Send some people with me," Lin Qian said to them. "They can help receive the children when the time comes." After a brief discussion, Mayor Wu and his son called over a small team. "You'll go with this comrade and make sure all the children are brought back safely." Everyone saluted Mayor Wu. "Yes, Mayor." Seeing how they acted, Lin Qian decided not to leave behind the supplies she'd originally prepared for the children and loaded everything back onto her vehicle. When she saw that Mayor Wu's people were ready, she swung herself onto her snowmobile. "Let's go." Mayor Wu looked at Lin Qian's snowmobile and hesitated before stepping forward. "Comrade, it's freezing out. Why don't you leave your snowmobile in the courtyard and ride with us?" "No need." Lin Qian revved the engine and sped off toward Xiaominghui's half-finished building. Just then, the child standing next to Lin Qian's mother suddenly shouted, "Sister, my name is Wu Mingho." Lin Qian waved back as she drove. The team saw Lin Qian take off without even turning on her headlights. They quickly switched on their own lights and hurried to follow her. At first, they thought her headlights were broken, so they turned on their high beams to help light the way for her. When they were almost at their destination, Lin Qian stopped in advance. The people behind her thought there was some obstacle ahead and pulled up beside her. "Comrade, what's wrong?" someone asked. "We're about 5 kilometers away. This is a good spot. Park your vehicles and we'll go the rest of the way on foot," Lin Qian said, not waiting for a response before riding her snowmobile into the darkness. Once she saw that no one was following, she relaxed a little and found a spot to stash her snowmobile in her storage space. When she returned to the meeting point, She found the group waiting for her in an orderly fashion. "Comrade, are we heading out now?" asked a man who was clearly the team leader. "Let's go." Lin Qian led the way, and the others followed cautiously in the pitch-black night. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, nighttime was many times more dangerous than the day, especially in this kind of total darkness, where visibility was almost zero. They were all trained, but moving quickly in such darkness, with the ground covered in ice left by the previous floods, was no easy task, even with decent shoes. Tonight, forget about the moon, there wasn't even a single star in sight. The whole sky was as black as ink. Among their group, the squad leader already had the best eyesight, but as soon as Lin Qian moved more than a meter away from him, he couldn't see her at all and could only follow her by the sound of her footsteps. "Comrade, comrade." The squad leader saw Lin Qian walking faster and faster and noticed that the guards behind were struggling to keep up, so he called out to her. Lin Qian stopped, looking puzzled, not sure what he meant. "It's too dark right now and the road is covered in frozen floodwater. If we go too fast, the others can't keep up. Could you slow down a bit?" The squad leader explained. Lin Qian, having improved her physical abilities, could see her surroundings clearly even in the dark, but obviously the others couldn't. She frowned slightly and slowed her pace. "We're almost there." Seeing her willing to slow down, the squad leader breathed a sigh of relief and shot Lin Qian a grateful look. "Comrade, you're really something. To be able to walk so fast in these conditions." At first, when he saw Lin Qian was a woman, he'd had doubts about how she could rescue those children. But after walking just a short distance, he realized this comrade was anything but ordinary. She was probably stronger than anyone else present. They continued on, moving noticeably slower, and everyone relaxed a little, at least now they could keep up. After another 10 minutes or so, Lin Qian stopped and whispered to the squad leader who'd been following her, "Up ahead is Xiaominghui's base. Everyone, be careful and keep quiet. I have a companion inside, but I don't know what the situation is right now." The squad leader immediately understood, quickly signaling his team to spread out and form a perimeter. They followed Lin Qian, approaching the target cautiously, every step taken with extra care. As they neared the unfinished building, Lin Qian noticed that the guards out front were the same as before. Her heart skipped a beat. Had Wang Hui not started moving yet? Could he have been caught again? There was even a 2-year-old among the children. If the child started crying, they'd be exposed for sure. After a moment's thought, she whispered to the others, "Wait here. I'll go in and check things out first." The squad leader nodded, signaling the others to hide, then turned to Lin Qian. "Comrade, let me go with you. If anything happens, at least we'll have each other's backs." Lin Qian glanced at him. Since he was alone, she figured it was fine. Without a word, she continued forward. Seeing she didn't refuse, the squad leader quietly followed. Lin Qian saw there were guards at both the main and side entrances, so she led the squad leader toward a window. The squad leader looked at the first-floor window. It was too high to reach, and was surprised to realize Lin Qian intended to go in that way. He was about to ask when he saw her grab a nearby drainpipe, push off, and in one swift motion, she was perched on the window ledge. The squad leader was stunned, gaining a whole new respect for Lin Qian's abilities. Seeing she was already inside while he was still gaping below, Lin Qian waved for him to hurry up. Realizing he was holding things up, the squad leader quickly imitated her and climbed in, though his movements were, well, let's just say there was no comparison. One should know one's limits. Once he was inside, Lin Qian, seeing he was at least quick on his feet, didn't say anything else and simply motioned for him to follow closely. She'd studied the map Wu Mingho had given her and remembered that besides the usual staircase, there was also an emergency stairwell meant for fire escapes. Since the building wasn't finished, it was piled with construction debris, so Xiaominghui's people rarely used it. After some thought, Lin Qian decided to take that route. When they reached the stairwell, they found the door locked. Lin Qian told the squad leader to stand back, then used the cover of darkness to have Xiaoqing unlock it. There was a lot of debris, but Lin Qian was agile and slipped through easily. As for the squad leader, he wasn't dead weight either. He kept up with Lin Qian step for step, making no noise at all. According to Wu Mingho's map, the basement was beneath the parking garage. As she passed the garage door, Lin Qian peeked inside. Good, no one there. She continued down, when suddenly she heard faint noises below. Though quiet, she caught them. She turned and made a shoe gesture to the squad leader, who wisely stayed silent behind her. The noises grew closer, but the staircase twisted and turned, and even with her good eyesight, Lin Qian couldn't see what was ahead. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to go down and check. She hadn't gone far when the noises ahead suddenly stopped. Her heart tightened. Whoever was ahead must have noticed them. But after a brief pause, the sounds resumed, followed by Wang Hui's deliberately hushed voice. Someone's ahead. Don't move. So it was Wang Hui. Lin Qian relaxed, but worried that too much noise would attract Xiao Minghui's men, so she continued down as cautiously as before. As she got closer, she finally saw Wang Hui, with a group of children behind him. He was carrying a small child on his back, probably the 2-year-old. Lin Qian could see Wang Hui clearly in the dark, but Wang Hui couldn't tell who she was. He thought she was one of Xiao Minghui's people and swung his knife at her without hesitation. Luckily, Lin Qian had stayed alert and dodged in time, avoiding injury. It's me, she quickly called out. Wang Hui nearly dropped his knife in shock when he heard her voice. Since there was no one else around, Lin Qian turned on her flashlight and shone it on the ground. Wang Hui hurried over. It's you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. You're not going to hurt me that easily, Lin Qian replied. It's pitch black in here and I don't have a flashlight. I could only sneak these kids out while Xiao Minghui hadn't noticed. I thought he'd realized and sent someone after me. Thank goodness it's you. He then noticed the squad leader behind Lin Qian. Who's this? He's from Mayor Wu, here to help get the kids out. This isn't the time to talk. Let's get the children out first, then I'll fill you in. Lin Qian saw there was no hope, so she turned to Wang Hui. Where's Hope? It's at the back. I had it cover our rear. I'll lead the way, the kids will walk in the middle. Wang Hui could tell Lin Qian was worried about Hope. Don't worry, it's totally fine. I'll return it to you exactly the way you entrusted it to me. Once we're out of here, you'll see it right away. Hearing this, Lin Qian finally relaxed. I've already been through the way ahead. Just follow me. She led Wang Hui and the others back the way she'd come. Before they reached the stairs, she switched off her flashlight. There are people guarding outside. Better not use the light. If they see it, we'll just be asking for trouble. They returned to the same window they'd climbed in through earlier. Just then, Hope, who had been bringing up the rear, ran up to Lin Qian and wagged its tail vigorously. Lin Qian crouched down and patted its head, whispering, "Good job, Hope. I'll give you a big bone when we get back." Hope wagged its tail even harder at that. The squad leader thought he saw a hint of joy on the dog's face, something he'd never seen before. Must be seeing things in the dark, he told himself. When they reached the bed, the window wasn't too high for the adults, but for this group of kids of all different ages, it would be a challenge. Lin Qian looked at the children. If they tried to climb down themselves, they might not make it, and even if they did, it would probably be noisy. How about this? I'll go down first with him. Wang Hui, you stay here and hand the kids out to us. We'll catch them. The children behind them were scared, but most of them understood the situation and obediently lined up behind Wang Hui. Once Lin Qian and the squad leader were outside, Wang Hui handed the youngest, a 2-year-old, to Lin Qian first. Lin Qian looked at the child, still sound asleep at a time like this, and couldn't help but marvel at how carefree she was. But it was better this way. If she woke up and started crying, they'd all be in trouble. Just as she was thinking this, the little girl in her arms suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian was startled and immediately prepared to cover her mouth or knock her out if she started crying. But to her surprise, the little girl gave her a smile, 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks. Even though Lin Qian wasn't usually fond of kids, her heart softened. After smiling, The little girl tilted her head and fell back asleep. What a well-behaved child. After all the other children were handed out through the window, Hope leapt out in one bound. The squad leader watched Hope's agility and thought it was no less impressive than his own after years of military training. Then Wang Hui followed, moving with equal grace. He felt numb from all the blows to his self-esteem tonight and secretly resolved to train harder when he got back. Just as they thought everything was going smoothly and were halfway to safety with the kids, the people in the abandoned building finally realized the children were missing. At first, they'd wondered why the kids in the basement were so quiet tonight and why no one had come up to report in as usual. Thinking they'd finally get a good night's sleep, Xiao Mingwei started to feel uneasy and called someone over. "How are the kids in the basement?" "Well, that kid hasn't come back, but the rest have been quiet tonight. Maybe he was the one stirring them up before." "I doubt it. That kid would even help calm the others down when they cried. By the way, has anyone heard from the people looking for him?" Xiao Minghui's subordinate shook his head. "No idea where he's hiding. I figured he might try to go home to his parents or grandfather, so I posted people along every possible route. If he tries, we'll catch him for sure." What he didn't know was that Lin Qian had already gotten the kid out before he'd even set up his men. Hearing this, Xiao Mingwei felt even more uneasy instead of reassured. "No, something's not right. Come with me to check downstairs." Ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, he led his men toward the basement. The closer he got, the more he sensed something was wrong. Even with Wu Mingho's calming presence, the kids were never this quiet. Xiao Mingwei quickened his pace. When he reached the basement door, he found it wide open, and all the guards inside were lying on the ground, their condition unknown. He kicked one of them. "Didn't you say everything was fine? Explain this. Are they all dead?" Just then, one of his men who'd checked the unconscious guards called out, "Brother Xiao, they're just knocked out. Wake them up." The subordinate hesitated, unsure how to rouse someone who'd been knocked out. Xiao Mingwei was growing more and more agitated. It felt like he'd been cursed all day, nothing was going right, and now the kids were gone, which meant he'd lost his bargaining chip. If Mayor Wu found out about this, he wouldn't just lose leverage, he wouldn't even get a seat at the table. Seeing his men dawdle, he strode over to one of the unconscious guards, hauled him up, and slapped him twice across the face. The man finally came to, still groggy and not recognizing who was in front of him. "Fuck you. I'll kill you." He lunged for Xiao Minghui's eyes, but Xiao dodged just in time and slapped him again. "Look at me. Do you know who I am?" Only then did the man realize it was his boss standing before him. He shuddered. Sorry, Brother Xiao, I thought you were that pretty boy. He did this. Yeah, and he brought a dog with him, fierce as hell. Bit me several times, look." He showed Xiao Mingwei his hand, which bore deep bite marks, down to the bone. Clearly, Hope hadn't held back. "Is today National Dog Day or something? Why is it dogs everywhere?" He spat on the ground. "Didn't you say after that pretty boy disappeared, you checked and the kids were still here?" "Yeah. We came to take Wu Mingho out, remember?" Xiao Mingwei realized that must have been when the pretty boy hid in the building, and once they left, he got the kids out. "So what the hell are you all standing around for? Go after them." He thought for a moment, then continued, "We just need a few people to stay here. Everyone else, come with me." He pointed at one person. "You, go get my car. We'll take every possible route out of here and chase them down." I don't believe that in this kind of terrible weather, a pretty boy with a bunch of little brats can get very far. Everyone sprang into action. From a distance, Lin Qian could already hear the commotion. She suddenly stopped. Wang Hui and the squad leader looked at her, unsure what she meant. "What's wrong?" Wang Hui was the first to ask. "They've probably realized the kids are missing and are organizing a search party," Lin Qian said. No one asked how Lin Qian knew, nor did anyone question her hearing. Some of the children overheard and grew anxious. "What do we do now?" Lin Qian wasn't sure how to deal with kids, so she glanced at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, catching her look, immediately reassured the group, "Don't worry, they won't catch us. Besides us, there will be more big brothers coming soon to help." After he spoke, the children were visibly less tense. They were still scared, but not as panicked as before. Lin Qian saw they were only a kilometer away from their previous hiding spot. She turned to the squad leader and said, "Where are your people hiding? Go get them to bring the cars over, quick." With so little distance left, as long as the squad leader hurried, Xiao Minghui wouldn't catch up. Besides, there were several roads leading to this abandoned building. Even if they somehow picked the same route, they might not be as fast. "Don't turn on the headlights later, or we'll be exposed," Lin Qian reminded the squad leader before he left. He nodded, understanding the urgency, and ran off to find his people. "We need to hurry," Lin Qian said. Even though Xiao Minghui and his men might not catch up, with so many kids, if anything goes wrong, we'll be in trouble. Lin Qian didn't specify what could go wrong, but Wang Hui understood. If Xiao Minghui blocked their way, with so many of them, maybe he and Lin Qian could escape, but there was no way all the kids could get away. If they were caught and dragged back, all their efforts today would be for nothing. He didn't mind the suffering he'd endured for these kids, but now that Lin Qian was involved, he couldn't let her be put in danger. He quickly counted the children, 17 in total, then instructed them, "Everyone, grab onto the shirt of the person in front of you. Don't let go, okay?" All the kids, understanding the seriousness of the situation, nodded nervously. Once they were ready, Wang Hui said to Lin Qian, "You and Hope lead them from the front. I'll bring up the rear." Lin Qian remembered Wang Hui was still injured. "You go in front. Just follow this road straight ahead, it's not far. I'll cover the rear." With no time to argue, Wang Hui did as she said. Meanwhile, Xiao Minghui's men had regrouped, but they only had one car that could drive on the ice, so Xiao Minghui took that one. "Brother Xiao, there are 3 roads here. Which one should we take?" Xiao Minghui's head was throbbing. He slapped the man who asked, "Are you stupid? How should I know which way they went?" "Split into 3 teams, 1 for each road. I'll take 4 men with me, 1 to drive, the other 3 in the back." No one wanted to get hit, so they all hurried to follow orders. The other teams quickly set off down the other 2 roads, while the rest piled into Xiao Minghui's car. By chance, Xiao Minghui picked the same road Lin Qian and the others had taken. As his driver started the car, Xiao Minghui closed his eyes, hoping to ease his headache. But as soon as the driver hit the gas, the car skidded and shot off in the wrong direction. Xiao Minghui's head slammed into the car door with a loud thud, splitting open the wound on his face. Furious, he jumped up, forgetting he was in a car, and smacked his head on the roof, this time, even harder. "Damn it." The driver trembled in fear, apologizing over and over. Sorry, Brother Xiao." Xiao Minghui was too exhausted to stay angry. He sat back down and buckled his seatbelt. "Watch the road." Seeing Xiao Minghui uncharacteristically calm, the driver was even more terrified. He quickly straightened the car and got back on the main road. By this time, Lin Qian's squad leader had brought all the cars over, and the children were safely inside. When their car had skidded earlier, Lin Qian had heard the noise. Seeing the state of their vehicle, she felt even more at ease. It wasn't anything special. She looked down at the little girl sleeping soundly against her, even blowing little bubbles in her sleep. When Wang Hui came over, he saw the bubble pop at just that moment. "This little one looks pretty lucky," he said. The squad leader, sitting nearby, was curious. "How so?" "Simple minds, simple blessings. Look at her, sleeping so soundly through all this chaos. She must have a big heart. They say, the bigger the heart, the bigger the stage, right?" Lin Qian. Seeing her look of disdain, Wang Hui laughed awkwardly. "Just kidding. Actually, you should thank her. If she hadn't slept so soundly, we might have been discovered. Normally, a child would have woken up from all that noise." After Lin Qian said this, Wang Hui suddenly realized something was off. "When I found them, she was already asleep." "She's fine," Lin Qian said. "When you handed her to me, she woke up and smiled at me." Wang Hui was a little relieved. "So, where are we taking these kids now?" "We'll follow Mayor Wu's instructions. Once we get to the city center, we'll get off." When the squad leader heard this, he quickly asked, "You're not coming back with us?" "No, we have other things to do." Just deliver the supplies you owe me to the supermarket next to the city museum by noon tomorrow. We'll pick them up then, Lin Qian replied. The squad leader, seeing Lin Qian by his side, suddenly remembered something. Comrade, where's your vehicle? Lin Qian didn't even blink as she replied calmly, I parked it a while ago. I'll come back for it later. But the squad leader was about to say that it would be quite a walk for Lin Qian to retrieve her vehicle, but then he thought, someone like her must have her own ways, so he didn't press further. Noticing that the others were driving rather erratically, some nearly veering off the main road, Lin Qian listened carefully to the sounds behind them and glanced back. She saw that Xiao Minghui's car was still far away, and only then did she relax. Turn on your headlights, all of you. It's safer that way. After all, besides Xiao Minghui and his group, who else would be so bold as to approach after seeing official vehicles? Once their car's headlights were on, the other vehicles followed suit. With the lights on, their nerves, which had been taut and sweaty with anxiety, gradually eased, and their driving became steadier. In contrast, over on Xiao Minghui's side, ever since the first time their tires skidded, they kept slipping every dozen meters or so. In just a few kilometers, it was hard to say how many times they'd lost control. Watching Lin Qian's group suddenly turn on their headlights ahead, Xiao Minghui felt as if a guiding light had appeared in the darkness, so close, yet always out of reach. Finally, he lost his patience. Stop the car. Once the car stopped, he unbuckled his seatbelt and kicked the driver. Get the hell out. I'll drive myself. The man, wincing from the pain in his waist, didn't dare utter a word and got out, enduring the agony. Luckily, it was winter and he was dressed thickly. Otherwise, that kick might have broken his back. Xiao Minghui got out from the passenger side. The kicked man, seeing this, quickly circled around to the passenger seat, afraid Xiao Minghui would leave him behind. Xiao Minghui got behind the wheel, fastened his seatbelt, and, not caring whether the other man was settled, floored the gas. The car shot forward like an arrow from a bow. At first, he was full of confidence, but it turned out his driving was even worse than his subordinates. One tire slipped, and the car flipped onto its side. All his men watched this display, dissatisfied but too afraid to say a word. Meanwhile, Lin Qian and her group had already driven far ahead. They had been able to see the faint glow of headlights behind them, but after Xiao Minghui's car flipped, his group was too busy with their own troubles to care where Lin Qian had gone. Just like that, Lin Qian's group smoothly left Xiao Minghui's line of sight and soon arrived at the city center. When they were almost at their destination, Lin Qian told the squad leader, "You can drop us off here." She handed the little child in her arms to the squad leader. He took the child nervously, then gave Lin Qian a military salute. Seeing this, Wang Hui instinctively wanted to return the salute, but Lin Qian, anticipating this, quickly grabbed his fidgeting hand. Mayor Wu is probably getting anxious. You'd better hurry and get these kids back. The squad leader wanted to say something more, but Lin Qian wasn't interested in further conversation. She pulled Wang Hui and Shi Wang away. Once they were some distance off, Lin Qian noticed Wang Hui kept glancing back. Stop looking. The kids will be well taken care of with them. Judging by their appearance, these children are all from wealthy or influential families. Once Mayor Wu receives them, he'll make sure they're returned to their families. It's not that I don't trust them. Then why do you keep looking back? Lin Qian clearly didn't buy it. Wang Hui, a bit embarrassed at being seen through, said, I just feel happy that we managed to rescue those kids. Even though most of our past missions went smoothly, today just feels different. Lin Qian wasn't in the mood for his emotional talk. She pulled out a walkie-talkie, picked a channel, and handed it to Wang Hui. Let your family know. Grandpa Wang is probably worried sick. By now, Wang Hui was numb to Lin Qian pulling out military-grade equipment and didn't bother asking where she got it. All that mattered was being able to contact his grandfather. Grandpa? In the villa, Grandpa Wang and Uncle Chen had been staring at the walkie-talkie. Suddenly, Wang Hui's voice came through, and both men were visibly moved. Grandpa Wang asked anxiously, You little rascal, are you with Xiao Qian now? Is she all right? Wang Hui, expecting his grandfather to be more worried about him, suddenly felt a pang of abandonment. Grandpa, shouldn't you at least ask how I'm doing? If you're able to contact me with Xiao Qian's walkie-talkie, you're obviously still alive. What about Xiao Qian? Is she with you? Hearing Grandpa Wang's concern, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. Grandpa Wang, Uncle Chen, I'm fine. Wang Hui's fine too, don't worry. We have some things to take care of, so we won't be coming back tonight. You don't need to worry. Hearing Lin Qian's voice, both old men breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the two were safe. When they heard she still had things to do, they said, "All right, go on with your work." Wang Hui, seeing his grandfather not even ask about his situation, felt his heart break. He looked at Lin Qian with a face full of grievance. Is he your grandpa or mine? Lin Qian ignored him. Let's find a place to rest. Tomorrow I want to see how much Mayor Wu is going to pay me. Once we get the reward, we'll head back. While Wang Hui was still thinking about where to rest, Lin Qian said, I arranged for them to deliver the supplies to the supermarket next to the museum at noon tomorrow. Let's stay there tonight. I thought you said you had a vehicle? Yeah, I picked up a snowmobile earlier. That's what I used to get here. You left your vehicle near Xiao Minghui's base? He remembered the squad leader's earlier question. If Lin Qian had left her vehicle near them, she'd have to go back for it and might run into Xiao Minghui's group. No, I parked it nearby. Once we get the reward, I'll drive over, load up the supplies, and we'll head straight back. Then why did the squad leader ask you about your car at the abandoned building? I didn't want them to know where I parked it, so I just made something up. Wang Hui suddenly understood. Knowing Lin Qian's personality, this was perfectly reasonable. They soon arrived at the supermarket. In the furniture section, Lin Qian noticed that most of the high-end bedding was gone. Only then did she remember that last time she'd already taken all the ones she liked. All that was left at the scene were a few ordinary sofas and beds, but she didn't mind at all. She simply picked a sofa and lay down. Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian sprawled out like that and couldn't help but feel puzzled. She was even more adaptable than he was, and he'd been a special forces soldier who'd fought in harsh environments. She looked every bit the pampered heiress, yet she never complained about any hardship. She accepted every environment, no matter how bad, even better than he did. It was honestly unbelievable. He wanted to ask her about it, but didn't know how to bring it up. In the end, he decided to let it go. Even if he asked, Lin Qian might not answer. Over the past few days, he'd already figured out that Lin Qian's claim about her family having old ties with Grandpa Wang was probably true. Otherwise, with her personality, she probably wouldn't even bother with him. He thought, if it weren't for his grandfather's sake, Lin Qian wouldn't have come looking for him at all. But whatever the reason, he owed her his life again. All told, Lin Qian had already saved him 3 times. He'd read in novels about people who, after regaining memories of their past lives, seemed to have cheat codes. But he died before the apocalypse in his last life, so even after being reborn, it was all for nothing. He sighed deeply and found a spot not far from Lin Qian to lie down. As for Lin Qian, the moment her head touched the sofa, she fell asleep instantly. After all, she'd survived the apocalypse before. Compared to her previous life, days like these were unimaginably better. She was satisfied with everything, the living conditions, the food, the supplies. Even sleeping outside now was far better than staying at home in her past life. Before sleeping, she told Xiao Qing and Xiao He to keep watch and wake her if anything seemed off. With that, she drifted off peacefully. Hope curled up beside her, checked the surroundings to make sure there was no danger, then tilted his head and fell asleep too. Wang Hui looked at the sleeping Lin Qian and Hope, and didn't dare sleep himself, worried something might happen during the night. But he'd already slept enough earlier, so he wasn't really tired now. Besides, after injecting the blue vein serum, he felt much stronger than before. Even just the short nap he'd had after Lin Qian rescued him left him more refreshed than a whole day's sleep used to. While things were peaceful and calm on their end, chaos reigned on Xiao Minghui's side. After their car overturned, it took them a lot of effort to crawl out. Xiao Minghui was in no mood to lose his temper anymore. His whole body ached. He wondered if he'd been cursed with bad luck lately. His men were also battered, but dutifully rushed to his side and helped him up. "Brother Xiao, are you okay?" Xiao Minghui waved them off, not in the mood. "Forget it, let's just go back." "We're not going after them?" his subordinate asked nervously, afraid Xiao Minghui would blame them later for giving up. "Not for now. In this state, even if we wanted to chase them, we couldn't catch up. I bet Wu Jianfang told me to go back and think things over, but actually sent that pretty boy to test us. I should have seen it coming. I was careless." "That pretty boy was sent by Mayor Wu? What else could it be?" In this environment, who else would go out of their way to play the Good Samaritan? "I knew they wouldn't let things go so easily, but I didn't expect to get blindsided like this. Looks like they planned it all along. Come over and lull me, wait for us to leave, then relax the guard at the base so it's easier for them to rescue people. Since they sent someone, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. Even if we tried to chase them, we probably wouldn't catch up." Although the truth was a bit different from Xiao Minghui's guess, in the end, the person would still end up in Mayor Wu's hands, so it didn't make much difference. As for Wang Hui, he was originally with the authorities, but after dying once, his sense of duty had faded. Now, he just wanted to stay by Grandpa Wang's side. If he could help others along the way, he would, but he wasn't so eager to throw himself into selfless service anymore. The next morning, Lin Qian woke up. She was surprised to find Wang Hui hadn't slept all night. "Why didn't you sleep?" "I saw you and Hope sleeping soundly, and was worried something might happen at night, so I stayed up. Anyway, I slept enough during the day, so I wasn't that tired. I figured I'd keep watch." Lin Qian remembered that Mayor Wu's people would be delivering supplies at noon. "You should get some sleep now." "I'll keep watch." Wang Hui was about to refuse, but seeing the look in Lin Qian's eyes, he swallowed his words. "All right, I'll nap for a bit." Once Wang Hui was asleep, Lin Qian took Hope outside for a look around. As soon as she woke up, she felt the temperature had dropped even more since yesterday. She and Hope walked through the supermarket and stepped outside. A gust of cold wind hit them, making even Hope shiver involuntarily. She took out a thermometer and checked, -55 degrees Celsius. "Looks like it's going to get even colder." "Woof. Even colder? Wouldn't that F? It's not just dogs, most people won't survive this." Lin Qian remembered how, in her previous life, the relentless drop in temperature killed many people with weaker constitutions. She sighed. Maybe this disaster is, at its core, just a process of survival of the fittest. "I didn't make it last time either." "This time." She didn't finish her sentence. Hope saw she was feeling down. Though he didn't understand her words, he snuggled up to her and barked, "Woof woof woof. As long as Hope is with you, you'll survive. You won't die." She crouched down and patted Hope's head. This time, Hope will stay with me." Thinking of her past life, she resolved that, even if something happened to her, she wouldn't let anything happen to Hope. She already saw Hope as family. Now, Hope, Uncle Chen, and Grandpa Wang were all she had left in this world. She took 2 more pieces of clothing from her space, one for Hope, and another to bring inside for Wang Hui. Woof. Hope looked reluctant. He really didn't want to wear another layer. He was already wearing one outfit. While it was warm, it wasn't as easy to move as being naked. If he wore another, he'd be like a ball. How could he protect Lin Qian if something happened? Lin Qian saw his resistance and knew she had to reason with him, coaxing him gently. "Hope, I just saw you shivering. If you don't put this on, you might freeze to death." Lin Qian wasn't exaggerating. If you didn't keep warm in this kind of weather, you could freeze to death at any moment. But Shiwang turned out to be more cold-resistant than she'd expected. Woof. Are you sure you're not tricking me? Shiwang's eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't want to wear the clothes, but it had just promised its big sister that it would always stay by her side. Looking ugly was better than freezing to death. Knowing how smart Shiwang was, Lin Qian patiently explained, "When have I ever lied to you?" Shiwang was still a little suspicious, but in the end, it let Lin Qian put the clothes on it. Just as she finished dressing Shiwang and was about to take another long, warm coat inside for Wang Hui, she heard a commotion in the distance. Shiwang heard it too and was about to bark, but Lin Qian quickly stopped it. Don't bark. Let's hurry back and wake up your brother. Hearing this, Shiwang dashed into the supermarket ahead of Lin Qian. Wang Hui, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by Shiwang licking his face. Shiwang? Woof woof woof. Seeing how anxious Shiwang was and that Lin Qian wasn't with it, Wang Hui immediately thought something had happened to her. He jumped up in a flash. Where's your sister? Woof woof woof. Wang Hui had no idea what Shiwang was trying to say. He tried to leave, but Shiwang clamped down on his pant leg, making it nearly impossible for him to move. Did something happen to your sister? Woof woof woof. Shiwang was about to lose it. Wang Hui just couldn't understand what it was saying. It scratched its head with a paw, and finally, under Shiwang's obvious look of exasperation, Wang Hui realized he must have misunderstood. So nothing happened to your sister. Then what's going on? Shiwang gave up trying to communicate with Wang Hui. Just then, Lin Qian came back, and Shiwang barked at her. Woof. Sister, this person is impossible to talk to. Wang Hui felt like Lin Qian was a savior descending from the heavens and immediately latched onto her as his lifeline. What's going on? He asked. Lin Qian saw Shiwang still scratching its head and laughed. Come here, Shiwang. From now on, don't say anything, okay? Shiwang, also feeling rescued, hurried to Lin Qian's side. Only then did Lin Qian explain to Wang Hui, it sounds like quite a few people are heading this way, all coming for the supermarket. We have things to do at noon, and I don't want to run into them. Let's find somewhere to hide for now. It's best when the enemy is out in the open and we're hidden in the dark. There's a museum right next door. Let's go there. Wang Hui didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Okay. The two of them and the dog quickly headed for the museum. They soon reached the entrance Lin Qian had used before. She'd locked the door again when she left last time. With Wang Hui there, she couldn't just call Xiaoqing to unlock it, so she used her old trick, pulled out a piece of wire and fiddled with the lock for a moment. Click, the door opened again. By now, Wang Hui was used to Lin Qian's various skills. At this point, even if she turned into a transformer, he wouldn't be surprised. Once inside, Lin Qian closed the door behind them. It was daylight outside, and the museum was filled with glass windows, making it bright inside. But as soon as Wang Hui entered, he felt something was off. Qian, this museum. Lin Qian hadn't noticed anything, so she turned to look at his puzzled face. What is it? Look around. This is such a big museum, but there's not a single exhibit on display. Feeling a bit guilty, Lin Qian almost reached up to touch her nose, but then remembered from Wang Hui's file that he could tell if someone was lying by their facial expressions and movements. She forced herself to stay calm. Maybe they put everything away before the typhoon hit? After all, they're national treasures. Wang Hui instinctively felt something was off with that answer, but couldn't think of a better explanation, so he just nodded. Makes sense. As soon as they entered, Lin Qian could already hear the people arriving at the supermarket. They rummaged through the place, but as expected, there was nothing left for them to find. Food and warm clothes had long since been taken. Maybe it was the effect of the blue serum, but Wang Hui's hearing had become much sharper. They're heading this way. Lin Qian was listening carefully to the noise outside when Wang Hui's words startled her. You heard them too? Yeah. Ever since I woke up from my injuries, my body feels different. I didn't sleep at all last night, but I wasn't tired. In fact, I felt full of energy. When you told me to rest, I fell asleep instantly, but only for a short while, and I felt more refreshed than if I'd slept all night. Lin Qian thought to herself that the fruit from her space probably didn't have that effect. It must be the blue serum. It seemed that every time Wang Hui received the serum, it gradually transformed his body. She'd have to find time to test this further. Wang Hui continued, and my hearing and eyesight seemed to have improved, too. Normally, I wouldn't be able to hear people from this far away, but now I can make out every word they're saying. It's incredible. That made Lin Qian even more curious about the blue serum. She'd absorbed a lot of green energy before her physical abilities improved, but Wang Hui had only received a few injections, and his hearing was already almost as good as hers, who knew about his eyesight. But why had those people developed the blue serum in the first place? And how could her own family's company have conducted human experiments so openly? Did her mother know about it? Was her mother's death connected to the blue serum? Or was it really, as Li Qian claimed, that he'd killed her mother to get more shares in the Lin family business? And according to Grandpa Wang, even after all these years, the blue serum still had its flaws, despite some improvements. She glanced at Wang Hui, but couldn't see any obvious changes in him, unlike herself, who'd turned noticeably paler, which was really annoying. She wanted to get to the bottom of the blue serum, but the current situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. The group of people had already reached the museum entrance. Isn't this the museum? There shouldn't be any food or supplies in there, right? Doesn't matter, let's check it out anyway. The door's locked. Break it down. The group seemed to have brought tools and started banging on the museum door. But they underestimated how sturdy the museum doors were. No matter how hard they pounded, the door didn't budge. Inside, Wang Hui had already drawn his tang sword and was standing protectively in front of Lin Qian, while Shi Wang was also ready for battle. Lin Qian looked completely unconcerned. No matter how hard they tried, there was no way they could break in. She herself had tried smashing the doors and windows with her 19-section whip and couldn't even make a dent. How could this ragtag bunch, armed with nothing but scrap metal, possibly break through? When the group realized the door wouldn't budge, one of them, apparently the leader, lost his temper and shouted, "Get out of my way. I don't believe it. There's no way this door can't be opened." Lin Qian listened to the commotion as the people around the leader all stepped aside. Next, she heard a series of heavy thuds. It sounded like the man was trying to break down the museum door by ramming it with his own body. But after several attempts, not only did he fail to open the door, he ended up hurting himself all over. Ow, that hurts like hell. Maybe we should just give up. There's nothing to eat, drink, or wear in a museum, just antiques. Even if we managed to get in and haul everything out, it wouldn't be as useful as a loaf of bread. Seeing the door was impossible to open, the man finally gave up. What bad luck. Forget it, let's go try somewhere else. Hearing the group give up, both Wang Hui and Hope let out a sigh of relief. Once the group had gone far enough away, Lin Qian started wandering around the museum. Last time she'd only had time to collect things from this floor and the underwater level. She hadn't really had a chance to explore the upper floors. Seeing Lin Qian begin to browse, Wang Hui and Hope followed her. Noticing Wang Hui tagging along, Lin Qian said, "Why don't you check out the other floors and see if there's anything good?" Ever since Wang Hui saw her collect Fangzi using stone, he knew she liked gathering these kinds of things. Since Lin Qian suggested it, he didn't argue. "All right, but I wonder if the exhibits on the other floors have already been packed away. Let's just take a look. You check the 3rd floor, I'll take Hope to the 4th. The museum had 5 floors in total. She'd already cleared out most of the underwater and 2nd floor exhibits. Now that she had time, if there was anything good upstairs, she might as well take it too. But she remembered that before the disaster, there had been a special exhibition here, and the upper floors mostly held modern and contemporary collections. She wasn't sure if her space would like those. After agreeing, they split up. Wang Hui headed to the 3rd floor, while Lin Qian took Hope to the 4th. But as soon as they got upstairs, Wang Hui found the 3rd floor was locked and called out, "Xiao Qian, this one's locked." Lin Qian had no choice but to go unlock it for him. At this point, she really didn't want Wang Hui following her around. It was such a hassle. She couldn't even have Xiaoqing pick the locks, let alone put things into her space. Wang Hui noticed Lin Qian shooting him a look of annoyance and wondered what he'd done wrong. After thinking it over, he figured it must be because he couldn't pick the lock himself and had to ask her for help. After a moment's thought, he said, "Xiao Qian, why don't you teach me how to pick locks sometime? That way, if we run into locked doors again, I can handle it myself and won't have to bother you every time." Lin Qian had no idea what had gotten into him, suddenly wanting to learn lockpicking, so she just brushed him off. "We'll see if there's time." She pulled a burlap sack from her backpack and tossed it to Wang Hui. "If you see anything good, you can put it in here." She was really in a bad mood. If Wang Hui weren't around, she could just collect everything herself without all this trouble. Maybe. Was there a way to get rid of him for a bit? Wang Hui, Lin Qian suddenly called. Wang Hui looked at her, puzzled. What is it? I remember hearing Xiao Mingwei say that the supplies we found in that supermarket last time were actually hidden there by their group. Oh, that. Yeah, that's what they told me. After they caught me, they kept pressing me about where the supplies were. But don't worry, I didn't tell them anything. Lin Qian wasn't doubting him, she just wanted to send him away. No, I mean, is it possible they hid other things here too? That day, when I followed them out, I found a bunch of supplies they'd hidden in the restaurant's cold storage where they hosted Mayor Wu. That's possible. Why don't you go see if you can find more supplies? Who knows how long this disaster will last? As for these antiques, they're just a personal hobby. I'll just take a couple of pieces I like. You don't know what I'm into anyway, so it's better if we split up. After thinking it over, Wang Hui agreed. All right, you look around here, I'll go check elsewhere. Great. Wang Hui thought he detected a hint of excitement in Lin Qian's voice. How strange. Could she be trying to get rid of me? He quickly dismissed the thought, not believing it for a second. Little did he know, that was exactly Lin Qian's intention. Once they split up, Lin Qian watched Wang Hui leave the museum and head to the supermarket across the street. She immediately hurried into the third-floor exhibit hall. But as soon as she entered, she was disappointed, all replicas. She was about to explode with frustration. If she'd known, she wouldn't have bothered unlocking the door. What a waste of effort. After circling the room, she didn't find a single genuine artifact. In a fit of anger, she kicked a nearby display case. Hope looked at her in confusion. Woof woof woof. What's wrong, sis? Aren't these things good? Why aren't you taking them? Hope's barrage of questions made Lin Qian laugh in exasperation. So it's true, people really do laugh when they're angry. Lin Qian finally understood. Seeing Lin Qian suddenly laugh, Hope felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare ask again and quietly edged away from her. Lin Qian stormed out of the third-floor exhibit, not even bothering to close the door, and headed straight to the fourth floor. But after unlocking the fourth floor, she found it was also full of replicas. This time, she didn't even look back and went straight up to the fifth floor. She noticed the fifth-floor door was different from the others, much more heavily fortified. She realized there was no way she could unlock it herself, so she had Xiaoqing do it for her. Once inside, she saw there were no displays at all, but in one corner, she spotted several boxes. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable pull toward those boxes and couldn't help but walk over. She opened one of the boxes and was stunned to find a bronze animal head inside. There were 7 boxes in total, could it be? Her heart pounded as she opened the remaining 6 boxes with trembling hands. Every single one contained a bronze animal head from the old summer palace. Through the reaction of her spatial ability, she sensed that 4 of the items inside were originals: the ox head, tiger head, monkey head, and pig head. The remaining 3, the rat, rabbit, and horse heads, were replicas. This stumped her for a moment. She knew very well how important these animal heads were to China. If she put them into her space, they would definitely be devoured by it. Other antiques could be stored away without a second thought, but these animal heads. When she was a child, her mother had taken her to the Capital Museum. Back then, these animal heads weren't on display, so her mother bought her a booklet introducing them instead. So, deep down, she had a special attachment to these animal heads. Forget it, she'd put the replicas into her space first. After all, the space wouldn't absorb fakes. As for the 4 boxes in front of her, she thought for a moment, moved them aside, and then turned to the other unopened boxes nearby. Actually, she decided not to open those either. What if she found something she couldn't bear to feed to the space? Wouldn't all her effort be wasted? Instead, she simply put all the unopened boxes into her space, then picked up the boxes containing the real animal heads and left the museum. As soon as she stepped outside, she ran into Wang Hui, who came rushing over, panting. Seeing her carrying several large boxes, Wang Hui hurried to take them from her. Lin Qian didn't stand on ceremony and handed them over directly. Wang Hui had thought the boxes weren't very big and wouldn't be heavy, but as soon as he took them, he was surprised by their weight and had to use some strength to hold on. What do you have in here? A few boxes of gold. They're so heavy. Are they? With the boxes, they're only about 100 gene, 50 kilograms. Didn't your body get enhanced by the blue vein? Seeing Lin Qian's odd look, Wang Hui felt a bit embarrassed. You made it look so easy, I didn't expect them to be this heavy. What's inside? They're the animal heads from Yuan Minjiwen, borrowed by the Pearl City Museum from the Capital Museum for an exhibition. What did you say? Wang Hui thought he'd misheard. Woof. Dog head. You mean all 4 of these are the Yuan Minjiwen animal heads? Yeah, the real ones. Of course. Would Pearl City borrow fakes for an exhibition? Well, it's not impossible. How do you know they're real? Lin Qian was getting impatient and didn't want to explain. Just treat them as fakes then. Hey, no, I didn't mean to question you. Wang Hui hurried after Lin Qian, clutching the animal heads. I haven't even told you why I came back to find you. Lin Qian had almost forgotten why he'd come running over, all sweaty. Now that he mentioned it, she stopped. I found a ton of supplies. Lin Qian had only said that earlier to get rid of him so she could look for antiques to feed her space. She hadn't expected him to actually find something. It seemed this Xiaoming Wei really was even sneakier than a rabbit. Rabbits only have a few burrows, but Xiaoming Wei had hidden things everywhere. He was even better than a dog. Lin Qian wasn't exactly short on supplies, but the thought of taking everything that scumbag Xiaoming Wei had hidden was still satisfying. Take me to see. Wang Hui noticed the excitement in Lin Qian's eyes and thought, good, she's over what happened earlier. He carried the 4 big boxes and led the way, but Lin Qian saw the boxes were almost blocking his view. Give me 2 of those. No need, I've got it. Since he insisted, Lin Qian didn't argue and just followed behind. She followed Wang Hui to a spot where he set down the animal heads, fetched a ladder from who knows where, and climbed up to a vent near the ceiling. He removed a ceiling panel. Once it was down, Wang Hui started handing down food supplies, one item after another. There's still a lot up here. Lin Qian was genuinely surprised. Xiaoming Wei is even sneakier than a rat. Right? I only found this spot because I noticed signs that it had been tampered with before. Lin Qian gave Wang Hui a thumbs up. You're good. Should we move everything down, then take it all to the museum? That was what Wang Hui had wanted to discuss with her when he came looking for her. Sounds good. As long as the museum doors were locked, it would be H. She couldn't put the supplies into her space with Wang Hui watching, so storing them in the museum for now was a good plan. At the very least, they couldn't let Xiaoming Hui's people come back and take them away. The 2 of them quickly moved the supplies from the ceiling. They just fit into 2 of Lin Qian's large bags. There's still a lot up there. Let's take these to the museum first, then come back for the rest. 5 or 6 trips should do it, Wang Hui said, looking at the remaining supplies. Woof. I want to help too. Hope, seeing only 2 bags, barked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian thought about it. Hope could probably drag a little, so he could count as a helper. She took a smaller bag from her pack. Take a bit more down for Hope to carry. Wang Hui looked at Hope's eager dog face and twitched his mouth. All right. Lin Qian glanced at the animal heads. I don't want to move these back to the museum again. Can we store them up there? Should be fine. Hand one up and I'll try. Lin Qian handed a box to Wang Hui, who tested it and found no problem. So they stored the animal heads in the ceiling space. Wang Hui quickly got Hope's share down, restored the ceiling panel, and hid the ladder. You were right, Xiaoming Wei is way too crafty. If you hadn't mentioned it, I never would have found these supplies. Let's hurry up and move them. Each of them carried a bag, and Hope grabbed the smaller bag in his mouth. The 2 humans and 1 dog worked hard, moving the supplies to the museum. After 5 trips, they finally got everything from the ceiling to the museum. Lin Qian checked the time. It was already past 10 a.m., and she still hadn't heard anything about Mayor Wu sending supplies. Did you arrange for them to deliver the supplies at noon? Yeah. It's almost 11 now and they're still not here. Could it be that? It wasn't that Wang Hui was overly suspicious. It was just that, given the current circumstances, even people who needed your help might not keep their promises. Besides, they had already rescued all the children. In short, they no longer had any value to offer. Even if Mayor Wu went back on his word, there was nothing they could do about it. It's not like they could storm into the mayor's house, could they? Wang Hui's question was one Lin Qian couldn't answer with certainty. Although she had saved Wu Mingho at the time, neither Mayor Wu nor his son seemed particularly grateful to her. She had no idea whether they would keep their word. After all, an upright mayor was a rare thing. Even before the disaster, Zhu City had already dismissed one mayor. The newly appointed Mayor Wu was said to have been specially sent by the central government. As they were all wondering whether the mayor would honor his promise and send the supplies, the two of them, and the dog, suddenly heard a commotion. They exchanged glances and quickly walked out to the entrance of the supermarket, just in time to see a military vehicle approaching from the distance. Lin Qian squinted into the sunlight and saw what looked like Mayor Wu's son sitting in the passenger seat. What was his name again? He hadn't introduced himself yesterday. Wang Hui's eyesight had improved, but he still wasn't as sharp as Lin Qian. So, are those people sent by Mayor Wu? Lin Qian nodded. Yes, his son came in person to deliver the supplies. The vehicle quickly pulled up in front of Lin Qian. It stopped about a meter away. Mayor Wu's son was the first to get out, walking up to Lin Qian. Comrade, I apologize for the delay. We lost some time returning the children to their parents. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Not at all. We agreed to meet at noon, and it's not even that yet. If anything, you're early. That's good to hear. Mayor Wu's son smiled. Shall I have the supplies unloaded now? Go ahead. He glanced around at the surroundings. In fact, as they drove up, quite a few people had already noticed them, including the group that had previously come to the supermarket looking for supplies. Now, that group had followed them over. Seeing the vehicle stop in front of Lin Qian and the others, they didn't dare get too close. Finally, one person couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Officer, are you here to distribute relief food to us? Mayor Wu's son frowned. Before he could reply, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted in surprise, I know him. That's Wu Yuran, he's been on TV with Mayor Wu. He's the mayor's son. He's the mayor's son. The mayor's son? Does that mean the government's finally here to help us? That person suddenly burst into tears, then rushed forward in a frenzy. We haven't had any rice to cook for days. My mother and my child starved to death. Why are you only coming now? Why only now? The soldier next to Wu Yuran immediately raised his rifle, blocking their approach. Stay back. The hysterical man became even more agitated. Aren't you here to help us? Why are you pointing guns at us? The soldier looked to Wu Yuran for instructions. Wu Yuran frowned. We're not here to distribute relief food. We have official business. Leave now. This is a public place. Even if you're government officials, you can't just tell us to leave. I demand that you take all of us back with you for resettlement. Otherwise, none of you are leaving today. He took another step forward. Seeing the others hesitate, he urged them on. Come on. What are you afraid of? They're government people. They won't shoot us ordinary folks. They're just trying to scare us. As some in the crowd began to move forward, Wu Yuran made a snap decision and gave a calm order. Fire. With a bang, the man rushing forward was shot in the leg, leaving a gaping wound. Wu Yuran's voice remained cold and steady. Leave immediately, or the next bullet goes through your head. Seeing that Wu Yuran really dared to have his men open fire, any thoughts of forcing him to take them along vanished. The crowd quickly scattered. The man who had first stepped forward was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. A few people with some conscience dragged him away as they left. A trail of bright red blood spread across the ice, shocking to behold. Lin Qian and the others said nothing, simply watching Wu Yuran handle the situation. Wu Yuran, for his part, had been observing Lin Qian and Wang Hui's reactions the whole time. By rights, anyone witnessing such a scene would show at least some fear or pity. But these two didn't display the slightest hint of emotion, not even a twitch of the lips or eyebrows. Their coldness was almost frightening. Even the dog beside them lay lazily on the ice, grooming its fur, completely unconcerned by what had just happened. What's more, the dog was wearing 2 layers of warm clothing. Even they didn't have much of that to spare, and yet this dog had 2 outfits. Looking at Lin Qian again, he could see her more clearly than last night, just 17 or 18, with skin so pale it seemed to glow. She wasn't bundled up, yet she didn't seem cold at all. As for Wang Hui, he looked like a pretty boy, but Wu Yuren could sense the explosive strength in his body, even through his clothes. Just as his father had said, if possible, people like this must be brought into the official ranks. Sorry you had to witness that, Wu Yuren said, now hoping to recruit them. If we let people like that rush us, things would get out of hand. There was no other way. Lin Qian said nothing. Wang Hui had no choice but to step forward. We understand. With disasters like this, people's hearts fall apart. If you tried to handle things as gently as before, it would be chaos. I'm glad you understand. You must be the companion this comrade mentioned. We're truly grateful to both of you for rescuing those children. He signaled the soldiers to unload the supplies from the vehicle, pointing to 2 bags. These are all long-lasting compressed biscuits and canned goods, our family's standard rations. Consider it a token of thanks for saving my brother. For ordinary people, seeing these 2 bags of supplies would have been cause for wild excitement. But when Wu Yuren looked at Lin Qian, he saw not a flicker of emotion, and he was quietly astonished. Lin Qian noticed that after unloading just these 2 bags of supplies, he didn't bring anything else down. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly. It wasn't that she was desperate for some official reward, but when someone doesn't follow through on what they promised, it's hard not to feel displeased. Wu Yuren, born into a military and political family, was naturally skilled at reading people's micro-expressions. Now, seeing Lin Qian's slight frown, he couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy himself. This was already half of what their family could offer. They hadn't held anything back. He really didn't know what this young woman could be dissatisfied about. This is already the greatest sincerity our family can show. Supplies are extremely scarce everywhere right now. Wu Yuren was about to explain further when Lin Qian cut him off. I remember Mayor Wu said yesterday that if we manage to rescue the remaining children, in addition to the thank you gift from your family, you'd also apply for a batch of supplies for me. The implication was clear. The authorities still owed her a batch of supplies. Lin Qian's words left Wu Yuren momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "We will definitely keep our promise. We've already submitted the application, but we haven't received a reply yet. And what if your superiors ultimately refuse to give us the supplies?" Lin Qian pressed, cutting straight to the point. If they said this now and nothing came of it later, they could always use it as an excuse to brush her off. You don't need to worry about that. Since my father promised you, he won't go back on his word. If our superiors refuse, our family will make up the supplies for you ourselves. Lin Qian nodded. As long as she would get the supplies one way or another, that was good enough. So when can I expect the rest of the supplies? Wu Yuren thought for a moment. Communications are difficult right now. Even if the approval comes through quickly, it'll take at least 10 days. Lin Qian was clearly dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. Then 10 days it is. I don't care what your superiors say or what the situation is, just make sure you deliver my supplies here at that time. She pointed at the 2 bags on the ground. These are your family's thank you gift to me. I don't want the total for those 17 children to be less than this. Although they hadn't specified an amount before, she didn't want to be taken for a fool. This time, she'd acted first and accepted payment later only because Wang Hui had begged her to rescue the children. In any other situation, she would never have agreed to such terms. If they refused to pay up, it wouldn't be impossible for them to simply renege. Fortunately, this Mayor Wu seemed to be a man of his word. Wu Yuren smiled. Of course not. The parents of those children all said they want to thank you personally. Besides the official supplies, I expect the parents will also prepare gifts for you. At this, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Most of those children came from wealthy or influential families. Their households were bound to have some valuable antiques. I know food is scarce right now, so how about this? I have a particular fondness for antiques and gold. If you have any, you can give me those instead. If each child's family can give me an antique, then you won't need to provide supplies. Wu Yuren stared at Lin Qian in astonishment, never expecting her to say such a thing. Comrade, are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Wu Yuren looked into her eyes and realized she truly wasn't joking. If that's the case, that's wonderful. He looked at Lin Qian as if she were a lamb waiting to be fleeced. Most of these families have some antiques at home. Our family has a few heirlooms, though not many. I've already accepted your supplies, so I won't take your antiques. As for the other children, if their families are willing to give antiques, that's fine. If not, then you'll have to give me supplies. I'll go back and arrange it right away. So, we'll meet here in 10 days as you said. With that simple response, Lin Qian said nothing more. She picked up one of the bags of supplies. Wang Hui grabbed the other one. Let's go. Seeing her about to leave, Wu Yuren hurriedly called out, Comrade, we still don't know your name. Lin Qian. She didn't stop walking. Comrade Lin Qian, here's the thing. The situation outside is chaotic right now. The authorities have just established a survivor base and will soon be recruiting large numbers of survivors. He paused before continuing, we need talented people like you everywhere. If you're willing to join us, you'll receive a regular supply of food and necessities every week, and your family will be well taken care of. Before he could finish, Lin Qian interrupted, no need. I'm used to my freedom and working alone. She glanced at Wang Hui. I even find it annoying to have him tagging along, let alone anyone else. Hearing this, Wang Hui suddenly felt a bit happy. Even if she found his presence annoying, at least in her eyes, he wasn't just anyone. Wu Yuren had already prepared himself for rejection, so he wasn't discouraged. If we run into trouble in the future, could we ask for your help? Lin Qian paused and thought for a moment. If the reward is right, it's not out of the question. But what? Wu Yuren was afraid she'd change her mind and quickly pressed her. He'd seen how easily the two of them lifted those heavy bags. He and his father had guessed right. These two were definitely extraordinary. Lin Qian knew that while the authorities hadn't realized it yet, once they did, they'd have their own ways of dealing with things. If they were determined to find her, it wouldn't be hard. As I said, I'm used to working alone. So I hope you won't bother me unless I agree. If I say no, you can't force me. Having spent years in the military and government, Wu Yuren understood exactly what she meant. He thought for a moment, then agreed, that's no problem. But if we want to contact you, how should we do it? We'll talk about that when the time comes. Lin Qian had agreed to help if they really needed it and the reward was right, but she wasn't about to reveal her whereabouts now. Especially when dealing with the authorities, caution was necessary. Wu Yuren saw she didn't want to say more and didn't press her. After all, they'd see each other again in 10 days. Besides, just as she worried, if they really wanted to find someone, it wouldn't be difficult. The recent disaster had caught them off guard, but things were already starting to get back on track. Although things couldn't be restored to how they were before the disaster, at the very least, people's basic needs, food, shelter, and transportation, could be guaranteed. Of course, while this all sounded simple enough, only those who had personally experienced it, like him and his father, could truly understand the hardships they had endured during this period. They genuinely hoped more talented people would join the reconstruction effort, but they weren't about to force anyone to participate. Especially when it came to someone as capable as Lin Qian. If they could win her over, they would. If not, it was best not to make her an enemy. Having been in this area for a while, they had developed a certain sense of caution. Still, while this woman wasn't interested, the man beside her, he looked like someone they might be able to recruit. Wait a moment. Lin Qian was truly running out of patience. What is it now? This person kept blocking her from leaving. Was he really that reluctant to part with these supplies? But once something was in her hands, there was no way she'd give it back. Her impatience was written all over her face, and Wu Yuren wasn't blind, he could see it, and felt a bit awkward. It's like this. We're really short on people right now. The brother next to you seems quite capable as well. Would you be willing to join us? Lin Qian saw that he wasn't talking to her, so she didn't bother with it. Then talk to him. With that, she picked up her things and walked off. To be honest, Wang Hui was a little tempted when he first heard the offer. After all, he used to be an official himself. But given his current physical condition and the fact that he had to look after his grandfather, he had a lot to consider. Yuan said not only would they distribute supplies every week, but they'd also help settle his family. That was an attractive offer for anyone. But he remembered how, when he'd gone deep into Lin's pharmaceuticals before, the authorities had also promised support, yet in his previous life, he'd waited until his death and never saw any help arrive. This time, it was Lin Qian who had risked everything, braving the typhoon to find him, which was the only reason he could return to his grandfather's side. After thinking it over, he shook his head. Sorry, I'm with Qian. If she goes, I'll go. If she doesn't, neither will I. Yuan had just asked on a whim. Whether it worked or not, he wasn't going to push it, since this was only their first negotiation. If you ever need help, feel free to come find me. Comrade Lin Qian knows how to reach me. Wang Hui nodded, saw that Lin Qian was already some distance away, and hurried to catch up. Qian, I didn't agree to anything, Wang Hui quickly clarified, afraid that if Lin Qian got upset, she might give him a beating. Oh. He wasn't sure what that meant, but he didn't want to linger on this awkward topic. He quickly changed the subject. So, are we heading back now? Where's your car? Should we just load everything up? Let's grab the beast heads first. Lin Qian glanced at Wang Hui dragging their things. Seeing they were already a fair distance from Yuan's car and that they were starting up their own vehicle to leave, she set her bag down on the ground. You stay here and watch the stuff. I'll go get the beast heads. Woof. Hope barked at Wang Hui. Watch the supplies well. I'll go with Big Sister to get the dog heads. Hope, you stay here too. Woof. Not bringing the dog? No. Woof. Hope sounded a little aggrieved and a bit incredulous. There's a lot of stuff. You stay here with Big Brother and watch over it. I'll be back soon. Woof. Hope looked at the little black snake coiled around Lin Qian's wrist. What about it? Little Black is small and can wrap around me. Besides, I need someone to protect me, right? Little Black will protect Big Sister and Hope. Since you're stronger, you stay here and protect Big Brother and the supplies, okay? Woof woof woof. Under Lin Qian's coaxing, Hope finally agreed. But the little black snake wasn't having it. It lifted its head and hissed at Lin Qian. She could understand Hope's barks because they'd spent so much time together, but she had no idea what the snake's hissing meant. Luckily, Xiaoqing's voice sounded in her mind just in time. Master, Little Black says he's not convinced. He can just hold it in then. Lin Qian was truly getting a headache. Her pets were harder to placate than children. She'd just managed to coax one, and now the other was acting you. Little Black hissed even more fiercely. Lin Qian simply pretended not to hear, quickly leaving the area. She was genuinely worried that, at this rate, Little Black and Hope would get into a fight over who is stronger. Once she was further away, Lin Qian reached out with her other hand to press Little Black's head back down. Don't be upset. I said Hope is strong, but that doesn't mean you're not. It's just that Hope is more familiar with Big Brother, right? The first time you met him, you scared him. If something happens and you suddenly get bigger, you might scare him to death, you know. She started coaxing Little Black again. Animals were simpler than people, and for Little Black, who had only recently gained intelligence, this was especially true. He curled his head into a question mark. Hiss. Xiaoqing translated in Lin Qian's mind. He's asking why Big Brother is afraid of him. Lin Qian was speechless. You're a big snake. Even if you're small now, it's normal for someone who doesn't know you to be scared, isn't it? Still, she patiently explained, we just need to give Big Brother some time to get used to you, right? Little Black seemed to understand. His question mark straightened out with a thump, and he nodded at Lin Qian before coiling back around her wrist. Lin Qian let out a deep sigh, feeling that raising pets was truly no easy task. She quickly returned to the supermarket, brought down the beast heads, and restored the ceiling to its original state. But as she was carrying the beast heads down, she saw that the group who had just left had come back. Now, they were all standing in front of Wang Hui, confronting him. She was about to step forward to help, but seeing that Wang Hui and Hope seemed to be handling things for the moment, she changed direction and went to fetch the snowmobile. As Lin Qian drove the snowmobile over, the group, who had been arguing with Wang Hui and demanding he hand over the supplies, all turned to look at her vehicle. She noticed that, aside from the man who'd been shot in the thigh, everyone else from before was there. Just moments ago, these people had been scared out of their wits, but now they acted like completely different people, heads held high, eyes gleaming with calculation. They hadn't even gotten the goods yet, but already strutted around like victorious roosters. They had surrounded Wang Hui and Hope, planning to take their supplies by force. With so many people on their side, they figured there was no way they'd lose to one man and a dog. Even with Lin Qian, just a little girl, joining in, they were confident they could handle it. Now, seeing her snowmobile, their eyes weren't just shining, they were practically blazing. Their eyes were filled not only with greed, desire, selfishness, and hypocrisy, but also with endless scheming and covetousness. One of them stepped out from the circle surrounding them. "Little girl, you see how many of us there are. If you leave your supplies and your vehicle behind, we'll let you go without any trouble. How about it?" Lin Qian hadn't expected this group to come back after being scared off by Wu Yuran. It seemed that earlier, she and her companions had acted too indifferent, making these people think they could get away with murder and robbery once Wu Yuran was gone. She'd seen plenty of people like this before and knew there was no point in being polite or negotiating. She said coldly, "I don't think much of your offer. Looks like the warning you got earlier wasn't enough. You really think we're easy targets?" The group exchanged uneasy glances and whispered among themselves. "They probably have some official backing. Aren't you scared? What's there to be scared of? That Wu Yuran is long gone. Even if they die here, no one will know it was us." The leader stuck out his neck, trying to convince his own people, but it seemed he was really just trying to bolster his own courage. "Little girl, I advise you to be sensible. There are more than a dozen of us here, and you're just 2 people and a dog. There's no way you can beat." Before he could even finish the word us, Lin Qian had already pulled out a pistol and fired straight at his head. Bang! Before anyone else could react, the man collapsed to the ground, dead with his eyes wide open. "Eh." The rest of them screamed in terror and scattered in chaos. "She's got a gun. Run! Run!" Lin Qian was nothing like Wu Yuran. When she pulled the trigger, it was to kill. She wasn't exactly known for her good temper to begin with, and these people coming back after being driven off had already pushed her patience to the limit. She hadn't been home in 2 days, and in this weather, any good mood she might have had was long gone. Yet these people insisted on standing in her way. Well, let them see what her bullets tasted like. In an instant, only the 2 of them and the dog were left. Wang Hui was still in a defensive stance with his tang sword, while Hope, baring his teeth, stared in disbelief at how the tense standoff had ended so abruptly. A cold wind blew, making both Wang Hui and Hope shiver. Hope was the first to react, barking excitedly at Lin Qian. "Woof woof woof. Big sis is awesome. Big sis is awesome." Wang Hui, a beat slower, wanted to praise her but didn't know what to say, so he just gave an awkward smile and started loading their bags onto the vehicle. He remembered the gun Lin Qian had given him earlier, quickly pulled it out, and handed it to her. "Here, this is the one you gave me. I'll give it back now." Wang Hui had been captured by Xiao Mingwei before, and both his sword and gun had been taken. But before he rescued the kids, he'd managed to sneak back and retrieve his weapons. And even grabbed 2 of Xiao Minghui's own. Lin Qian didn't take the gun, looking at him instead. "I gave it to you, so you keep it. I've got plenty more." But Wang Hui pushed it back toward her. "You take it. Before I rescued those kids, I went to the room where Xiao Mingwei kept his weapons and stole a bunch. I've got 2 guns on me now, and I hid the rest. We can go back and get them later." This surprised Lin Qian. She hadn't expected Wang Hui to have raided the whole armory. A rare smile appeared on her face. "Do you have enough bullets?" She remembered she'd only given him 6 rounds, and he'd probably used some when he was captured. She wasn't sure if he had any left. "I'm good." Xiao Mingwei somehow got his hands on a bunch of guns and ammo. "Besides the 2 guns, I grabbed a lot of bullets. Do you have enough? Want me to share some?" He mostly used his tang sword anyway, and bullets were a precious commodity. He was used to saving them. But if Lin Qian needed them, he'd give them up without a second thought. Before Lin Qian could answer, he started pulling out all his spare bullets and handed them to her. Lin Qian couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Keep them. I've got plenty. You hang on to those for yourself." Wang Hui might be unreliable at times, but he was always good to Lin Qian. Of course, Lin Qian felt she treated him well too. After all, in this weather, she'd come out looking for him, something she wouldn't do for just anyone. Wang Hui looked at her sincerely. "You really don't want them?" "No." Seeing Lin Qian's expression start to turn impatient, he quickly put the bullets away. "All right, but if you ever run low, just ask me. Sit tight, we're heading home." "Got it." Lin Qian floored the gas, and the vehicle shot forward. If Wang Hui had been a second slower grabbing the car, he'd have been thrown out. He had to steady himself and the swaying supplies, while Hope, ever clever, clung tightly to Lin Qian's waist with his front paws. They sped along, soon passing by Little Eye's apartment building. From a distance, Lin Qian saw that Little Eyes had already taken down the white cloth signal. As she got closer, she saw Grandma Li open the window and wave at her. She pulled over. "Grandma Li, is something wrong?" No, I just wanted to say hello." Lin Qian thought for a moment before remembering Little Eye's real name. "Is Li Qian home? He took some people out to chop wood." Lin Qian nodded, thinking that Little Eyes was at least willing to listen to advice. Seeing that Grandma Li really didn't seem to have anything else to say, Lin Qian was about to leave when Grandma Li suddenly tossed a stone wrapped in paper down from the window. The stone landed right next to Lin Qian's snowmobile. Hope quickly jumped down, grabbed the stone, and brought it to Lin Qian. She unwrapped the paper and saw Grandma Li's handwriting. "Don't go any further. There's a group up ahead waiting to rob you." So that was it. No wonder Grandma Li had opened the window as soon as she heard their vehicle. Lin Qian accepted the gesture gratefully. "Grandma Li, wait a moment." Grandma Li was risking herself to warn them of danger ahead. Lin Qian couldn't let that go unrewarded. She hopped off the vehicle with a flourish. "Wang Hui, wait here. I'm going up to give Grandma Li something." She handed the note to Wang Hui, who immediately understood what was going on. Lin Qian just didn't want to owe Grandma Li a favor. "All right, I'll stand guard here." After watching Lin Qian head upstairs, Wang Hui took out his blood-stained tang sword and placed it somewhere obvious by his side, making sure everyone could see it at a glance. Those who had been getting restless immediately gave up any ideas when they saw Wang Hui's sword. Some people outside noticed that Lin Qian had such a well-fed, sturdy dog with her, so they knew she wasn't short on food. Besides, she had traded supplies with the residents of this building more than once. No one would believe she wasn't well off. However, most of the people eyeing her now were from the building that had exploded earlier. The original residents of this building had seen Lin Qian pick up a gun and kill someone without hesitation, so none of them dared provoke her. But the people from the neighboring building, being farther away, hadn't witnessed Lin Qian's ruthlessness. At this moment, someone ignored the homeowner's attempts to stop him, forced open the door, and stared at Lin Qian with such hungry eyes it was as if he could shoot lasers from them. "Hey, girl, where are you going? Why not come in and sit with us for a while?" The homeowner, terrified, quickly pulled him back and whispered a warning. "Don't mess with her, she's a real killer." But the man slapped the homeowner, snapping, "If you want to be a coward, fine, but don't drag me down with you. If we don't find something to eat soon, we're all going to starve." Lin Qian acted as if she hadn't heard any of this. These people had brought this on themselves. If they wanted to play the saint, they had to be prepared for the consequences. While they were arguing, Lin Qian had already gone upstairs. With Hope at her side, she quickly reached Granny Li's door and knocked. "Granny Li, it's me, Lin Qian." Hearing Lin Qian's voice, Granny Li came over and opened the door, grabbing Lin Qian's hand. "Why did you come up here?" She glanced at Hope and lowered her voice. "You even brought the dog? Don't you know those people have been eyeing it for a while now? It's been ages since anyone's had meat. You two need to leave quickly. Once they realize, they'll come to block you in." "It's all right, Granny Li. You risked your safety to bring me a message." I can't just accept your kindness for nothing. Lin Qian took 2 heavy coats out of her backpack and handed them to Granny Li. These are some warm clothes I picked up before. I heard from Lin Qian that you don't have much to keep warm at home. Consider this my thank you gift. Granny Li hurriedly tried to refuse. She knew how precious warm clothing was now. She'd only warned Lin Qian because they'd had some dealings before, and she didn't want to see such a young girl get hurt by those people. I just passed on a message, it's nothing. You should take these back. She tried to stuff the clothes back into Lin Qian's backpack. These things are lifesavers. Don't take them out for others to see. Lin Qian gripped Granny Li's hand firmly. She was much stronger than before. Just a bit of force was enough to control an adult man, let alone someone as old and frail as Granny Li. Granny Li, please don't refuse. I picked up plenty of these outside. 2 less won't make a difference. If something happened to you in this weather, how would Li Qian go on? Unable to refuse, Granny Li could only hold the clothes and sigh repeatedly. Oh, you child, you child. After a moment's thought, she fetched a ceramic bowl from the kitchen. I know you like these things. I can't just take your stuff for nothing. This bowl doesn't do us much good now, take it. Lin Qian could tell at a glance that the ceramic bowl was a good one. Granny Li, you. This was why Lin Qian was willing to be friends with their family. They never took her kindness for granted just because they had some connection. Granny Li ignored her protests, stuffed the bowl into Lin Qian's backpack, and zipped it up. You 2 need to leave quickly, before they realize what's going on. There's a small path behind our building, take that, and you won't run into them. With that, she pushed Lin Qian out the door. Since Granny Li was so insistent, Lin Qian didn't try to return the bowl. Besides, she could already hear the people who'd opened their doors earlier coming up the stairs. They'd soon reach Granny Li's floor. She had no choice but to accept it, thinking she'd bring them something else next time. Granny Li, I'm leaving now. Lock your door and don't open it for anyone else. I know. Granny Li wanted to urge Lin Qian to hurry, but she too heard the commotion of people coming upstairs. Her face changed, and she tried to pull Lin Qian inside. Come in and hide for a bit. Wait until they've left before you go. Lin Qian gently pried Granny Li's hand off and closed the door for her. I'll be fine. They won't dare do anything to me. Don't worry. Seeing Lin Qian like this, Granny Li couldn't open the door again, so she gritted her teeth and called through the security door, "Be careful, then." Lin Qian gave her a reassuring look, then left with hope. She hadn't even gone down a full flight before running into several people, including the one who'd spoken to her earlier. Hey, girl, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I told you to come in and sit with us for a while. Lin Qian knew there was no reasoning with these people, so she said coldly, move. The residents who'd taken these people and tried to pull them back, but all their food had gone into these outsiders' stomachs over the past few days. The original residents were weak with hunger and couldn't muster the strength to stop them. She's not someone you want to mess with. Just let her go. The outsiders laughed. She's just a little girl. Why are you so scared? We're not going to do anything, just inviting her over as a guest. Lin Qian looked at them and suddenly smiled, her smile even brighter than theirs. So you're really not going to let me pass? Of course not. Come on, just come sit with us for a bit. Lin Qian's smile vanished. She looked past them at the original residents, who looked half dead, and said, if I were you, I'd hurry home and lock all my doors and windows. Now that this pack of plagues is out, it's the perfect chance. You really don't know how to appreciate it. The outsiders, used to throwing their weight around in other people's homes these past few days, thought the original owners really didn't dare resist. Or maybe there were other reasons. Either way, Lin Qian's words didn't make them nervous at all. In fact, they were offended by her calling them a plague. Who are you calling a plague? Whoever answers, that's who. The original residents, catching Lin Qian's hint, exchanged glances and silently hurried back toward their own apartments. The outsiders, provoked by Lin Qian's words, didn't notice what was happening. They charged at her. Bitch, say that again. Lin Qian immediately drew her whip and lashed it out. The whip landed squarely on the man's face as he stood on the stairs, leaving his features a bloody, mangled mess. If you don't know how to respect your own face, then you don't deserve to keep it. After that single lash, she toyed with the whip's handle in her hand. I'll ask one more time, are you going to get out of the way or not? The others, seeing their leader so easily beaten to a pulp by Lin Qian, began to waver. They wanted to retreat back to their original houses, only to discover that all the people who had come out to persuade them had already slipped back inside and tightly shut their doors. There was no way for them to get back in. At this point, if they still didn't realize what was happening, they'd have to be truly stupid. You bitch, you told them to leave on purpose. Finally figured it out? With brains like yours, how did you ever manage to throw your weight around in other people's homes? Lin Qian said coldly, not the least bit afraid to admit it. Fuck you. Seeing that there was no way forward or back, the group decided to just fight Lin Qian head-on. They all charged at her in a frenzy, but this time, Lin Qian didn't even need to lift a finger. Hope leapt down and, with lightning speed, went for their throats, one for each person. In less than 10 minutes, all of them were lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, blood gushing from their mouths as they tried and failed to speak. Lin Qian frowned at the scene. Hope, that was a bit too bloody. Woof woof woof. They wanted to bully Big Sis, no way. I know you did it for me, Hope, but you need to be more careful next time. Look at you, you're all dirty now. And with all these people piled up here, how are we supposed to get downstairs? Hearing this, Hope trotted over to the bodies. When the men saw Hope approaching, jaws wide and dripping blood, they grew even more terrified, blood spurting even faster from their mouths and throats. Hope ignored them, grabbed them by the arms, and dragged them aside, clearing a literal path of blood for Lin Qian. Woof. Now we can go. Lin Qian looked at the blood-soaked path in front of her and sighed helplessly. Hope, seriously, let's not be so gruesome next time. If they die here, the place will stink, and if Granny Lee comes out and sees this, she'll be scared to death. Woof. Should I drag them downstairs then? Hope's eyes were clear and innocently dumb. Lin Qian thought, Granny Lee would probably tell Little Eyes about this, and he'd take care of it, right? She really found these people disgusting. Hiss hiss. Just then, Little Black lifted its head and signaled to Lin Qian. Lin Qian wasn't sure what it meant, but Little Black quickly slid off her wrist, slithering over to the bodies. The men, already half dead from Hope's attack, now saw the bracelet on Lin Qian's wrist turn into a snake and crawl right up to them. They shivered with terror, feeling even colder. Maybe from blood loss, maybe from fear, or both. Little Black looked up at Lin Qian, hissing softly. Hiss hiss. Lin Qian finally understood. You want to. She knew Little Black wanted to eat them, but she couldn't quite say it out loud. At this moment, Little Green helpfully chimed in. He says he wants to. I don't need you to explain. Lin Qian looked at the Little Black snake. If you want to eat them, wait until I leave. They were all scum anyway. If Little Black liked them, he could have them as a snack. Hiss hiss. Hiss hiss. Little Black was thrilled that Lin Qian agreed and bounced in place, about to crawl back onto her for a cuddle. But Lin Qian suddenly realized what he was about to do and quickly jumped down the stairs. Eat first, then come find me. Little Black didn't understand why Lin Qian suddenly jumped away, but it didn't dampen his appetite in the slightest. After Lin Qian left, Little Black instantly grew in size. The half-dead men, seeing the snake suddenly become as thick as the stairs, fainted dead away before they could even die properly. Lucky for them, really. Little Black looked at the now unmoving bodies and, with visible distaste on his snake face, hesitated. He really didn't like eating dead things, but since they'd just died and were still fresh, and he'd promised his master to take care of them, he decided to put up with it. He opened his bloody maw and swallowed them whole, one by one. Afterward, he licked his lips with his tongue. The taste was a bit off, but still fresh enough, not bad. Thinking that Lin Qian was waiting for him downstairs, he wanted to hurry down. But as soon as he tried to move, his now massive body bumped into the doors on either side, making a loud racket. Luckily, everyone in the building had already witnessed Lin Qian's ferocity. They all kept their doors tightly shut, listening nervously for sounds outside, not daring to peek, not even through the peephole. After all, that little girl was way too freaky. What if she could see through the peephole? Better to play it safe. They were just small fry after all. It was their good fortune, really. Otherwise, if they saw Little Black, now as wide as the staircase, they'd be scared to death on the spot. At this point, Little Black was stuck on the stairs, unable to move up or down because he'd gotten too big after eating so many people. The more he struggled, the more stuck he got, making even more noise. People who'd been eavesdropping by their doors quickly retreated into their rooms, trembling as they prayed to every god they could think of, begging for Lin Qian, that demon, to leave as soon as possible. People are funny like that. Lin Qian was the one who'd warned them to go home and lock their doors, saving them from the thugs moving back in. But because she dealt with the bad guys so ruthlessly, their impression of her wasn't much better. They were even afraid of her, thinking she'd harmed their neighbors. Now, with Little Black squeezing the doors on both sides and making them creak, they were even more terrified. They had no idea what Lin Qian was doing now, and they hadn't even offended her. On reflection, all they'd done was fail to stop those men earlier. Surely she wouldn't take it out on them? Some of the more frightened ones buried their heads under their blankets at the noise, as if that would keep them safe. If only they knew what was happening outside. Lin Qian waited downstairs for a while, but when Little Black still didn't come down, she went back up to check and burst out laughing at the sight. Why don't you just shrink down and come out? Hiss. Little Black finally got it, instantly shrinking his body and easily slipping free. Hiss hiss. Little Green, the ever-reliable translator, piped up. He says thanks for the reminder, Master. All right, hurry up and get down here, Lin Qian said, exasperated. Such a silly snake, she was lucky to have managed to tame it. Little Black hurried to her side, about to climb onto her, but Lin Qian leapt several meters away. You stink of blood right now. Don't you dare climb on me until you've cleaned yourself up, or I won't want you anymore. Xiaohei suddenly sprang up, its whole snake body stretched taut and straight. The pupils in its snake eyes turned from slits to round, and its head became pointy as it faced Lin Qian. Hiss hiss. Xiaohei says you can't abandon it, the translator, Xiaoqing, relayed. Hiss hiss. Then, all of a sudden, Xiaohei flopped limply at Lin Qian's feet, looking dejected, and slithered down ahead of her. It says it'll clean itself up before coming near you again. You mustn't abandon it. It says it'll go down first and wait for you with your brother, Xiaoqing continued. Lin Qian watched as Xiaohei slithered down, its body limp and dragging, relying entirely on its front half to pull itself along. The sight was so comical she couldn't help but laugh. Although Xiaohei said it would go down and wait, every few steps it would stop and turn back to check if Lin Qian was following. If she was a bit slow, it would stop and wait for her. All right, hurry up and go down. I'm not going to abandon you. Only then did Xiaohei relax and scuttle down. Wang Hui had been waiting below the whole time. Just as he saw Lin Qian coming down, he was about to offer to drive so she could rest, but then she turned around and went back up. He thought something must have happened, but she calmly explained, Xiaohei's upstairs eating someone. I don't know if it's finished yet, it's been a while, so I went up to check. Such a shocking thing, he'd wanted to follow her up to see for himself, but he had to stay and watch their things, so he could only stay behind, frustrated. Now, even though Xiaohei had shrunk down, it was still covered in blood, sliding down the stairs in streaks of red and black, making it especially conspicuous. Wang Hui couldn't help but shiver at the sight. It wasn't that he'd never seen a snake before, but he'd never seen one as strange as Xiaohei. Remembering how it had suddenly grown huge in his arms before, he felt a chill run down his spine. Oblivious, Xiaohei slithered right up to his feet and started hissing. Wang Hui didn't have Xiaoqing the translator, so he had no idea what Xiaohei meant. When Xiaohei saw Wang Hui ignoring it, it simply coiled around his leg and climbed up, curling itself around the handlebars of the motorcycle. Wang Hui was so startled he didn't dare move a muscle. Luckily, Lin Qian was close behind. By the time Xiaohei had wrapped itself around the handlebars, she had already reached the bike. Wang Hui looked at her, then at Xiaohei. What's up with it? Oh, it's nothing. It's just too dirty. I told it to come back on its own and that it can only come near me after it's cleaned up. Only then did Wang Hui notice the bloody smear on the ground where Xiaohei had slithered past him. Since he was wearing black clothes, he hadn't noticed at first. Now that he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. He hadn't showered in days and had been tortured by Xiao Mingwei, so he wasn't exactly clean himself, but the clothes he was wearing now were new. Lin Qian had given them to him. He immediately forgot all his previous grievances and glared at Xiaohei. If it weren't Lin Qian's pet, he'd have tossed it away for sure. He shot Xiaohei a resentful look. Coincidentally, Xiaohei had been watching Lin Qian's reaction the whole time, and now, human and snake-locked eyes, sparks flying. Sensing Wang Hui's hostility, Xiaohei raised its head and hissed at him. "Xiaohei, you're filthy and still acting fierce? If you keep this up, I really will abandon you." Lin Qian didn't even need Xiaoqing to translate. She could pretty much guess what Xiaohei meant. She knew Xiaohei could understand her. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, Xiaohei lowered its proud head and curled back around the handlebars, but kept sneaking glances at Lin Qian, afraid she was angry. Wang Hui sat at the front, looking at Xiaohei wrapped around the handlebars, feeling awkward but holding back his disgust. "Xiaoqian, the wind's strong. Let me drive from here." Lin Qian thought about it and agreed, hopping onto the back seat. "All right, but let's not take the main road. That group is waiting for us up ahead." Granny Lee said there's a small path behind the apartment building we can use to leave. She checked the time. It was already past 3 p.m. It would take nearly an hour to get back, and she'd already wasted too much time. She didn't want any more trouble. "Okay." Hope looked down at its bloody paws, unhappy, and started scraping at the ice, trying to get the blood off. But the ice was too hard, like stone, and a couple of scrapes weren't enough to clean it. Hope seemed to be at war with the ice, scraping away, but with the temperature so low, the ice was as hard as diamond. There was no way it could clean its paws quickly. "Hope, get in the car, we're going home. You can clean up at home. There'll be hot water for a good soak." Reluctantly, Hope climbed onto the bike, keeping its dirty paws outside and gripping the edge of the seat tightly, not daring to touch Lin Qian. Once Hope was settled, Wang Hui started the motorcycle and headed down the small path Granny Lee had mentioned. The wind whipped past Xiaohei at the front, while Hope swayed at the back, looking truly miserable. As they drove, Wang Hui realized that although the path was narrow, it bypassed the main road and led back toward the villa. It even seemed a bit shorter than the main road. It was just that few people usually used it, so the road wasn't as well maintained. But now, with everything frozen over, it didn't make much difference for driving. The group Granny Lee mentioned were the people from the apartment building that had exploded earlier. They'd heard from people in Granny Lee's building that Lin Qian and Wang Hui always took a fat, strong dog with them and always came back with lots of supplies. Every day, they took turns waiting on the main road to ambush them. They'd even laid out spiked wires and nails all over the main road, certain that if Lin Qian's vehicle passed by, it would get a flat tire and be forced to stop. Then they could gang up and take them down. This was their third day waiting. Just now, they'd heard the distant sound of Lin Qian's snowmobile. Everyone was excited, sure that today they'd finally get a big haul, making all their days of waiting in the cold worthwhile. But then Lin Qian stopped under the apartment building for a while, and then, for some reason, drove off somewhere else. The sound of the snowmobile faded into the distance, but they never saw her pass by, making them anxious. Where are they? Weren't they supposed to come this way? Maybe something happened and they went back to the city? No way, right? Did we wait here for nothing? Could they have sensed something was wrong? Impossible. We came here secretly. Only the few of us know about this. Little did they know, Grandma Lee had already seen through their scheme when they were sneaking around with supplies to set things up. She had even passed their plan on to Lin Qian ahead of time. They quickly made their way back to the foot of the hill where the villa was located. Lin Qian had thought she could finally return to the villa for a nice, relaxing bath, but to her surprise, she ran into Auntie Zheng from the neighborhood committee again. This time, Auntie Zheng had gotten smarter. No one knew where she'd found 2 police officers, but as soon as she saw Lin Qian and her group, she rushed over with them and blocked their way. Seeing the police officers beside Auntie Zhang, Wang Hui stopped in his tracks. If it had just been Lin Qian, she probably would have charged right through, but since Wang Hui had stopped, she couldn't really say anything. Auntie Zhang, flanked by the 2 officers and a crowd of villagers from the foot of the hill, surged forward. "Officers, it's them. The other day, not only did they refuse to lend us their rubber boat, they threatened and intimidated us and even pushed me to the ground." One man, his arm in a sling and a bandage on his head, pointed at Wang Hui. "It was him. He slashed my hand with a knife that day. It still aches now. And that dog of theirs bit 2 of us." Auntie Zhang, standing next to the officers, looked as triumphant as a rooster that had just won a fight. "That's right. You have to arrest them and confiscate their belongings." Others pointed at Hope. That dog has to be put down. Otherwise, it'll bite more people. The hospitals are overwhelmed right now. Who knows if we'll get rabies from its bite." Everyone stared at Lin Qian's car, the 2 sacks of supplies inside, and the sturdy Hope, as if they were already theirs for the taking. "Officers, hurry up and arrest them." The 2 police officers were in uniform, but their clothes were filthy and gave off an indescribable odor. They looked at Lin Qian, Wang Hui, and even their dog and couldn't help but feel jealous. These 3 looked much better off than they did. Waving their batons, they strode forward and barked, out of the car. Wang Hui got out, while Lin Qian and Hope remained inside. The sudden stop had left Hope's bloody paw prints all over the car seats. He glanced nervously at Lin Qian, but seeing that her bad mood wasn't directed at him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Hui wasn't stupid. He could tell these people were up to no good, and that the 2 officers were probably in cahoots with them. One officer eyed Wang Hui. "Where have you 2 been these past few days?" "Officer, we're free citizens. We don't need to report our whereabouts to you, do we?" The officer was momentarily at a loss for words. These are special times. Too many people are taking advantage of the disaster to commit crimes. We have to eliminate any potential threats. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh at his self-righteous tone. Hearing her laugh, the officer glared at her. Earlier, Lin Qian hadn't looked their way, so they hadn't gotten a good look at her. Now, as she turned her face toward them, both officers were momentarily stunned. Her skin was paler than the snow on the ground. They couldn't help but swallow nervously. One of them pointed at Lin Qian and snapped, "What are you laughing at? We're handling official business here. Be serious. And I told you to get out of the car. Why are you still sitting there?" Lin Qian hated having things pointed at her more than anything. She was about to pull out her whip when Wang Hui beat her to it, stepping forward and pushing the officer's baton aside. "Comrade, please don't point that at people." The officer was annoyed, but remembering what they were about to do, he held back. "I'm asking you, where have you been these past few days? And after injuring people, why did you just run off?" Lin Qian remained seated in the car. "Do you have any evidence? Why are you questioning us just because they say we hurt them? Is this how you enforce the law without even asking for the facts?" The crowd of aunties and villagers behind the officers all started shouting, "You attacked us with a knife and set your dog on us. Everyone saw it. We're the evidence." The man with the bandaged hand and the 2 who'd been bitten by Hope stepped forward. "Our injuries are the best evidence." Auntie Zhang, putting on a show, clutched her waist and hobbled out. "My back too. After she pushed me down last time, I had to stay in bed for days. It still hurts." Lin Qian laughed. "You keep saying we hurt you, but why don't you say why we would do that in the first place?" Auntie Zhang was momentarily speechless, but then stuck out her chin and retorted, "No matter what your reasons were, hurting people is wrong. You set your dog on us and attacked us with a knife. You even pushed and shoved me, your elder. You have to compensate us, or the police will take you away." Lin Qian sneered, "What kind of elder are you? When my mom was alive, you latched onto us like a leech every few days. When she died, you all ran off faster than rabbits. And now you have the nerve to call yourself my elder? Please." She turned to the 2 officers and continued to Auntie Zhang, "So now you're colluding with them, and you think you can put on your elder act with me again? The officers immediately barked, "Watch your mouth." "What do you mean colluding? You broke the law. We have the right to take you in for questioning. If we go with you, what about our car and supplies?" "They'll come too. Once the facts are clear, we'll return them to you." Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh again. "So you're just looking for an excuse to take our car and supplies for yourselves, aren't you?" "That's not called taking. It's called cooperating with the investigation." "Then show us your warrant or summons." Auntie Zheng couldn't stand Lin Qian's back and forth. She stepped forward and snapped, "They're wearing uniforms, of course they're real police. Why do you need to see a badge? You clearly committed a crime, and now the police are here. Stop making excuses. You just want to get away with it." "Get away with it? If I wanted to run, would I have stopped here to argue with you? You're just scared because the police are here. If we hadn't brought them, you'd be running wild again like last time. Your mother's dead, you have no manners and no respect. I'll let the police teach you a lesson." Lin Qian's tone turned cold as well. "How I live my life is my own business. I don't need you worrying or meddling. If you have so much energy, you'd be better off thinking about how to protect yourself right now, instead of scheming against others every day." Hope watched Auntie Zheng's spittle fly as she got more and more outrageous, even daring to bring up Lin Qian's mother. Without hesitation, Hope bared her teeth at her and growled fiercely, "Woof. Woof. Woof." Auntie Zheng was startled by Hope's sudden barking and nearly fell over again. Luckily, someone was standing behind her and managed to catch her. But the person behind her wasn't so lucky. They were knocked to the ground by her large, heavy body and started wailing. Auntie Zheng didn't even look back. She kept shouting at Lin Qian, "Officer, did you see that? Even with you here, she's still inciting her dog to attack people." You can imagine how tragic it must have been for us last time. Even Wang Hui couldn't stand it anymore. "Ma'am, if you're uneducated, at least use some common words. The way you're spouting nonsense is really something I can't watch. Twisting your waist a little and you call that tragic." The two police officers frowned in disgust at Auntie Zheng's flying spit, then turned to Lin Qian. "Please cooperate, or we'll have to use force." Lin Qian noticed they hadn't shown any identification, so she jumped down from the car and strode right up to the officer. "Say that again? How exactly are we supposed to cooperate?" The officer suddenly felt something pressing against his stomach. He looked down and his eyes widened in horror. Lin Qian was holding a gun, the muzzle pressed right into his gut. He was terrified. As a police officer, he wasn't even qualified to carry a gun. Where did this little girl get one? Comrade, let's talk this out," he stammered, trembling all over, afraid she might accidentally pull the trigger and end his life right there. Since the disaster, he'd been abusing his position, using the excuse of handling cases to bully people and seize their supplies. Today was the first time he'd met someone as tough as Lin Qian. He never expected this delicate-looking, frail girl to just whip out a gun like it was nothing. Her movements jumping out of the car were sharp and decisive too, nothing like the weak appearance she put on. Lin Qian slowly moved the gun upward, took a step back, and pressed it right to his forehead. "What did you just say?" Cold sweat poured down the officer's face. He immediately dropped his baton, raised his hands above his head, and trembled even harder. Comrade, let's talk this out." Auntie Zheng and the others, seeing that Lin Qian actually had a gun, quietly backed away. But then they realized that no matter how far they retreated, if Lin Qian pointed the gun at them instead, they'd be dead for sure. Terrified, they all scattered and ran, leaving only the two police officers shaking in front of Lin Qian. Just as Lin Qian was about to lose patience and pull the trigger, Wang Hui quickly stopped her. "Don't rush. Yeah, don't be hasty, miss. We're just here to ask a few routine questions. If you don't want to come with us, you don't have to. There's really no need for guns." Wang Hui stepped in front of Lin Qian. "Xiao Qian, let me handle this." After all, these were official people. He was worried that if they killed them, it would bring trouble later, especially since everyone here knew where Lin Qian lived and who she was. It would be too easy to find her. He rummaged through his clothes and pulled out an ID, holding it up in front of the officer. The officer took a look at the information on it and started shaking even harder. Sir, I'm sorry, we didn't know." The other officer, not understanding why his partner was suddenly so scared, leaned over to take a look. When he saw it, he was even more panicked. "Why you?" He didn't even finish his sentence before grabbing his partner and running off. In their haste, they slipped on the ice and literally rolled away. Lin Qian watched the so-called police officers disappear in a flash, then glanced at the ID in Wang Hui's hand. "Is that your police ID?" Wang Hui handed it over for her to see. Lin Qian immediately noticed the words Major General on it. No wonder they ran off so fast. Turns out they were scared off by our General Wang. "You've known for a while now, don't act like it's your first time seeing it." Seeing that Lin Qian only glanced at it before handing it back, Wang Hui put the ID away. Lin Qian could tell he still took it seriously, which meant he hadn't completely let go of his past. But she didn't really care. People could stay or leave as they wished. She was just worried about Grandpa Wang. If Wang Hui left, would Grandpa Wang be able to stay? She really didn't trust Wang Hui. After all, this was the guy who got her killed on a mission in her previous life, hardly someone who inspired a sense of security. "All right, let's go home." This time, Lin Qian took the driver's seat herself. She wasn't about to let Wang Hui drive again. What if something else happened and delayed her precious bath time? Wang Hui quickly hopped into the car. Earlier, Hope had kept her paws on the edge of the car to avoid dirtying Lin Qian, but now that Lin Qian was driving and Wang Hui was in the back, Hope put her paws right on Wang Hui. After all, he was a grown man, and just like the dog, he relied on his big sister to take care of him, no need to worry about his feelings. Wang Hui looked down at Hope's bloody paws clutching his waist, his face turning dark. Then he glanced at Lin Qian's waist, spotless and clean, and instantly understood. But Lin Qian drove fast, and when he tried to speak, he got a mouthful of cold wind, so he quickly shut up. He looked at the marks left by Little Black earlier, then at Hope's paws wrapped tightly around his waist, and decided to just look straight ahead and pretend he saw nothing. Finally, they made it back to the villa, only to find the place outside a mess, but no one around. Lin Qian pressed the button to open the gate, and it slowly swung open. Since they hadn't told Grandpa Wang and Uncle Qin they were coming back, the two were startled when they heard the gate opening, thinking the people from the villa community were back again. While Lin Qian was away these past few days, people from the community had come by several times. At first, they tried to talk nicely, hoping Uncle Qin would open the door and let them in. Some even tried to bribe him with money, and one of the female owners even tried to seduce him. Grandpa Wang watched from the side, nearly dying of laughter. "Old Qin, who would have thought that at your age, you'd still have young ladies fawning over you?" Uncle Chen's face turned dark at the time. "Uncle Wang, please don't tease me. That pretty girl wasn't interested in me. What she wanted was Miss Lin's villa and all the supplies inside." Those people had come once already, and when Uncle Qin refused to open the door no matter what, they came a second time, this time bringing cash, gold, and even antiques. Somehow they'd heard that Lin Qian was willing to trade supplies for antiques. Uncle Qin turned them all away. With Lin Qian not at home, he was absolutely determined not to let anyone in. As for Grandpa Wang, he was just a guest and didn't feel he had the right to open the door for anyone. Even if people found out he was inside and came to beg him, he ignored them all. Later, those people came a few more times. Twice, Zhao Tianwei and his group drove them off. A few other times, Zhao Tianwei and Fong couldn't notice in time, so the troublemakers smashed things up outside. But no matter what weapons or tools they brought, they couldn't even scratch the villa, let alone break in and steal the supplies. Although Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang felt the house was safe, after wave of people coming to the door over the past 2 days, they were both a bit on edge. So when Lin Qian suddenly opened the front gate, the two of them immediately grabbed whatever was at hand and rushed out, ready to fight to the death to protect Lin Qian's things if anyone broke in. That's how it was. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang, weapons in hand, saw that it was Lin Qian coming in the door and were overjoyed. They didn't even have time to put down what they were holding and rushed straight over to her. Miss Lin/Qian, you're finally back. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh when she saw the two people closest to her, one holding a knife and the other a stick. Why are you both coming out armed like this? Only then did they realize they were still holding weapons and quickly put them down. It's cold outside, come in first and we'll talk. Hope had jumped out of the car as soon as they got home, and no one knew where she'd run off to. She was probably looking for a place to clean herself up. Little Black, who had been wrapped around the handlebars, saw Hope scurry off and quickly slithered down to follow her. Lin Qian asked Wang Hui to bring in the 2 bags of supplies that Mayor Wu had given them, along with a few boxes containing beast heads, while she parked the snowmobile in the garage. Uncle Chin had seen her drive out in the military vehicle, so seeing her come back on a snowmobile was a bit suspicious. But Uncle Chin didn't say anything. Grandpa Wang, on the other hand, asked, "Didn't you leave in a car?" Maybe it was hard to drive and she had to leave it somewhere. Uncle Chin quickly covered for Lin Qian. Grandpa Wang thought that made sense. The roads outside were all icy, not easy for cars to get through. Who knew where she'd found a snowmobile? She must have had a tough time. He pictured Lin Qian, cold and miserable, searching for his grandson, and felt even more sorry for her and even angrier at Wang Hui. "Didn't I tell you to stay by Qian's side at all times? And you let her go off alone, and now she had to come find you. Do you think you're still some big shot Major General? If anything had happened to her because of you, I wouldn't forgive you." He slapped Wang Hui hard on the shoulder. "Grandpa, are you my grandpa or hers? I had a rough time too, okay?" Once inside, Wang Hui took off his coat, deliberately showing Grandpa Wang the wounds on his body, hoping for a little sympathy. "Look at all my injuries." But when he took off his shirt, all he saw was a tattered undershirt. Every wound that had once covered his body was gone. Grandpa Wang got even angrier at the sight of his ragged clothes and smacked him harder. "Are you trying to be a pervert in broad daylight? Tell me, where are all your injuries?" "Where?" "In your head." Uncle Chin, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Let it go, Uncle Wang. Let the kid go wash up. If Miss Lin comes up and sees him like this, she'll be upset." Grandpa Wang knew Lin Qian was a bit of a neat freak and couldn't stand Wang Hui's current mess. "Go wash up and change your clothes." Wang Hui was dumbfounded to find not a single wound left on his body. He just stood there, staring. Grandpa Wang, seeing him frozen in place, smacked him again. "What are you standing there for? Waiting for an invitation?" Wang Hui didn't dare think too much. He was afraid Grandpa Wang would hit him again. Aside from the spot Grandpa Wang had just slapped red, his skin was flawless. He rushed back to his room, jumped into the shower, washed off all the grime, and then carefully checked every spot where Xiao Mingwei had hit or cut him. Not only were there no scars, there wasn't even a mark left. He quickly got dressed and ran downstairs to find Grandpa Wang, dragging him back to the room and stripping off his clothes right in front of him. "Grandpa, look at me." Grandpa Wang, seeing him undress without a word, thought he must really be hurt somewhere and anxiously stepped forward to check. But he found nothing and glared at him. "What's the meaning of this?" "No, Grandpa, you really don't notice?" He even pulled down his pants and turned around to show his butt. Grandpa Wang wanted to smack him again, but when he glanced at Wang Hui's backside, he froze. He squatted down to take a closer look and was puzzled not to see the scar that had been there. "Where's the scar from when you got bitten by a dog as a kid?" Suddenly, his expression changed. "Don't tell me you secretly went and got it removed?" He looked at Wang Hui as if he were some kind of pervert. Wang Hui pursed his lips. "Grandpa, what are you thinking? Would I do that? Even if I cared about my looks, that scar was on my butt, no one can see it. Why would I bother?" Grandpa Wang thought about it and realized that was true. "So how did your scar just disappear?" Wang Hui got dressed and pulled Grandpa Wang to sit down on the bed, then told him everything that had happened with Lin Qian over the past 2 days. "So, it's thanks to the blue vein?" Grandpa Wang asked skeptically. "I'm not sure, but it seems likely." "Give me your hand. Let me check your pulse." Wang Hui obediently held out his hand. As soon as Grandpa Wang put his fingers on his wrist, his brows furrowed. Wang Hui glanced at his grandfather's face, noticing an expression he'd never seen before. A wave of unease rose in his heart. Grandpa, am I dying or something? There was a hint of anxiety in his voice. Grandpa Wang shot him a glare, his tone tinged with irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? Then what's with that look on your face? You look like I'm about to kick the bucket. Wang Hui scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Grandpa Wang couldn't be bothered to argue further. He raised his hand and gave Wang Hui a light smack on the head. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have Xiao Qian make sure you don't get dinner tonight. Grandpa, just tell me what's going on. What's wrong with you? Wang Hui pressed. Don't move. Give me your other hand too. Let me take a look. Grandpa Wang's expression was stern, leaving no room for argument. Seeing his grandfather's serious face, Wang Hui hurriedly stretched out his other hand. Grandpa, how is it? Grandpa Wang felt for his pulse, his already furrowed brow tightening even more. Don't look at me like that, Grandpa. You're scaring me. Wang Hui grew even more unsettled at his grandfather's expression. Grandpa Wang slowly withdrew his hand, opening his mouth as if to speak, but not knowing where to begin. Seeing this, Wang Hui waved a hand in front of his grandfather's face. Is there really something wrong with me? I don't even know how to explain it. Grandpa Wang batted Wang Hui's hand away, sounding helpless. Am I dying? Wang Hui's heart skipped a beat. No, you're not dying. In fact, you're healthier than most people. Grandpa Wang sighed. Then why do you look so worried? Wang Hui was even more confused. That's exactly why I'm concerned. Last time I checked your pulse, it wasn't like this. Now your pulse is beating faster than a normal person's, and I can't come up with a reasonable explanation. Grandpa Wang's brow was deeply furrowed, his face full of worry. Wang Hui hadn't expected that answer. He put his own hand to his pulse and, sure enough, found it was indeed strange, very different from before. No, it was different from any normal person's pulse. It was strong and beating unusually fast. He was filled with questions. What on earth is going on? If I knew, would I be frowning like this? The only explanation I can think of is that it's a side effect of all those blue vein injections you've been getting, Grandpa Wang said gravely. Wang Hui, however, seemed quite calm. It doesn't matter. Every extra second I get to live now is a bonus anyway. Don't worry so much, Grandpa. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. Other than this weird pulse, even my wounds heal without a trace. That sounds like a good thing to me. Grandpa Wang glared at him. No matter how good something is, if it's unstable, it's a ticking time bomb. Remember what you just said, if Xiao Qian hadn't gotten there in time yesterday, you'd be dead already. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiao Qian. From now on, I'll treat her like a princess and never let her suffer even a bit. I'll be her loyal servant for life. Wang Hui grinned cheekily. Grandpa Wang, exasperated, raised his hand to smack him again, but Wang Hui quickly blocked it. Grandpa, what, you're still not satisfied with what I said? What's with that sarcastic tone? If it weren't for Xiao Qian, you'd have died who knows how many times by now, Grandpa Wang snapped. Grandpa, I really mean it. I'm not being sarcastic. I know if it weren't for Xiao Qian, I'd be long gone. How is that sarcastic? It's just that you treat her more like family than you treat me. I'm just jealous, you know. Wang Hui said, looking wronged. Jealous, my foot. Sure, you're my grandson, but Xiao Qian is our savior. How can that be the same? If we can't even remember a debt of gratitude like this, what kind of people would we be? Grandpa Wang said angrily. Grandpa, I really didn't mean it like that. Wang Hui scratched his head helplessly. Go get dressed and come downstairs to help out. After all, Xiao Qian is willing to take us in. We can't just take it for granted. Do what you can to help. Grandpa Wang stood up and headed downstairs first. Wang Hui quickly got dressed and followed him down. After Lin Qian parked the car back in the garage, she suddenly remembered the strange looks Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang had given her earlier. Thinking it over, she glanced at the snowmobile parked nearby and slapped her forehead. Crap, I left in the car and came back on the snowmobile. Are they going to notice something? She stared at the snowmobile, her face full of worry. But after a moment's thought, she tossed the concern aside. After all, this was her home. Even if they got suspicious, it wasn't a big deal. No one would ever guess she had something as miraculous as a spatial ability. She walked into the villa, and the central heating inside made her feel hot all over. She hadn't showered in 2 days, and now that she was warm, her skin felt a little itchy. Thinking it over, she decided to head straight to her room. A shower first, everything else could wait. Soaking in the warm water of the bathtub, she felt her fatigue melt away, and soon she grew drowsy. Before long, she actually fell asleep in the tub. While she slept, Xiaoqing slipped out from inside her, gently wrapping vines around her to keep her from slipping under. At the same time, a vine curled around her head, propping her up at a comfortable angle. It wasn't until Uncle Qian came to call her for dinner, "Miss, are you in there? The food's ready," that she slowly woke up. "I'll be right there," she replied. She touched the water in the tub and was surprised to find it was still warm. "How is this possible?" she wondered. Master, it was me. I kept the water warm for you," Xiaoqing piped up at just the right moment. Lin Qian was genuinely surprised. "You can keep my bathwater warm?" Only then did she notice that Xiaoqing had somehow slipped out and was now coiled in the tub. "I sure can." Xiaoqing stretched out a tendril and stirred the water. Lin Qian could see bubbles rising from the vine. "What is that?" Lin Qian reached out to touch it. Xiaoqing quickly pulled back. "Master, don't touch. It's really hot there." "So you've unlocked a heating rod function?" Lin Qian laughed. "Master, what's a heating rod?" Xiaoqing asked curiously. Lin Qian gave a simple explanation. "It's something like you put it in water, it makes bubbles, and heats the water up." By now, Xiaoqing had cooled the vine to a normal temperature and stretched it out again. "Now you can touch it, Master." Lin Qian reached out her hand. The touch was warm. "I didn't expect you to have this kind of function." Hearing the admiration in Lin Qian's voice, Xiaoqing replied proudly, "I can not only keep the water warm, but I can also cool it down." It wanted to show off again, but Lin Qian quickly stopped it. "It's already cold enough outside. I don't want to come home and get hit by the cold again. Be good and just keep me warm, okay?" Xiaoqing sounded a little disappointed. "Master, don't you want to see?" "It's not that I don't want to," Lin Qian comforted. "It's just that I don't need that function right now. When the weather gets hot, you can help me then, all right." "This skill is amazing, only you can do it, Xiaoqing." Hearing this, Xiaoqing perked up. Okay. Xiaoqing's skills are the best." Lin Qian noticed that Xiaoqing could now emerge from her body even when they were outside. Curious about how far Xiaoqing could go from her, she asked, "I'm going downstairs to eat. Do you want to stay here and soak?" But Xiaoqing seemed reluctant. "I want to go with you, Master." Lin Qian had to be direct. "Xiaoqing, you can leave my body now, right? I want to see how far apart we can be. Just stay here for a bit, I'll come back to see you after I eat." "It won't be long." "Okay." Xiaoqing finally agreed to stay in the room. After leaving the room, Lin Qian found Uncle Qian still waiting outside the door, staring at her. "Uncle Qian." "Young Mississippi. What's wrong?" Lin Qian could tell he had something to say. Uncle Qian had been waiting to talk to her, so he quickly pulled her aside. "Young miss, your car?" Lin Qian had already thought this through while she was bathing. "Oh, you mean that?" "On my way out, I passed by a dealership and saw they had snowmobiles. I tried one and it worked pretty well, so I hid my car and rode the snowmobile back. Don't worry, it's fine." I was going to ask Wang Hui to help drive the car back, but he was injured at the time, so I dropped the idea. I'll just get it next time I go out. Only then did Uncle Qian relax. He knew Lin Qian had secrets, but as long as she was safe, he didn't care how many secrets she had. But when she mentioned Wang Hui's injury, he was puzzled. Wang Hui was injured? Yeah, and pretty badly. Huh? When he came back just now, he took off his clothes so we could check his wounds, but aside from his tattered clothes, there wasn't a scratch on him. Uncle Qian was confused. No wounds. Lin Qian remembered that Wang Hui had injected Blue Vein, and she'd also given him 2 of the spatial fruits. At the time, she wasn't sure if it was the Blue Vein or the fruit that worked. Could it be both? "Uncle Qian, let's go take a look." Uncle Qian looked at her dripping wet hair, a little worried. "Young miss, dry your hair first before going down." You just came in from the cold, and your hair's still dripping. It's easy to catch a cold like this. She patted Uncle Qian. It's fine, we have central heating. I'm not cold. Eager to check on Wang Hui's injuries, she hurried downstairs. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Hope squatting by the side, waiting for dinner, and Little Black already coiled up on one of the chairs. The dog and the snake had both cleaned themselves up nicely. Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui were each carrying a dish out from the kitchen. After Wang Hui put down his plate, Lin Qian walked over to him. Let me see your hand. Wang Hui had noticed in the shower that all his wounds were gone, and he'd been thinking about Lin Qian. Now, hearing her, he immediately rolled up his sleeve and held out his arm. Look, there's not a single wound left. You remember this arm, right? Xiao Mingwei slashed it with a knife. Lin Qian leaned in for a closer look and saw that there really wasn't even a trace left. She remembered that Hope had also been injured before, and after eating 2 spatial fruits, had recovered quickly. The same with Little Black's head wound. But Little Black had also absorbed green energy like she did, and after that, there wasn't a mark left on its head either. So she knew the green energy also had healing properties. Of everyone present, only Hope had been injured and had only eaten the fruit, without any other factors involved. Lin Qian immediately turned to look at Hope. Hope, caught off guard by Lin Qian's gaze, thought she was upset again. It quickly braced itself with its butt and stretched out its 4 creamy white paws toward her. Woof. Sis, I've already cleaned myself up. After showing itself off, it dragged Little Black off the chair and presented it to Lin Qian. Woof woof woof. And him too. I cleaned him up as well. Sis, please don't be mad. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. That's not what I meant. Let Little Black sit back down. Seeing her smile, Hope tossed Little Black back onto the chair and trotted over to Lin Qian, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Little Black was dizzy from Hope's antics. Once it managed to get back on the chair, it straightened up and hissed at Hope, looking ready for a fight. Little Black, don't make trouble. Sit tight, Uncle Qian made you some pan-fried meat. At the mention of pan-fried meat, Little Black forgot all about Hope, coiled itself neatly on the chair, and looked at Uncle Qian with a hint of flattery, waiting for dinner. Nothing is more important than eating. As for that dumb dog, I'll settle the score after I'm full. Hope, sit. After Hope sat down, Lin Qian took its previously injured paw and examined it carefully. The spot where it had been cut had healed well, with new soft fur growing in, though there was still a faint scar. So, Wang Hui's recovery must have been due not only to the spatial fruit, but also to the blue vein injection. This gave her a new understanding of blue vein. She hadn't expected the serum to be so miraculous. She'd have to find time to study it further. At this moment, she was glad she'd collected all the blue vein from the lab when she rescued Wang Hui. It might not be a perfect thing, but long-term injections could greatly improve a person's body, and it could heal wounds quickly, leaving no scars. Wang Hui noticed that after a quick glance at his wound, Lin Qian was more interested in Hope's old injury. He found it odd. I'm telling you about my wound. Why are you looking at Hope's old injury? It's nothing. I just wanted to check something. Lin Qian withdrew her hand from Hope's little paw. Hope was also full of confusion. Woof. Wang Hui thought she was about to experiment on Hope and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. What are you checking? Don't tell me you want to try the blue vein on Hope. Don't do it. The side effects are huge. It's unbearable. Lin Qian rolled her eyes at him. Hope is family. You think I'd experiment on my own family? If I wanted to experiment, I'd use you. As long as you're not, that's a relief. So, what did you find? Wang Hui let out a sigh. Lin Qian sat down at the dining table. Let's eat first, we can talk after. For now, all I can confirm is that the blue vein helps heal wounds. I haven't noticed anything else yet. Let's eat. These past couple of days, we haven't had a proper meal. Wang Hui had it even worse than her. Not only had he not eaten well, but during the 2 days he was caught by Xiao Mingwei, he hadn't even had water. If not for his decent constitution, he'd be dead by now. At this moment, the food on the table was irresistible to him. As soon as Lin Qian spoke, most of his attention was drawn to the meal. As for his own wounds and the blue vein, that could wait until after eating. Little Black had already been waiting impatiently at the table. Now that it was finally time to eat, even its snake head was resting on the table, clearly telling everyone, "Enough talking, let's eat already." Hope chimed in from the side, "Woof woof woof. Let's eat, let's eat." Uncle Qian brought out a big bowl of rice soaked in broth with lots of meat and dumped it straight into Hope's food bowl. Hope's doggy eyes lit up at the sight. "Woo woof," clearly overjoyed. As soon as the food hit the bowl, Hope buried his head and dug in. Seeing Hope start eating while the humans were still talking, Little Black grew even more impatient and started hissing at Lin Qian. Lin Qian sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite. Little Black immediately slithered over to the plate of meat and started devouring it. After Lin Qian finished eating, she noticed Little Black was sprawled out on the table, tail lazily swaying side to side, obviously satisfied. Its little eyes suddenly noticed Lin Qian watching, and it froze. Then, everyone saw its tail reach toward the napkins, grab one, and wipe its mouth. After that, it used its tail to carry the used napkin over to the trash can and tossed it in. Lin Qian was delighted by its cleanliness. She thought, raising this snake hasn't been for nothing after all. She suddenly remembered she'd collected a bunch of children's toothbrushes before, so she said to Uncle Qian, "Uncle Qian, I've got a lot of kids' toothbrushes. I'll bring some down for you later. Give one to Little Black every so often." Little Black's head shot up in shock when it heard this. It had thought Lin Qian was joking when she'd mentioned brushing its teeth before. Who would have thought she was serious? She really wanted a snake to brush its teeth. "You mean, you want Little Black to brush its teeth?" Uncle Qian was also a bit stunned. Was it even possible for a snake to brush its teeth? Lin Qian nodded. "Yes. It loves to eat all sorts of weird things, and its mouth stinks. If it doesn't brush, it could knock someone out. So, I should clean its mouth every morning?" Uncle Qian asked. "No need. Just teach it once. Its tail is really nimble. After that, it can brush its own teeth morning and night. Otherwise, no food." Lin Qian's words made Little Black's expression crack inch by inch. The Wang family grandfather and grandson, who overheard, were also at a loss for words. In all their years, this was the first time they'd heard of a snake needing to brush its teeth. Turns out, being any kind of animal isn't easy. Little Black looked to the three people at the table for help, but they all tacitly ignored its pleading gaze. Uncle Qian even said, "All right, Mississippi. I'll teach it right after I clear the table." Having his hopes dashed, Little Black flopped to the floor, utterly dejected. By now, Hope had finished eating and run off somewhere. But Hope was always pretty clean, with no bad breath and neat, white teeth, so Lin Qian didn't worry about him. In the end, only Little Black suffered. Uncle Qian was a man of action. After the meal, he grabbed Little Black by the neck and brought it to the bathroom. Regardless of whether Little Black understood, he picked up a children's toothbrush from Lin Qian and tried to get Little Black to open its mouth. At first, Little Black was very reluctant, clamping its mouth shut and resisting the minty toothbrush. Finally, Uncle Qian had no choice but to put down the toothbrush and sigh. "Do you not understand me? I'll go ask Miss what to do. She said you have to brush your teeth. If you don't, you might get thrown out." Just as Uncle Qian put down the toothbrush, Little Black's tail suddenly wrapped around his hand. He was startled, not sure what Little Black meant. But the next moment, Little Black gave him the answer. With great reluctance, it wrapped Uncle Qian's hand around the toothbrush, turned its head, and slowly guided his hand toward its mouth. Seeing this, Uncle Qian burst out laughing. "So you do understand me. I thought you only understood Mississippi. Looks like you're afraid of her too. See, wasn't it easier to just open up? Once your teeth are clean, Miss will be happy, and you'll get more to eat." When Little Black heard there'd be more food, it wrapped Uncle Qian's hand around the toothbrush and slowly brought it to its mouth, shoving it in. Uncle Qian watched as Little Black gulped and bit off the toothbrush head, swallowing it, bristles, toothpaste, and all. Hey, wait. That's not how you do it. You can't eat this. Spit it out." Holding the half-missing toothbrush, Uncle Qian was speechless. Little Black, Hearing it wasn't edible, wriggled its belly and actually spat the half-eaten toothbrush back out, looking up at Uncle Chen with clear, innocent eyes. Uncle Chen's eyelid twitched. He sighed, then took out his own toothbrush to demonstrate. Little Black, watch carefully, this is how you use it. Little Black tilted its head, watched for a while, then tried squeezing out some toothpaste with its tail, picked up the toothbrush, and started brushing just like Uncle Chen. It saw Uncle Chen take a mouthful of water and spit it out, so it tried to imitate him. But it squeezed out too much toothpaste, and after taking a sip of water, its mouth was soon overflowing with foam. Before long, Little Black's head was completely buried in foam. Seeing its own reflection in the mirror, it shook its head vigorously, sending bubbles flying everywhere from its mouth. Oh my, you little rascal, that's not how you do it. Uncle Chen scooped Little Black out of the bubbles with one hand and wiped it clean with a towel. After this whole ordeal, Little Black was left dizzy and disoriented. It turned to the mirror and started spitting out the foam, tooey. Seeing this, Uncle Chen was even more amazed. You really are something else. He was about to continue teaching when, to his surprise, Little Black didn't need any more help. It rolled up the toothbrush itself, dabbed a bit of toothpaste, and started brushing its teeth just like a person. Uncle Chen was at a loss for words. All he could do was give it a big thumbs up. Meanwhile, after finishing her meal, Lin Qian was about to head back to her room when Wang Hui grabbed her. Now that we've finished eating, can you tell me what's going on with me? What do you mean, what's going on? Lin Qian was puzzled. I mean, you checked my wand earlier, right? Did you notice something? Wang Hui wasn't that slow. He could tell from Lin Qian's expression that she must have discovered something. Lin Qian looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, I did notice a few things, but I need to confirm them first. How do you want to confirm? Do you need my help? I might need to draw some blood. Do you want to do it now? Wang Hui immediately stretched out his arm. No need for now. I want to study the blue veins first. I realized I overlooked something before. Lin Qian wasn't lying, but she hadn't told Wang Hui everything. She didn't even want Uncle Chen or Grandpa Wang to know about the spatial dimension, let alone Wang Hui. The more people who knew about something like this, the greater the risk. She couldn't afford to expose herself to danger. Wang Hui had wanted to ask what she had overlooked, but seeing that she clearly didn't want to talk about it, he sensibly stepped aside. Well, if you need anything, just let me know. You've been working hard these past couple of days, get some rest. Lin Qian was more than happy for Wang Hui to get out of the way so she could hurry back and check on the blue veins in the space. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, she didn't even reply. She just headed straight upstairs, leaving Wang Hui awkwardly rubbing his nose. Grandpa, do you think Qian has a problem with me? Wang Hui asked. Grandpa Wang couldn't help but roll his eyes. She braved the cold to go out and find you, and now that she's finally brought you back, can't you just behave yourself and stop bothering her? But doesn't she have the blue veins now? I just want to see what's going on. You want to see what's going on, but do you think Qian knows what's going on? Didn't she just say she needs to study it more? Can you understand plain language? Grandpa Wang was fed up with Wang Hui. He turned to leave, but Wang Hui called him back. What is it now? Grandpa Wang snapped, glaring at him. Don't be like that. I really do have something to discuss with you. Grandpa Wang plopped back down on the stool. Spit it out. It's like this. I was captured by that Xiao Mingwei before, and I hid his weapons. I forgot to mention it just now. You're still thinking about retrieving those weapons? Of course. In times like these, weapons are as valuable as food. Even if we don't need them now, we can store them away. Worst case, we can trade them for something else later. Wang Hui's words convinced Grandpa Wang. So, when do you plan to get them? That depends on Qian. Whenever she says to go, we'll go. Grandpa Wang felt his blood pressure rising. He pointed at Wang Hui. You. Wang Hui was startled by Grandpa Wang's reaction. Hey, old man, what's wrong? Don't scare me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a big slap came down from above. Caught off guard, Wang Hui took the hit right on the face. A red handprint immediately appeared on his cheek. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Grandpa Wang shoved Wang Hui aside and went upstairs, ignoring him, leaving Wang Hui standing there, utterly baffled. Uncle Qin had just finished brushing Little Black's teeth and witnessed the scene. He could only shake his head. Little Black, seeing Wang Hui's sorry state, copied Uncle Qin and shook its head as well. Hiss hiss. Even though Uncle Qin didn't know what Little Black's hissing meant, at that moment, it seemed like they were in perfect agreement, both showing their disdain for Wang Hui. Wang Hui tried to greet Uncle Qin with a smile, but Uncle Qin just shook his head at him and left with Little Black to find Lin Qian. Not long after Lin Qian returned to her room, Uncle Qin knocked on her door and brought Little Black back. As soon as Little Black entered, it started hissing at Lin Qian nonstop, baring its teeth for her to see. Lin Qian couldn't help but feel that Little Black's teeth seemed whiter than before. Maybe it was just her imagination. She nodded approvingly. Not bad. You'll get an extra roast chicken tonight. Hiss hiss hiss. Little Black started circling around Lin Qian, clearly delighted. At that moment, Little Green jumped out of the bathtub. It seemed to know Lin Qian didn't like water splashing everywhere, so it dried itself off before coming out. Excitedly, it said to Lin Qian, "Master, master. When you went downstairs to eat, I could still sense your presence up here." Lin Qian smiled. "That's good. From now on, even if we're apart, you'll know where I am. You two play for a while, I have something to take care of." Little Green could now leave Lin Qian's body and even stay away for a while, but the important thing was that it could still sense her after leaving her body. It was in high spirits. As for Little Black, it was also thrilled at the prospect of an extra meal. The snake and the vine started playing together. Taking advantage of their playtime, Lin Qian slipped into the space. Little Green and Little Black didn't react much to her sudden disappearance. They just glanced at where she vanished, then went back to playing. Once inside, Lin Qian found that all the things she'd collected from behind the museum had been absorbed by the space, but there didn't seem to be any significant change. The only difference was that the daily time limit had increased from 7 hours to 7 hours and 10 minutes. Just 10 more minutes. It seemed that feeding the space was getting harder and harder to make progress. The fake beast heads were still sitting in the space. The space had no interest in them at all. But that didn't mean the replicas were worthless. Since there was plenty of room, she might as well leave them there. They wouldn't take up much space anyway. As for the real beast heads, she still didn't want to feed them to the space. She walked over to where the blue veins were stored, drew out a few vials, and took one to the lab equipment to check its activity. She found that it seemed much more active than the last time she checked. What's going on? Staring at the blue vein molecules constantly dividing under the microscope, her eyes were full of confusion. Before the disaster, most of the supplies she'd gathered were inanimate objects, nothing alive. If she had a live chicken or something now, she could at least run some tests. She put down her work and exited the space. Since she couldn't solve the problem here, why not go out and find someone to test it on? She remembered she'd injured one of Zhao Tianwei's men pretty badly last time. Thinking of this, she immediately grabbed a few vials of blue vein and stuffed them into her pocket. After a moment's thought, she took the blue vein out again and diluted it with some saline solution. Even someone as strong as Wang Hui had problems after using the blue vein. If she used it on one of Zhao Tianwei's men, it probably wouldn't go well either. She wanted to try the diluted version first and see what effect it would have. Bringing the diluted blue vein with her, she headed downstairs, planning to go find Zhao Tianwei. Uncle Qin saw her about to head out again just after coming back. "Miss, where are you going?" "I'm going to find Zhao Tianwei, and I'll bring our car back while I'm at it." She had a few vials of blue vein in her pocket. If she needed a test subject, no. He was seriously injured. Even with Feng Ke's help, he might not survive in this world. If she could cure him, then it was his good fortune. If not, then he'd be sacrificing himself for science. Although Zhao Tianwei's attitude toward her had become strangely friendly lately, based on the grudges from her previous life, Lin Qian still wasn't willing to trust them easily. She soon arrived at the entrance of Building 25. Just as she was about to press the doorbell, she remembered the power was out, so she could only knock hard on the door. After just a few knocks, someone came out. When the person opened the door and saw Lin Qian, his face was full of surprise and a bit of confusion. "Miss Lin Qian, what brings you here? Come in, come in. Lin Qian remembered this guy's name was Qiangzi. Qiangzi, she called tentatively. Hey. Qiangzi replied loudly, scratching his head sheepishly. Didn't expect you'd remember me, Miss Lin Qian. Wei Ji, Dolly Ji, Xiao Mao. Guess who's here? As he led Lin Qian inside, Qiangzi shouted loudly. Who is it? What's with all the yelling? Can't you see Director Fong is doing our checkups? Zhao Tianwei said impatiently. Qiangzi deliberately blocked Lin Qian from view, acting mysterious. You'll never guess who's here. Zhao Tianwei was a little curious and tried to get up for a look, but Fong Ke pressed him back into his chair. Sit still. All right, all right. While Qiangzi was talking, Dolly had already walked to the door. He moved Qiangzi aside and was surprised to see Lin Qian. Miss Lin Qian. After Lin Qian entered, she noticed Fong Ke was there too, so she nodded at her. Fong Ke also saw Lin Qian now. Xiao Qian? What brings you here? Zhao Tianwei was so startled he jumped up. Miss Lin Qian, what brings you here? Oh, I just came to check on you guys, Lin Qian said, pointing at Zhao Tianwei and Xiao Mao. Zhao Tianwei fumbled, wanting to pour her some tea, but remembered there was no electricity at home. He could only grab a bottle of mineral water and hand it to her. Lin Qian accepted it, found a seat, and waited for Fong Ke to finish checking them. Seeing Lin Qian sit down, Zhao Tianwei and the others exchanged glances, unsure what she was really here for. She didn't seem like she just came to visit. Even though they were injured, just thinking about that night made them shiver. No matter how friendly Lin Qian seemed now, they couldn't help but feel uneasy if she didn't state her purpose. Fong Ke was almost done, having changed their dressings. As she packed up, she said, "Today's my last day coming over. From now on, don't go out in this cold weather. Stay home and rest." Zhao Tianwei nodded vigorously. Got it, got it. Seeing Fong Ke about to leave, Lin Qian finally spoke up. Sister Fong Ke, I wanted to ask, how is his injury now? She pointed at Xiao Mao. Fong Ke didn't know why Lin Qian was asking about Xiao Mao's injury, but it wasn't a secret, so she answered, Xiao Mao's injury is pretty serious. At this point, amputation is probably the best option, but he absolutely refuses. Lin Qian was secretly delighted. Wasn't this the perfect test subject? She waited for Fong Ke to leave, but after packing up, Fong Ke didn't seem in a hurry to go. Seeing Fong Ke watching her, Lin Qian was a bit puzzled. Sister Fong Ke, do you need something from me? It's like this, Fong Ke said. I'm planning to take Fong Ziyu to the official base soon. They've just finished setting it up, and with so many people injured after the disaster, they really need help. I'd meant to tell you before, but Uncle Chen said you'd been out these past few days. Since I ran into you now, I wanted to let you know. Lin Qian nodded, not surprised at all. Then I wish you both a safe journey. Fong Ziyu might be a bit of a jerk and kind of dumb, but he didn't have a bad heart. If Fong Ke was willing to take him along, it was probably the best thing for him. At least he wouldn't have to go through what happened in their previous life again. Fong Ke hesitated, as if she had more to say. If you have something to say, Sister Fong Ke, just say it. As long as it wasn't too much, Lin Qian didn't mind helping, considering that in their previous life, the siblings had never kicked her when she was down. But Fong Ke didn't ask for anything. Instead, she bowed deeply. My brother Ziyu did a lot of stupid things before. I want to apologize on his behalf. Lin Qian hadn't expected her to apologize for Fong Ziyu. She replied, no need. Fong Ziyu didn't do anything to wrong me. Our families were only engaged for the sake of mutual benefit. There were never any real feelings between us, so there's nothing to apologize for. She thought to herself, even if there had been feelings, at a time like this, they wouldn't mean much. Feelings can't fill your stomach or keep you alive. Now that she'd been reborn, she would never let herself be bound by emotions again. Seeing that Lin Qian really didn't seem to mind, Fong Ke smiled a bit more. Thank you, Xiao Qian. But I know that woman by his side kept bothering you, so I still owe you an apology for that. Now that we've cleared the air, if you ever come to the official base, remember to find us. After all, we grew up together. As long as Lin Qian showed up when the time came, she didn't mind giving her a hand. Lin Qian herself wasn't sure if she would go, but even if she did, she probably wouldn't seek them out. Given their current relationship, it was best to leave things as they were. She really didn't want to have any more entanglements with the Fong family. Oh, right. Ziyu said he wanted to give you something before he leaves. Since you're back, I'll have him bring it over to you today. Lin Qian didn't know what Fong Ku was talking about. She was just about to refuse when Fong Ku's voice came through again. He actually dug out some of the family's collections. I'm free tonight. Just have him come over directly. She was about to refuse, but immediately changed her mind. Fong Ku nodded, picked up her things, and left. She really couldn't figure out why her cousin was always like this. But thinking about what he'd done to Lin Qian in the past, giving her a bit of compensation wasn't out of line. She just didn't know what exactly Fong Ziyu was planning to give Lin Qian. She'd have to go home and check. She couldn't let him, like last time, give away the inkstone that the family loved so much. When Fong Ku got home and found that Fong Ziyu wasn't there, she asked Uncle He, "Where's that kid?" Young Master Ziyu said he went to sort through some things and wants to entrust some of the family's belongings to Miss Lin. Didn't he already sort out a batch before? Uncle He hesitated, he did, but he feels it's not enough and wants to go through things again. He said. What did he say now? Uncle He sighed. He said he hurt Miss Lin before, and that little bit of compensation is far from enough, so. Fong Ku understood. A spendthrift will always be a spendthrift. She felt a headache coming on. Go tell him that Xiao Qian is back. Whatever he wants to give her, have him send it over today. We're leaving for the official base first thing tomorrow morning. And make sure you check what he's giving away. Don't let him just give everything to someone else. After saying this, Fong Ku sighed and went upstairs to pack. Ever since Fong Ziyu came to her last time, she felt like she'd been hauling bricks all day, every day, physically and mentally exhausted. Just thinking about having to keep dragging Fong Ziyu around with her made her head hurt even more. At that moment, Fong Ziyu was at his own villa, picking out antiques he didn't use much, planning to give them all to Lin Qian. He thought, at a time like this, what's the use of so many antiques? A good meal would be more practical. Since Lin Qian liked these things, why not just give them all to her? Besides, if not for her, who knows what Chen Gang would have done to him. Thinking of this, he packed even more enthusiastically. When Uncle He arrived, he saw the living room was already filled with antiques, as if Fong Ziyu had emptied out the family's collection. Uncle He's mouth twitched. But remembering this was the Fang family's only male heir, he reminded himself he was just the butler, best not to meddle. But with Fong Ku's instructions in mind, he had to say something. He carefully asked, "Young Master Ziyu, are you planning to give all these things to Miss Lin?" Fong Ziyu looked at the pile. Do you think it's a bit too little? I think so too. Maybe I should add some more. Uncle He's mouth twitched even more. The inkstone you gave last time was your father's favorite. Oh, was it? Well, it's already given away. Can't take it back now, right? He stared at the pile, falling into thought. Wait, my parents still have a bunch of stuff in the safe. I'll go check. Uncle He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Fong Ziyu dashed upstairs. AI. Uncle He, feeling utterly defeated, started sorting through the pile of antiques. As he worked, he saw Fong Ziyu come down with 2 more pieces, making Uncle He wish he could just go blind. Whatever, let him do as he pleases. He was too old for this. He'd said his piece, whether the young master listened or not was up to him. Young Master Ziyu, Miss Lin is already back. If you want to see her, you can go over tonight. Fong Ziyu stopped in his tracks. Xiao Qian is back? When did she get back? Is she home now? He fired off 3 questions in a row, leaving Uncle He unsure which to answer first. Miss Lin said you can go over tonight. Why tonight? Can't I go now? Fong Ziyu scratched his head, then looked at the mess on the floor. Oh, right, I haven't finished packing yet. I'll sort out a few more things and bring them to her tonight. Uncle He finally couldn't help but remind him. Miss said we're leaving for the official base early tomorrow morning. Got it. Fong Ziyu replied nonchalantly, then went back to packing. After a long while, he suddenly stopped and rushed over to Uncle He. Uncle He, What did you just say? What did my sister say? We're leaving first thing tomorrow? What about Xiao Qian? Uncle, he quickly took 2 steps back. Sorry, I'm not too sure. Maybe you should ask Miss about it. I can't go back now, I have to get these things to Xiao Qian first. Uncle, he felt a headache coming on. Young Master Ziyu, maybe you should pack some essentials for the base first? I don't have time. We're leaving tomorrow, so I have to get everything ready for Xiao Qian now. Otherwise, once I'm at the base, how can I give them to her? He stared at Uncle He, making the old man so uncomfortable he finally spoke up. Uncle He, why don't you help me pack? I'll handle things here, all my stuff is in my room. Just help me pack what I need for the base. With that, Feng Ziyu put the antiques in Uncle He's hands down. Uncle He, hurry up, or we'll run out of time. Uncle He wanted to say something but stopped. So the young master actually knows time is tight. Huh? Feng Ziyu noticed the antiques Uncle He had sorted and saw he'd organized them into categories. Uncle He, there's no need to sort these. But your categories are kind of weird. He looked at Uncle He's groupings, puzzled. He couldn't figure out what logic they followed. I wasn't sorting them. Uncle He didn't know how to explain that he'd set those aside to be put back. These antiques were so memorable even he recognized them, which showed how important they were to the Fang family. If you weren't sorting them, why'd you set them aside? Uncle He didn't know how to explain to this spendthrift. He deeply regretted agreeing to come over at Miss's request. Finally, he sighed. Miss said some antiques that the elders like should probably be kept. I did keep some. These are the ones I picked out, I don't think my parents like them that much. Uncle He had no idea how Feng Ziyu defined not liking, but seeing how excited he was, he couldn't bring himself to argue. He sighed deeply, shook his head, and went upstairs to Feng Ziyu's room. Feng Ziyu stayed behind, picking through the antiques and muttering to himself, Xiao Qian will definitely like this one. This one's ugly, forget it. After Feng Ke had left, Zhao Tianwei noticed that Lin Qian showed no intention of leaving herself. Miss Lin Qian, is there something else you need? Lin Qian waited until she was sure Feng Ke was far enough away before walking over to Xiao Mao's side again. She looked at his injured foot without saying a word. Being stared at like this made Xiao Mao uneasy. Miss Lin Qian, even though I'm hurt like this, it's my own fault. I don't blame you. If Zhao Tianwei wasn't injured himself, and if Xiao Mao's injuries weren't so serious, he would have punched him for saying something so silly. But Lin Qian didn't seem to understand the mood at all. Miss Lin Qian, is there something you need us to do? Yeah. Just say the word, and I, Zhao Tianwei, will do whatever it takes to get it done for you. Lin Qian snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, it's like this. I noticed Xiao Mao's injuries are quite serious. Before the disaster, Lin Pharmaceuticals developed a special medicine that's very effective for treating external wounds. Xiao Mao, would you like to try it? Everyone present immediately perked up. Zhao Tianwei answered without hesitation, yes, we want it. Are you kidding? Who in Huagua hasn't heard of Lin Pharmaceuticals? Most of the country's new medicines have Lin Pharmaceuticals' fingerprints on them. They're practically at the forefront of the industry. There were even rumors they were close to conquering hepatitis B not long ago. So for them, a wound medicine should be nothing at all. Zhao Tianwei slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? Dolly seemed to know what he was thinking and grabbed his hand, whispering, Brother Wei, we didn't have much of a relationship with Miss Lin Qian before. I think she's helping us now because we've protected her a few times lately. Zhao Tianwei thought about it and realized it was true. He grinned like a fool. Miss Lin Qian is really thoughtful. Lin Qian heard their entire conversation clearly, but she felt a little guilty at the moment. Well, actually, this medicine hasn't been fully tested yet. There might be side effects. Before she could finish, Xiao Mao hurriedly spoke up, afraid Lin Qian would think he'd blame her for his injury. I'm not afraid of side effects. I'm only afraid I'll never be able to stand again. It was my own fault for getting in your way, Miss Lin Qian. I don't blame you at all. If you can help me walk again, I'll do whatever you ask. Go east if you say east, do anything you say. Seeing the sincerity on Xiaomao's face, Lin Qian almost changed her mind if it weren't so hard to find suitable people these days. She took a deep breath and continued, I haven't even told you what the side effects are yet. Xiaomao was afraid she'd refuse him, so he quickly said, I'm not afraid of any side effects. I'm not even afraid of dying. Please, Miss Lin Qian, I'm begging you. The more desperate he looked, the harder it was for Lin Qian to decide. This medicine hasn't been tested on humans. There's a real chance it could be fatal. I'm not afraid of dying, Xiaomao insisted. Lin Qian hesitated. Well, we did test it on lab mice before. Injured mice recovered quickly after being injected, and their physical functions even improved. But how should I put it? It's a bit like a drug. You have to inject it regularly, or you'll die from massive bleeding. I don't even know how many injections it takes before you can stop. After Lin Qian finished, everyone turned to look at Dolly. Feeling the pressure of their gazes, Dolly didn't know what to say. After all, this was about Xiaomao's life. He thought for a long time, then looked at Lin Qian and asked, Miss Lin Qian, how much of this medicine do you have? Is there enough for Xiaomao to get regular injections? There's plenty, she replied. She had the entire blue vein lab in her storage space. Besides the injectable solution, she also had a lot of pills. When the solution ran out, she could dissolve the pills in saline to make more. As long as there's enough medicine, that's good. Dolly nodded to the others. All right, it's settled then. Let's do the injection. Zhao Tianwei made the decision, then bowed to Lin Qian. Miss Lin Qian, thank you. Since they'd all agreed and she'd explained everything, Lin Qian took out the diluted blue vein solution she'd brought. At first, she'd planned to inject it directly, but looking at Xiaomao's leg, a new idea suddenly came to her. Would it be all right if I take a look at his wound? Of course. Qiangzi, Dolly, come help take off the bandages on Xiaomao's foot. Dolly hesitated. Director Fong just rebandaged him. Are we really taking it off now? Zhao Tianwei frowned. Xiaomao couldn't wait another second. Take it off. He even tried to get up and do it himself. Hey, don't move. If you do, your leg will get even worse. Dolly quickly stopped him. We'll do it for you. Should we get him a towel to bite down on? Dolly asked Lin Qian. Yeah, better get one. I'm not sure how he'll react. Qiangzi immediately fetched a towel and shoved it into Xiaomao's mouth, then he and Dolly quickly unwrapped the bandages on his leg. Lin Qian finally got a clear look at Xiaomao's injury. Feng Ke had already cleaned out the bone fragments and set the dislocated bones. The larger wounds had been stitched up. Everything that could be done had been done, just not as well as in a hospital, and there was no plaster cast, only 2 hard wooden boards for support. Now, as soon as the boards were removed, Xiaomao broke out in a sweat from the pain, but he still looked at Lin Qian resolutely, signaling her to go ahead. Lin Qian examined the wound briefly, then drew the medicine into a syringe. Everyone thought she was going to inject it into Xiaomao, but instead, she slowly squeezed the solution drop by drop directly onto his wound. As the diluted blue vein solution dripped onto the wound, it was quickly absorbed. At first, nothing seemed to happen. But as Lin Qian finished applying the entire syringe, Xiaomao began to feel something besides pain. But with the towel in his mouth, he couldn't speak. Lin Qian watched his wound closely. Qiangzi and Dolly, seeing her finish, prepared to rebandage and splint his leg. Suddenly, Xiaomao began to tremble all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. In no time, his clothes were soaked through. Lin Qian saw how much he was struggling to endure, so she simply pulled out a syringe of tranquilizer from her pocket and injected it into his body. Only then did he finally pass out. But even then, cold sweat continued to pour from his body. Lin Qian looked at the few people standing motionless to the side and sighed. Don't you guys know to at least wipe his sweat or something? Huh? Qiangzi looked completely confused. He's already passed out. Isn't it pointless to wipe his sweat now? What if he starts sweating again later? Wouldn't it be better to just wait until this is all over and change his clothes then? He said this with such seriousness that Lin Qian started to wonder if she was being too fussy. But if you're not going. Otherwise, at this rate, never mind waiting for his wound to react, just sweating like this, He'll die of dehydration sooner or later. Lin Qian grumbled inwardly. Dolly, at least, was more perceptive. As soon as Lin Qian spoke, he'd already brought over a bottle of water. But looking at the unconscious Xiao Mao, he really didn't know how to give it to him. Lin Qian noticed this and said, "Go find a straw and see if he can drink by himself. If not, get a clean towel and drip some water into his mouth." "We don't have any straws," Qiangzi cut in quickly. Dolly was losing patience. "Then go get a towel." Qiangzi pointed at the towel already stuffed in Xiao Mao's mouth. "Isn't this one right here?" Lin Qian glanced at the towel, which for some reason had a random curly hair stuck to it, and her mouth twitched. "Forget it. Not going to bother reminding them. Let them do whatever they want, as long as nobody dies." Dolly tossed the water bottle to Qiangzi. "You do it then. Drip it slowly." Qiangzi grabbed the bottle, opened it, and poured it straight onto the towel in Xiao Mao's mouth. Lin Qian watched as Xiao Mao, already sweating profusely, suddenly had 2 streams of clear water run out of his nostrils. Suddenly, Xiao Mao's whole body convulsed. Qiangzi jumped in fright. "Miss Lin Qian, what's wrong with Xiao Mao?" Dolly reacted quickly. He yanked the towel out of Xiao Mao's mouth, slipped a loop around it, and hurriedly sat him up, patting his back. After a while, Xiao Mao finally caught his breath. Dolly let out a deep sigh. "What were you doing? You almost killed Xiao Mao. Didn't I tell you to drip it slowly? You saw me." "I was dripping it slowly, but the towel soaked up all the water, so I thought I'd pour a bit more." "How was I supposed to know this would happen?" Qiangzi looked completely innocent. Watching all this, Lin Qian couldn't help but marvel that Xiao Mao was still alive. He really was blessed with good fortune. She noticed that Xiao Mao wasn't sweating as much as before, so she glanced at the wound on his foot. Zhao Tianwei had been watching Xiao Mao's wound the whole time. At that moment, he noticed something change. "Huh? What's this?" He didn't dare blink. "Miss Lin Qian, look." Lin Qian's gaze was already on the wound, so she noticed it even before Zhao Tianwei spoke. Xiao Mao's wound seemed to be healing. Though the process was slow, after a while it was clearly different from before. Lin Qian's eyes could pick up on these subtle changes. As for Zhao Tianwei, he just noticed that the wound looked different from how it had after they first treated it. "The wound on his foot didn't look like this before," Zhao Tianwei said, puzzled. "Right, it's healing," Lin Qian confirmed. Dolly and Qiangzi were both surprised and crowded around to take a closer look at Xiao Mao's foot. "I don't see any difference," Qiangzi said carelessly, not noticing the subtle change at all. Dolly, however, did notice. "It does look a bit better than before." "No way, wasn't it like this earlier?" Qiangzi asked, confused. Dolly and Zhao Tianwei both shook their heads. Some of the rotten flesh was cut away by Director Fong earlier. That area was really red and swollen, but now the swelling seems to have gone down. Hearing this, Qiangzi looked again. "Hey, you're right. Miss Lin Qian, what kind of medicine is this? It's so effective. Can you use some on Wei Ji too? So none of you paid any attention to the side effects I just mentioned? When we injected this stuff into lab mice before, the ones who didn't get timely follow-up doses all died horribly." Lin Qian's tone was icy as she spoke. Zhao Tianwei felt a chill run down his spine. "Then, maybe I'll pass, Miss Lin Qian. Director Fong said my wound isn't serious. I'll just rest and recover." As he spoke, Zhao Tianwei quietly edged 2 steps away from Lin Qian, afraid she might do something to him. Lin Qian shot him a look, and he immediately froze, not daring to move. He quickly changed the subject back to Xiao Mao. "Miss Lin Qian, about Xiao Mao's leg." She glanced at the sky. It was almost sunset. She'd planned to wait here and see the results, but she didn't want to stay until dark. After thinking for a moment, she took out another diluted blue vein serum and walked over to Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei trembled in fear. "Miss Lin Qian, I really don't need it. I'm still young, I can recover on my own." She placed the syringe in his uninjured hand. "It's not for you. I'm heading back. Rebandage Xiao Mao's foot and don't let him move around. If anything happens to him, drip this serum onto his wound, but not too much." Dolly was more careful. He was worried Lin Qian might not have much of the serum left, and its value was unimaginable, so he wanted to be sure. Miss Lin Qian, under what circumstances should we use it? Dolly asked. Lin Qian thought for a moment. If he starts coughing up blood, use it. Dolly nodded calmly to show he understood, then quietly saw Lin Qian out. You'd better take turns watching him tonight. If anything happens, use the serum right away. If it's really bad, come find me at home, Lin Qian instructed. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Xiangzi followed her out. Miss Lin Qian, let me walk you home? No need. Just keep an eye on him. I'll come by again tomorrow morning, Lin Qian said, then walked away. After Lin Qian left, Zhao Tianwei quickly grabbed Dolly. She said only to use it if he coughs up blood. How can you be so calm? Aren't you worried what to do if something happens? Since Miss Lin Qian gave instructions, we'll just do as she says. She's willing to use such precious medicine on Xiao Mao. Do you really think she'd do anything to harm him? Dolly watched Lin Qian's figure disappear into the distance. Besides, think about it, Wei Ji. If Miss Lin Qian wanted to deal with us, with her skills, would she need to use such roundabout methods? That's true. It's not like we have anything she'd want anyway. But honestly, I never expected Miss Lin Qian to be so tough. Zhao Tianwei recalled the way Lin Qian had looked earlier, wielding a whip like a grim reaper as it lashed across his body, and his arms started to ache at the memory. Weiga, given the situation now, sure, we can snatch supplies from others, but we still need to cling tight to Miss Lin Qian's coattails, Dolly reminded him. Like I need you to tell me that? Forget this villa complex. Even out in the world, you won't find another person like Miss Lin Qian, Zhao Tianwei replied. He looked around at everyone present and said seriously, from now on, Miss Lin Qian is our ancestor. Remember to put her photo right next to Lord Guan. By the way, does anyone have a picture of Miss Lin Qian? Dolly frowned. Where would we get her photo? Wait, I feel like I've seen one before. Xiangzi suddenly slapped the table, startling everyone. What's with you? No, I just remembered where I saw a photo of Miss Lin Qian. We should have one at home, Xiangzi explained. What? When did you secretly take a photo of Miss Lin Qian? Zhao Tianwei looked skeptical. It wasn't me. I didn't take it, Xiangzi insisted, seeing their disbelief. He hurried over to start rummaging through some things. What are you looking for? You didn't really stash a secret photo of Miss Lin Qian, did you? Zhao Tianwei teased. Just wait and see, Xiangzi said as he searched. After a while, Xiangzi found an old newspaper among a pile of books and papers. He held it up to Zhao Tianwei and Dolly. Look. Sure enough, there was a photo of Lin Qian on the newspaper. It was only a side profile, but it was clearly her. In the photo, she was holding her mother's ashes. It must have been taken during her mother's funeral and ended up in the news. Seeing the article, they remembered how Lin Qian's mother's funeral had been the talk of the town for quite some time. Not because the funeral was grand, but because the head of the Lin group had passed away so quietly, and most of the shareholders hadn't even attended. Li Shouqing had even brought his old mother to the funeral and caused a huge scene. Lin Qian had sent her grandmother straight to the police station, and the whole city had heard about it. The gossip-hungry media had gone after Lin Qian relentlessly. For a while, her face was everywhere on newspapers and in tabloids. Zhao Tianwei and his friends loved reading gossip when they were bored, so they had plenty of those newspapers and magazines at home. But now, the black-and-white photo on the newspaper looked a bit creepy. Zhao Tianwei pointed at another pile of magazines. Look in those. I remember there were color photos too. Xiangzi carefully set aside the newspaper, then started searching through the magazines. Soon, he found 2 gossip weeklies with photos of Lin Qian. The group huddled together, discussed for a while, and picked the photo they all thought looked best. They cut it out. Just as they were about to stick it next to Lord Guan's picture, Dolly suddenly went, "Huh? What is it?" Zhao Tianwei and Xiangzi looked over in unison. Whenever Dolly made that face, it meant something was up. He took the photo from Xiangzi, then picked up another magazine with Lin Qian's photo and compared the two, frowning in thought. Finally, Zhao Tianwei couldn't take it anymore. What is it? Just say it. Don't freak us out. It's just, look at these two photos. Lin Qian's mother's funeral was less than 3 months ago, right? Dolly asked. Yeah, so. Zhao Tianwei was puzzled. Look closer. Dolly pointed at Lin Qian in the photo. Don't you think Miss Lin Qian looks really different now compared to these photos? Does she? Zhao Tianwei and Xiangzi each took a photo, turning them over and over, but couldn't see anything wrong. It wasn't that they were blind, but as guys, they never paid that much attention to how a girl looked. So even if Lin Qian had changed a bit, they didn't notice. In the end, it was Dolly who pointed it out. Haven't you noticed? Miss Lin Qian is a lot fairer than in these photos. Her skin is very different from before the disaster. Are you a pervert or something? Zhao Tianwei eyed him suspiciously. Of course she's fair-skinned. She's a rich young lady, born with a silver spoon. Weiga. I'm being serious, Dolly said solemnly. She definitely didn't look like this before. But the other two didn't care. Xiangzi just took one of the photos, carefully stuck it up, found an incense stick, and placed it in front of the photo, bowing 3 times in earnest. Why do you care about that stuff? As long as Miss Lin Qian is doing well and treats us decently, that's all that matters, Zhao Tianwei said. Dolly was getting a headache. That's not what I mean. I'm just worried, what if she suddenly got fairer because she's sick? Huh? Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened. No way. She looks more energetic than any of us. She could probably beat 2 bulls with her bare hands. Dolly still looked worried. Zhao Tianwei said, why don't we just ask her when she comes tomorrow? That won't help. Even if she is sick, would she tell us? Besides, she's got all kinds of medicine, Dolly sighed. True. So, what's your point? Xiangzi was confused. I mean, if Miss Lin Qian is sick, and it can be treated, that's fine. But if it can't, what about Xiaomao? She just said Xiaomao took that medicine and could die at any time, Dolly said anxiously. Now they took it seriously, but none of them could come up with a good idea. They all looked at Dolly. So, what should we do? Any ideas? What can I do? Dolly rolled his eyes. Xiangzi, having just finished bowing to Lin Qian's photo, said, if Miss Lin Qian would give us more medicine, I'd burn incense for her every morning and night. He shook his head. No, I'd burn incense and kowtow. Zhao Tianwei smacked him on the head. Stop dreaming. We'll just ask her when she comes tomorrow, okay? Dolly nodded. Yeah, if she really is sick, we'll help if we can. If not, at least she'll know we care. Yeah. Just as they were in the middle of their heated discussion, Xiaomao woke up. Everyone rushed over, bombarding him with questions. As for Lin Qian, she had just arrived at her doorstep. Before she even went inside, she sensed something was off about the space around her. She was anxious and wanted to go inside to check, but as soon as she opened the door, a swarm of people rushed out. These were all residents of the villa community. It seemed that after seeing Lin Qian leave earlier, they had gathered together and waited here just for her return. Lin Qian, you're finally back. We've been trying to find you these past few days, but you were never around. It's been really hard just to see you, said a gaunt, almost skeletal man. If Lin Qian had seen him before, she would have recognized him as the guy who had tried to steal her car. That day, he and Bearded Guy had tried to sneak into Lin Qian's house to steal things, but Bearded Guy ended up getting electrocuted, left charred, and completely incapacitated. After carrying Bearded Guy home, he found that their food had long run out, and there was nothing left nearby to steal. He was skinny and weak, no match for anyone, and had reached the end of his rope. Bearded Guy, still fuming while bedridden, sent him to the villa area to try his luck. There, he ran into a group of people who had also tried to get into Lin Qian's house, but were turned away by Uncle Chen. The skinny guy was always good at sneaking around and had a quick mind. He stopped the group and analyzed the situation for them, even coming up with a plan. The two sides hit it off immediately and stationed people to keep watch here. They hadn't expected that after less than 2 days, Lin Qian would return. Actually, when Lin Qian first came back, the group had wanted to rush her immediately, but Skinny stopped them, saying it'd be better to wait until she was alone. So they waited until now. They'd thought Lin Qian wouldn't come out at all today, but luck was on their side. They saw her as soon as she left. Noticing she didn't drive, they guessed she wouldn't go far and sent someone to follow her at a distance. When they discovered she'd only gone to Zhao Tianwei's house, they felt uneasy, not knowing what she wanted with him. If she brought people from Villa 25 back with her, they'd definitely have to leave empty-handed. This group had already resolved to fight her to the end, but in the end, Lin Qian came out of Zhao Tianwei's house alone. They held back, waiting until Lin Qian opened the front door before swarming over. Once they got inside Lin Qian's villa, wouldn't everything inside be theirs for the taking? Thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of excitement despite the freezing weather, their faces even flushing with anticipation. But who is Lin Qian? How could she possibly let them barge into her home like that? She'd noticed these people lurking nearby before she even left, but since they hadn't made a move, she hadn't bothered with them. Her mind was occupied with Lan Mai's experiment, and as long as they didn't cause trouble, she didn't want to waste time on them. She never expected they were just waiting for this moment to rush into her house. In an instant, she whipped out the whip at her waist and lashed it at the person in front. Even though he was wearing a thick cotton coat, Lin Qian's whip tore it open, and blood immediately flowed from the wound, freezing into beads in the cold air. At that, everyone seemed to freeze, not daring to move forward. The skinny guy shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Do you have any food left at home? Are you just going to starve to death? There are dozens of us. Are we really afraid of a little girl? Get her." He shouted the loudest, but hid at the very back. Still, his words gave the group courage, and they surged toward the door again. Lin Qian frowned slightly, considering whether to let Xiaohei come down and teach them a lesson. She could already feel Xiaohei on her wrist itching to act. But as she hesitated, Hope burst out from the house, followed by Wang Hui and Uncle Chen. Hope didn't need Lin Qian's orders. She lunged at the people in front, biting each one precisely on the throat. As for Wang Hui, he wielded his tang sword, hacking at anyone who came near. Uncle Chen might look like just a butler, but he was actually a hidden master, knocking several people to the ground with his bare hands. Before Lin Qian could make another move, the group was already either dead or wounded, all lying on the ground wailing in pain. The skinny guy, who had been hiding at the back, was now exposed right in front of Lin Qian. Lin Qian walked up to him, whip in hand. "So it was you who incited them to cause trouble at my house?" The skinny guy, seeing the carnage before him, trembled uncontrollably. Miss Lin, it's not what you think, please let me explain." His mouth was shaking so badly he couldn't get a complete sentence out. "I remember you. You came to my house before with a bearded man." Now that she got a closer look, Lin Qian finally remembered. She'd seen this skinny guy and a bearded man on her surveillance cameras once, trying to climb over her gate, only to be electrocuted and knocked down. She'd thought they'd learned their lesson and wouldn't come back. Clearly, she'd underestimated human greed. As long as they were alive, they'd always covet her things. Thinking this, she put away her whip, pulled out a gun, and shot the skinny guy in the head. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could get the last word out, he died in front of everyone. These people had been following his lead, acting according to his plan. Now that he was dead, they stared in shock, never expecting Lin Qian to have a gun. Everyone slowly edged toward the exit, terrified they'd be next. But Lin Qian was thoroughly fed up with them. She raised her gun and shot the person at the edge of the group. With 2 people dead in quick succession, the rest didn't dare move a muscle. Finally, an old man, trembling with fear, said to Lin Qian, "Lin Qian, we were just passing by." Lin Qian looked coldly at the old man. She remembered that in her previous life, he'd always followed Li Shouqing around, calling her a jinx. Sigh, those memories were so old. If he hadn't shown up again, she might have forgotten him entirely. These flies were just too annoying. The disturbance in her space was growing stronger, and she didn't want to waste any more time on these people. Since they kept coming back, it was clear they just wanted to stay. She said coldly, "Since you all like my house so much, you can stay forever." The next moment, ignoring their pleas, Lin Qian started shooting at everyone still alive. In just a few moments, she had dealt with all of them. Only then did she pat Xiaohei on her wrist. Go, clean them all up. Don't leave them piled up at my door. Little Black happily jumped down from Lin Qian's hand, hissing cheerfully. Let's head back, Lin Qian said to the people around her. Hope was the quickest to react, barking once before following right behind her. Uncle Chen looked at Lin Qian with a mix of confusion and concern, but mostly worry and heartache. He had no idea what Lin Qian had been through while she was away. How had this once Deli? As for Wang Hui, he'd known from the start that Lin Qian was a black-hearted cotton, so he wasn't particularly surprised. He also knew Lin Qian's little black snake could grow and shrink at will. Not wanting to scare Uncle Chen, he quickly pulled Little Black back. Uncle Chen glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. Miss Lin likes things clean. I'll tidy up here. Uncle Chen, Lin Qian just said Little Black would handle it. Let's just go back. Don't worry, Little Black's got this, Wang Hui said. Uncle Chen was led away by Wang Hui, looking back every few steps as they entered the villa. He couldn't figure it out. How could a little black snake, even a spiritual one, clean up all these bodies? But since Wang Hui had pulled him away, there must be something they didn't want him to know. Uncle Chen had been by the Lin family's side for many years and was good at reading people. Oh well, if Little Black didn't clean up properly, he could always come back out later. Lin Qian noticed Uncle Chen's gaze, but she really didn't have the time to deal with it now. After saying her piece, she turned and walked straight into the villa, quickly running up to her room and slipping into her space. She was about to investigate the cause of the problem in her space when she suddenly heard a scream from outside. It turned out Feng Ziyu had come to find Lin Qian with a big bag of antiques. His car was decent enough to drive all the way over. But at the entrance, he saw Little Black, who had returned to his true form, a giant python, swallowing the corpses. After eating people, Little Black could even spit out any bullets with precision. Seeing this, Feng Ziyu screamed and promptly fainted. Lin Qian was exasperated, but she couldn't just ignore him. If he'd come at this time, it must be important. She remembered Feng Ke had said earlier that he'd be bringing something over, though she didn't know what. She had no choice but to come out of her space. As soon as she opened the door, she ran into Uncle Chen, who had come upstairs to look for her. Before Uncle Chen could speak, Lin Qian said, "It's fine, Uncle Chen. I'll handle it." Seeing this, Uncle Chen didn't say anything more and went off to mind his own business. Lin Qian opened the door and saw that Little Black had just swallowed the last person and quickly shrunk back to his small snake form. He probably knew he'd done something wrong and looked at Lin Qian with a fawning expression, hissing twice and even burping after. Seeing this, and then looking at Feng Ziyu's car crashed into the wall in the distance, Lin Qian immediately understood what had happened. Feng Ziyu must have seen Little Black eating people and fainted from fright, crashing his car in the process. Luckily, she'd reinforced the house earlier, so even though Feng Ziyu's car had hit it, there wasn't any damage. She looked at the spotless ground, cleaned by Little Black, and was quite satisfied. You go in first. Little Black hissed twice, wiggled his way into the space. Lin Qian walked over to Feng Ziyu's car and noticed a signal from her space directed at the car. She raised an eyebrow. Was Feng Ziyu bringing her antiques? For the sake of the antiques, she decided to be a bit nicer to him. She went to the driver's side, smashed the window, opened the door from the inside, and reached in to pat his face. At first, she patted him gently, but when he didn't wake up, she increased her strength. Wake up! Thanks to Lin Qian's forceful efforts, Feng Ziyu slowly came to. The moment he woke up, he was terrified, swatting away Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian couldn't help but slap him. Get a grip. Only then did Feng Ziyu realize it was Lin Qian in front of him. QQ Qian, just now I saw a huge snake eating people. We have to run. He jumped out of the car, grabbed Lin Qian's hand, and tried to pull her away. But after only a few steps, he tripped and fell flat on his face, nearly dragging Lin Qian down with him. Fortunately, her physical strength was good now, so she managed to shake off his hand just in time and avoided falling. He didn't care why Lin Qian had let go, scrambling up and trying to grab her hand again. But this time, Lin Qian was prepared. She quickly stepped back, leaving him grasping at air. He was anxious. "Qian, let's go. There really is a snake." But the next moment, Lin Qian calmly said, "What's the rush?" "No, Qian, listen to me. I really saw a snake that big just now." He insisted, stretching his arms wide to show her just how big. Lin Qian thought for a moment. Feng Ke had already told her they'd be leaving for the official base tomorrow, so it was better if he didn't know about this. Even if they weren't leaving, she didn't want them to know about these things. "Maybe you just had a nightmare? Haven't been sleeping well lately? How could there be such a big snake outside my house?" Lin Qian softened her tone as much as she could. "Take another look. Maybe you just saw something wrong and thought it was a snake?" Feng Ziyu looked around. Lin Qian seemed so calm and sincere that he started to doubt himself. "Did I see wrong?" He was beginning to question himself. "That can't be, can it? But if you really saw such a huge snake, why are you still standing here safe and sound?" Lin Qian pointed out. Feng Ziyu thought she had a point. "You're right. Maybe I really did see wrong." Lin Qian nodded seriously. "You must have. Haven't you been sleeping well lately? I really haven't slept much recently. Maybe I did see wrong." He looked at the ground. Little Black had already cleaned up every trace, not even a drop of blood left. "I saw Sister Feng Ku at Zhao Tianwei's place today. She said you're going to the official base tomorrow, and you were going to bring me something." Feng Ziyu finally remembered his business. "Oh, right. Since my sister and I are both going to the official base, we can't take everything from home, and those antiques are just sitting there useless. I know you like this kind of thing, so I picked some out to bring you." He led Lin Qian back to the car, opened the trunk, and began unloading one ornate box after another. "I wasn't sure what you'd like best. I wanted to ask you before, but Uncle Chen said you were out. So I just picked out a bit of everything from what I had at home." Lin Qian's initial annoyance toward him instantly vanished. "There's so much stuff, why not just drive the car inside? Pull it right up to the front door, and I'll get my family to help carry everything in." Feng Ziyu was both surprised and delighted. Ever since their engagement was called off, he hadn't set foot in Lin Qian's house. Now, being invited in by Lin Qian, he was over the moon. Sure. Hop in, I'll drive the car in. It's such a short walk, I'll just go on foot. You know the way, just drive straight over." "All right, I'll head in first then." He scampered happily into the car, not caring at all that Lin Qian had smashed one of his windows earlier, and cheerfully drove up to the main hall entrance. As soon as Feng Ziyu arrived, he jumped out of the car and greeted Uncle Chen enthusiastically. "Uncle Chen, long time no see." Uncle Chen was a bit surprised to see Lin Qian actually let Feng Ziyu in. "Young Master Feng, didn't you just come by a couple of days ago? Hey, but you said Qian wasn't home and didn't let me in. I couldn't even see you." "I told you, once Qian was back, she'd definitely want to see me, but you didn't believe me." Uncle Chen looked at his smug face and could only sigh. The young miss said not to let anyone in. "I was just following orders." Now that Feng Ziyu was inside, he didn't mind at all. "All right, I'm not blaming you." Uncle Chen was speechless. He thought, even if you wanted to blame me, you'd have to see if you could get away with it. He knew all too well how much Lin Qian disliked this young master. Just as he was puzzling over the situation, Feng Ziyu said, "Uncle Chen, come help me carry these things. I brought a lot for Qian, and she told me to drive the car in so we could unload." Hearing this, Uncle Chen finally understood why Lin Qian had let him in. It was all about the gifts. Seeing that Feng Ziyu had already opened the trunk and was unloading box after box, Uncle Chen hurried over to help. At that moment, Lin Qian came in from outside. She saw Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang approaching as well, so she called out, "Everyone, come help carry these things inside." With 4 people and 8 hands, they quickly moved everything into the living room. Lin Qian looked at the little mountain of antiques and beamed with delight. "You really didn't have to go to all this trouble." "Oh, I know you like this kind of stuff, so of course I had to bring it for you. But I remember you didn't used to care much about antiques. I invited you to an auction before, and you weren't interested at all." Lin Qian was in such a good mood from the gifts that she chatted a bit more with him. Well, I was young and clueless back then. You've given me so much, I don't really have anything good to give you in return. Before she could finish, Feng Ziyu quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not here to trade. My sister still has enough supplies, and we're heading to the official base tomorrow. I figured we wouldn't need these things at home anymore, so if you like them, they're yours. His generosity made even Lin Qian feel a bit guilty. She thought for a moment and said, "Wait here a sec." She went upstairs, took a gun and a box of bullets from her space, along with 2 thick down jackets, stuffed them into a bag, and brought it down to him. These will come in handy now. Take them with you. Feng Ziyu opened the bag and saw the 2 down jackets. He immediately put one on right there. This is perfect. He even spun around in front of everyone. Uncle Qin, what do you think? Looks good, right? Uncle Qin was even more speechless, forcing a smile and nodding. It suits you. Our young miss has great taste. He didn't forget to praise Lin Qian as well. Absolutely, Feng Ziyu agreed enthusiastically. After putting on the jacket, he noticed the gun and bullets at the bottom of the bag and was stunned. Qian, this is... Take it. Things are chaotic out there. Even if you and your sister are heading to the official base, the road won't be safe. If anything happens, at least you'll have some protection. Feng Ziyu's hands trembled as he held the gun. But this is way too valuable, I. He wanted to refuse, but he knew deep down this was something he couldn't turn down. His sister Feng Ke had tried hard to find a gun like this, but no matter how many people she asked, she couldn't get one. He knew just how precious this was. Even though he'd brought so many antiques, the value of this gun and bullets far surpassed them. Antiques, after all, were priceless in peaceful times, but now, in this era of disaster, they were worth less than mud. But a gun and bullets, those were real survival tools, nearly impossible to come by. His eyes filled with tears, his lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. Lin Qian patted his shoulder. I may not like you much, but I can't just take your gifts for nothing. Take the gun for self-defense. Think of it as payment for the antiques. Feng Ziyu's voice trembled. I don't know how to thank you. I know how rare this is. My sister tried so hard to get one and couldn't. He was at a loss for words, looking at Lin Qian with deep gratitude. All right, it's getting late. You should head back. Didn't you say you're leaving for the official base tomorrow? Lin Qian urged. Suddenly, Feng Ziyu's eyes lit up and he grabbed Lin Qian's hands tightly. Everyone present, including Lin Qian, frowned slightly. Wang Hui immediately stepped forward and pulled his hands away. Mr. Feng, please show some respect. Feng Ziyu quickly let go. Sorry, I just got too excited. Qian, why don't you and Uncle Qin come with us to the official base? We could look out for each other. Lin Qian had no interest in the official base. We're fine here. No need to go. You and your sister just take care of yourselves. Hearing her refusal, Feng Ziyu looked crestfallen. You really won't go? If I don't go, your sister will probably come here to drag me herself. Hurry up and get going. Lin Qian was already a bit impatient. If not for the pile of antiques, she probably would have kicked him out long ago. He wanted to say more, but Uncle Qin was already ushering him out, not caring how many times he looked back. Lin Qian, preoccupied with the strange happenings in her space, didn't bother with the antiques piled in the living room. Once Uncle Qin saw Feng Ziyu out, she headed straight upstairs. When she entered the space again, she realized that the strange fluctuation seemed to only happen when the space was devouring antiques. But hadn't all the antiques she'd put into the space before already been consumed? And the antiques Feng Ziyu had just brought over hadn't even been put away yet. So, what was going on? She called Xiaoqing out directly. What's happening? Xiaoqing looked even more confused than she was. Master, what's going on? Why does the house suddenly have such a sweet fragrance? Forget it, asking you is pointless, Lin Qian thought to herself. But what exactly was this sweet scent Xiaoqing was talking about? Where did it suddenly come from? As Lin Qian was pondering, Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed, "It really smells so good." She glanced at Xiaoqing, but couldn't smell anything sweet at all. She was about to ask further, but before she could, Xiaoqing started acting like it was high on something, swaying unsteadily, muttering more. All its branches stretched out, but after a while, it returned to normal. Xiaoqing scurried over to Lin Qian's side, smacking its lips. Master, is there more? Is there more? I feel like I'm about to bloom. You can bloom. Lin Qian looked at Xiaoqing's lush green appearance, unable to imagine what it would look like in flower. Xiaoqing was puzzled too. I don't know, I just feel like if I could absorb a bit more, I'd be able to bloom. Have you ever bloomed before? Lin Qian asked. Xiaoqing drooped its branches and thought for a long while. I can't remember. I've forgotten so many things. What happens after you bloom? Xiaoqing looked even more lost. What happens after I bloom? All its vines gathered in one direction, forming the shape of a flower. Maybe I'll look prettier? All right, go play, Lin Qian said, not wanting to continue the conversation. She thought back over the events of the day. The antiques she'd collected outside had long since been absorbed by the space, and nothing special had happened then. The only thing she'd done differently was visit Zhao Tianwei's house, but she hadn't taken anything from there. She'd just tested the blue vein's restorative powers. Could it be related to the blue vein? She sighed inwardly. If she'd known, she would have waited a bit longer. Now, with the cause still a mystery, she felt restless and unsettled. To make matters worse, Xiaoqing kept pestering her, refusing to go play, insisting it could still smell that sweet scent, and even asking if it was coming from her, sticking close to her side. How could she possibly be giving off a sweet scent? Unable to figure it out, and feeling exhausted from the past few days, she simply lay down on her bed and fell asleep. The next morning, still preoccupied, she got up early. But to her surprise, Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang were up even earlier. When they saw she was awake, they hurried to bring out breakfast. Uncle Chen, Grandpa Wang, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? Lin Qian asked. Grandpa Wang smiled. We're old, can't sleep much. Uncle Chen, on the other hand, had dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't rested well. He looked at Lin Qian, then at Xiaohe, who had come back after cleaning up outside last night, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Actually, after Xiaohe returned last night, Uncle Chen had worried it hadn't cleaned up thoroughly enough. After Feng Ziyu left, he'd taken his tools outside to tidy up again, only to find that the previously chaotic, corpse-strewn ground was now spotless. Looking further afield, he couldn't see any drag marks either. He had a suspicion, but didn't know how to ask. After tidying up the antiques in the living room, he'd gone back to his room and mulled it over all night, barely sleeping. Uncle Chen, what's wrong? Lin Qian was distracted herself and didn't have the energy to guess what was on Uncle Chen's mind. After a moment's thought, Uncle Chen decided to speak. Well, yesterday you asked Xiaohe to clean up those people outside, right? What about it? When I left yesterday, it had already finished and come back. It looked pretty clean to me, Lin Qian replied. Could there have been somewhere she missed? That didn't sound like Xiaohe's style. With its personality, if it saw any food left, it would have swallowed it all up. When I went out, it was just too clean. And after it came back, it's been listless ever since. After I finished putting away the antiques young Master Feng brought, I even prepared a late-night snack for it, but it didn't touch a bite, Uncle Chen said. At the mention, Xiaohe immediately raised its head and hissed at Lin Qian. Hiss. Even though Lin Qian couldn't understand snake language, she could tell it was protesting. Just then, Xiaoqing's voice sounded in her mind. It says it knows you like things tidy, so it risked overeating to finish all those people. Now it's just too full to have any appetite. As soon as Xiaoqing finished translating, Uncle Chen spoke again. I don't know what's wrong, it won't even eat its favorite roast meat. He pointed at the large bowl of roast meat on the table. Because Xiaohe hadn't eaten last night, Uncle Chen had gotten up early and put extra effort into preparing a good meal, hoping it would eat. But Xiaohe remained lethargic, uninterested in anything, a far cry from its usual excitement at the sight of meat. Looking at Xiaohe's indigestion, Lin Qian laughed. Don't worry, Uncle Chin. It's probably just a bit bloated. She pulled out a box of digestive tablets. Give it some of these. If it can't eat them, dissolve them in water. If it doesn't want to eat today, just let it be. Hearing this, Uncle Chin seemed to have his suspicions confirmed. Miss, is Xiaohei? Lin Qian knew what he wanted to ask. Since Xiaohei would be living with them from now on, she decided to explain its situation to the two elders. Xiaohei is actually a giant python. For some reason, it can change its size at will. The first time I met it was under a jade quarry. Back then, it was as big as those anacondas we saw in the Amazon rainforest documentaries. Later, for some reason, it shrank and followed me home, and now you see it like this. She kept her explanation as simple as possible. But Uncle Chin and Grandpa Wang were both stunned. Uncle Chin thought he must have misheard. Miss, did you say Xiaohei can change its size at will? Lin Qian didn't answer their questions directly. Instead, she turned her gaze to Wang Hui. He's seen it. Wang Hui quickly nodded. That day when Xiao Qian brought it over to save me, it really did show us its abilities. Lin Qian called out to the little black snake, which was lazily sprawled on the sofa. Upon hearing Lin Qian's voice, Xiaohei lifted its head, shot her a sideways glance, and hissed weakly twice before letting its head droop again. Xiaohei says it's eaten too much, its stomach feels bloated and uncomfortable, and it's a bit nauseous, Xiao Qing's voice echoed in Lin Qian's mind. At that moment, Xiaohei was curled up tightly, doing its best to keep its belly pressed to the ground, as if any movement would really make it throw up. Originally, Lin Qian had wanted Xiaohei to demonstrate its abilities in front of Uncle Chin and Grandpa Wang, but seeing its current state, she gave up on the idea. Better to wait until it felt better. Uncle Chin, let's wait until it's recovered. I'll have it show you its abilities later, but you'd better be mentally prepared. She glanced at Xiaohei again, noticing that even its metallic-looking scales had dulled, and felt a bit worried. Uncle Chin, give it some digestive tablets. If it keeps going like this, it might just eat itself to death. Uncle Chin couldn't understand Xiaohei, but seeing how unwell it looked, he didn't waste time talking. He hurriedly brought over the box of digestive tablets Lin Qian had given him and held them near Xiaohei's mouth. No matter how he coaxed, though, Xiaohei refused to open its mouth. Uncle Chin was starting to get anxious. He looked at Lin Qian. Miss, what should we do? Dissolve all the digestive tablets in water, Lin Qian instructed, thinking of Xiaohei's true size. Given its body and how many people it had eaten, probably even a whole box of tablets wouldn't be enough. Since it wouldn't open its mouth to take medicine, water was the only option. After much effort, Uncle Chin ground the tablets into powder, dissolved them in water, and brought the cup to Xiaohei. But Xiaohei still didn't budge. Xiaohei, drink the water. You'll feel better after, he coaxed. Xiaohei didn't even lift its head, just rolled its eyes at Uncle Chin and closed them again. Lin Qian, having given Uncle Chin instructions, was actually preoccupied with the strange activity in the blue veins and the space, and wanted to head over to Zhao Tianwei's house to check things out. But seeing Xiaohei refusing the medicine, she had no choice but to walk over, take the cup from Uncle Chin, and kneel beside Xiaohei. As Lin Qian approached, Xiaohei sensed her presence, opened its eyes again, and, seeing the cup in her hand, obediently lifted its head and opened its mouth. Uncle Chin. Well, even snakes are this clever now? Lin Qian smiled at Uncle Chen's speechless expression. It's fine, I'll handle it. She knew how big Xiaohei's real body was. This little cup of water probably wouldn't even fill the gap between its teeth. She simply poured the water straight into its mouth. Sure enough, as soon as the water went in, Xiaohei swallowed it all without even moving its throat, then lazily closed its eyes and flopped back onto the sofa. Seeing how miserable it looked, Lin Qian decided not to take it out with her and let it rest at home instead. She put down the cup. Uncle Chin, I'm going over to Zhao Tianwei's. Wang Hui had just gotten up. I'll go with you. No need, it's so close. I can go by myself. Lin Qian declined Wang Hui's offer. If he went with her, how was she supposed to quietly drive her own car back? But what if? Wang Hui started to protest, but seeing his still disapproving face, Lin Qian knew what he was thinking. That group from yesterday has been dealt with. Anyone who didn't show up probably already got the message. They shouldn't dare come back. Even if they do, it's fine. I've got my gun and whip with me. Wang Hui still looked unconvinced and was about to speak again, but Lin Qian cut him off. That's final. Go wash up and have breakfast. With that, she didn't wait for a reply and headed out, leaving the three at home looking at each other. In the end, Uncle Chen spoke up. Forget it. Since Miss Lin doesn't want you to go, just stay here. In Uncle Chen's mind, Lin Qian always had her reasons for doing things. Even if she didn't, that was reason enough for him. Lin Qian soon arrived at Zhao Tianwei's villa. She thought she was already early, but to her surprise, Dolly, Qiangzi, and Zhao Tianwei were all waiting for her at the door. Judging by the ice crystals on their faces and how pale they were from the cold, they'd clearly been standing outside for quite a while. Why are you all standing out here? The men tried to smile, but their faces were so frozen it was hard to move. Miss Lin, you said you'd be coming, so of course we had to wait out here for you. Zhao Tianwei quickly ushered her inside. Please come in. It's freezing out here. As Lin Qian walked into the villa, she asked, how's Xiaomao's foot? We haven't checked yet, so we're not sure. But we did as you said and took turns watching him all night. Nothing happened until morning. He's awake now and says his foot feels itchy, but we didn't dare unwrap it. We thought we'd wait for you. All right. Lin Qian nodded and went inside. As soon as she stepped through the door, she caught a whiff of sandalwood incense, reminiscent of the scent she'd smelled when visiting temples with her mother. She knew that martial artists like them often had a special reverence for certain gods and would usually have shrines at home to powerful deities. But when she glanced casually toward their altar, she was stunned to see a color photo of herself hanging right next to Lord Guan. They'd even set up a proper little altar with offerings neatly arranged. Besides the usual non-perishable foods, there were even fresh fruits. She had no idea where they'd gotten them. The sight left Lin Qian utterly speechless. She pointed at her own photo, barely able to get the words out. I'm not even dead yet. What on earth are you doing? Seeing her reaction, the men grinned with pride. Zhao Tianwei walked over and explained this was Qiangzi's idea. He said you're like a living deity, Miss Lin, and we didn't know how else to thank you. So we put up your photo and started offering incense to show our sincerity. Qiangzi, seeing the incense was about to burn out, quickly replaced it and even knelt down to kowtow. Lord Guan, Miss Lin, please bless us with peace, safety, and great fortune. Lin Qian's temples throbbed as she stared at the bizarre scene before her, at a complete loss for words. But in the next moment, she felt that strange fluctuation in her space again, just like before. Seeing Qiangzi's behavior, Zhao Tianwei strode over and yanked him up. Miss Lin Qian is standing right in front of you, and you're bowing to a photo? Are you stupid? Qiangzi looked at Zhao Tianwei in confusion. Then should I just go and kowtow to Miss Lin Qian directly? Zhao Tianwei seriously considered the possibility. Seeing that Lin Qian wasn't saying anything and was just standing there in a daze, he simply pushed Qiangzi forward. Then hurry up and go. To everyone's surprise, Qiangzi turned around with great flair, knelt before her, and gave her a proper kowtow. The moment Qiangzi's head touched the ground in front of her, Lin Qian heard Xiao Qing's drunken-sounding voice in her mind. Wow, so fragrant, so fragrant. That's the scent. The instant she felt the fluctuation in her space, Lin Qian understood, so it was these jokers worshipping her that, by some twist of fate, had allowed her to gain the power of faith. She had originally wanted to dodge out of the way and avoid letting Qiangzi actually kowtow to her, but Xiao Qing's reaction and the changes in her space made her freeze in place. Still, when Qiangzi's head hit the floor, she felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. You guys. Thinking back to how she'd just reacted to their behavior, she felt a bit awkward. What made you decide to start worshipping me? Dolly watched Lin Qian's expression, and seeing that she didn't seem angry, he took a step forward. Miss Lin Qian, you gave us such precious medicine and helped us so much. We really didn't know how to repay you, and Qiangzi came up with this idea. He chose his words carefully. Do you not like us worshipping you? Ahem. Lin Qian coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment. It's not that, it's just. She suddenly didn't know how to continue. This whole situation was really a bit much for her. Before her rebirth, she had always been a staunch atheist. After her rebirth, she had come to accept that there were some inexplicable phenomena in the world, but it wasn't until this moment, when she truly felt the power of faith brought by worship, that she had to believe it for real. Zhao Tianwei and the others waited for Lin Qian to finish what she was going to say, but for the first time in her life, she found herself at a loss for words. She composed herself, trying to appear calm and collected. Worship is fine. Dolly had been worried that Lin Qian might be angry. He hadn't expected that, while she was annoyed at first, she would actually agree in the end. Since she didn't object, he finally relaxed. Last night, he'd been worrying about what to do if Lin Qian didn't like it. When she got angry earlier, he'd already prepared to take full responsibility and admit it was his idea if she blamed them. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? So he quickly said it was Qiangzi's idea. In hindsight, Qiangzi's random suggestion to worship her had actually worked out. Aren't all young people these days atheists? But look at Miss Lin Qian, a modern young woman who attended the best university. And she agreed to let them worship her. That proved that what they'd been doing and the faith they held was right. The group's gazes toward Lin Qian grew even more fervent. Lin Qian felt a little overwhelmed by their heated looks, but she forced herself to endure it. She walked over to the altar, picked up an apple from the offerings, and examined it. You guys really put some thought into this. Of course. We put out our best stuff as offerings. After 2 or 3 days, we'll swap them out for fresh ones, Qiangzi quickly added, afraid Lin Qian would think they were being perfunctory. Seeing how sincere they were, Lin Qian silently reduced some of the resentment she'd accumulated against them for the things they'd done to her in her past life. Since they were willing to worship her and let her gain the power of faith, she would have to look out for them in the future, at least a little. After all, people who would spontaneously think to worship her were truly rare. And she really needed it too. Although this bit of faith power didn't seem to have much effect on her space for now, judging by the feedback from her space, if it accumulated over time, it would definitely become useful. Just look at Shaoqing, who kept begging her to get them to offer more fragrance. But there were only 3 or 4 of them, so even with faith power, it wasn't much. Lin Qian didn't want to seem too eager, so she ignored Shaoqing and changed the subject. Let's go check on Xiao Mao. Zhao Tianwei quickly stepped aside and led her to see Xiao Mao. By now, Xiao Mao was awake. When he saw Lin Qian, he said, Miss Lin Qian, I noticed my foot has been itching nonstop since last night. It feels like it's healing, but it's only been 1 night, so I don't think it's likely. Did you scratch the wound? No, I was afraid it would get worse, so I held back. I only managed to fall asleep near dawn, but as soon as it got light, the itching woke me up again. Good, as long as you didn't scratch it. Lin Qian walked over and unwrapped the bandages she'd applied after treating him with blue vein yesterday. She saw that the wound had clearly scabbed over, and some of the scabs even fell off as she removed the bandage. Zhao Tianwei and the others watched closely, clicking their tongues in amazement. Miss Lin Qian, your medicine is incredible. Xiao Mao's foot looks so much better, the wound has already scabbed over. Dolly leaned in for a closer look and saw that where the scab had fallen off, there was fresh pink skin growing. He was shocked. It's already starting to heal. Wei Ji, Qiangzi, look at this. He pointed out the pink flesh to them. The others stared at Xiao Mao's wound in disbelief. How can this medicine be so amazing? It's only been 1 night and it's already healed this much. Lin Qian had already prepared an explanation, so no matter how much they asked, she wasn't worried. This is a new medicine we developed with a lot of effort. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be worthy of the Lin Pharmaceuticals name, would it? Even before the apocalypse, Lin Pharmaceuticals was world famous for the efficacy of its medicines, so her explanation was perfectly believable. Then, does that mean I'll be able to walk again soon? If I keep using this medicine, will I be able to get back in the ring before long? Xiao Mao's eyes were full of hope. Lin Qian didn't answer her question directly. Instead, she asked, other than the itchiness on your foot you just mentioned, did you notice anything else unusual with your body last night? Unusual? Xiao Mao seemed confused by Lin Qian's question. I mean, aside from not being able to sleep because your foot was itchy, did you have any trouble breathing or feel any pain anywhere? As Lin Qian spoke, she carefully observed his condition. Xiao Mao shook his head. No. Actually, even though I couldn't sleep last night, it was the most comfortable night I've had since I hurt my foot. Before, I couldn't sleep every night because of the pain. But last night, even though my foot was constantly itchy, it felt like it was getting better. I've never felt that before. Hearing this, Lin Qian felt a bit more at ease. It seemed that applying blue vein directly to the wound could speed up recovery, though she still didn't know if the side effects would be as severe as what Wang Hui had experienced. But she was also curious if applying it directly to the wound could improve his strength. Lin Qian turned to Zhao Tianwei. Do you have a hand dynamometer at home? A hand dynamometer? Zhao Tianwei was puzzled by the sudden question. Dolly reacted quickly. We do. Xiangzi, go get the one we usually use and bring it to Miss Lin. Xiangzi was always obedient. He dashed off to fetch the dynamometer. Soon, Xiangzi returned, handing the device to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, what do you need this for? Lin Qian looked at the dynamometer Xiangzi brought over. It measured grip strength up to 500 kilograms. How much can you guys usually manage? She asked. Huh? Xiangzi hadn't expected the question. He paused before answering. Xiao Mao and I are around 180 kilograms. Dolly is 200, and Wei Ji is the strongest. He can reach 230. Miss Lin, why are you asking? Looks like this dynamometer's range is enough, Lin Qian thought. She handed it to Xiao Mao. Try it. See what your grip strength is right now. Xiao Mao was a bit surprised, not sure why Lin Qian suddenly wanted him to test his grip strength. But since she asked, she must have her reasons. Even if she didn't, it wasn't a big deal, he'd just do as told. He took the device, planning to give it his all. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed with all his strength. The numbers on the dynamometer climbed, 180, 190, 200. Finally, it stopped at 250 kilograms. Xiao Mao thought he was seeing things. He exclaimed, "What's going on? What is it?" The others thought something was wrong with Xiao Mao's grip and hurried over. The number 250 kilograms was plain as day for all to see. Wait, Xiao Mao, your leg's injured and your grip strength went up? Xiangzi, ever the straightforward one, voiced the question on everyone's mind. Xiao Mao was just as baffled. Is this thing broken? Maybe it's not calibrated. No way. I calibrated it just yesterday, Xiangzi replied. Then what's going on? Zhao Tianwei was equally confused. Dolly didn't say anything, but he was clearly puzzled too. Ahem. As everyone was talking over each other, Lin Qian cleared her throat. Maybe it's a side effect of my serum. As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned to her. What? Zhao Tianwei was the most excited. Miss Lin, you mean your serum has this kind of side effect? How is this a side effect? This is a main effect. Xiangzi chimed in. Even Dolly's eyes were burning with excitement. Seriously, we've been training for ages and couldn't push our grip strength any higher. Xiao Mao's still injured, and after just one night with the serum, his grip went up by 70 kilograms. This stuff is amazing. Lin Qian could tell what they were thinking just by looking at them. Don't get your hopes up about using this serum to boost your physical abilities. I've told you before, every lab mouse we tested it on died. Her words were chilling, but they couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. After all, what they'd been chasing all their lives was more strength to dominate in the ring. Every boxer dreams of being a champion. Now that they knew Lin Qian's serum could do this, how could they not be filled with hope? Everyone stared at Lin Qian eagerly until Zhao Tianwei finally spoke. Miss Lin, we know there are a lot of other side effects. If we're not careful, it could kill us. But we still don't even think about it. I don't have much serum left. If you use it to boost your strength and then suffer side effects, there won't be enough left to save you. That statement dashed their hopes completely. Thinking about it, it made sense. Even if Lin Qian had more, she'd already been kind enough to use it on Xiao Mao and heal his leg. What right did they have to ask her to use it on them, just to get stronger? Who knew when this disaster would end? Even if it did, when would they be able to compete again? It was too soon to talk about this. Better to use this time to train at home. Once the disaster was over, Lin Pharmaceuticals would surely keep researching the serum. Maybe by then, the improved version would have fewer side effects. Then they could talk to Lin Qian about buying it, or trading for it. Anything would be better than asking now. Zhao Tianwei quickly figured it out and apologized to Lin Qian. I was out of line to ask, Miss Lin. It's fine. I understand what you're thinking. In your line of work, seeing Xiao Mao suddenly get stronger, of course you'd want it too. But you haven't seen the other side effects. You know Wang Hui, right? The one who's always with me. Lin Qian told them what happened to Wang Hui after using Blue Vein. Their faces changed dramatically. It's that bad. I wouldn't joke about this. He used the serum by accident, undiluted and injected directly into his vein. That's probably why the side effects were so severe. After hearing about Wang Hui, their eagerness for Blue Vein cooled a bit, and they started to worry about Xiao Mao. Dolly was the first to ask Lin Qian, now that Xiao Mao's strength has increased, does that mean he might develop the same side effects as Mr. Wang once the serum's effects wear off? I can't really answer that. First of all, everyone's situation is different. Their physical condition, how much they use, and how they use it all vary. It's hard to say whether Xiao will end up experiencing the same things as Wang Hui. Lin Qian thought for a moment before continuing, but it's true that after using Blue Vein, the improvement in physical abilities is the same for everyone. Ever since Wang Hui started using the serum, he's gotten a lot stronger, just like Xiao Mao. But since he began taking it, he's already coughed up blood and passed out 3 times. If he hadn't been lucky, he probably wouldn't be alive now. Dolly sighed after hearing this. As expected, great opportunities always come with great risks. It's good that you all understand that. If it weren't for Xiao Mao's leg injury being so serious, I might not have used the serum on him at all. Hearing this, Zhao Tianwei and the others looked a bit ashamed. Looking closely, Zhao Tianwei's ears were even a little red. It seemed he really was embarrassed by his own behavior. It was indeed rude of us. Miss Lin Qian, seeing how Xiao Mao is now, does he still need to keep using the serum? Everyone agreed that the most important thing right now was to help Xiao Mao recover from his leg injury. Everything else could wait. To be honest, Lin Qian herself wasn't sure what was going on with the Blue Vein at this point. Judging by the wound on Xiao Mao's leg, it didn't seem necessary to keep using it. If they kept going and he ended up like Wang Hui, coughing up blood at the drop of a hat, wouldn't she be losing a follower? How about this? Don't use the serum for now. Just keep an eye on him. If the bleeding gets serious, inject him with the serum right away. If it's not too bad, just come to my place and wait for me to handle it. She pulled out a blood-drawing kit and told Xiao Mao to stretch out his hand. I've got some testing equipment at home. I'll draw 2 tubes of blood and take them back to check. After she finished drawing the blood, she took out a small knife. I'm going to take a tissue sample from his wound. Is that okay? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You've already got the tools out, like you'd put the knife away if we said no now? But none of them dared say a word. As for Xiao Mao, his injured leg was already starting to regain some strength. He was about to stretch it out for Lin Qian, but then realized that might not be appropriate, so he awkwardly started to pull it back. Lin Qian grabbed his foot directly. Don't move. The knife in her other hand flashed coldly. Xiao Mao, who had been excited that his leg could move again, was suddenly so startled he shrank back, turning his head away. Miss Lin Qian, please be gentle. Normally, with Lin Qian's personality, she would have just started cutting. But her eyes swept over to the altar photo, and she quietly rummaged through her bag, pulling out a small bottle of anesthetic and spraying it on Xiao Mao's leg. What's that? Xiangzi leaned over to look at the bottle in Lin Qian's hand. Huh? Isn't that anesthetic? Wow, Miss Lin Qian, you're really good to Xiao Mao. Us guys don't need anesthetic, just grit your teeth and bear it. Last time when Director Fong scraped his wound, she did it raw, no anesthetic at all. Xiaomao shuddered involuntarily at the memory of that pain. But Qiangzi, oblivious, kept talking. This is just a tissue sample. Compared to before, it's nothing. Xiaomao can handle it. No need to waste anesthetic on us in the future. Xiaomao couldn't take it anymore and smacked him. Why don't you try it? That was only because Director Fong said she didn't have any anesthetic left. What was I supposed to do, bite you? Qiangzi was stunned by his outburst. I just thought you were tough and didn't need it. No need to get so mad. It's not good for your wound. Shut up and maybe my wound will heal faster. Qiangzi immediately clapped his hands over his mouth and took 2 steps back. Lin Qian got right to work, slicing off a tiny bit of the new flesh growing on Xiaomao's leg to take back for analysis, to see how it compared to Wang Hui's. As soon as she cut off the small piece, she noticed the wound healed quickly, not even bleeding, just a faint trace of red at the site. After packing everything up, she glanced at the curling incense smoke rising from the altar. She couldn't help but feel, perhaps it was just her imagination, that the smoke seemed to drift invisibly toward her. She walked over to the altar, pretending to be casual as she moved closer to the incense. Xiaoqing started chattering in her mind, more, it smells so good. Lin Qian felt like it was about to burst out of her body, so she quickly patted her waist. That's it for today. I'll come check on you all another time. If Xiaomao has any problems, just come find me. With that, she hurried to leave, afraid that if she delayed even a second, Xiaoqing would really burst out of her body. If she scared someone, that would be a real problem. Then who would she get to worship her? Even a little mosquito is still meat. She had to take good care of these people. Seeing Zhao Tianwei and the others escorting her out, she said, Zhao Tianwei, you stay and look after Xiaomao. Dolly and Qiangzi, come with me, I have something for you. Okay, I'll stay with Xiaomao. You two go with Miss Lin Qian. Zhao Tianwei assumed Lin Qian was going to get something for Xiaomao, so he urged Dolly and Qiangzi to hurry up. As soon as Lin Qian stepped outside, Xiaoqing started clamoring again. Master, it smells so good in that house. Can we live there? No, Lin Qian replied silently. Once we leave, you can't absorb that scent anymore? Lin Qian wondered. That didn't make sense. Yesterday at home, it could still sense the scent. I can, but it just feels different when you breathe it in directly through your nose. You're a vine. Where do you have a nose? Oh, come on, I'm just saying. Master, why are you so serious? I don't have nostrils, but I have pores. Fine, I'm the one being too serious. Sensing Lin Qian's tone, Xiaoqing immediately tried to please her. No, it's my way of speaking that's wrong. Don't be mad. With it being so apologetic, Lin Qian couldn't really argue with a vine. Qiangzi and Dolly noticed that, even though Lin Qian was taking them along, she seemed distracted the whole way. They wanted to ask her more about Xiaomao's condition, but seeing her like this, they didn't dare. Finally, Lin Qian noticed their constipated expressions and asked, What's up? Are we going to get something to treat Xiaomao? Who told you we're getting something for Xiaomao? Then are we helping you with the tests? Otherwise, it made no sense for Lin Qian to bring them along. Usually, she wouldn't even let them in the door, let alone invite them home. Just come with me for now. As Lin Qian was almost home, she suddenly remembered there was something she still needed to do. Her car. She'd forgotten to take it out of her space again. Glancing at Dolly and Qiangzi, who were following her, she asked tentatively, Why don't you two wait here for a bit? I left my car down in the Villa district earlier, so I need to go get it and drive it back. There was no way she was letting them inside, so waiting here was the only option. Xiaoqing, seeing her walk past her own door without going in, reminded her at just the right moment, Master, can't we just take the stuff out from home for them first, and then go get the car? Xiaoqing's reminder was like a wake-up call for Lin Qian. I totally forgot. How could she make such a rookie mistake all of a sudden? Then you guys wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and grab some things for you first. Qiangzi and Dolly had already resigned themselves to waiting at the door for her to bring the car around, but now she suddenly said she was going to get something for them. Wasn't she supposed to need their help? The two of them exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Lin Qian had just reached her front door when she saw Wang Hui pacing back and forth in the living room. "What's up with you?" Wang Hui's eyes lit up when he saw her come back. "The weather's pretty good right now, so I was thinking of going to get the stuff I stashed at Xiaoming Hui's place. I was waiting for you." She almost forgot about that. "Is there a lot?" "Quite a bit, actually. Your military SUV might not even fit it all. We'll probably have to make 2 trips." With so much stuff, Lin Qian couldn't pretend she wasn't happy. Even though she'd already collected a huge batch of supplies before, who wouldn't be happy for another chance at a free haul? But bringing Wang Hui along would be a hassle. It'd be much easier if he just told her the location, and she could sneak over by herself, load everything into her space, and not have to make a second trip. She suddenly remembered the map that little Wu Mingho had drawn for her. Hadn't he stuffed it into her pocket? She reached into her pants pocket and, sure enough, pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. She unfolded it and laid it out in front of Wang Hui. "Take a look at this map. Can you tell where you hid your stuff?" Wang Hui didn't know why everyone was going out to haul supplies together, or why Lin Qian wanted him to look at a map, but he didn't slack off. He studied it seriously. After a moment, he pointed to a spot near the building Xiaoming Hui and his group had taken over. "I put everything on the 8th floor of this building, in apartment 802. "Got it," Lin Qian said, folding the map and putting it away. Wang Hui felt a bit baffled. "Got what?" "I know where you hid your stuff." "Wait, you're not planning to go by yourself, are you?" He finally caught on. Lin Qian really found Wang Hui a hassle. Taking him anywhere was inconvenient. With her space, she was free and flexible. She could take whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. "You were caught by Xiaoming Hui before. If you show up near them again and get spotted, it'll spook them for sure. Plus, the moment you left, all of Xiaoming Hui's men disappeared too, so all their resentment is probably aimed at you now. And you've just recovered from serious injuries, thanks to the blue vein serum. You should really stay home for a couple of days," Lin Qian said. "No way." Wang Hui objected immediately. He'd already been scolded by Grandpa Wang for waiting for Lin Qian to go with him. If Grandpa Wang found out he'd let Lin Qian go alone while he hid at home, he'd be dead meat. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to argue. "Let's leave it at that for now. I need to get some things for someone else." She pretended to head to the storage room to fetch something. Seeing Wang Hui still following, trying to persuade her, she said, "It's not that I think you're incapable. I'm just worried about your health. If you're worried about me going alone, we can deal with this later. Besides, the safest place is often the most dangerous. Xiaoming Hui would never guess you hid those weapons right under his nose." Wang Hui fell silent, still trailing behind her. Lin Qian had no choice but to unlock the storage room with her iris scan and tell him, "Wait for me here." Thankfully, Wang Hui didn't insist on following her in, at least he had some sense. Once inside, she quickly took out the batch of supplies she'd planned to give to the kids from her space. She never really wanted these supplies in the first place. If it weren't for Mayor Wu and his son's behavior being so off-putting, they wouldn't even be here. Now, these supplies were perfect for giving back to her followers. She dragged 2 large bags out of the storage room and said to Wang Hui, "Help me carry these 2 bags to the door." "Sure." Wang Hui didn't know who she was giving the supplies to, but since it was Lin Qian stuff, he didn't ask. This was something Lin Qian appreciated about the Wang family. Even knowing she had so many supplies, they insisted on splitting everything they brought back with her, and they never once coveted her stash. In times like these, that was no small thing. So she trusted Wang Hui a bit more now. Wang Hui easily picked up the 2 bags. Ever since he'd had several doses of blue vein, his body had improved dramatically. These 2 bags were nothing to him now. When he brought the bags to the door, Xiangzi and Dolly saw it was Wang Hui and, driven by curiosity, walked over and gave him a once-over. Wang Hui felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny. "What's up with you guys?" "Oh, it's like this. Miss Lin said you used the serum, and we were wondering if you look any different now, so we wanted to see if we could spot anything," Dolly explained. "What serum?" Wang Hui asked. "Blue vein," Lin Qian answered. "You told them about blue vein?" Wang Hui found it hard to believe this wasn't like Lin Qian at all. Oh, Xiao Mao's leg was badly injured. If we didn't do something, he might have been crippled. I'd seen Blue Vein could repair damaged bodies, so I thought I'd try it on him, Lin Qian explained. But Blue Vein has such serious side effects, how could you? Wang Hui started to scold her, but realized he didn't have the right, so he shut his mouth. Lin Qian glanced at him. I explained all the risks to them. The choice was theirs. Seeing the situation, Wang Hui had nothing more to say. Though he felt a bit uneasy, he could only say, I'll head back first. Lin Qian didn't bother with him any further. She called Dolly and Qiangzi over to the 2 bags of supplies. Take these back with you. She had been thinking about how to ask them to find more people to worship her. After considering many ways, she realized none were as effective as just being direct. So, I saw you guys worshipping me at home today, and I could really feel your, sincerity, Lin Qian said. Dolly reacted quickly. As long as you like it, Miss Lin Qian, we'll make sure to offer incense to you on time every day. All the food will be offered to you first, and only after that will we eat. Lin Qian hadn't even voiced her request yet, but Dolly was already so on the ball. She couldn't help but think more highly of him. He's someone who can read the room. So, if possible, try to find some more followers or something. I can give you some supplies to help with that. Lin Qian finally forced herself to say it, pointing at the 2 bags of supplies on the ground. You can decide what to do with these supplies. If someone is willing and sincerely wants to do this, you can take one of the bags and share it with them. The other bag is yours. Qiangzi's eyes lit up, feeling like he'd found a kindred spirit. Miss Lin Qian, how did you know we were thinking the same thing? I think you're really capable. In our eyes, your status is on par with Lord Guan Yu. I'll go spread the word around the villa district. By the way, do you have any extra photos of yourself? Extra photos? Lin Qian remembered the magazine photo they'd hung up next to their Guan Yu shrine and couldn't help but twitch her lips. I'll look for someone I get back. It's fine if you don't. I know a carpenter who can make some spirit tablets for you. Then everyone can have one, Qiangzi continued. The thought of that scene made Lin Qian feel a bit awkward. She never imagined she'd end up doing something like this one day. Miss Lin Qian, you're our god now, Qiangzi added, completely oblivious. All right, take the supplies and head back. I still need to go get my car, Lin Qian said. Qiangzi eagerly offered, where did you park? We can help you bring it back. No need for you to run around in this cold weather. Dolly tugged at him from the side. If Miss Lin Qian needs our help, she'll ask. Don't butt in for no reason. Let's get these supplies back and take care of what she asked first. Oh, right, got it. Qiangzi was usually a bit careless, but at least he listened. When Dolly told him to carry the supplies, he didn't hesitate and hoisted a big bag onto his shoulder. Miss Lin Qian, we'll head back now. If you need anything else, just come find us anytime, Dolly said, picking up the other bag. This was what Lin Qian liked about Dolly, he could read people. After watching them carry everything away, Lin Qian leisurely strolled around the villa district. She followed her memory and found several villas that were already abandoned. She was just about to sneak in and see if there were any antiques worth collecting. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Just as she was about to climb into one of the villas, she unexpectedly ran into Fong Ko and Fong Ziyu, who were driving out. She quickly stopped what she was doing and pretended to be just wandering around. Fong Ko saw her and pulled the car over. Before he could say anything, Fong Ziyu, who was in the passenger seat, called out, Xiao Qian, what are you doing here? She felt a bit like she'd been caught red-handed. Oh, just taking a walk. Are you guys heading to the official base? Yeah, we're heading over today. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? Fong Ziyu asked, still unwilling to give up. Lin Qian shook her head. No, but safe travels. Xiao Qian, thank you for the gun. I know how rare it is. You really helped us out this time, Fong Ke said sincerely. You're welcome. It was a fair trade. Just don't ask me to return the antiques next time we meet. Lin Qian remembered how Fong Ke had come to her door asking for the inkstone back and felt she needed to make things clear. Fong Ke hadn't expected her to still remember that and looked a bit embarrassed. That inkstone was something Ziyu's parents really liked. We were going to give it to my grandpa for his birthday. I didn't know he'd traded it to you. That was my oversight. Lin Qian didn't care whether they'd thought it through or not. Once she got her hands on an antique, she wasn't giving it back, especially since they'd all been swallowed up by her space anyway. Seeing that Lin Qian still wasn't saying anything, Feng Ke continued, I knew about Ziyu bringing you antiques yesterday. You're right, if you think about it, we actually got the better end of the deal. So don't worry, we'll never ask you to return anything. Lin Qian wasn't worried anyway. Maybe they wouldn't even see each other again in the future. But seeing their attitude now, she was in a pretty good mood, so she nodded and prepared to leave. Feng Ziyu called after her, Xiao Qian, if you ever come to the official base, you have to find us. He even gave her the address of the official base. Lin Qian didn't look back, just raised her hand and gave him an okay gesture. Feng Ke saw she was already far away, but Feng Ziyu was still staring after her. He couldn't help but smack him. She's already gone. If you liked her so much, why didn't you do something earlier? It's not like that. I didn't do anything. Xiao Qian and I have always been close. Things are still good between us, Feng Ziyu protested. That's just what you think, isn't it? Feng Ke retorted. Isn't it? Feng Ziyu sounded uncertain. Feng Ke stepped on the gas. If you say so. After they left, Lin Qian checked her surroundings again. Once she was sure no one was around, she jumped into one of the villas. The windows had long since been blown out by the first typhoon, leaving the interior cold and in disarray. She wandered through the living room and found 2 blue and white porcelain vases on the display shelf, along with several other antiques. Delighted, she put them all away. After clearing out the antiques in the living room, she went into the study and faux. Next, she checked the bedroom but didn't find anything valuable or any more antiques, so she left. The people who used to live here were all wealthy, so it was only natural they'd have some antiques at home. Now, it was all hers. Seeing that there was still no one around, she went on to loot several more empty villas. Finally, she arrived at Feng Ziyu's villa. She thought about how he'd given her so many antiques before leaving and was about to skip it, but then figured even if she didn't go in, they might never come back anyway. Just as she was about to climb in, she heard movement inside. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. She quickly hid herself, cautiously observing the movements inside the villa. Holding her breath, she pressed her ear against the wall, trying to make out the sounds from within. After a while, she heard footsteps. It seemed someone was moving around inside. She was puzzled. Feng Ziyu and the others had just left. Who would be so bold as to sneak into his house right after? As the sounds inside grew louder, Lin Qian thought about all the antiques the Fang family had collected. Besides the ones they'd already given her, there must be plenty left. She couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and quietly slipped inside. She crept toward the source of the noise and finally saw who it was. It was none other than Cheng Ye and Professor Chen, both of whom she hadn't seen in a long time, standing in Feng Ziyu's living room. Cheng Ye was saying to Professor Chen, Professor Chen, I've already checked. Feng Ziyu has gone to the official base with his sister, and he shouldn't be back anytime soon. We can just stay here for now. Even if he comes back and sees us, it's fine. After all, you're his teacher, he wouldn't kick you out, right? You're so considerate, still thinking of your teacher at a time like this, Professor Chen said, reaching out to stroke Cheng Ye's face. Cheng Ye leaned into his embrace. All the things Lin Qian hadn't understood before suddenly became clear as she watched this scene. So these two had been involved with each other all along. No wonder Professor Chen used to make things difficult for her in her studies, even crediting Cheng Ye with Lin Qian's own research results. All the things she couldn't figure out in her previous life finally had an answer. Thinking that it was just these two, and nothing to be afraid of, Lin Qian decided she might as well look after the house for Feng Ziyu, considering all the antiques he'd given her and the ones still left here. She didn't care about the others, but there was no way she'd let Cheng Ye and Professor Chen move in. Besides, if they stayed here, how was she supposed to search for antiques? No one was going to stop her from collecting antiques. She stepped out from the shadows. Long time no see, you too. Lin Qian's sudden appearance startled Professor Chen and Cheng Ye, who were still in each other's arms. They quickly separated. Professor Chen immediately put on his usual stern teacher's face. Lin Qian, what are you doing here? Lin Qian smiled. Why, Professor Chen, are you trying to play the thief crying, "Stop thief"? I haven't even asked why you two are here yet. Cheng Ye's heart skipped a beat. Ever since the disaster, Lin Qian seemed like a different person, strange and unpredictable. Xiao Qian, don't talk nonsense. I'm Ziyu's fiancé and Professor Chen is his teacher. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for us to be here? Oh? So right after Fang Ziyu left, his fiancé and teacher just happened to sneak into his house. Lin Qian's face was full of mockery. Besides, are you even still his fiancé? Is this how you play the part being pregnant with someone else's child? She didn't know that Cheng Ye had already lost the baby. Cheng Ye's face turned bright red, and she blurted out, "What do you mean, sneaked in? We came in fair and square. Come on, do you think I don't know what you're up to?" Although Fang Ziyu hadn't told her everything that happened in this life, from the few words they'd exchanged and the fact that Cheng Ye hadn't been by his side lately, Lin Qian could guess that Fang Ziyu had found out the truth and dumped her. Qin Gang had already been killed by Lin Qian, and with no one else to rely on, Cheng Ye had turned to Professor Chen. Cheng Ye's heart tightened. She felt as if Lin Qian could see right through her. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Seeing that Cheng Ye was speechless, Professor Chen's face darkened. Lin Qian, what kind of attitude is that? Is that any way to speak to your teacher and classmate? Do you still want to graduate? Oh, I really don't care. But you, as a teacher, getting involved with a student and sneaking into someone else's house, if word got out, do you think you'd still have a place at the university? Lin Qian knew she'd never go back to that school, but since she knew what he cared about, she was going to press on that sore spot. Nonsense. What do you mean sneaking in? I came to my own student's house fair and square. If you keep this up, I can sue you for slander. Professor Chen was clearly rattled. Lin Qian chuckled. At a time like this, who cared about him? If they disgusted her, she wasn't going to let them have it easy either. That was Lin Qian's current mindset. She used to think Professor Chen was just a bit old-fashioned and strict, but when Cheng Ye stole her research results, he didn't even bother to find out the truth, he just blamed Lin Qian. She'd even made excuses for him back then, never expecting he'd turn out to be such a hypocrite. Not only was he involved with Cheng Ye, but he'd also snuck into someone else's house, planning to take it over for himself. It was truly disgusting. Fine, go ahead and try. But the fact remains that you two have broken in. Fang Ziyu hasn't gone far, actually. I just saw him outside. If I hurry, I might catch up with him. Or maybe I should bring you two along and let him sort it out. Cheng Ye wasn't sure if Lin Qian was bluffing, but she definitely didn't dare face Fang Ziyu. If Fang Ziyu found out she'd secretly kept a spare key to the villa and moved in with Professor Chen after he'd changed the locks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, Xiao Qian. In her panic, Cheng Ye tried to grab Lin Qian's hand, but Lin Qian dodged her. Seeing this, Cheng Ye immediately switched to playing the victim, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Qian, I really had no choice. You don't know, when I was with Chen Gang, I accidentally hurt my stomach and lost the baby. Then Fang Ziyu and the others kicked me out, and I had nowhere to go. Luckily, Professor Chen took me in, or I wouldn't have survived. But Professor Chen's house was destroyed by the typhoon, and it's so cold now if we stayed there, we'd freeze to death. That's why I thought of coming to Ziyu's place. I tried several times, but he wouldn't let me in. I finally found out he was going to the official base and begged him to take me with him. He almost agreed, but that wretched Fang Ke refused. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do this. Lin Qian was speechless at her logic. So you just pick out the parts that make you look good and leave out all your own faults, huh? If Lin Qian were still that naive little girl she used to be, she might have been fooled by Cheng Ye. But she had already been through life and death, and she saw right through Cheng Ye a long time ago. Professor Chen, seeing the situation, pulled Cheng Ye aside and said, "Yeah, that girl is rotten to the core. There's no point in saying anything more to her." Cheng Ye had wanted to say something to win sympathy, but with Professor Chen pulling her back, she couldn't get the words out. Professor Chen marched straight over to the sofa and sat down, putting on a shameless air as if he planned to stay there for good. We're just going to live here now. What can a girl like her possibly do to us? Never mind that I'm her advisor, even if I were a stranger, she shouldn't be so heartless. Like you said, she's living comfortably and eating well. If she had any conscience, she would have invited me to stay here long ago. Lin Qian couldn't understand how someone who was supposed to be a respected teacher could be so shameless. She actually laughed in anger. Professor Chen, have you forgotten how you forced my research results onto Changye before? Maybe you forgot, but I sure haven't. Still, since we were once teacher and student, I'll give you a chance. However you got into this villa, you'd better leave the same way. Don't make me throw you out myself, or it won't be pretty. Professor Chen was furious at her words. What are you going to do? How are you going to make me leave? He shot to his feet, his hand trembling as he pointed at Lin Qian's forehead. You ungrateful wretch. Without me, do you think you could have achieved those research results so easily? The results belong to the whole team. Didn't Yaya put in any effort? Lin Qian hated it when people pointed fingers at her. She stepped forward, grabbed Professor Chen's finger, and bent it upwards. There was a crisp snap, followed by Professor Chen's anguished howl. Let go. You're trying to kill me. This is murder? Lin Qian sneered, pulled a knife from her pocket, and pressed it against his neck. Professor Chen immediately started shaking all over, and as the blade touched his neck, a thin line of blood appeared. He stammered, you. He never imagined Lin Qian would actually be so ruthless as to draw a knife. Terrified she'd accidentally slit his throat, he tried desperately to keep still. Changye suddenly screamed and stumbled back 2 steps, but still tried to talk Lin Qian down. Xiao Qian, don't be angry. I'll take Professor Chen and leave right now. Please put the knife down, okay? If you really hurt him, the university will definitely hold you responsible. Lin Qian had tolerated Professor Chen for long enough. Some people never realize how dangerous things can get until they see blood. But just stabbing him outright seemed too easy on them. Lin Qian lowered the knife from Professor Chen's neck. Changye thought her words had worked and said in relief, Yes, Xiao Qian, we can talk this out. No matter what, Professor Chen is still our teacher. Before she could finish, Lin Qian raised the knife and stabbed it hard into the hand Professor Chen had just used to point at her, twisting it before pulling it out. Blood gushed from Professor Chen's arm as he howled in pain. Yeah, aren't you two good friends? Hurry, stop her. Professor Chen looked at Lin Qian as if she were a demon, suddenly recalling the friendship between Changye and Lin Qian. Just moments ago, he told Changye not to say too much to Lin Qian, but now he desperately hoped she'd say more to distract this devil. Changye was so terrified she didn't even hear Professor Chen, only shrieking, Ah! Murder! Murder! She was about to run away from Lin Qian, but Lin Qian grabbed her, making her tremble all over. Xiao Qian, please don't be angry. You can do whatever you want. I'll leave right now, this instant. Leave the keys. Lin Qian said coldly. She owed Fang Ziyu a favor and couldn't let this green tea come back to cause trouble. Changye shakily handed over the keys. This is it. Lin Qian took the keys and said, Get lost. Don't let me see you in this villa community again. If you dare show up in front of me next time, I won't be so merciful. I understand. Changye kept glancing fearfully at Lin Qian as she backed away. Seeing Lin Qian was really letting her go, she bolted for the door, not sparing a glance for Professor Chen. Professor Chen watched as Changye abandoned him and left. His vision went black and he fainted, whether from anger or fear, no one could tell. Lin Qian looked at Changye's retreating figure and Professor Chen lying on the ground like a dead dog, cursing inwardly. Sure enough, you can never escape melodrama. She'd thought that after dealing with those nosy neighbors, no one in this villa community would dare bother her again. Who would have thought outsiders would come looking for trouble instead? She dragged Professor Chen out and tossed him outside, then returned to start searching for treasures. But after searching Fang Ziyu's house, she didn't find much of value. It seemed he really had already given her all the antiques he could. Then she remembered Fang Ziyu's parents' master bedroom and study. Fong's mother seemed to have a safe in the master bedroom, and Fong's father had a secret compartment in the study. When they'd just gotten engaged, the family had proudly shown off their wealth to her. Following her memory, she found the safe and, not caring what was inside, simply put the whole thing into her storage space. Next, she went to the study, found the bookshelf, and pulled out a book. The bookshelf slid aside like a door. She shone a flashlight into the hidden room, momentarily dazzled by the sight. There were even more things here than last time. Delighted, she could feel her storage space vibrating. She set the flashlight aside and swept everything inside. Now, there were no antiques left in Fongziu's house. She happily dusted off her hands, tidied up a bit, and left Fongziu's home. When she got outside, she saw she'd already spent quite a while there. If Wang Hui came looking for her, it would be bad, so she found a secluded spot and took out her military SUV. Just as she was about to get in the passenger seat, a strange voice sounded in her ear. "No wonder I couldn't find your car before. So, this is your secret." Lin Qian was startled when she heard the unfamiliar voice and quickly turned her head. The man standing there was the same bearded guy she had seen on the surveillance footage, the one who, together with the skinny man, had tried to sneak into her villa at night. She had been so focused on searching for antiques just now that she hadn't noticed this man had been following her all along. "What did you just see?" Lin Qian asked coldly. Although she wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately, this man had discovered her secret. There was no way she could let him go. The bearded man laughed brazenly. "Not many people know about your spatial ability, right? What do you think would happen if others found out? Maybe they'd slice you up for research." He seemed to think he had Lin Qian in the palm of his hand and continued to laugh. "A rich young lady like you, with such a treasure, must have stockpiled plenty of supplies, right? I can keep your secret for you, but—" He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. He even raised his eyebrows at Lin Qian, his provocation clear. At this moment, he felt certain he had her under control. The thought of the good life ahead made him giddy with excitement. Not only could he seize her supplies, but he might even take her for himself. Just imagining that huge villa and such a beautiful woman belonging to him made his heart burn with desire. "In my opinion." Lin Qian calmly drew a gun and shot the bearded man right in the forehead. He hadn't expected her to shoot so decisively. His eyes widened in disbelief as he died. "Only the dead can keep secrets," Lin Qian said as she put the gun away. After dealing with the bearded man, Lin Qian kicked his body out of the way in front of the car, got into the driver's seat, and drove home. Wang Hui had been waiting in the living room. Seeing that Lin Qian still hadn't returned, he was just about to go out and look for her when he saw her drive up. "Wasn't your car parked in the city?" Wang Hui asked, a bit puzzled. Lin Qian felt a little guilty, but she didn't show it. As long as she didn't admit anything, no one could catch her out. "When did I ever say my car was parked in the city? You must be remembering wrong. Besides, if my car was in the city, how would I have gotten that snowmobile?" Wang Hui thought about it and started to doubt his own memory. While he was still dazed, Lin Qian had already driven the car into the underground garage. When she returned to the living room and saw Wang Hui still there, she remembered she had Xiao Mao's blood sample and tissue with her. She said to him, "Wait a moment, I'll draw some blood to check your condition." Wang Hui had wanted Lin Qian to run some tests on him for a while, so this was exactly what he'd hoped for. Lin Qian took out a blood-drawing kit from her backpack and drew a few tubes of blood from Wang Hui, then turned to leave. "Need any help?" Wang Hui asked. "No need," Lin Qian replied. She was going to enter her space to run tests. If he followed, it would only cause trouble. Xiaohe, who had been lying on the sofa, saw Lin Qian return. Weakly, he crawled off the sofa and onto her wrist, turning back into a decorative accessory. "Xiaohe, get down for now and stay over there." "Don't disturb me," Lin Qian said. Xiaohe hissed twice, but didn't get off her wrist. "Xiaohe says he wants to go into the space with you," Xiaoqing's voice sounded in her mind. Only then did Lin Qian understand. With a flash, she brought Xiaohe into the space with her. Once inside, Xiaohe sensibly got off her and ran straight to soak by the small pond in the yard. Xiaoqing also crawled out of her body and followed Xiaohe to the pond. Master, you go do your work. Xiaohei and I will play here for a while. Inside the space, Lin Qian could always sense the state of the animals. Seeing that Xiaohei was fine, she took the blood samples to the lab. She tested the samples from both Xiao Mao and Wang Hui and found that both were more active than those of normal people. Wang Hui's blood sample was even more noticeably different than last time. Xiao Mao's might have shown less change because he'd used less of the substance, so while his activity was higher than normal, the difference wasn't huge. After testing the blood, she took out Xiao Mao's tissue sample. Even though it had been separated from his body, it still showed a trace of vitality, with the injured areas continually regenerating. The process was slow, but the tissue was indeed constantly dividing and reorganizing. Could it be that this blue vein could actually allow someone to regenerate? After she'd saved Wang Hui last time, he'd told her he was having memory problems, and she'd already suspected that he might have been reborn. But his kind of rebirth didn't come with knowledge of the future, nor did it allow him to do much at most. It just let him see the organization's true attitude toward him. Lin Qian thought if the organization really valued him, they would have sent someone to look for him long ago. But up to now, not only had no one come, she hadn't even seen a single dog. Wang Hui probably knew he'd been abandoned. Otherwise, how could he live so peacefully here with Grandpa Wang? Still, while Blue Vein could speed up wound healing, whether it was truly related to rebirth remained to be seen. Most importantly, she discovered that their telomeres were much longer than those of ordinary people. Wang Hui's telomeres were even more than twice as long as Xiao Mao's. Suppressing her shock, she recalled that telomeres are closely related to cell transformation, apoptosis, and immortality.